Li Jianye transmigrated, inheriting not only his elder brother's legacy, but also the responsibility of caring for his sister-in-law. In this era of hunger, to feed his sister-in-law and his foreign bride, Li Jianye took a desperate gamble and went hunting in the mountains. Pheasants, wild boars, bear paws, deer antlers. His house had meat every single day. The surplus was traded for money. Lu Ruyan, the beautiful young widow, came to his door asking for grain so her son could eat meat. "Jianye, could you spare me a bit of meat? I'll repay you however I can." A female teacher, fleeing famine, was nearly starved to death. Li Jianye timely extended a helping hand. "Comrade, I can never repay such a life-saving kindness. All I have to offer is myself." Chapter 1. Want a wife? November 11th, 1969. The North, Tuanjia Village. The mud-brick houses crouched low at the foot of Changbai Mountain, like a group of frozen field mice. In the November weather, the wind howled snow, so cold that no one wanted to venture outside. Li Jianye lay on the heated brick bed, drowsily turning over. He felt a chill and pulled his neck in tighter. Then, a woman's voice rang out, with a hint of a foreign accent. "Jianye, are you awake?" "Who?" Li Jianye frowned, not wanting to open his eyes. "Jianye, wake up. Your sister-in-law has something to tell you." The voice came closer. The woman had already pushed aside the curtain and entered the room, plopping herself down on Li Jianye's cot. "Sister-in-law?" Li Jianye frowned and abruptly opened his eyes. A large, beautiful face was shoved right in front of him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, skin so pale it was dazzling. "This? A foreigner?" "No, a woman from the bear country." Seeing he was awake, the woman smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. "Awake? Your sister-in-law wants to ask you something. Want a wife?" "What?" Li Jianye was stunned. His mind was foggy. He clearly remembered he was at a business dinner, drinking. How did he suddenly have a foreign woman asking if he wanted a wife? Where was he? He definitely didn't have a sister-in-law. Who was this sudden foreign sister-in-law? "I said, want a wife?" The woman repeated, her blue eyes blinking. "If you say yes, your sister-in-law will send one right over." Li Jianye shook his head hard. He pushed himself up, only then realizing he was lying on a hard, cold brick bed, covered by a heavy, coarse cloth quilt. The room was icy, his breath forming white mist. "Sister-in-law? Here." The foreign woman responded cheerfully. "What? Still groggy from sleep?" Not groggy suddenly. A flood of memories that weren't his own surged into his mind. He had transmigrated to the late 1960s in a northeastern mountain village. It was 1969. The body he now inhabited was also named Li Jianye, 20 years old, from Tuanjia Village. He had an older brother, Li Jianye, who had married a woman from the bear country, this very woman before him, named Anna. Their parents had passed away. Now, only the three of them remained. After sorting out the situation, Li Jianye looked at the smiling Anna before him, feeling like he was dreaming. Transmigration was great no more, being a workhorse. Although it was the materially scarce 1960s and 70s, after enduring just over a decade, the golden era would arrive. With his foresight from the future, starting a few businesses would make life incredibly comfortable. And this sister-in-law of his nerve was something else. Coming into her younger brother-in-law's room early in the morning, asking if he wanted a wife. "Sister-in-law, what kind of wife are you talking about?" Li Jianye steadied himself and asked. Anna patted his arm. "I have a younger sister, my own flesh and blood, named Elsa. She's 18, doing sent-down youth work in the neighboring town. She's just as pretty as me." Anna puffed out her chest, looking proud. "If you're willing, your sister-in-law will go talk to her right away and have her become your wife." A younger sister? Elsa? Li Jianye quickly ran through the memories. There was indeed such a persona bear country woman who had lived in Longwa with Anna, a few years younger. Because of the strained relations between their countries, they weren't welcomed and could only settle in the neighboring town under the pretense of visiting relatives, officially registered as sent-down youth. The older sister had married into the family, while the younger sister remained in the commune. When his older brother got married, Li Jianye had apparently seen Elsa, but the impression was faint. The previous Li Jianye wasn't interested in foreign women-different customs, difficult communication, and prone to gossip. But the current Li Jianye would certainly think bear country women were excellent. Li Jianye had married Anna because he was seriously ill, bedridden, and no local girl would marry such a man. Anna needed a legitimate reason to live there, so through an introduction, this marriage was arranged. "Well, Jianye, say something," Anna urged, seeing he was silent. "My sister is lively and capable, a perfect match for you." In his heart, Li Jianye was more than willing. For a soul from the future, nationality was never an issue. Back then, If he wanted to marry a foreign wife, she probably wouldn't have looked at him twice. Now, one was being handed to him on a silver platter. Why refuse a free gift? Sure. Li Jianye's answer was crisp and clear. Sister-in-law, you sent her over. Anna, receiving a definite answer, her green eyes instantly lit up, nearly jumping with excitement. She didn't say more. Instead, she pointed outside towards Li Jiangwo's room and said, then get up quickly. Breakfast is ready. Your older brother also has something to tell you. With that, Anna turned and left. Li Jianye pushed aside the thick, coarse quilt. A gust of cold air immediately rushed in. He shivered, quickly putting on the old cotton-padded jacket lying by the bed, wrapping himself tightly before going out. His older brother Li Jiangwo's room was equally simple, just tidier. A faint smell of herbal medicine mixed with the aroma of food. Li Jiangwo sat leaning against the bed, his face pale, looking utterly lifeless. He looked worse. The long table was already set. A few dark, coarse cornbread buns, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of thin porridge was the brother's breakfast. Jianye's here, come sit. Li Jiangwo greeted him with a smile, his voice very weak. Li Jianye sat down as told, picking up a bun and eating. The taste was bad, but passable. Sister-in-law, said you had something to tell me? Li Jiangwo didn't rush to speak. He reached under his pillow and pulled out a black and white photo, handing it to Li Jianye. You take a look. This is Elsa. Quite pretty. Li Jianye took the photo. It was black and white, but the girl's clear, beautiful features were still evident. Her figure was almost as good as Anna's, with 2 braids hanging down her chest. She had a bright smile, revealing a neat row of white teeth, her eyes clear and bright, full of liveliness. Indeed, a beautiful bear country girl, perfectly matching the aesthetic of his future soul. Jianye, Li Jiangwo suddenly spoke, his voice seeming even weaker than before. Li Jianye looked up at him. Brother wants to say something from the heart. Li Jiangwo paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. It was my idea to have your sister-in-law ask you about this. It wasn't her acting on her own. Li Jianye's hand, holding the bun, froze in midair. He had thought Anna was just bold and impulsive, casually running over to ask him. He never expected it was his older brother arranging a match for him. An older brother he had just met, with whom he had no real bond, was worrying about his lifelong happiness and even arranging a foreign wife for him. Li Jianye was touched. Li Jiangwo coughed lightly twice, his breath uneven. Brother knows. My own condition best. Each day is worse than the last. I'm afraid I won't make it through this winter. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly, the cold deepening, and even the faint herbal smell became heavy. Li Jianye's heart clenched. He carefully examined Li Jiangwo's pale face, sunken eye sockets, cracked lips, none of which failed to show the ebbing of life. His illness was indeed far worse than in memory. Li Jiangwo sighed, his voice filled with helplessness. It's fine if I go, but your sister-in-law. He paused, his eyes dimming. She's a good woman. She came to our family, never had a single good day, yet she keeps the house in perfect order. Brother feels deeply guilty. Chapter 2. I'll give you 2 foreign wives. What fate would befall a foreign woman widowed in this xenophobic era, in this isolated mountain village? The answer was obvious. Li Jianye fell silent. He understood what his older brother was worried about. Li Jiangwo looked at his brother, struggling to speak. Brother originally wanted. He seemed hesitant to continue. But after thinking they were brothers, there was nothing he couldn't say. I originally thought you could join the family, directly marry your sister-in-law. But then I thought, you're only 20, still young. Making you marry a widow would be too unfair. You definitely feel uncomfortable in your heart. So, brother discussed with your sister-in-law and decided to introduce Elsa to you as your wife. Li Jianye finally understood completely. His older brother had planned everything. This wasn't just a simple introduction of a wife. It was arranging his own affairs, and more importantly, securing a future for Anna. Li Jiangwo looked at Li Jianye, his gaze earnest. Jianye, you're a good kid. If you marry Elsa, in the future, you must take good care of your sister-in-law. Brother. Li Jianye choked up. He truly admired this brother of his. Bedridden, yet he had considered everything so clearly, providing for everyone's future. No more words needed. He would marry her. He definitely would. But Li Jiangwo, seeing his brother unable to speak, thought his younger brother was reluctant. He grabbed Li Jianye's hand, speaking earnestly. Elsa is your sister-in-law's own sister. Good looks, good temperament. Don't think marrying a foreign wife is bad. When brother is gone, your sister-in-law is nominally your sister-in-law, but in reality, her entire future rests on you. Others struggle to get one wife, and you'll have 2 foreign wives. Count yourself lucky. The task of continuing the Li family line falls on you. Of course, the burden of supporting the household might be heavier. It'll be hard on you. Li Jianye was counting himself lucky. Who would have thought just 2 days ago he was a corporate slave, and now in a blink, he'd have 2 foreign wives? Not hard at all. Brother, don't worry. In the future, the family is on me. I'll work hard to earn money, live well, and take care of sister-in-law. The words sounded as if he were saying goodbye to Li Jianye forever. To lighten the mood, Li Jianye quickly picked up the bowl of thin porridge on the table, scooped a spoonful, and carefully brought it to Li Jianye's lips. Brother, let me feed you. Li Jianye's lips were cracked, parting slightly, struggling to swallow the thin gruel. His swallowing was slow, the tendons in his neck visibly tensing. Li Jianye didn't speak, silently feeding him spoon after spoon. That bowl of porridge was never finished. Li Jianye leaned back on the bed, his eyelids growing heavier, his breathing weakening. He looked at his brother, then towards the door, as if wanting to say something. His lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. Finally, he just softly, with a breath almost inaudible, called out, "Jianye." Then his head tilted, and he was still. The air in the room froze. Even the snowflakes outside seemed to hang suspended in midair. Li Jianye's hand, holding the bowl, froze. The spoon he had lifted didn't move again. He knew his brother was gone. Right after this simple breakfast, having entrusted all his worries, Li Jianye passed away. He left without much pain, even with a hint of release. 3 days passed in a flash, in the white snow, amidst the silence and sighs of relatives and neighbors. The funeral was simple, yet exhausted the family's meager savings. Anna silently swept the snow in the courtyard, clearing the mess left from the funeral. Her movements were stiff, her mind in chaos, a bit absent-minded. When she married, she was technically a wife, but in reality, she was more like a caretaker. There had been no marital intimacy, since Li Jianye could barely get onto the bed. Now Li Jianye had passed. Logically, Anna's life should be easier, but the family wasn't well off. Previously, Li Jianye's family had some savings. Though there was no labor force, they could barely manage on those savings. Now, after Li Jianye's death, the funeral expenses, the banquet, the savings were nearly gone. Li Jianye was the only man left in the family. He was only 20, always playing around, never doing proper work. How would this family survive in the future? Anna was worried. The ground was slippery with snow. She didn't notice, and her foot slipped. "Ah!" Anna cried out, her body tilting, about to fall. A hand reached out in time. Li Jianye firmly supported her arm. "Sister-in-law, be careful. Take a break, don't work so hard." Anna steadied herself. Li Jianye brought over a small stool, placing it under the eave for his sister-in-law to sit. Anna looked at Li Jianye before her, her mind involuntarily recalling the words Li Jianye spoke before his death. "Jianye, your brother is gone, and our money is almost gone. Before, your brother's friends would occasionally visit, bringing things. In the future, you'll have to work hard and take responsibility." Li Jianye's heart was gently struck by something. He turned his head, looking at Anna. This foreign woman, living on this unfamiliar land, which had no place for her. Now her husband was gone. Her only future support was her younger brother-in-law. Li Jianye took a deep breath of the cold air. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Since brother entrusted you to me, I will take care of you. I will support this family and make us live a good life." Li Jianye's attitude was serious. Anna nodded. She hoped Li Jianye could truly support the family. She couldn't rely on him forever. Li Jianye still had to prepare to marry Elsa. Li Jianye returned to his room. He plopped down on the cold edge of the brick bed, pondering his future. He looked around. The house was bare, the mud walls patchy, the old newspapers pasted on the walls curling at the edges. Cold wind seeped through the window cracks. Transmigration was good no more, 996 workhorse life. But the current situation was far from optimistic. In the late 1960s, northeastern rural life meant constant shortages of food and clothing. He had a sister-in-law, Anna, and a future foreign wife, Elsa. Relying solely on the meager work points and grain ration from a commune, it would be hard to just get enough to eat, let alone live well. He had to find a way to earn money and acquire supplies. With his memories from the future, could he start a small business? But this was 1969, the era of cutting off the capitalist tail. Speculation and profiteering were serious crimes. The risk was too high. Li Jianye frowned deeply. Was he really going to be stuck in this small village, living a hard life with 2 beautiful wives? Just as he was at his wit's end. Ding! A crisp, clear notification sound abruptly rang in his mind. Who? Li Jianye jumped in shock, nearly falling off the edge of the bed. He warily looked around. The room was empty. Only he was there. Was he hallucinating? Detected target Anna's affection towards host has increased. Affection system binding. Binding successful. Anna's current affection, 20. Chapter 3, Masterful Archery. A series of mechanical synthesis sounds resonated clearly in Li Jianye's mind. The system. It is indeed the system. Li Jianye's heart raced, swiftly followed by a surge of euphoric excitement. The golden key of the traveler had finally arrived. He always knew it. Fate had brought him here, and it certainly would not allow him to languish in poverty. With the system at his disposal, he need not fear a life of hardship. In this era of scarcity, while others tightened their belts, subsisting on thin porridge and coarse bread, he would thrive, reveling in abundance, dining luxuriously, embracing a foreign bride, and living an unfettered life. Compared to those villagers still fretting over their next meal, he was as if endowed with divine favor. Li Jianye was nearly beside himself with excitement. He forced himself to calm down and meticulously examine the information in his mind. A favorability system? Anna's favorability at 20? Had he done anything noteworthy? Why had his sister-in-law suddenly developed such fondness for him? His elder brother had just passed, and yet, cough, system, enlighten me about your capabilities. System function. For every increase of 20 points in a target's favorability, the host may obtain a chance to draw a lottery, with rewards ranging from practical skills to various daily necessities, randomly acquired. A lottery. Li Jianye's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a tangible benefit. With Anna's favorability precisely at 20 points, it meant he could draw once immediately. What could he obtain? Food? Clothing? Or perhaps the scarce industrial tickets of this age? Even advanced technologies from the future? Whatever it may be, it was undoubtedly better than his current dire circumstances. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jianye silently intoned in his mind. Draw instantly, a lottery capsule machine appeared before him, and he pressed the draw button. The machine whirred into action, and soon the reward emerged. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Masterful Archery. Masterful Archery? Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, a torrent of vast information surged into his brain. Knowledge of all things archery flooded in. Gripping the bow, the force required to draw the string, aiming techniques, judging wind direction, the impact of distance on the arrow's trajectory, countless intricate details imprinted deeply in his mind, melding into his very instincts. He even felt his arm muscles and finger joints strengthened by this masterful archery, as if he had trained for decades. This sensation was utterly wondrous. Li Jianye instinctively flexed his fingers, the tips still tinged with the tactile memory of drawing the bowstring. He could not resist the urge to shoot an arrow and test his newfound skill. At that moment, he recalled that there was indeed an ancestral hunting bow at home, passed down from his grandfather's generation. Once, hunting was a regular affair, but following an unfortunate incident, the family had developed a fear of the activity, and the hunting equipment had since gathered dust. With this thought, Li Jianye could no longer remain seated. He rose from the cold edge of the bed and hastily made his way toward the dimly lit storeroom outside, where the clutter was kept. Li Jianye entered and immediately spotted the dusty longbow hanging on the wall. The bow was crafted from a resilient type of wood, its hue deep and somber. Beside it lay a tattered quiver, containing a dozen arrows with fletchings. His ancestors were once hunters, but that lineage had been severed. Now, this bow had returned to the light of day. Li Jianye cautiously lifted the longbow and stepped into the courtyard, his gaze settling on the withered leaves clinging to the branches. He inhaled deeply and strung the bowstring onto the bow's limbs. This motion was foreign to him, yet he executed it with remarkable finesse, as if he had practiced it countless times before. The bowstring tightened, emitting a low creaking sound. He drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the string, and casually scanned his surroundings, just in time to see a yellowed leaf twirling in the breeze, gracefully descending. Almost instinctively, Li Jianye raised his arm steadily, drawing the bow to its full crescent. He released his fingers. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air resonated. In the next moment, thud! The arrow pierced the very center of the falling leaf, carrying it as it embedded itself into the trunk of an old poplar tree. Witnessing this scene, Li Jianye couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He had truly hit the mark. Such divine archery skills, a testament to the system's prowess, had enabled an ordinary individual like him to master archery in mere moments. How extraordinary! With such prowess, he need not worry about sustenance. The Changbai Mountains loomed ahead, their vast forests teeming with wild game. Pheasants, rabbits, roe deer, and wild boars were all within reach. The spoils of his hunt would not only enhance his family's meals, but could also be exchanged for grain, tickets, or money. In this era of scarcity, it represented a splendid opportunity for survival. Enthralled by the prospect, Li Jianye was eager to plunge into the mountains. He donned the bow and arrows, found a thicker, worn cotton coat to wear, and secured a sturdy hemp rope around his waist. After a moment's thought, he tucked a wood-cutting knife into the back of his waistband. Prepared, he sought out his sister-in-law. Anna entered carrying a basin of freshly washed vegetables, and upon seeing Li Jianye fully equipped, her brow furrowed with concern. "Jianye, what on earth are you planning to do?" Li Jianye flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Sister-in-law, I was just about to tell you, I intend to go hunting in the mountains." Stunned by his words, Anna paused. Hunting? Since joining the Li family, she had never heard of Li Jianye taking up hunting. It was no trivial pursuit. Typically, hunters ventured into the mountains in groups or were seasoned professionals armed with firearms. But Li Jianye was going alone, carrying an old bow, and he wanted to hunt now? It was far too dangerous. "Jianye, you cannot go," Anna's voice, tinged with a foreign accent, was laced with worry. "I understand your desire to share the burden for our family, to improve our lives, but the mountains are perilous. I've heard that in winter, the tigers descend from the hills in search of food. They are fierce, very fierce. If you were to encounter one..." Anna's voice trailed off, unable to articulate the grim possibilities. If one were to encounter a tiger, even the most seasoned hunter, armed and experienced, would feel a twinge of trepidation. What then of Li Jianye, who possessed no hunting experience whatsoever? Yet, Li Jianye remained unperturbed. While a tiger is indeed fearsome, the frigid weather might render such an encounter unlikely. Moreover, he merely intended to traverse the outskirts of the mountain, testing his skills on a few small game. Even if fortune were to frown upon him, and he were to confront a tiger, Li Jianye believed that wielding a bow would not render him significantly inferior to a hunter armed with a rifle. "Sister-in-law, fret not. I shall only circle the periphery, prioritizing my safety above all, and shall never leave you alone in the house." Chapter 4. Ascending the mountain for hunting. Anna's cheeks flushed, and the words caught in her throat. What did he mean by leaving her alone? As Li Jianye's sister-in-law, although entrusted to him by Li Jiangguo, the underlying implication of Li Jiangguo's words was that Anna would eventually be Li Jianye's partner. Nonetheless, such notions felt somewhat awkward. Anna wished to articulate her thoughts, but at that moment, Li Jianye had already turned away, waving his hand as he strode out of the courtyard. The biting wind howled around him as he tightened his tattered cotton coat and made his way toward the village entrance. Beneath the old locust tree at the village's edge, a figure swayed unsteadily, engaged in some unknown activity. Upon spotting Li Jianye, the figure obstructed his path. It was Lu Erden, a ne'er-do-well from the village. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, hands tucked in, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Lu Erden, with his squinting eyes, glanced at the longbow slung over Li Jianye's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ah, Jianye, what is this? Carrying a firewood stick, where are you off to?" Li Jianye did not break his stride, not even lifting his eyelids, treating Lu Erden as if he were a mere stone by the roadside. Unfazed by Li Jianye's indifference, Lu Erden found amusement in the situation and circled around him, scrutinizing his attire, the tattered cotton coat, the hemp rope, the chopping knife, and that old bow, which appeared to have seen better days. Lu Erden clicked his tongue in mockery, carrying a bow and a knife, heading toward the back of the village. "What's the matter? Is your family in dire straits? Looking to hunt for food?" Being from the same village, Lu Erden knew Li Jianye well, aware that he had never ventured into the mountains and was far from being a hunter. Thus, he laughed derisively at Li Jianye. "I say, Jianye, didn't your brother just leave not long ago? His bones are still warm, and you're eager to head up the mountain? Want to keep him company?" The words were sharp and hurtful. Li Jianye abruptly halted, slowly turning his head, his cold gaze fixed upon Lu Erden's slick face. "Do you have a death wish with that mouth of yours?" Li Jianye's tone was calm, yet his eyes bore a menacing glare. Lu Erden felt a jolt of fear at Li Jianye's piercing gaze. How peculiar! Li Jianye, usually a mild-mannered individual who seldom retorted when mocked, now seemed transformed. However, Lu Erden quickly reverted to his usual bravado. "What are you afraid of? A brash young lad. Can he really turn the tides?" Lu Erden spat on the ground, scoffing. "Who is he trying to intimidate? I've been navigating through Tuanjiatun for so many years. I've seen it all. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." Li Jianye chose to ignore him. Engaging in conversation with such a person was merely a waste of breath. He resumed his journey, heading towards the snow-laden forest. Lu Erden watched as Li Jianye's figure gradually receded into the distance, unable to resist another contemptuous spit on the ground. Bah, what a show-off. With that shabby bow, does he truly consider himself a hunter? I wonder what he thinks he can catch. He sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. In this bitter cold, there could be bears or starving tigers lurking in the mountains. Perhaps Li Jianye would be snatched away by some wild beast the moment he ascends. With this thought, Lu Erden's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Jianye's home. A lewd smile crept onto his lips. If you were to perish, your family would be left with that foreign widow alone. Heh, at that moment, I could pay a visit and engage in profound discussions about life with the foreign widow. Li Jianye pressed forward through the thick blanket of snow, each step taking him deeper into the forest. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath his feet. In this realm, it seemed as though only black and white remained. The black of the exposed tree trunks contrasted starkly with the endless expanse of white snow. The primal forest exuded an air of solemnity, yet it harbored boundless vitality. Li Jianye did not rush deeper. His gaze meticulously searched the snow-covered ground. Soon, his eyes settled upon a particular spot. There, in the snow, a series of delicate plum blossom paw prints extended clearly into the depths of the woods. It was the handiwork of a snow-white rabbit. Li Jianye's spirit lifted. He softened his footsteps and cautiously followed the trail of prints. Navigating through a thicket of low shrubs, he soon emerged into a clearing. There, nestled beneath the roots of a dead tree, sat a rabbit, its coat entirely white save for the tips of its ears, which held a hint of gray. It was intently nibbling on something, its body nearly blending into the snow. Were it not for the occasional twitch of its long ears, it would have been nearly impossible to spot. Li Jianye halted, gradually removing the longbow from his back. He nocked an arrow with fluid grace, reminiscent of a seasoned hunter who had honed his craft for decades. The bowstring was drawn back slowly, emitting an almost imperceptible tautness. The snow-white rabbit seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly lifting its head, its ruby-like eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. It began to hop nervously, as if poised to flee at any moment. For an ordinary hunter, even armed with a rifle, it would be a challenge to strike such a nimble and alert creature. The sound of a gunshot would certainly startle the entire forest. Yet, Li Jianye's gaze remained unflinching. His arm was steady as a rock. Just at the moment the rabbit hesitated, preparing to bolt, Li Jianye released his finger. Whoosh! The faint sound of the arrow slicing through the air was almost drowned out by the wind. In the next instant, thud! The arrow struck the snow hare with precise accuracy, its powerful force sending the creature tumbling forward, impaled into the snow. The snow hare struggled briefly before succumbing to stillness, a swift death. A faint smile graced Li Jianye's face. His exceptional archery skills proved their worth. He approached to retrieve the arrow, effortlessly drawing his hatchet to sever the hare's artery, allowing it to bleed out while suspended, ensuring the meat would remain succulent for the journey home. Once he had attended to the snow hare, Li Jianye resumed his search. The abundant resources of Changbai Mountain made it easy for him to track the footprints of animals in the snow. Following the traces led him to his next quarry. Drawing his bow, he nocked an arrow. His aim was true, each shot finding its mark without fail. Moreover, the silent flight of his arrows did not frighten away nearby game, unlike the thunderous discharge of a firearm. In just one afternoon, Li Jianye achieved remarkable success, capturing 2 plump snow hares and 3 lively wild chickens. Weighing nearly 20 pounds in total, this bounty would surely provide several hearty meals for his family. Gazing at the game hanging behind him, Li Jianye felt a sense of reassurance. This venture up the mountain had been worthwhile. He chose not to delve deeper. Today was merely a trial run, a reconnaissance mission of sorts. The encroaching darkness also warned of the dangers that lurked in the mountain at night, prompting him to descend early. As he made his way down the mountain, in the village, Lu Erden had been loitering all day, and as the sky darkened, he noted with unease that Li Jianye had yet to return. With a furtive demeanor, he headed towards Li Jianye's home. Chapter 5. An unwelcome visit. Nightfall enveloped the village of Tuanjia, casting a heavy shroud of darkness over everything. At the entrance of Li Jianye's small courtyard, a dim light spilled from the house. Anna, clad in a thick cotton coat and a headscarf, wielded a broom to clear the snow that had accumulated at the doorstep. Her gaze frequently darted towards the village entrance, her heart heavy with anxiety. Li Jianye had not yet returned. Could something have happened? Her movements grew increasingly restless as she swept the snow. Just then, a sneaky figure approached through the darkness, the crunch of snow underfoot echoing ominously. It was Lu Erden. Hunched over with his hands tucked into his pockets, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "Ah, sister-in-law, out here clearing snow late at night?" Lu Erden halted a few steps away, his eyes roving over her with unsettling interest. Anna frowned, pausing her sweeping to cast him a cold glance. She had little regard for the idlers of the village. "Is Jianye not home yet?" Lu Erden feigned ignorance, his tone laced with a hint of malicious glee. Anna nodded but remained silent. Lu Erden chuckled mockingly, his laughter piercing the stillness of the snowy night. "Is it true your pantry is bare? Did Jianye risk the mountain for supplies? The paths up there are treacherous in this snow. Do you think he might have encountered wild beasts? At this hour? He is probably not coming back, is he?" He deliberately spoke in a way meant to instill fear, his gaze growing bolder as it lingered on Anna. Gripping the broom handle tightly, Anna glared defiantly back at him. Lu Erden, far from being intimidated, took a step closer, rubbing his hands together and exhaling a puff of white air. "Alas, sister-in-law, if Jianye does not return, how will we manage in the days to come? It might even be difficult to find something to eat, wouldn't it? If you find yourself without food, feel free to come to my house. I can certainly provide you with a hearty meal," he proclaimed, his gaze becoming increasingly lecherous. That look made Anna feel as though a slimy insect was crawling over her, sending a shiver down her spine. "How dare you?" Anna's face turned ashen with fury. She took a step back, creating distance, her eyes filled with disdain. She glared at Lu Erden, her voice laced with anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once." Seeing her ire only excited Lu Erden further, his smile becoming increasingly vulgar. "Oh dear, sister-in-law, please do not be angry. I am merely showing concern for you. After all, you are but a woman." As he spoke, he approached with sly eyes, extending his hand as if to grab Anna's arm. Anna's expression shifted dramatically, and she raised a broom to swing at him. At that moment, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air, imbued with a faint aura of menace. Thud! Lu Erden felt a sudden chill, as if something had yanked his tattered cotton hat from atop his head, sending it flying. An arrow had struck, embedding his hat deep into the nearby wooden doorframe, the feathers still quivering, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Lu Erden froze, a wave of cold dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The arrow had narrowly grazed his scalp. Had it deviated even slightly, his life would have been forfeit. Cold sweat instantly soaked the back of Lu Erden's shirt. "Who?" Lu Erden's neck twisted stiffly, like a rusted iron axle, as he turned to see not far behind him, Li Jianye, bow in hand, approaching slowly. Lu Erden was momentarily stunned, realizing that Li Jianye had returned unscathed. The boy truly had a charmed life. After a brief daze, a surge of anger welled up within him. Lu Erden, still shaken from the earlier arrow, felt his dignity slip away, especially in front of a woman. "Li Jianye, are you trying to kill someone? Shooting arrows at a person, do you have no regard for the law?" In response to his rebuke, Li Jianye made no unnecessary movements. He simply raised his hand and slowly drew back the bowstring once more. The bow creaked ominously, its sound piercing the silence of the snowy night. A new wooden arrow rested on the string, its sharp tip glinting ominously in the faint light, precisely aimed at Lu Erden's brow. "Leave. Should I see you approach my sister-in-law again, the next arrow will not be aimed at your hat." His cold words were akin to a death sentence. Lu Erden stared at the arrowhead, gripped by genuine fear. He was truly terrified. Li Jianye seemed transformed from the boy he once was. His gaze was unervingly fierce, like that of a wolf cub from the mountains. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word or hesitated to leave, that arrow would unerringly pierce his skull. Lu Erden's Adam's apple quivered as he stammered, "I'm leaving," and took a step back, tripping over his own feet and nearly losing his balance. Without a moment to retrieve the hat snagged on the doorframe, he stumbled away, tumbling into the night, his hurried footsteps fading swiftly into the darkness. Li Jianye slowly lowered his bow and arrow. Beside him, Anna, who had been tense with anxiety, finally relaxed. Her legs buckled, her body swayed, and she nearly collapsed, leaning against Li Jianye for support, falling into his embrace. The earlier scene had been terrifying. Had Li Jianye not returned, she doubted her ability to handle Lu Erden, and the thought of how she would survive in the village without him was daunting. She turned to Li Jianye, her eyes reddening as tears welled uncontrollably. "Jianye, I was so scared." I thought warm tears glistened in her eyes. Li Jianye felt a stir of emotion within him. He raised his other hand, awkwardly patting Anna's back. Sister-in-law, it's all right now. I'm here. Anyone who dares to bully you will not see the light of day again. I promise to return home early from now on, so you won't have to worry. Li Jianye consoled her. Simultaneously retrieving the game he had hung behind him, 2 pristine white rabbits and 3 plump pheasants, all looking quite substantial. Look, I did well, didn't I? I brought back quite a haul from the mountains. Let us go home and feast on meat tonight. Anna's eyes widened as she beheld the bounty. The 2 snow-white rabbits, their robust bodies appearing hefty, along with the 3 sizable pheasants, hung heavily. So much game. This must weigh over 10 pounds. In these times, when food was scarce, Anna had not savored meat in ages. Seeing such a plethora of wild delicacies made her eyes sparkle with excitement. She reached out to take the game, scrutinizing it closely, as if struggling to believe her eyes. My little brother, you truly caught wild game. Jianye, you're incredible. How did I not notice this talent before? I was so worried about you encountering danger in the mountains, yet you returned safely with such a bounty. Chapter 6 Brother Jianye, the meat smells heavenly. Anna exclaimed as she entered the house, carrying the game. She placed the rabbits and pheasants on the aged wooden table. And as her astonishment waned, concern for Li Jianye resurfaced. She turned to him, her gaze assessing. Jianye, you didn't encounter any trouble in the mountains, did you? Are you hurt? Without waiting for his response, Anna quickly approached him. First, she squeezed his shoulder, finding it solid. Then she traced her hands down his arms, checking for injuries, her touch firm as if she sought to assure herself that every inch of him was unharmed. Li Jianye could keenly sense her sincere concern. A faint, delicate fragrance, distinct from the usual scents of rural women, wafted gently to his nostrils. It was the unique scent that belonged to Anna, clean and delightful. Her examination continued, moving from his arms to his chest, and then she bent down to inspect Li Jianye's legs. Li Jianye found himself bemused by this unexpected full-body assessment. His sister-in-law, with her carefree disposition, truly embodied the essence of a sister-in-law. With a hint of helplessness, he spoke, enough of the touching. If you keep this up, something unusual may happen. Anna's hand froze abruptly, pausing on his leg. The position was quite delicate. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful azure eyes initially clouded with confusion. But then, as if a realization dawned upon her. Suddenly, Anna's fair cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, her ears turning a vibrant red. This blush stood out starkly against her exotic features, resembling a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. Like a startled creature, Anna withdrew her hand and turned away, awkwardly presenting her back to Li Jianye. I will go prepare dinner. Her voice was tinged with fluster. Let us stew a wild chicken today. In this cold weather, after your arduous hunt in the mountains, you deserve a hearty meal and a warm bowl of chicken soup. Anna picked up the plumpest wild chicken from the table and headed towards the stove. In this era of scarcity, particularly in the remote mountain village, the variety of spices was limited. It was impossible to transform a wild chicken into an array of delectable dishes, as in later times. A simple soup made with scallions and ginger sufficed, and savoring the broth was a luxury in itself. Li Jianye observed the slightly flustered silhouette of his sister-in-law, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let me handle the chicken, sister-in-law. You just tend to the fire. He stepped forward, taking the wild chicken from Anna's grasp. Their fingertips brushed inadvertently, causing her to withdraw her hand, as if scalded. Li Jianye offered a gentle smile, carrying the chicken outside, where he had already bled it earlier in the mountains. Now, he deftly plucked its feathers and prepared to gut it. Meanwhile, Anna squatted before the stove, igniting the fire. She then stood up and scooped out the last remnants of cornmeal from the barrel. The coarse yellow flour, mixed with bran, seemed to scratch the throat just by looking at it. Anna planned to make a couple of corn cakes. Jianye, this is the last of the cornmeal in the house. We have no vegetables left. Li Jianye's family had never been well off, always counting every penny. In the wake of his brother's passing days ago, even the simplest of funeral arrangements had drained their resources significantly. Had Li Jianye not ventured into the mountains today, they would have faced true hunger. While processing the wild chicken, he turned back with a reassuring smile. Sister-in-law, do not worry. With me around, you shall not go hungry. There will be food, and there will be meat. The wild chickens and snow hares we caught today are merely appetizers. Li Jianye understood that in these times, grain was precious and meat even more so. These wild delicacies could fetch a considerable amount on the black market. Food stamps, fabric coupons, daily necessities. If fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to hunt a roe deer or a similar beast, its worth would be even greater. For others, venturing into the mountains was a perilous endeavor. Yet for him, possessing unparalleled archery skills, the forest was the very foundation of his aspiration for a better life. However, Anna did not share this sentiment. Today, Li Jianye managed to hunt several wild chickens and even a snow hare. But what about tomorrow or the day after? It is hardly plausible to expect such fortune every single day. In the bitter cold of winter, even wild vegetables are nowhere to be found. She sighed. Yet her hands continued their work, the fire in the stove growing ever more robust, as corn cakes were skillfully prepared, and the chicken soup released an enticing aroma. The rich scent of meat permeated the air. In the adjacent courtyard, a low earthen house was encircled by a crooked fence, a common sight in northern mountain villages where each household boasts its own independent yard. The owner of this yard was a widow named Lu, who had lost her husband years ago and raised her children alone. Now in her mid-30s, she was bent over her stove, diligently tending to her tasks. Despite having borne children, her waist remained slender as a willow. Beside her stood her teenage son, Li Dongliang, who at 16 had already grown quite tall. A dense and irresistible aroma of meat wafted into Li Dongliang's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, his eyes widening with delight, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. "Mom, do you smell that? What is that delightful scent? It seems like meat." Widow Lu was busy adding firewood to the stove, her head not lifting as she replied casually, "Nonsense. In these times, people are struggling to find food. Where would the scent of meat come from? You must be going crazy with hunger. Your nose is playing tricks on you." However, Li Dongliang remained unconvinced and took another deep sniff, pointing towards Li Jianye's home. "No, Mom, really. It's coming from Brother Jianye's house. It's definitely meat." His mouth watered at the thought of that savory aroma, and without waiting for his mother's response, he was consumed by a single thought: to investigate. He dashed out of the yard, heading straight for Li Jianye's home. Brother Jianye. He clung to the wooden doorframe, peering inside, his nose twitching eagerly, desperate to inhale that delicious scent. "What is that smell? Are you eating meat?" Li Jianye's voice floated from the yard. "Indeed. I just returned from the mountain with some wild chickens and made a pot of soup." Li Dongliang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most astonishing news. "Brother Jianye, you went hunting in the mountains? But there are bears and tigers up there. It's terrifying. No one from our village dares to go." What Li Dongliang said was true. The wild beasts in the deep mountains were ferocious, and aside from the occasional hunter venturing in for a taste of game, ordinary folks would not dare enter, for many had fallen prey to the beasts. "It is indeed perilous. I was just fortunate enough to circle around the outskirts and caught a few wild chickens and 2 snow hares to enhance our meals." Hearing Li Jianye's words, Li Dongliang gasped in awe. "Several? More than one?" He glanced around the room and, sure enough, spotted the motionless game. "Brother Jianye, you are truly remarkable." The fragrant aroma of the wild chicken simmering in the pot wafted through the air, enticing Li Dongliang, who could not help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed intently on the heat rising from the room. "Brother Jianye, the meat smells absolutely delectable." Chapter 7. Widow Li Jianye observed the young boy clinging to the doorframe, nearly drooling with anticipation. Images from the past flashed through his mind. The widow Lu next door had faced hardships. Her husband had tragically passed away years ago, leaving her to fend for herself and their child. She had raised Li Dongliang single-handedly, her strong will evident as she never showed her displeasure to anyone nor sought help, relying solely on her meager strength and a few acres of land to make ends meet. Li Dongliang, since childhood, had followed closely behind Li Jianye, affectionately calling him Brother Jianye. With a gentle smile, Li Jianye inquired, "Do you wish to eat?" Li Dongliang nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with longing. Yes, yes. The aroma from home has driven me to distraction, Brother Jianye." Li Jianye gestured towards the house. "If you wish to eat, come inside. There's no need for formality. There's plenty in the pot." Li Dongliang's eyes sparkled, but then dimmed as he shook his head repeatedly. No, I cannot take your food for free. My mother would scold me if she found out." This boy had indeed been well taught by Aunt Lu, understanding the value of not taking advantage of others. Li Jianye felt a surge of admiration for him. Li Dongliang wiped away the drool threatening to escape, his eyes darting around before he turned and dashed outside. "Brother Jianye, wait for me. I will go home and bring something to trade for some meat." His speed suggested he feared that if he hesitated, the meat would vanish. Li Jianye shook his head in exasperation as he watched the boys' hurried retreat. Before long, Li Dongliang returned, clutching a bulging cloth bag filled with a half-bag of coarse grains, while the other hand hoisted several wilting cabbages. Though the cabbages appeared somewhat wilted, having vegetables in the dead of winter was a blessing. He placed the items on the ground before Li Jianye. "Brother Jianye, what do you think of this?" he asked, pointing to the provisions. "My mother sent me to trade these for a wild chicken." The half-bag of cornmeal weighed approximately 20 pounds, alongside a few winter cabbages. A fair exchange for a wild chicken, which would also alleviate Li Jianye's predicament of barely scraping by. Li Jianye accepted without hesitation, turning to retrieve a plump wild chicken from the house, which he handed to Li Dongliang. "Take it." The chicken was robust, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Li Dongliang held it with shining eyes, practically ready to take a bite right then and there. "Thank you, Brother Jianye. I'm heading home now." He clutched the wild chicken tightly and dashed back without a backward glance. Li Jianye carried the half-bag of coarse grains and the few limp cabbages back inside, placing them in the corner of the room and brushing off the dust from his hands. "Sister-in-law, look, now we have vegetables to eat. The grain supply is sorted as well." Anna glanced at the half-bag of cornmeal and then at the wilted cabbages. She lightly furrowed her brow. 20 or so pounds of cornmeal would indeed suffice for her and Li Jianye for a while. But what would happen after that? Today, Li Jianye had struck a successful hunt, trading it for provisions. But could he procure more tomorrow? And the day after? The northern winters are long and harsh. Should heavy snow block the roads, they might not even be able to leave the village. With just a few vegetables and this half-bag of coarse grains, their supplies would likely dwindle quickly. A note of concern lingered in her voice. In contrast, Li Jianye remained entirely unfazed, confident that the mountains were abundant with game, and there was no need to fret about finding food. "Fear not, sister-in-law. Tomorrow will bring its own meals. With me around, you need not worry about sustenance. Let us enjoy some chicken soup first." The chicken soup simmered gently in the pot, its aroma growing increasingly rich, pervading the small room. At Li Jianye's reminder, Anna hurriedly took a ladle, carefully skimming off the foam, and served a steaming bowl of soup. The golden chicken fat floated enticingly atop the broth. She placed the bowl on the table and thoughtfully retrieved the plumpest chicken leg from the pot, adding it to the bowl. Finally, Anna pushed the bowl in front of Li Jianye. "Jianye, you must be exhausted from hunting in the mountains. You need to eat well." Li Jianye gazed at the heaping bowl of chicken soup before him, and then glanced at his sister-in-law, who stood nearby, seemingly reluctant to indulge. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Though she was a foreigner, Anna had quietly and dutifully taken care of this household since her marriage. Previously, with his elder brother bedridden and unable to shoulder the family's responsibilities, Anna tirelessly managed everything: farming, chopping wood, washing clothes, and cooking, all executed with remarkable skill. She was indeed a paragon of a devoted wife and mother. Instead of immediately picking up his chopsticks, Li Jianye took a spoon, ladled out a scoop of thick soup, and placed another chicken leg into an empty bowl before Anna. "Sister-in-law, this family owes its endurance to your steadfastness. You have borne the heaviest burdens. Please, eat more and replenish your strength." Anna hesitated, wanting to decline. Yet, upon meeting Li Jianye's sincere gaze, she saw no pretense, only genuine concern. A warm current flowed silently through her heart. She sensed that Li Jianye had truly transformed. He was no longer the carefree boy who seemed oblivious to the feelings of others. Perhaps the passing of Li Jiangguo had awakened him. Anna lifted her spoon and took small sips of the chicken soup, hoping that life could indeed improve. She did not wish for much, only a stable support for herself and her sister. Anna's affection level, 5. In Li Jianye's mind, the system notification chimed. He had not anticipated that sharing a meal with his sister-in-law would elevate her affection level. It now stood at 25. Every increase of 20 points would grant him a chance to draw a reward, and he found himself looking forward to the next opportunity. It seemed essential to cultivate his bond with Anna further. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Widow Lu's house, the rich aroma of meat similarly filled the air. The wild chicken, exchanged for coarse grains by Li Dongliang, had long been stewed to perfection, the broth rich and thick. With his head bowed, Li Dongliang clutched a large, rough porcelain bowl, his mouth glistening with grease as he indulged eagerly. He tore into the chicken leg, shoveling generous bites into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, and his eyes squinting in sheer delight. Widow Lu sat at the edge of the calm, observing her son devour his meal with unabashed enthusiasm, a smile creeping across her face. He was her only child, Even if life was a tad harsh, she would not let her son suffer. Hence, she had traded the family's grain to allow Li Dongliang to exchange for meat with Li Jianye. Widow Lu, needle and thread in hand, was mending an old garment, her thoughts drifting as the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Could it be that Jianye had truly changed? In the past, he had seemed like a child who never grew up, wandering aimlessly around the village, idle and carefree. Even during winter, it was his sister-in-law who had to gather the firewood from the mountains, chopping it into pieces. Now, Li Jianye had the audacity to venture into the mountains to hunt, and he had succeeded, not just with one, but multiple wild chickens and rabbits. Chapter 8 Brother Jianye, Take Me Hunting. The very notion of Li Jianye hunting was hard to believe. Typically, hunting was the domain of seasoned hunters or groups of robust young men, equipped with firearms and tools. Yet even the best gear did not guarantee a bountiful catch. With his slender arms and legs, Li Jianye hardly seemed capable of such feats. Yet after a single trip to the mountains, he returned with a considerable haul of wild chickens and snow rabbits. Truly, he was fortunate. Widow Lu pondered distractedly, while Li Dongliang remained engrossed in his meal. Mom, this chicken is incredibly delicious, he mumbled through mouthfuls. He licked his greasy lips, thoroughly satisfied with his feast. But as he surveyed the remnants of the wild chicken, a twinge of regret washed over him. There would be nothing left to eat tomorrow. How wonderful it would be to feast on meat every day. Mom, why don't I join Brother Jianye on his hunts? At this, Widow Lu's expression instantly darkened. She set her needlework aside, her demeanor serious as she fixed her gaze on Li Dongliang. No, you must stay home, she admonished. Do you not understand how perilous the mountains can be? Your brother Jianye was merely lucky this time. What if next time he encounters a bear or a tiger? You are my only son. If anything were to happen to you, how would I survive? Widow Lu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering with emotion. Li Dongliang was taken aback by his mother's sudden sternness. The excitement that had filled him moments ago felt doused by a bucket of cold water. He looked into his mother's worried eyes, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, rising instead to clear the table and stoke the fire in the Kong. In this era, the village lacked even a television. Enveloped in darkness, as everyone retired early for the night. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, the rich aroma of meat and the crackling of burning firewood filled the air at Li Jianye's home. He stood vigil at the stove, adding more firewood to the flames, while a wild chicken from the previous day simmered in a clay pot. The golden chicken fat floated atop the bubbling broth, its rich aroma boldly infiltrating every corner of the room. Anna, nestled on the Kong, stirred slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as her stomach grumbled incessantly. Tempted by the tantalizing scent of meat, she donned a coat and descended from the Kong. Observing Li Jianye bustling at the stove, alongside the pot of fragrant chicken soup, Anna's beautiful eyes flickered with a tinge of concern for the precious meat. Jianye, why have you stewed it again? We must ration the meat. If we consume it all now, what shall we eat later? Having endured a life of hardship, her instinct was to conserve, wanting to save the delectable food for leisurely enjoyment. Li Jianye turned and smiled at her. Sister-in-law, are you awake? No worries. Meat is meant to be savored. Once we finish this, I'll head back to the mountains to gather more. Yesterday's expedition had been hasty. He merely grazed the outskirts without delving deeply. Today, however, he had risen early, intending to venture further and secure ample game to trade for grain and necessities. Despite Jianye's nonchalance, Anna could not quell her worries. The mountains were perilous. Yesterday had merely been a stroke of luck, and luck alone was not sustenance. What if something were to happen? She refrained from voicing her concerns. Li Jianye adjusted the fire in the stove, brushing the ash from his hands. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I haven't married yet. I certainly must value my life. He understood her apprehension and spoke half-jokingly to ease her mind. Upon hearing him mention marriage, a faint smile graced Anna's face. Indeed, after a couple of days, I will call my sister Aisha over so you two can meet and get to know each other, fostering some affection. Li Jianye was taken aback that his sister-in-law had truly contemplated this matter. Yet, his focus was firmly set on improving their lives. Marriage would come as a natural progression once circumstances improved. Breakfast was soon prepared. Thick, creamy chicken soup, tender chicken meat, accompanied by 2 coarse grain pancakes. Though simple, in an era marked by scarcity, it was a rare delight. After satisfying their hunger, Li Jianye strapped on his bow and gathered the tools needed for his ascent into the mountains. Anna watched with an unmistakable worry etched in her gaze. She yearned to dissuade him from going. Jianye, be exceedingly cautious in the mountains. Avoid venturing into the dense woods. If it becomes too perilous, perhaps we should reconsider. Noticing her palpable anxiety, Li Jianye hesitated briefly before gently embracing Anna. Sister-in-law, stay at home and wait for me. I will surely return. The unexpected embrace momentarily left Anna stiff, and by the time she regained her composure, Li Jianye had already departed. She gazed at his receding figure, her heart racing like a startled fawn, her thoughts adrift. As Li Jianye exited, he passed by Widow Lu's yard next door. The morning air was tranquil, yet at the doorway, a figure crouched, peering out with keen anticipation. The moment they spotted Li Jianye, the wooden door creaked open cautiously, revealing a narrow gap. Li Dongliang leaned out and dashed forward with great speed. "Jianye, go," he called out, his voice slightly strained, as he hurried to catch up with Li Jianye. The youth's face still bore the remnants of sleep, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. "Are you going hunting again, Jianye? Go? Take me along." Observing the bow and arrows slung across Li Jianye's back, he surmised that a hunting expedition was indeed imminent. The previous night, he had broached the subject of joining Li Jianye with his mother, but Widow Lu had firmly declined, leaving him disheartened. Now, seeing Li Jianye's intent to venture into the mountains, an overwhelming thrill surged within him. He yearned for meat every day. The perils of the mountain had long been cast aside in his mind. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke with a hint of flattery. "Jianye, go. I'm strong and can help carry things. Just share a little meat with me when the time comes, just a bit." As he spoke, he furtively glanced towards his own house, fearful of being discovered by his mother, which would thwart his chance to accompany Li Jianye. Li Jianye paused his steps, scrutinizing Li Dongliang. Though young, the lad appeared robust and was quite adept at farm work. While he had not captured much game the previous day, should he encounter larger or more numerous prey, retrieving it alone from the mountains would indeed be arduous. An extra pair of hands would certainly alleviate some of the burden. Li Jianye nodded in agreement. "All right, but we must establish that the mountains are dangerous, and you must heed my instructions." Upon hearing Li Jianye's consent, Li Dongliang's face broke into a wide grin, and he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Jianye, go. I will definitely listen to you." Chapter 9. A proposal at the village entrance. By the earthen wall of a nearby household, Lu Erden was half squatting, half reclining. A blade of grass was clenched between his teeth, his gaze wandering as he animatedly regaled a group of middle-aged women with his words, spitting out saliva. "If you ask me, that Zhang family's daughter-in-law has quite the sway in her hips." His words were laced with innuendo, prompting a chorus of laughter and a few scornful retorts from the women surrounding him. Just then, Li Jianye strolled leisurely from the far side of the village. Upon sighting him, Lu Erden's mind drifted to Li Jianye's alluring sister-in-law, her skin as fair as snow. "Hey, speaking of which, Li Jianye's foreign wife isn't too shabby either," he remarked. A plump woman nudged him with her elbow. "You, Lu Erden, never have anything nice to say." Lu Erden chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "I'm merely speaking the truth. That foreign lady, though not well received due to her nationality, has skin that like a peeled egg, so tender and white." He smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a covetous glint. "But here's the kicker, do you all know?" he teased, pausing for effect. "His brother, Li Jiangguo, is a frail creature, easily toppled by a gust of wind. What do you think he can do? In my opinion, his sister-in-law is likely still a maiden." At this revelation, a momentary silence enveloped the group. The women exchanged glances, some wearing expressions of disdain, while others seemed to be stirred by a hidden thought. One woman scoffed derisively. "Erdan, I see you are akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe someone would take notice of you? Indeed, you ought to take a good look at yourself." Lu Erdan, undeterred, puffed out his chest, exuding an air of brazen confidence. "But is that really possible?" Just then, a resounding voice echoed from a distance. "What are you all doing gathered here? Are you so idle?" The crowd turned to see the captain approaching, his expression stern and hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a faded blue uniform, striding with purpose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. He had overheard Lu Erdan's foul remarks. "Lu Erdan, day in and day out, aside from gossiping, can you accomplish anything of substance?" He approached Lu Erdan, nearly jabbing a finger at his nose as he berated him. "Are you so bold as to meddle in others' affairs? Clean up your language. I instruct you to labor diligently, to contribute to our progress." Yet you squander your days on such trivialities. If you have nothing better to do, go fetch water. Go gather fodder for the pigs. Stop bringing shame upon me." Lu Dan, chastised, recoiled slightly, his face a canvas of red and pale hues, too intimidated to utter a word. As the reprimand unfolded, Li Jianye stepped closer. He bore an old-fashioned bow upon his shoulder, with a modest bundle of arrows hanging beside him. The attention of several women was instantly captured. "Jianye, where are you off to?" inquired a keen-eyed woman, gesturing toward his bow and arrows, her curiosity piqued. "Off to hunt." Li Jianye paused and nodded. "Yes, I'm hoping to see what fortune the mountains hold." "Hunt." The previously plump woman scrutinized him with a skeptical gaze, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing jest. "With that petite frame of yours?" She unabashedly expressed her doubt. "Can you even draw that bow?" Her words dripped with disdain, prompting a few chuckles from the onlookers. Li Dongliang intended to defend Jianye, but Li Jianye gently pressed his hand against Dongliang, signaling him to remain silent. His demeanor remained composed, unfazed by their taunts. The captain, frowning, approached once more, his displeasure still evident after reprimanding Lu Dan. He regarded Li Jianye with the gravity of an elder. "Jianye, what folly is this? Are you unaware of the perils that lurk in the mountains?" Li Jianye met the captain's gaze without flinching. "Captain, my elder brother has passed. I am now the sole man in the household, and I must devise ways to procure sustenance. I cannot allow my sister-in-law to suffer hunger alongside me." His words resonated with weight, silencing the surrounding crowd. The women, who had been observing with curiosity, now wore expressions tinged with complexity. Indeed, the eldest son of the Li family, frail and ailing, has departed, leaving behind a young foreign wife and a brother unable to shoulder responsibilities. How shall they navigate these trying times? Lu Dan, who had been shrinking back in silence, now had a glint of mischief in his eyes. His nefarious thoughts began to stir once more, and sensing an opportunity, he deliberately cleared his throat, approaching with a smirk. "Well, if I may interject, regarding the matter of caring for your sister-in-law, if Jianye finds it challenging, I, your brother, can gladly lend a hand." Lu deliberately elongated his tone, winking and grinning, his yellowed teeth and lewd demeanor eliciting a wave of nausea. He patted his chest, exuding an air of bravado. "Look at me, I'm also single. Although my family cannot be deemed affluent, accommodating an additional person for meals is certainly not an issue." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several women nearby were suffused with disdain. They were all too aware of Lu Dan's unsavory reputation. If he were a decent man, he would not still be single at his age. To think that Li Jianye's sister-in-law might be wed to such a scoundrel was utterly appalling. The tranquility in Li Jianye's eyes transformed into a piercing glare, akin to daggers, fixated on Lu Dan's repugnant visage. Lu was audaciously still contemplating his sister-in-law, truly reckless. Under Li Jianye's intense gaze, Lu felt a sudden jolt of fear, a chill creeping down his spine. Yet, upon reflection, with so many people present and the captain nearby, could Li Jianye truly act against him? Bolstered by this thought, he not only stood his ground but defiantly tilted his head back, flashing a grin that revealed his smoke-stained teeth, his expression brazenly challenging. "What can you do about it?" Such insolence. In Li Jianye's heart, Lu had already earned a place on his list of those deserving of demise. A hand slowly moved toward the arrow at his back. At that moment, the captain, sensing the escalating tension, swiftly intervened, restraining Li Jianye's hand while casting a sharp glare at Lu. "Get lost." Lu, begrudgingly, retreated. The captain then turned his attention to Li Jianye's slender, upright figure. Feeling a pang of sympathy, the illness of the Li family's eldest had devastated their resources, leaving them in shambles. Now, with the man gone, they were left with a foreign daughter-in-law in this secluded valley, appearing more out of place than ever, like a rootless reed. Adding to this was a brother who could not shoulder responsibility. Although he seemed to possess some spirit, the profession of hunting was fraught with peril. In the depths of Changbai Mountain, even a simple misstep could be fatal. He sighed, softening his tone. "Jianye, do not stoop to his level. If any trouble arises, your family will truly be devoid of a man. Furthermore, regarding the hunting venture, I understand times are tough and you feel anxious, but hunting is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention may cost you your life." The captain paused, contemplating for a moment, as if recalling something. "Ah, I have an idea. In our village, there's old Zhang's son, Zhang the carpenter. You know him, right?" Chapter 10. A family should be whole. Li Jianye was aware that Zhang the carpenter, nearing 40, was skilled and diligent, having lost his wife years ago and remaining single ever since. The captain continued, "Old Zhang is industrious, and his living conditions are relatively stable. He bears no burdens, living alone. How about we arrange for your sister-in-law to meet him? If this endeavor proves successful, not only would your sister-in-law gain a reliable support, but you too could learn a trade from the carpenter Zhang, securing a means of livelihood." As these words were spoken, several onlookers among the older women nodded in agreement. Indeed, this proposal from the captain is commendable. Old Zhang is skilled and caring. If this union flourishes, it would benefit both Anna and Li Jianye. Is this not preferable to venturing into the mountains, risking one's life? Jianye, heed your aunt's advice. Do not ascend the mountain today. In this biting cold, it would be unwise to risk frostbite. Return home and discuss this matter with your sister-in-law. Let them meet promptly, and all issues shall be resolved. They exchanged words, each adding to the conversation. Li Jianye understood that while these older women were somewhat gossipy, their intentions were genuine. They truly hoped for his family's survival in these trying times. However, he could not heed their counsel. After all, she was his sister-in-law, a legacy from his elder brother. How could he allow another to take away the opportunity for a foreign bride? The image of Anna, with her golden hair and azure eyes, along with the system panel S affection rating, flashed in his mind. Sister-in-law's affection rating, 27, perhaps. To others, marrying her off to old Zhang seemed a prudent choice. Yet, Li Jianye slowly shook his head, his gaze resolute. "No, thank you. I will care for my sister-in-law through my own efforts." With that, he turned away and strode purposefully towards the mountains. "Jianye, wait for me," Li Dongliang called out, hastily following behind. The captain attempted to intervene, hoping to prevent Li Jianye from ascending the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, the two figures had nearly vanished around the bend. He sighed in resignation. The older women gathered, pointing in the direction of Li Jianye as he departed. This child is quite stubborn. Does he truly believe that navigating the mountains is as simple as hunting or gathering firewood? Every year, there are those who venture in and never return. Was it not just a few years ago that his parents fell victim to a bear? Who would dare delve into the deep mountains now? Li Daqiang knocked his pipe against his shoe. Having watched Li Jianye grow up, he understood the young man well. He was a carefree spirit, much like a child unable to shoulder responsibilities. Hunting requires more than mere bravado. It does not address the underlying issues of Li Jianye's family hardships. Facilitating his sister-in-law's remarriage is of utmost importance. Otherwise, with Li Jianye's stubbornness, trouble is inevitable. It is essential to find a time to speak with the foreign bride, encouraging her to marry the carpenter Zhang. This would not only provide her with stability, but also allow Jianye to learn a trade. This is the true path to a better life. Li Daqiang contemplated, realizing that this matter could not be postponed any longer. He must visit Li Jianye's home to discuss it earnestly and persuade them. Meanwhile, Li Jianye and Li Dongliang plunged into the heart of the mountains. The mountain wind howled, biting cold. They meandered around the outskirts, discovering traces of animals but failing to catch sight of any. Thus, Li Jianye resolved to venture deeper into the wilderness. Li Dongliang tightened the frayed cotton jacket around him, gazing into the dense forest deep within the mountains, his steps faltering. The dark woods seemed almost predatory, evoking a sense of dread that kept him at bay. "Jianye, shall we perhaps linger outside a while longer?" he suggested, unease evident in his voice. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively. "Out here, we might encounter only a few wild chickens or rabbits. But if we venture deeper, we may come across pheasants or deer, which are far more rewarding than mere wild chicken meat. Let us just tread a little inward." With that, Li Jianye set off, eager to hunt, as he needed to provide for his sister-in-law and aspired to marry a foreign bride. He understood that to reap rewards, one must embrace risks. With unparalleled archery skills, he felt little fear unless faced with a pack of wolves. Meanwhile, anxiety churned in Li Dongliang's heart. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a wild chicken's call. Li Jianye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized his bow and quietly slipped into the thicket. "Wait for me, Jianye," Li Dongliang called, no longer hesitating. The thrill of potential prey spurred him onward, following closely behind. Pushing through the branches, Li Dongliang struggled to keep pace, breathless yet determined. He observed as Li Jianye deftly nocked an arrow, aiming at a wild chicken foraging nearby. With a swish, the arrow flew through the air, striking the chicken's neck with precision. The bird flapped helplessly before falling still. "What an excellent shot!" Li Dongliang exclaimed, his initial fear dissipating to be replaced by exhilaration. He hurried to retrieve the wild chicken, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Jianye, you are truly remarkable." Li Jianye smiled modestly, readjusting his bowstring. "This is merely the beginning." With the first catch secured, Li Dongliang brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to assist in tracking more game. After a brief search, he pointed excitedly toward a nearby thicket. "Look over there. It seems something is lurking." He spotted a pair of antlers peeking through the brush, undoubtedly belonging to a pheasant. Before his words fully escaped his lips, a swift whoosh echoed through the air as Li Jianye's arrow was already in flight. The cry of the pheasant reverberated through the forest, prompting Li Dongliang to rush forward without a second thought. "Your archery is truly extraordinary," he praised, assisting Li Jianye in expertly severing the pheasant's carotid artery to drain its blood. "You are so skilled. My mother claimed your success with the wild chicken was mere luck, but I see it is your talent shining through." Li Jianye paid no heed to the compliments, instead becoming lost in thought as he surveyed the surroundings. Pheasants are social creatures. It was unlikely there would be only one. There must be others nearby. Let's search swiftly. Energized by Jianye's words, Li Dongliang eagerly tidied up the pheasant before joining him in the continued pursuit through the forest. Indeed, as Li Jianye had surmised, more game awaited them. Not long after setting out, they discerned 2 adult bears 50 meters away, peering curiously as if they were part of a family that included the little bear they had encountered earlier. Chapter 11. The widow Lu weeps. Li Jianye's gaze sharpened as he once again nocked an arrow. A family should be whole and intact. With a swift motion, he released a pair of arrows, which struck the 2 bears, sending them sprawling into a pool of blood. Li Dongliang was left utterly astonished. "Brother Jianye, you're incredible. 50 meters away, and you hit both with simultaneous shots. It's no exaggeration to call you a master archer." Growing up in the shadow of Li Jianye, Li Dongliang could scarcely believe the finesse of his archery. If only he could venture into the mountains with such skill, he would have no trouble securing game. Just yesterday, Jianye had refrained from shooting the wild chickens and rabbits. "Brother Jianye, when you have time, you must teach me archery. It's so impressive." In less than half a day, they had taken 3 bears. If he possessed such remarkable skill, he would feast on meat daily. As Li Dongliang spoke, he hurried over to bleed the 2 bears. Li Jianye followed behind, secretly amused. Still wanting to learn archery? Such exceptional skill cannot simply be acquired, and in this age, mastering archery pales in comparison to wielding a firearm. The power of a gun is formidable. Li Jianye approached, assisting Li Dongliang in processing the bears. After consolidating their bounty, they continued their exploration in the mountains. By afternoon, they had successfully hunted a family of 3 bears, a deer, 4 wild chickens, and a nest of 5 snow rabbits. The abundance of their haul surpassed Li Dongliang's wildest dreams. Li Jianye took the lead in hunting, while Li Dongliang busied himself with the game, sweating profusely yet filled with joy. "Brother Jianye, this is amazing. From now on, I'll stick with you. Bringing all this meat home will surely astonish my mother." "Brother Jianye, shall we venture further in? Our luck is so splendid today. We might encounter even larger creatures." The bounty from just half a day had elevated his spirits, banishing any fears or dangers that might have loomed. However, Li Jianye did not respond immediately. His eyes were meticulously scanning the surrounding snowy terrain. Not far ahead, several distinct tracks marred the pristine snow, large and deeply imprinted, with vague drag marks that could not have been left by deer or bears. Further away, on the trunk of a pine tree as thick as a bowl, were deep claw marks that could be seen down to the bone. A chill surged from the soles of Li Jianye's feet. These were unmistakably signs of bear activity. Memories of his parents' demise at the hands of such beasts flashed through his mind. Those creatures are tough and formidable adversaries. Despite his exceptional archery skills, Li Jianye felt a twinge of trepidation. One misstep could cost him his life, and his sister-in-law awaited his return at home. "If only I had a shotgun, I could be bolder," thought Li Jianye, tightening his grip on the hunting bow as he called out to Li Dongliang, who was eager to venture deeper. "Let's go." "This is it for today." Li Dongliang, caught in his enthusiasm, paused in surprise. "Huh? Why, Brother Jianye? We've just begun to enjoy ourselves. Look at our haul. My mother will surely be quiet when we return." Li Jianye hissed softly, his gaze directing Li Dongliang to the tracks in the snow. "Look for yourself." "What do you see?" Following his gesture, Li Dongliang initially dismissed it. But as he discerned the enormous footprints and claw marks on the tree trunk, his smile froze instantaneously. What is this? Not a fool. He comprehended the implications of such signs all too well. A bear? Li Jianye did not respond directly. Yet the gravity of his expression conveyed everything. A bear. Li Dongliang's voice rose sharply, the terrifying descriptions of bears flooding his mind, pulling him from his previous exhilaration. It was then he realized he was deep within the forest. In this wilderness, dangers lurked everywhere. His legs began to tremble, casting aside thoughts of continuing the hunt or confronting larger beasts. All he desired was to escape this cursed place immediately. Let us go, let us go. Brother Jianye, hurry. Li Dongliang, disregarding everything else, clumsily hung the wild chickens and snow hares on himself, then hurriedly grabbed the heaviest male pheasant. As if one moment's delay would mean being devoured by the forest, Li Jianye said no more, shouldering his heavy prey and slowly retracing their steps out of the mountains. Today's bounty was plentiful. They should return home early to spare his sister-in-law unnecessary worry. In Tuanjiatan, as dusk approached, Widow Lu stood anxiously at her doorstep, troubled by the absence of her son throughout the day, uncertain of his whereabouts. Dongliang, where has that rascal run off to? Furrowing her brow, she searched the village path. At that moment, she spotted Lu Erden, idly swaying with a grass stick in his mouth. Widow Lu hurried over. Erden, have you seen my Dongliang? Lu Erden, noting the widow's anxious demeanor, recalled seeing Li Dongliang accompany Li Jianye up the mountain that morning. Instantly realizing that Dongliang must be secretly hunting, he chuckled. Dongliang, this morning, I saw him head up the mountain with Li Jianye. I think they were going to hunt. Hasn't he returned yet? Could he have encountered a bear? Lu Erden, relishing the drama, spoke without restraint, wishing for the worst. Upon hearing this, Widow Lu's face turned ashen. Up the mountain. It's nearly dark. How dangerous it is in the mountains. Not to mention wild beasts. Even if it gets dark and slippery, he could fall and get hurt. He is only 16. What does he know? This child. Does he not value his life? Trembling lips gave way to tears, and she was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, the only thought that crossed her mind was to seek assistance. In the village of Tuanjia, while the reliability of others remained uncertain, the captain was known for his commendable character. Whenever Widow Lu faced difficulties, the captain would readily organize a team to lend a helping hand. With urgency, Widow Lu turned and sprinted towards the other end of the village, calling out, Captain, Captain. Her voice, filled with anguish, pierced the air. Li Daqiang was deep in conversation with his wife, discussing a visit to Li Jianye's home to engage in some thoughtful discussions and perhaps find a suitable match for Li Jianye's sister-in-law. Hearing the commotion outside, he promptly emerged to investigate. What is the matter? What has happened? With tear-filled eyes, Widow Lu exclaimed, Captain, my son Dongliang went hunting with Jianye, and hasn't he returned as darkness falls? If anything were to happen to him, how could I possibly go on? He is my only son. Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang furrowed his brow in concern. He had warned Li Jianye earlier that hunting was risky, but Jianye had stubbornly insisted on proceeding. Now, as the sun set, there was no news of them, no game, and no sign of the boys. Chapter 12, The Hunt's Return. Temptation awaits. It was too late for regrets. The matter of life and death could not be delayed. What if there was still a chance to save Jianye and Dongliang? Without hesitation, Li Daqiang resolved to organize a search party. He swiftly returned home, retrieved the hunting rifle, and made his way into the village, calling out loudly as he walked. Everyone come out, grab your tools, and follow me up the mountain to search for Jianye and Dongliang. The Haven tea returned as night descends. Soon, oil lamps flickered to life, and torches were ignited. In this era, the sense of community was strong. Upon hearing of a life at stake, people armed themselves with machetes, shovels, and even spears. A group of villagers followed the captain out of the village. At Li Jianye's home, Anna heard the commotion and felt her heart tighten with worry. She hurried outside to follow, constantly praying that nothing had befallen Jianye. Lu Erden mingled among the crowd, hands tucked into his pockets, appearing to relish the unfolding drama, his eyes occasionally darting towards Anna. As the group reached the village's edge, someone with keen eyesight spotted two figures in the distance illuminated by the torches. Look, is that Jianye and Dongliang returning? Squinting to discern the figures, the person remarked. It does seem like them. The crowd stirred with excitement, their pace quickening. Widow Lu's heart raced, and she stumbled forward in a frantic dash. As they drew closer, The flickering light revealed that it was indeed Li Jianye and Li Dongliang. Overwhelmed with emotion, Widow Lu could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, crying out, "You reckless boy, where have you been? You have worried me to death." "I'm fine, mother," Li Dongliang gasped, struggling to breathe under her embrace. "Why must you be so disobedient? What possessed you to go into the mountains? If anything had happened to you, how would I survive?" Widow Lu wept and scolded, yet her arms remained tightly wrapped around her son. Li Dongliang lowered his head, too afraid to speak. As Li Jianye and Li Dongliang returned safely, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The weight that had burdened their hearts finally eased. Anna hurried forward, her face etched with concern, and spoke in relatively fluent Chinese. "Jianye, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Upon seeing the worry in Anna's eyes, Li Jianye felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. Look, I've even brought back a substantial amount of game." It was only then that Anna noticed the multitude of items strapped to Li Jianye's back and the various creatures trailing behind him, wild chickens, rabbits, roe deer, and even a deer. Just as Captain Li Daqiang was about to admonish Li Jianye for recklessly venturing into the mountains, he was taken aback by the impressive haul. His gaze swept over the assortment of game, wild chickens, rabbits, roe deer, and a sizable deer, an astonishing sight indeed. Li Daqiang stepped forward, the flickering firelight illuminating his astonished face. "Jianye, Dongliang, all of this is from you too?" he asked, disbelief coloring his voice. Li Dongliang instinctively shrank behind Widow Lu and quickly shook his head. "Captain, it's not my doing. I merely accompanied Brother Jianye to broaden my horizons and help carry some things. All this game is his doing alone." Li Daqiang fixed his gaze on Li Jianye, his attention drawn to the seemingly ordinary hunting bow slung over his shoulder. "With this bow, you managed to catch all this?" Li Jianye met his gaze, nodding calmly yes. Li Daqiang couldn't help but express his astonishment. "Well done, young man. Just the other day, I took the squad's hunting rifle into the mountains and came back empty-handed. Yet you, with just a simple bow, have brought back such a bounty. Truly impressive." He clapped Li Jianye on the shoulder, having forgotten his earlier objections to Li Jianye's venture into hunting, his eyes now filled with admiration. It was astonishing how Li Jianye, once inconspicuous, had now made a remarkable name for himself. The villagers, who originally intended to search for the missing men, were equally astounded by the game brought back by Li Jianye. "Goodness, Jianye's skills are extraordinary." One exclaimed, "Look at that deer, it must weigh 50 to 60 pounds. And the rabbits and wild chickens combined, surely over 150 pounds of meat. Jianye, who would have thought? You always seem so unassuming. Yet you returned from the mountains with such a wealth of game." Admiration was palpable in their expressions. In this era, meat was a rare commodity, and such an abundance of wild game was enough to stir envy among the villagers. Soon, someone could no longer contain their yearning and tentatively spoke up. "Jianye, since you've caught so much game and can't possibly consume it all yourself, might you share some with us? I can trade you grains from my home." Yes. Jianye, I have corn and even food tickets. Let us barter some meat to satisfy the children's cravings. In my household, we have eggs." And soon the clamor for meat arose in fervent waves. Li Jianye raised his hand to beckon for silence. "For those wishing to exchange for meat, come to my house later." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried home to gather valuable and practical items, preparing to barter with Li Jianye for some meat. At the back of the crowd, Lu Erden glared at Li Jianye with resentment, inwardly cursing that this fellow had such good fortune, returning from the mountains unscathed after 2 days of hunting, narrowly escaping the jaws of a tiger. Damn it, he had hunted so many creatures. All that meat was tantalizing. Lu Erden wiped the drool from his mouth, wishing fervently that all of Li Jianye's meat belonged to him, craving to devour it in large bites. As the night deepened, Li Jianye, burdened with his hefty catch, made his way home. Anna followed closely by his side, her earlier anxiety not yet fully dissipated. "Jianye, you truly frightened me just now. Everyone in the village said they were going to search for you, so I went along. I was so worried something might happen to you." Hearing her soft and trembling voice, Li Jianye turned his head, offering a reassuring smile. "Sister-in-law, it's all right. Look, I've returned safe and sound, bringing back so many good things." Beside them, Widow Lu clutched her son Li Dongliang's arm tightly, fearing he might run off again. Upon hearing Li Jianye's words, she immediately interjected, her voice laced with a sob. "What do you mean, all right? Dongliang, I swear. If you dare to run off with your brother Jianye again, I will break your legs. You nearly scared the life out of me today. You are my only son. If anything were to happen to you, how could I go on living? Li Dongliang lowered his head further, murmuring softly, I know I was wrong. Widow Lu's eyes glistened with tears again. Li Jianye and Li Dongliang exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly avoiding the discussion of the bear-like tracks they had encountered in the mountains. If Widow Lu were to learn of that, she might very well faint on the spot. Chapter 13. Borrowing the hunting rifle. Before long, they arrived outside Li Jianye's yard. He unloaded his burdens and dragged the deer into the courtyard. Taking out a knife from the house, he deftly began to process the roe deer, carefully removing the velvet antlers, a prized possession. Subsequently, he cut the meat, estimating that after discarding the inedible parts, there remained at least 150 pounds of meat. Swiftly, he sliced off a substantial chunk from the deer's leg, weighing about 10 pounds. Calling over Li Dongliang, he handed the meat to him directly. Brother Jianye, you. Li Jianye extended the meat forward. Take this. You've worked hard today, helping to carry quite a bit. Let your mother stew this for you. It will be good nourishment. Li Dongliang was taken aback, repeatedly shaking his head, his face turning crimson. No, Brother Jianye. This is too much. I only helped carry a few animals. How can I accept so much meat? Just a wild chicken would suffice. In these times, meat was a precious commodity. 10 pounds would sustain their family for several days. Li Jianye, however, would not allow him to refuse, directly thrusting the meat into Li Dongliang's arms, the weight causing him to stagger slightly. Take it. No need for such formalities, he said, before turning back to seize the plumpest wild chicken from the pile of game in the yard, also pressing it into Li Dongliang's hands. And this chicken too. Don't decline. Hurry and take it home. Widow Lu is alone with her child. Life is not easy for them. Besides, Li Dongliang, you helped a great deal today by finding game, slaughtering, and hauling it back and forth. This is what you deserve. Embracing the meat and holding the chicken, Li Dongliang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only able to express his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Jianye, thank you. In the neighboring yard, Widow Lu watched as Li Jianye generously provided her family with such a bounty of meat. Her heart stirred with emotion. 10 pounds of meat, if sold, would fetch at least 10 coins, wouldn't it? In these times, even city workers earn barely a few dozen coins a month, while Li Dongliang, with just a bit of effort, received such an abundance. Widow Lu understood that Li Jianye's generosity was not merely a display of kindness. The boy harbored a compassionate heart, taking care of her and her child. Beep. Widow Lu's affection too. Current affection, 14. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Jianye was filled with confusion. What was this all about? Widow Lu too? Goodness, if the affection increased, who knew what might happen? Would Li Dongliang address him as Brother Jianye from now on? Or? Li Jianye had no time to ponder further, as villagers seeking to exchange for meat had already arrived. They clutched an array of items, crumpled grain tickets, a few coins carefully wrapped in handkerchiefs, and some even carrying small bags of cornmeal or sorghum. Their eyes were fixed intently on the pile of meat in the yard. Jianye, give me a pound. Here is 50 cents. Does that suffice? I want 2 pounds. I'll trade with grain tickets. I have 5 pounds of cornmeal. Let me indulge a bit. The yard suddenly buzzed with excitement, resembling a bustling market. Li Jianye moved swiftly, completing exchanges with dozens of villagers. The total collected amounted to over 20 coins, alongside a stack of various grain tickets, several pieces of fabric tickets, and a corner piled with roughly 50 to 60 pounds of coarse grain. The haul was considerable, and there was still meat left to exchange, with Li Jianye receiving an additional wild chicken, 2 snow rabbits, and another 50 to 60 pounds of deer meat. Just as he contemplated tidying up, another figure entered through the yard gate. It was Li Daqiang, the village leader. Li Daqiang held money and grain tickets in his hand. Here is 10 coins and 20 pounds of grain tickets. Your sister-in-law just gave birth and is still in confinement. She's weak, and I want to ensure she gets proper nourishment. In these times, while money held significance, tickets were even more crucial, as one could easily find themselves in a situation where cash could not procure anything. 20 pounds of grain tickets would be of great use to Li Jianye. However, his gaze did not immediately settle on the money and tickets. He recalled the moment at the village entrance when he seemingly glimpsed the captain hurrying home, with something slung over his shoulder. A hunting rifle, the sole firearm in the village. Once wielded by the local hunter for the protection of the village against the beasts descending from the mountains, had since been kept by the captain after the hunter's departure. If Li Jianye were to acquire that rifle, his confidence in venturing into the mountains would undoubtedly soar. Should he encounter a bear, he would dare to confront it head-on. Uncle Daqiang, there's no rush for the money and tickets. Look, I need some equipment for hunting. Could you lend me your rifle? He proposed. Once I bag some game, I can offer you a share. Upon hearing Li Jianye's request, Li Daqiang's brow furrowed immediately. No way, he replied with resolute firmness. Jianye, you're audacious, but still too young and reckless. A gun is not a toy. If it misfires and injures someone, that would be a grave matter. Li Daqiang regarded Li Jianye, understanding that although Jianye was now shouldering the responsibility of providing for his family by hunting, he still could not place complete trust in him. Moreover, the mountains were fraught with peril. This time he had merely been fortunate. Take my advice, stay safe and avoid those deep woods. Know when to retreat. If you encounter a bear, you won't even have a place to weep. The captain showed no willingness to negotiate. Li Jianye felt a tinge of disappointment, but recognized the futility of pressing the matter. He ceased to mention borrowing the rifle and accepted the money and food tickets that Li Daqiang extended to him. Understood, Uncle Daqiang, he replied. He turned and approached the pile of meat, selecting a prime cut of hind leg, estimating its weight before adding several more pieces. The total weighed around 15 to 16 pounds, exceeding Li Daqiang's expectations. Uncle, is this enough? If not, I can cut you some more. Li Daqiang stared at the substantial chunk of meat, momentarily taken aback before waving his hands. That's plenty. Too much. He carefully accepted the meat. Thank you, Jianye. Before Li Jianye departed, Li Daqiang couldn't help but reiterate, it's best that you refrain from hunting in the mountains again. Don't take it lightly. Do you hear me? Understood, Uncle, Li Jianye responded affirmatively as Li Daqiang's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. Anna emerged from the house. Jianye, Uncle Daqiang is right. The mountains are indeed dangerous. We have enough food now to last us quite a while. You shouldn't go back. Li Jianye surveyed the remaining game in the yard. The pile of processed venison glistened with a fresh, red hue, likely amounting to at least 40 or 50 pounds. Sister-in-law is correct. With the food at home, combined with the money and tickets I've just received, plus those coarse grains in the corner, we can indeed sustain ourselves for some time. There's no need to risk going into the mountains every day. He nodded in agreement. All right, sister-in-law, I'll heed your advice. Tomorrow, I won't venture into the mountains. Instead, I'll head to the city to visit the black market and sell this meat along with the antlers, exchanging them for money or more tangible food rations. Upon hearing the term black market, a flicker of anxiety returned to Anna's eyes. That place harbored considerable risks. Chapter 14. Into the city the following day, as dawn broke, Lu Erden tossed and turned on his bed, his eyes wide open like copper bells, bloodshot and weary. He had not slept a wink throughout the night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the vivid image of the vibrant crimson meat from Li Jianye's home. Upon reopening his eyes, the tantalizing aroma seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, refusing to dissipate. The insatiable craving gnawed at him deeply. Alone and solitary, despite having meals daily, it was impossible for him to recall the last time he had tasted the flavor of meat. Yesterday, when Li Jianye returned with his quarry, Lu Erden had hidden behind the crowd, watching the gutted deer, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Yet, the thought of approaching Li Jianye for a meat exchange filled him with dread, fearing he might receive an arrow in response. Suddenly, his stomach let out an unfortunate growl. Lu Erden, feeling irritable, turned over again, rubbing his head in an attempt to dispel the thoughts swirling within. Just then, an incredibly rich scent of meat wafted in. It was the aroma of stew. Surely, someone who had exchanged meat with Li Jianye yesterday was already simmering a pot early in the morning. The fragrance tantalized his insatiable hunger. Lu Erden could vividly imagine the flickering flames in his neighbor's stove, the iron pot bubbling with tender chunks of meat, the broth thick and luscious. He simply could not endure it any longer. With a sudden burst of determination, he sat upright. He must go find Li Jianye to trade for some meat, otherwise, he would surely succumb to his cravings soon enough. Lu Erden hurriedly made his way to Li Jianye's house. At Li Jianye's residence, the deer meat simmered in the iron pot, the broth bubbling with a rich aroma. Li Jianye ladled a generous scoop of meat onto a bowl of white rice. It was a feast for the senses. Sister-in-law, time to eat, he called. Anna sat across from him, taking small bites, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. It was hard for her to fathom that just a week prior, She had subsisted on meager rations, and now she was able to enjoy meat with every meal. If this were to be her life henceforth, she would willingly marry Li Jianye in her next life. At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open. Lu Erden peered cautiously into the yard, inhaling deeply, his throat tightening with anticipation. "Jianye," he called, forcing a flattering smile onto his face as he approached. Rubbing his hands together, "Are you enjoying meat at home?" His gaze fixated hungrily on the chunks of meat in Li Jianye's bowl. Li Jianye glanced up briefly, remaining silent as he continued to eat. Lu Erden chuckled awkwardly, inching closer. "Brother Jianye, could we discuss a little matter? You see, it has been quite some time since I last tasted meat." He rubbed his belly and gazed longingly at Li Jianye. "Would you mind sharing some meat with me? I have $1 here. Could we perhaps trade for £2? Lu Erden pulled out a crumpled $1 bill from his pocket, tentatively extending it forward. Li Jianye set down his bowl, regarding him with a bemused expression. $1? To exchange for £2 of meat? In this era? It is indeed amusing that pork nearly costs $1 per pound and requires meat coupons for purchase. As for Li Jianye's venison and roe deer meat, such delicacies are exceedingly rare. One might fantasize about their value, yet I could easily exchange my meat on the black market for at least $1.50. You think you can get £2 for just $1? Lu Erden's smile faltered. He attempted to employ the familiar, endearing rhetoric of his hometown to cozy up to Li Jianye, but upon locking eyes with him, he sensed a disconcerting intensity in Li Jianye's gaze. Daring not to utter more, his attention suddenly shifted to the table beside him, where a pair of antlers adorned with velvet lay. Though not entirely intact and modest in size, deer velvet is indeed a prized commodity, remarkably nourishing. Lu Erden's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having been single for many years, his constitution had been depleted by traditional craftsmanship, and he yearned for something substantial to rejuvenate his health. Thus, he refrained from further mention of meat, and instead smiled amiably. "Hey, Brother Jianye, how about this? I can offer you $1. I want to take your meat. Just give me a small scrap of that deer velvet. Just a tiny piece to replenish my vigor." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily darted toward Anna, envisioning a future where he could restore his vitality with the velvet and attract numerous admirers. Anna, sensing his lingering gaze, felt a wave of discomfort and retreated to the inner room. Li Jianye's brow furrowed slightly. He saw clearly that Lu Erden's eyes reflected not only greed, but also a certain lewdness. The medicinal value of deer velvet is immense, and even in these times, it is worth its weight in gold. Fine deer velvet can fetch hundreds per tael, and even inferior quality commands a decent price. $1 might get you a whiff of its fragrance. Want deer velvet? Very well. Bring me $50, and I shall scrape you a thumbnail's worth. Lu Erden was taken aback by this amount, his eyes widening in disbelief. $50? And only for a scrap? Li Jianye, you're robbing me. Are you out of your mind? Li Jianye fixed a cold stare upon him. He was uncertain who was truly mad, but he knew Lu Erden should be grateful to find himself in the village at this moment. Had they been in the mountains, Li Jianye would have long since put an end to him. Either bring the money, or get out now. Do not compel me to be uncivil. His gaze swept toward the bow, and arrows hung on the wall. Lu Erden recoiled, recalling the day Li Jianye had shot his hat off, sending a chill down his spine. He hastily covered his head and made his exit. Humph, who cares for your trifling goods? Lu Erden realized that he would not acquire anything today. The meat was definitely out of reach, and lingering any longer might invite a beating. He shot Li Jianye a fierce glare, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and grumbled as he departed from Li Jianye's home. What a farce, over a few pounds of worthless meat. After Lu Erden left, Li Jianye quickly finished a few bites of rice, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and announced, "Sister-in-law, I'm done eating." He stood up to tidy up. Today he intended to venture into the city to sell the surplus meat from home and the deer velvet. Anna set down her chopsticks, her expression tinged with concern. "Jianye, are you truly intent on venturing into the black market? If you are caught, it could mean speculation and severe repercussions." Having lived through turbulence, Anna understood the gravity of such a situation. Li Jianye turned to her. "Sister-in-law, I am aware of the risks. However, leaving this meat untouched is not a viable solution, and the deer antlers are a valuable commodity that cannot go to waste. If we exchange them for money or grain, we can secure a more stable life." Anna gazed at him, her lips moving as if to offer counsel, but the words caught in her throat. She recognized that Li Jianye's intentions were rooted in concern for their family. Helping him pack, Anna carefully wrapped the portions of venison and roe, placing them into a sack, and bundled the deer antlers alongside, securing them within a large basket. Once everything was prepared, Li Jianye stood at the doorway with the basket on his back. Anna waved reluctantly. Just remember to be exceedingly cautious. Noticing her unease, Li Jianye stepped forward and embraced Anna gently, savoring the warmth and unique fragrance she exuded. Rest assured at home while I am gone. Once I trade everything, we will be able to purchase more rice and flour, and I can even get you some fabric for new garments. From now on, we shall live well, savoring every meal. Chapter 15. Selling meat in the black market. All right, sister-in-law, I am off. After a brief embrace, Li Jianye waved goodbye and turned to leave the courtyard. Making his way toward the city, Anna watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. The embrace had left her cheeks slightly flushed, and her heart skipped a beat. What had come over Li Jianye lately? His words flowed so smoothly, and he had taken to hugging her without hesitation. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate, she could not deny that his warmth and the promise of a better life filled her with a comforting warmth. Li Jianye was tall and handsome, particularly now as he took on the responsibility of caring for the family. He was indeed an appealing man. If life could be spent in such stability alongside him, it seemed rather delightful. A ripple of emotion stirred within Anna. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of envious eyes fixated on Li Jianye's departing form. Lu Erden had not wandered far after leaving. As he loitered, he caught sight of the embrace between Li Jianye and Anna through the fence of their yard. That scene pierced Lu Erden's heart like a thorn. No wonder Li Jianye was so opposed to his advances toward Anna. It turned out he was coveting what was closest to him. How infuriating. Why should Li Jianye be allowed to capture the prey, indulge in a bountiful life, and embrace such a beautiful woman? Lu Erden gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with rage as he watched Li Jianye, burdened with a large basket, hastily head toward the village's outskirts. Pondering the direction, Lu Erden felt puzzled. What could Li Jianye possibly be doing in the city so early in the morning with that basket? Had he forsaken hunting? Was he pursuing some new scheme? Reflecting on his own days of hardship, Lu Erden considered the improved circumstances of Li Jianye, who had found fortune through hunting. He resolved to follow Li Jianye to observe what schemes he was up to today. If he could learn to live well in secret, how delightful that would be. Surely, when the time came, he could have his pick of women to marry. With such fanciful thoughts, Lu Erden trailed behind Li Jianye as they made their way to the city. The journey from Tianjin to the city was a walk of an hour and a half. Li Jianye maintained a steady pace. He recalled having visited the black market in the southern part of the city before. The old streets of the southern district, with their flowing alleys, were somewhat secluded, with few residents nearby, which allowed a clandestine trading post to flourish. At the entrance of the alley stood two robust men clad in worn cotton jackets, their imposing figures and keen eyes constantly surveying their surroundings. They served as the gatekeepers. Li Jianye walked past them with unwavering focus. One of the men extended his hand to halt him, speaking in a low voice. Do you understand the rules? Li Jianye nodded silently. He was aware that entry into the black market required a fee. He retrieved the prepared 50 cents from his pocket and handed it over. The man accepted the money, nodded slightly, and stepped aside to allow him passage. As Li Jianye entered with his backpack, a furtive figure followed closely behind. Lu Erden. He had trailed Li Jianye all the way and, upon seeing him enter, wished to slip in as well. Stop. The two men immediately blocked his path. What do you want? Lu Erden plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. Brothers, I just want to take a look. I'll be right out. Look. One of the men scrutinized him with a disdainful gaze. You still need to pay 50 cents. Upon hearing the demand for money, the smile on Lu Erden's face froze. 50 cents could buy him several hearty meals. He was reluctant to part with it. Brothers, please make an exception. I'm just curious. Before he could finish, the other man, growing impatient, shoved him aside, brandishing a fist the size of a sandbag before Lu Erden's eyes. Scram. No money, no nonsense here. Lu Erden stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Anger and fear surged within him as he regarded the two formidable men, realizing that his hopes of slipping in unnoticed were dashed. Yet, Li Jianye had already entered, and he was eager to discover what Li was up to inside. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Erden gritted his teeth, begrudgingly retrieving the 1 yuan he had initially intended to use to barter for meat with Li Jianye. Here, take it, he exclaimed, handing over the money. Feeling as though his heart was bleeding. 50 cents was still money. It could buy 2 or 3 pounds of cornmeal, enough for several meals. However, he had no choice but to comply. The man accepted the money without glancing at it and stuffed it into his pocket, waving Lu Erden through without mentioning any change. Lu Erden wanted to curse, but looking at the bulging muscles of the man before him, he stifled his words. Thus, he found himself not just losing 50 cents, but a whole yuan. With no other option, Lu Erden swallowed his anger and slinked into the alley. The alley appeared somewhat more spacious than it did from the outside, with a few figures scattered here and there, all exhibiting a sense of vigilance. At that moment, Li Jianye found a discreet corner, removed his backpack, and leaned it against the wall. He did not fully untie the burlap sack, but merely lifted a corner, revealing dark red chunks of meat within. It contained 30 pounds of venison and 2 impeccably processed snow hares. Lu Erden, hiding at a distance behind a wall corner, craned his neck to catch a glimpse. Upon discerning the contents of Li Jianye's backpack, his eyes widened in astonishment. Meat. It was indeed meat. That scoundrel Li Jianye had the audacity to bring meat from his home to sell here, preferring to peddle it in this godforsaken place rather than sell him a morsel. How utterly despicable! Lu Erden inwardly cursed with venom, wishing that Li Jianye would sell not a single piece, and that it would all spoil in his hands. However, contrary to his wishes, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a middle-aged man approached. The man lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, what are you selling?" Li Jianye glanced at him and replied in a low voice, "Venison and 2 snow hares." Venison? The man's eyes lit up, clearly knowledgeable about the matter. This was indeed a valuable item, rich in nutrients. He leaned in closer to scrutinize the exposed meat, noting its excellent color. In these times, meat was a scarce commodity. Being able to obtain pork was already considered fortunate. The middle-aged man had come to this black market in hopes of stumbling upon something worthwhile, and upon seeing the venison, he was instantly tempted. "How much?" Li Jianye smiled and held up 2 fingers. 2 yuan per pound. 2 yuan? The man pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. "That seems a bit steep, brother." Li Jianye chuckled, unfazed, and replied, "Brother, do you know the current price of pork? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative still charges 90 cents per pound, and you need a meat ration ticket for that. This is venison, procured at great risk from the mountains. It is indeed precious, and no meat ticket is required." Upon hearing Li Jianye's reasoning, the man found it quite reasonable. Items in the black market could not be valued according to standard market prices. Venison was rare and more nutritious than pork. And although 2 yuan per pound was somewhat painful, it was not entirely unacceptable. "All right, I'll take a pound." The man no longer hesitated and pulled out the money from his pocket. Li Jianye acted swiftly, extracting a sharp short knife from his backpack. He lifted a corner of the burlap sack to reveal a larger piece of venison, selected a lean cut, and with a precise motion, sliced off a chunk. After weighing it, it amounted to exactly 1 pound, which he quickly wrapped in oil paper and handed to the middle-aged man. "Here you go, big brother." The man took the oil paper package, held it close, and inhaled deeply, the aroma of the meat wafting forth, nearly causing his mouth to water. He nodded in satisfaction and placed 2 yuan into Li Jianye's hand. Meanwhile, Lu Erden, lurking behind the wall corner, had his ears perked up, witnessing everything with clarity and understanding. 2 yuan per pound. He truly sold it for 2 yuan. Lu Erden's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He recalled his attempt this morning to exchange a mere $1 for 2 pounds of meat from Li Jianye, who utterly disregarded him, having evidently resolved to sell it at $2 per pound long before. What is wrong with these black market denizens? Have they been kicked in the head by a donkey? To pay $2 for a pound of meat? The pork from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is only 90 cents. He inwardly cursed, filled with both envy and resentment. No wonder that scoundrel Li Jianye would rather sneak into this wretched place than sell to him at a reasonable price. His heart was truly black. Lu Erden clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could dash over and seize all of Li Jianye's meat. At that moment, a middle-aged man purchasing meat, cradling his purchase, was about to leave when he suddenly seemed to recollect something and turned back. He scrutinized Li Jianye and quietly inquired, "Brother, did you hunt that deer yourself?" Li Jianye nodded calmly. "Yes, I was fortunate enough to encounter one." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened with a hint of desire. "Did you manage to obtain any deer antler? That stuff is truly nourishing, a man's favorite." Upon hearing this, Li Jianye's lips curled into a slight smile. He bent down and rummaged through his backpack once more. And after a moment, he produced a pair of deer antlers, slightly stained with dried blood. Though not particularly large and somewhat damaged, they were still a commendable find. The middle-aged man's breath quickened, his gaze fixating on the antlers as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. How much for this? He swallowed hard, his voice a bit hoarse. Li Jianye held up 2 fingers in front of the man, but this time not to signify $2. $20 for 1 tail. The middle-aged man gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. 20? For 1 tail? This price is simply outrageous. $20 is more than half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Just for this little amount? He couldn't help but click his tongue, his face reflecting the pain of the cost. Yet, Li Jianye remained unfazed. Brother, there's a reason for the price. It's hard to hunt deer, and deer antler is even rarer. If these antlers were in perfect condition, I would demand even more. He weighed the antlers in his hands, confident in his valuation. $20 per tail may seem steep, but what is this? This is deer antler, a remarkable tonic for vitality. Go ask at a pharmacy if they have any in stock. Even if they do, would you find them at this price? Do you need tickets? Here. You can just pay and take it away, saving you all the hassle. I'm practically giving you a bargain at 20. Lurking in the shadows. Lu Erden heard every word, inwardly cursing Li Jianye for being so crazed for money. $20 for 1 tail of deer antler? It was sheer folly. He thought to himself, with Li Jianye calling out such absurd prices, only a fool would willingly part with their money. Just then, another individual approached, leaning in at Li Jianye's stall. This person wore glasses and appeared rather refined. Unlike the previous man, he did not make a fuss, but instead stared intently at Li Jianye's pair of antlers, examining them closely. Afterwards, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. Although the quality is slightly inferior and there are some damages, the flaws do not overshadow the virtues. It still possesses medicinal value. Presently, the finest deer antler in pharmacies commands over 100 yuan per tail, and it is quite difficult to procure. Thus, even if this deer antler is not aesthetically pleasing, a price of 20 yuan per tail is indeed justifiable. Nearby, Lu Erden, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, standing in a daze. Could deer antler be so valuable? Over 100 yuan per tail in pharmacies? He initially thought Li Jianye had lost his mind over money, but it seemed he was the one who had been naive and inexperienced. Nevertheless, at such a steep price, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to spend that much. In this era of scarcity, 20 yuan could sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. Who would be foolish enough to purchase something that could not satiate hunger? At the stall, Li Jianye kept a watchful eye on the middle-aged man who had earlier shown interest in the deer antler. Noticing his hesitation, he realized that the price was still beyond the man's means. Thus, he shifted his approach and said, "Brother, I can see your sincere desire for this. How about this? I also have some roe deer antler, which is of slightly inferior quality, priced at 5 yuan per tail. Would you consider it?" As he spoke, he bent down again, rummaging through his basket to retrieve a small package wrapped in oil paper, unveiling it for the middle-aged man to see. This is roe deer antler. Although its medicinal effects are not as potent as deer antler, it still offers some nourishing benefits. If you find the deer antler too expensive, perhaps you could try this instead. The middle-aged man's expression softened slightly at the sight of the roe deer antler. 5 yuan per tail was indeed more acceptable. However, he was uncertain whether this roe deer antler would yield noticeable effects. As he hesitated, a figure stealthily approached the stall. The newcomer was clad in a long coat, wrapped tightly, with a dark cloth obscuring his face, seemingly wishing to avoid recognition. In this place, where transactions were made without concern for each other's identities, he scanned Li Jianye and then the deer meat and antler in the basket. He had been listening to the conversation between Li Jianye and the customer, intrigued by the claims of the deer antler's remarkable restorative properties, prompting him to step forward and inquire, "Is this deer antler genuine? Does it truly possess the effects you describe?" Li Jianye lifted the burlap sack covering the basket, and a richer aroma of deer meat wafted through the air, filling the nostrils. "Brother, look, this deer was just hunted yesterday. This antler was taken directly from its head. How could it be fake? Rest assured, once you try it, you won't regret it." The masked man remained silent for a moment, his eyes seemingly evaluating something swiftly. The previously hesitant middle-aged man also turned his attention to the masked figure, eager to see if he would be willing to pay 20 yuan per tail. Then, the masked man uttered a few words, his voice low yet astonishing. "All right, I'll take all of this." He pointed to the meat and deer antler in Li Jianye's basket. Chapter 17, 300 yuan Madness. With both the meat and the antlers fully packaged, an uncanny silence enveloped the air. Li Jianye found himself momentarily at a loss. As the persuasive arguments he had meticulously prepared to convince the middle-aged man to purchase the deer antlers lodged stubbornly in his throat. All of it. He instinctively conducted a rapid mental calculation. 30 pounds of meat, with the previous buyer taking 1 pound, left him with 29 pounds of deer meat, amounting to 58 yuan. The antlers weighed 1 pound, or 10 taels, valued at 200 yuan when calculated at 21 taels. Furthermore, the package of roe antlers weighed over a pound, and at 5 yuan per tael, it was worth a significant sum. Altogether, this totaled over 300 yuan. 300 yuan. In this era, such a sum represented an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. It could sustain a household for an entire year. Even a level 8 mechanic at the steel factory earned merely 100 yuan a month. To part with an amount equivalent to 3 months' salary of a skilled worker was indicative of someone of considerable stature. Li Jianye tightened his grip on the short knife, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he sought clarification. You mean all of it? This isn't cheap. It comes to around 300 yuan. Are you certain you want it? The masked man appeared somewhat impatient. He met Li Jianye's gaze and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Money is not an issue. As long as the goods are genuine, I will take as much as you have. Hearing such audacity, Li Jianye's heart raced. He realized he had encountered a benefactor. Without further hesitation, he nodded vigorously, fearful that the man might change his mind. Rest assured, it is absolutely authentic. However, noticing that the man had no basket to carry the goods, Li Jianye worried it might be cumbersome to transport. The man seemed to have considered this as well and spoke again. I will also purchase your carrying basket. Very well. Li Jianye chuckled and began weighing the items. In total, there were 29 pounds of deer meat, 10 taels of deer antlers, and 1.5 pounds of roe antlers. The deer meat is priced at 2 yuan per pound, totaling 58 yuan. The deer antlers are priced at 20 yuan per tael, summing to 200 yuan. The roe antlers, at 5 yuan per tael, amount to 75 yuan for 1.5 pounds. The final tally is 333 yuan. The carrying basket is complimentary. As Li Jianye announced the total, the masked man showed no reaction. He merely nodded. Then, he began to reach for his money. However, his movements soon faltered, seemingly due to insufficient cash. An awkward pause ensued, but the masked man quickly retrieved something else from within his coat, a stack of colorful vouchers. He counted out 260 yuan in cash and handed it to Li Jianye. Then, he produced a pile of tickets. I don't have much cash on me, and it falls short. These tickets will cover the remainder. What do you think? Li Jianye's gaze fell upon the tickets, and his eyes widened in astonishment. A dozen 5-foot fabric tickets. An array of grain tickets totaling 50 to 60 pounds, along with various meat, oil, and sugar tickets, each with several denominations. In this era, many things cannot be acquired merely with money. They must be obtained through the means of tickets. At times, these tickets are more precious than currency itself. Observing these vouchers, Li Jianye felt their value had far surpassed the remaining cash he held. Indeed, remarkable. Brother, these tickets are more tangible than money. He accepted the cash and tickets, tucking them securely into his bosom. At that moment, the masked man handed Li Jianye a backpack, and before departing, he leaned in close to whisper in Li Jianye's ear. Can you procure any more wild game? Roe deer, wild boar, rabbits, all are acceptable. If you have any rare, nourishing varieties, that would be even better. Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. More? Who exactly is this person? What could he possibly want with such an abundance of wild game? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he ventured to ask, Brother, what is your intention? The masked man interrupted him sharply. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Just answer, do you have any or not? Li Jianye quickly recognized his misstep and understood that such a significant patron could be temperamental. It was best to refrain from prying into matters beyond his own profit. He hastily assured, yes. Certainly. As long as you are willing to purchase, I can procure it for you. Good. The masked man appeared satisfied with Li Jianye's response. I shall frequent this place in the future. Simply have the goods ready. With that, he said no more, shouldering the backpack and turning to leave. Li Jianye remained rooted in place, feeling the weight of money and tickets in his bosom, unable to contain the exuberant smile that spread across his face. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Erden, who had been covertly observing, was nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had deemed the 2 yuan per pound for meat and 20 yuan per tael for deer antler exorbitant, an outright scam that no one would buy into. Yet here was someone who, without a flicker of an eye, had purchased Li Jianye's entire stock. What kind of world is this? Lu Erden's eyes reddened with jealousy, the flames of envy threatening to erupt from his chest. Why? Why does Li Jianye have such fortuitous luck, stumbling upon deer on a mere jaunt into the mountains, only to encounter such a lavish spender in the black market? In the span of mere moments, over 200 yuan and a substantial stack of tickets? Is deer antler truly worth that much? Lu Erden's mind raced with possibilities. Should he also consider ways to venture into the mountains to procure some of this merchandise to sell? The weight of the cash and tickets in his possession felt heavy, akin to a searing brand, igniting a fervor in Li Jianye's heart. With over 300 yuan and a large bundle of vouchers, this sensation was even more exhilarating than the previous exchange in the black market. Standing still, he gazed in the direction of the masked man's disappearance, his mouth agape in disbelief for an extended moment. He had struck gold. This time, he had genuinely struck gold. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the immediate urge to rush home and count his fortune. Money had been earned, and a good life awaited him. His shoes were long overdue for replacement, and with the cold weather approaching, he would certainly need a pair of warm cotton shoes. In addition to Sister Anna, a woman whose constitution is inherently susceptible to the cold, it is particularly cruel for her to endure such frigid weather without appropriate attire. Hence, it is imperative that he procure a substantial garment for her. Contemplating this, Li Jianye tightened his grip on the banknotes in his pocket, dispelling any hesitation, and turned to make his way toward the city. Seizing this opportunity to purchase the necessary items, he ventured forth. Not far behind, the furtive Lu Erden lingered, having witnessed the transaction between Li Jianye and the masked figure, observing as Li Jianye accepted a considerable sum of money and notes. Envy swelled within him as he noted that Li Jianye was not returning home, but rather heading toward the city center. Lu Erden's mind began to race with possibilities. With such a large sum of money in his possession, what could Li Jianye be plotting? Was he perhaps seeking the company of disreputable women? Chapter 18. The department store. A sinister smile crept across Lu Erden's lips. If he could catch Li Jianye in such a compromising situation, he would surely have much to share back in the village, relishing in Li Jianye's potential downfall. Humph! Lu Erden stealthily followed at a careful distance behind Li Jianye, maintaining a balance of proximity. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a relatively grand two-story building came into view, its red brick facade and clean glass windows presenting an inviting sight. A sign above the entrance proclaimed it as the department store. In his previous life, Li Jianye would have only dared to gaze at it from the threshold, never considering actually entering to make a purchase. Today, however, was different. He straightened his posture and boldly stepped inside. Lu Erden hesitated at the entrance, his gaze lingering on the sign that read department store, filled with suspicion. What could this scoundrel Li Jianye possibly be doing here, flaunting his wealth? Spending money here could easily surpass the cost of seeking out women. Gritting his teeth, he too slipped inside, surveying the surroundings. The department store was not particularly crowded. A few salespeople clad in blue or gray work uniforms stood behind the counters, some arranging merchandise while others regarded the customers with impassive expressions. The air was thick with a peculiar melange of scents from various goods. Upon entering, Li Jianye immediately spotted a shoe counter, behind which stood a saleswoman in her 30s, dressed in a crisp white shirt with a blue apron, her hair meticulously styled. She cast a fleeting glance at Li Jianye, noting his ordinary attire and the lack of enthusiasm on his face. "Good day, sir. May I assist you with something?" Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of formulaic politeness. Li Jianye glanced at the felt boots displayed on the counter, crafted from wool, a guaranteed source of warmth for the winter. "Please fetch me a pair of felt boots in size 42, and a pair for women in size 37, he instructed. The saleswoman moved slowly, seemingly assessing whether Li Jianye was a serious buyer, as his attire clearly suggested he hailed from the countryside. The felt boots were not inexpensive, priced at $10 a pair, along with a requirement of 2 units of fabric coupons. She deliberately emphasized the cost and the need for fabric coupons. Li Jianye nodded, acknowledging her words. Understood. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the money, inadvertently revealing a thick stack of coupons. The saleswoman's eyes briefly flicked over the colorful array of notes, pausing momentarily on the vibrant display. Her gaze was tinged with surprise. She had not expected Li Jianye to possess such wealth. "Ah, good sir, please hold on a moment." Swiftly, she turned and retrieved a brand new pair of men's felt boots from the shelf. Then, adhering to Li Jianye's specified shoe size. Selected a pair of women's felt boots and packaged them. Li Jianye counted out 10 yuan and produced a cloth ticket to hand over. The saleswoman accepted the money and ticket, meticulously counting them, her smile growing warmer. "Sir, please take care." Lu Erden, hiding nearby, observed the exchange and silently cursed. 20 yuan. And not a blink. This Li Jianye is truly extravagant. After completing his purchase of the felt boots, Li Jianye did not linger but proceeded to the clothing counter. At the clothing counter, several simple cotton jackets and coats hung, among which a few dark wool overcoats appeared particularly substantial, evidently thick and warm, with a correspondingly high price. "Sir, take a look at these wool overcoats," Li Jianye inquired, pointing to the garments. A younger saleswoman approached, noting the felt boots in Li Jianye's hands. Her demeanor noticeably warmer than the previous attendant's initial coldness. "Sir, these wool overcoats are exceptional. They are very thick and warm. However, they come at a price of 50 yuan each, along with 25 feet of cloth tickets," she stated, her tone laced with caution, as if concerned that Li Jianye might not afford them. Li Jianye's brow did not furrow in the slightest. "All right, I'll take two. One for myself, a men's size." He gestured. "And another women's size for my sister-in-law. She is tall, so it needs to be a larger size." 2. The saleswoman was taken aback. Several customers nearby could not help but glance over. Purchasing even one wool overcoat typically indicated a cadre or a family of means. And this man did not appear to be of considerable wealth. Yet here he was, requesting two. The saleswoman's smile blossomed instantly. Realizing her earlier judgments had been somewhat superficial, true affluence often revels in modesty. "Ah, excellent choice, sir. This wool overcoat is both dignified and warm." She swiftly began to search for suitable sizes, enthusiastically describing the garments. "Look at this men's coat. It's a deep blue, very stable. And this gray women's coat is lovely and suitable for your sister-in-law." Lu Erden, observing from a distance, felt his heart race with envy. 50 yuan. 25 feet of cloth tickets. Two pieces amounted to 100 yuan and 50 feet of cloth tickets. Combined with the earlier purchase of boots, Li Jianye had spent over 100 yuan and more than 50 feet of cloth tickets in a mere moment. Is he even human? Lu Erden felt as if his heart were bleeding. Why could this scoundrel Li Jianye spend money so freely? He toiled all year, yet could barely save a few coins, and cloth tickets were exceedingly precious. Yet Li Jianye, having hunted in the mountains, had effortlessly swapped it all for such wealth and squandered it so brazenly. Truly, a little money had made him forget his roots. He was certainly carried away. Lu Erden seethed inwardly, his gaze towards Li Jianye brimming with resentment. Li Jianye remained blissfully unaware. After meticulously examining the fabric and craftsmanship of two overcoats, he confirmed their quality and proceeded to pay. He offered 100 yuan in cash along with 50 cloth coupons, presenting them in an orderly manner. The sales attendant cautiously accepted the money and coupons, counting them twice, before carefully wrapping the two hefty coats and handing them to Li Jianye. "Comrade, please take care," he said. Li Jianye accepted the coats, their weight providing a reassuring sense of accomplishment. Having purchased warm clothing for his sister-in-law and added a winter garment for himself, he felt justified in his expenditure, believing it would make the winter a bit more comfortable. He hoisted the two coats and also grabbed some soft cotton fabric, intending for his sister-in-law to sew some intimate apparel upon his return. Lu Erden watched Li Jianye carrying his bundles with a mix of frustration and disbelief. This Li Jianye is truly a spendthrift. Having earned a little money, he seems oblivious to the value of frugality. At this rate, he will squander it all. At that moment, Li Jianye was already making his way toward the counter selling daily necessities. In front of a glass display case filled with small round metal tins, each adorned with a faded image of a beautiful woman, he spotted the snowflake cream. This product was ideal for winter use. In the biting northern winds, one's face could easily become dry and cracked, often marked with unsightly red streaks. He thought of Anna's exotic and lovely visage. It would be unfortunate if her skin became chapped and peeling during the winter months. His sister-in-law, so fastidious and beautiful, must take good care of her skin. He tapped on the counter. "Comrade, is there anything else you need?" Li Jianye pointed to the tin of snowflake cream. "I would like 2 boxes of the Hongmei snowflake cream." The Hongmei brand was quite common in the area, often the preferred choice among many for its efficacy. The 2 boxes totaled 6 yuan. The sales attendant efficiently packaged the cream, and after Li Jianye completed the transaction, he tucked the small tins into his pocket. After purchasing the snowflake cream, he felt his pocket for more money and found he still had some left. With the necessities acquired, it was time to consider food. Li Jianye wandered around the store and decided to buy 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy, wrapped in blue and white checkered paper, exuding a delightful milky aroma. He also picked up canned yellow peaches, their golden slices immersed in syrup, appearing utterly tempting. The golden, flaky peach pastries, with their distinct layers of crust, emitted an enticing fragrance. After securing these delectable treats, he concluded his shopping with eggs, cooking oil, rice, and flour. The flour was available in 20-pound bags, while the rice came in 30-pound packages. Although there were 50-pound bags, Li Jianye deemed them too cumbersome to carry home. He settled on these items, anticipating he would need to find a donkey cart for transport. Having completed his shopping, Li Jianye felt satisfied, calculating his remaining funds. Clothing and shoes amounted to 120 yuan, fabric to 10 yuan, snacks to 15 yuan, and the groceries to another 10 yuan. This left him with a surplus of 105 yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Erden, hiding behind the shelves, stared wide-eyed, his heart racing like a drum, pounding relentlessly in his chest. Snowflake cream? Canned goods? Peach pastries? White rabbit candy? To whom are these purchases intended? One could easily surmise, aside from his foreign sister-in-law, who else could it be? Li Jianye is not merely seeking frivolous company. He is in the process of acquiring household goods. With newfound wealth, he is no longer the impoverished younger brother he once was. His kindness towards Anna is evident, as he considers her needs in all aspects, even purchasing luxuries such as snowflake cream. The cost of a box of this cream could have bought a bag of rice. What extravagance! Lu Erden could never have dared to dream of buying such a luxury. With Li Jianye's generous treatment of Anna, Lu Erden's chances seem utterly bleak. Previously, he had secretly entertained thoughts that with Li Jiangguo gone, Anna, a woman alone without support, might offer him an opportunity to get closer and perhaps indulge in the allure of a foreign woman. However, given Li Jianye's current stance, it appears that Lu Erden's prospects are non-existent, unless, of course, Li Jianye were to meet an untimely demise. Overwhelmed by despair, Lu Erden felt a profound sense of helplessness and hunger. It was midday, and he had not eaten since breakfast. After accompanying Li Jianye into the city and traversing such a distance, his stomach had begun to protest. Meanwhile, Li Jianye, burdened with heavy packages, felt the pangs of hunger echoing within. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the streets, prompting Li Jianye to follow the enticing scent. He discovered a modest establishment bearing the sign of a state-run restaurant. Pushing the door open, he chose a vacant table by the window, placing his belongings at his feet. A waitress clad in a white apron approached, glancing at his packages with a courteous demeanor. "What would you like to eat?" "1 pound of meat-filled dumplings, please," he replied. The waitress nodded, then reminded him, "Meat-filled dumplings cost 1 yuan per pound, and in addition to cash, you will need meat and grain ration tickets." In this era, dining out proved to be a challenge, requiring not only money but also various tickets. Li Jianye recalled that while he indulged here, his sister-in-law at home was likely uncertain of what they would eat. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket, along with half a pound of meat tickets and half a pound of grain tickets, presenting them forth. "I would like 2 pounds of meat dumplings. 1 pound for now and 1 to take home." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The waitress responded as she accepted the payment and turned towards the kitchen. Before long, a steaming platter of dumplings was presented before him. The dumplings were plump and round, their thin skins hinting at the generous filling within. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the delicate fragrance of the dough, intoxicating his senses. A pound of dumplings was a substantial serving. Typically, half a pound would suffice to satiate one's hunger, but after a long journey and the tantalizing allure of the dish, Li Jianye opted for the full pound. He picked up his chopsticks, dipped a dumpling into the vinegar, and took a hearty bite. The skin was chewy, and the filling was abundant. The succulent juices burst forth in his mouth, harmonizing with the flavors of scallions and ginger, complemented by the tangy vinegar. It was utterly delightful. Li Jianye, famished, paid little heed to etiquette as he devoured the dumplings one after another. The warm dumplings have filled his empty stomach, and the profound sense of satisfaction envelopes him, prompting him to blissfully squint his eyes. Outside the restaurant, a furtive figure huddles against the wall, peering in with keen curiosity. Lu Erden's gaze is fixated on the figure inside, relishing the meal with such gusto that his throat involuntarily convulses. The enticing aroma of the dumplings wafts through the crack of the door, akin to countless tiny hands tantalizing his insides, provoking an insatiable drool. His stomach growls thunderously, echoing his hunger. His pockets are devoid of any coins. He cannot even afford the most inexpensive bowl of clear noodle soup. Why? Why does Li Jianye have the fortune to sit in the warmth of the restaurant, devouring meat-filled dumplings, while he, Lu Erden, is left outside, braving the cold wind and swallowing saliva in vain? Witnessing Li Jianye's indulgence stirs a concoction of envy and bitterness within him. A surge of intense resentment floods his heart. He mutters a curse under his breath, vowing silently, "Li Jianye, you wretched dog, do not let me seize an opportunity. I will find a way to bring you down." Inside the restaurant, after finishing his meal, Li Jianye struggles to carry the packed dumplings along with his previous purchases as he steps outside. Although his belly is full, the reluctance to move is compounded by the cumbersome load. He contemplates where to find a nearby donkey cart. At that moment, a figure leaps forth. It is Lu Erden. Rubbing his hands together, he forces a ghastly grin, his eyes fixated hungrily on the steaming bag of dumplings in Li Jianye's possession. Driven by hunger, he can no longer contain himself. "Jianye," his voice trembles slightly, betraying his undeniable yearning. "Those dumplings, they must have just come out of the pot. They smell divine." Li Jianye's brow furrows instantly. Disgust wells up within him at the sight of Lu Erden's covetous and somewhat shameless demeanor. Lu Erden, it seems, is relentless. To encounter him again in the city is utterly unwelcome. Li Jianye refrains from uttering a word, scarcely granting him even a glance, and turns to evade Lu Erden. Yet, Lu Erden, undeterred, steps closer, nearly pressing against Li Jianye. "Brother Jianye, look, I've been starving all day. Could you spare just 2 for me to taste?" But Li Jianye does not even turn his head. Lu Erden, feeling dismissed, harbors even more animosity towards him. "Damn you, Li Jianye. Just wait, you will regret this." Chapter 20. Riding the donkey cart, Lu Erden glares at Li Jianye's receding figure, muttering under his breath. At this moment, he fervently wishes for Li Jianye's demise. If Li Jianye were to perish, Anna would be left entirely alone, granting him the opportunity he so desires. And all the money in Li Jianye's pocket would eventually belong to him. He must devise a plan to eliminate Li Jianye. But how? Lu Erden recalls the bear in the mountains. The bear possesses immense strength and a fierce temperament, especially when famished or in heat. Encountering one could mean certain death. No matter how skilled Li Jianye is with a bow, he would still fear the bear. Its thick hide and powerful paws could easily shatter him. Li Jianye frequently ventured into the mountains for hunting, and he often mused about how splendid it would be if a bear could inadvertently take his life. What could be done to ensure that the bear would encounter him? The creature, known for its keen sense of smell, was especially drawn to sweet things. Perhaps honey could be employed to coax the bear down from the mountains. If this scheme succeeded, it would be executed without a trace, leaving no suspicion directed towards him. Lu Erden continually pondered this plan, while Li Jianye had already moved away. Li Jianye stood at the southern edge of the town, breathing slightly heavily. The journey from the city back to Tuanjiatun would take no less than an hour, and it was impossible to carry so many items back on foot. The street bustled with people, and an occasional donkey cart passed by, laden with goods or passengers. He scanned the area, hoping to find a ride. As he contemplated this, a leisurely donkey cart came into view, driven by a dark-skinned man wearing a faded headscarf that seemed familiar, likely from the neighboring village. The cart carried several bulging bags, suggesting he had just ground flour in town and was on his way back. Li Jianye quickly approached. "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" The man reined in the donkey, which brayed twice before coming to a halt. He turned to look at Li Jianye, his expression curious. Hastening his steps, Li Jianye smiled. "Are you heading to Lijiakin?" The man nodded, responding in a deep voice. "Yes, I am returning to Lijiakin." Lijiakin was adjacent to Tuanjiatun, making it a convenient route. Li Jianye felt a surge of joy. "That is perfect. I need to return to Tuanjiatun as well. Sir, might you be able to give me a ride? I have quite a few things, and it's cumbersome to carry them." He gestured towards the various bundles at his feet. The man scrutinized him and the items for a moment before hesitating to respond. Understanding the nuances of human interaction, Li Jianye swiftly produced a large piece of white rabbit candy from his pocket and placed it in the man's hand. "Here, just a little treat for your children at home." In these times, white rabbit candy was a rare delight, made entirely from pure milk. with a few pieces capable of yielding a cup of milk. The man's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on his face. "All right then, hop on." Li Jianye expressed his gratitude and laboriously loaded his belongings onto the vacant space at the back of the cart. The donkey cart resumed its gentle sway. As the man guided the cart, he casually glanced at the items Li Jianye had placed on the cart. Canned fruits and oil paper-wrapped peach crisps were quite substantial and eye-catching. "Brother, you've purchased quite an array of fine goods. Have you struck it rich?" the man inquired, a hint of envy in his tone. After all, such luxuries were not commonplace for ordinary families. In the village, it was a rarity to procure such treats, typically reserved for festive occasions. Li Jianye was acutely aware of the importance of discretion when it came to wealth, especially around strangers. Should anyone discover that he had earned money from hunting, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. He promptly adopted a forlorn expression and sighed. Don't mention it. The family is struggling to make ends meet. I had to swallow my pride and borrow some money and supplies from relatives in the city just to purchase a little food for emergencies. He painted his own plight in the most tragic hues. Upon hearing this, the man's envy visibly diminished, replaced by a knowing expression. It was clear he had borrowed money to make such purchases. However, a frown soon creased his brow as he turned his gaze toward Li Jianye. "Brother, I must say something that may not be appropriate. Since you're struggling to make ends meet, why waste money on sweets? It would be far more prudent to save that money for staple grains, which could sustain you for a few more days," he began to lecture earnestly. Li Jianye frowned at this. He had offered the candy for convenience, not to be subjected to a sermon. Yet, given that he was riding in the man's cart, he refrained from expressing his annoyance. Yes, you're absolutely right, my brother. I will be more mindful next time," he replied with a lackluster acknowledgement, wishing to evade further discussion. Meanwhile, Li Jianye's thoughts began to wander. Relying on another's donkey cart while enduring such admonishments was quite inconvenient. How he wished for a bicycle. In this era, possessing a bicycle as a means of transportation was immensely advantageous. One could pedal anywhere at speed, free from the need to appease others, thus avoiding countless troubles. Regrettably, bicycles were rare treasures, not only costly but also required a bicycle permit, which was not easily obtainable for the average person. In the entire community of Unity Village, only the village chief had an old bicycle, cobbled together from various parts rather than purchased outright. With a soft sigh, Li Jianye realized that thoughts of a bicycle would have to remain just that for the time being. The donkey cart continued to jolt along the unpaved rural roads. Meanwhile, in Unity Village, Anna sat on the edge of the calm, her gaze drifting occasionally toward the window. The afternoon was well advanced, yet Li Jianye had not returned. He had mentioned going to the city to exchange some goods, but he had been gone the entire day. A sense of unease gripped Anna. The city was nothing like the mountains. It was crowded and rife with complexities. Especially in the black market, getting caught could mean serious trouble. Losing one's money might be manageable, but what if Jianye were arrested and imprisoned? As a woman from a foreign land, devoid of kinship in this place. The thought of Jianye encountering misfortune filled her with dread regarding the uncertainty of her future. At that moment, footsteps and voices drew nearer. Anna's heart leapt, momentarily believing it was Li Jianye returning. However, the voices did not belong to him. One was a robust and hearty voice, unmistakably that of the village chief, Li Jianye. The other voice was somewhat unfamiliar. Soon, two figures appeared at the gate. Leading the way was Li Jianye, his dark face adorned with a warm smile. Following him was a man of average stature, appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a relatively clean blue khaki jacket, though his appearance was rather unremarkable: square face, small eyes, high cheekbones, and somewhat thick lips. Li Jianye had brought him to discuss the proposal he had mentioned to Li Jianye earlier, presenting Anna with a marriage arrangement that could alleviate the pressures on Li Jianye's household. It was a better alternative than allowing him to venture into the mountains every day, risking his life. "Sister Anna, are you at home?" Li Jianye entered the courtyard and called out. Anna responded, "I am home." She then opened the door. Facing two men in the yard, Li Jianye stepped aside, pointing at the man behind him with a forced smile on his face. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang the carpenter from our village, Zhang He." "Zhang, this is Anna." Zhang He immediately stepped forward, his small eyes widening as he gazed at Anna. His face adorned with a broad smile that revealed a less than perfect set of teeth. "Hello, Anna." Chapter 21. A proposal. "Anna, you see, life has not been easy for you. Zhang He is a decent man, skilled in his craft, and his family is among the more well-off in our community. Why not get to know each other, and see if something may blossom. Upon seeing the captain arrive with a purpose, Anna surmised his intentions. Hearing his words, her heart sank. He had indeed come to play matchmaker. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, unwilling to meet their gaze. She had no desire to remarry. Li Jianye was currently diligent and capable of caring for her, and their lives were improving. Moreover, she had been entrusted to Li Jianye by Li Jianye. She had never contemplated leaving his household. Besides, Zhang He lacked any noteworthy appearance, falling short in comparison to Li Jianye. Noticing Anna's lack of response, Zhang He remained undeterred. He rummaged through his bag and produced a wax paper package containing fruit-flavored hard candies and a small packet of golden cookies. He then retrieved a can of fruit. Anna, I just bought these from the supply store. Do give them a try. In these times, candy and cookies were indeed rare treats. The village children seldom indulged, not due to a lack of funds, but because life was arduous, and they had to be frugal even with meals. Canned fruit was an even rarer delicacy. During winter, fresh fruit was scarce, and for those who enjoyed it, a can of fruit was a delight, albeit more expensive than candies and cookies, costing a whole yuan. Li Daqiang chimed in. Anna, Zhang He's family is quite well off. With his skills, he can earn at least 20 to 30 yuan a month, and during busy times, he might even make 50 or 60. That's better than some workers in the city. Zhang He puffed out his chest, his face displaying a hint of pride. Indeed, his circumstances were among the best in the village, and logically, he should not lack for a wife. In these times, many struggled to put food on the table, with some even trading a loaf of bread for a spouse. However, despite earning well, Zhang He had high standards and longed for a woman from the city. As he aged, perhaps realizing that finding a city woman was increasingly unlikely, he began to entertain the idea of courting a village woman, even one from a far-off land. Anna, if you choose to share your life with me, I can ensure you have meat on your table regularly, Zhang He confidently proclaimed. Anna pursed her lips and shook her head. Captain, I appreciate your kindness, but I am not considering this at the moment. Her tone was resolute. Meanwhile, Li Daqiang furrowed his brow, feeling that he had not yet succeeded in his persuasive efforts. Anna, one cannot speak in such a manner. Surely, you cannot continue like this indefinitely? Jianye is a fine young man, willing to care for his sister-in-law after his brother's passing. However, he ventures into the mountains to hunt, which is fraught with peril. He is still young and has a future to consider, including the prospect of marriage and a family. Should an unfortunate incident occur, the Li family would be left without an heir. You must think of yourself, Jianye, and the Li family as well. Li Daqiang's words bore a weight of truth, leaving Anna at a loss for a retort. At that moment, footsteps resonated from outside, accompanied by the faint clatter of items colliding. Anna lifted her gaze, while Li Daqiang and Zhang the carpenter instinctively turned their heads. There stood Li Jianye, burdened with a multitude of packages slung over his shoulder. Several net bags and cloth bundles in hand, entering with a weary air. Sister-in-law, I'm back. His eyes quickly fell upon Li Daqiang and Zhang, and his brow furrowed momentarily before shifting to Anna. Noticing her reddened eyes, he grasped the situation with an understanding look. Disregarding Li Daqiang and Zhang, he strode directly into the house, depositing the sack from his shoulder onto the floor. He casually placed the net bags and cloth bundles on the wooden table, then retrieved a thick bundle from his pocket and thrust it into Anna's hands. Sister-in-law, take this. Anna glanced down, momentarily stunned. It was a stack of pristine bills, robust and substantial, with the topmost note boldly displaying a denomination of 10 yuan. Her fingers trembled as she instinctively counted. 1, 2, 3, 10 notes in total. 100 yuan. In an era when the average worker earned merely 20 to 30 yuan a month, this sum was nothing short of a fortune. Her hands quivered uncontrollably, struggling to hold the weight of the money. Jianye, where did you acquire such a sum? Her voice quavered with disbelief. Beside her, Zhang the carpenter's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the stack of currency in Anna's grasp, unable to believe his eyes. 100 yuan? He toiled for an entire month as a carpenter, fortunate to earn 50 or 60 yuan at best. How could Li Jianye have amassed such wealth? Wasn't it said that his family was on the brink of destitution? Zhang's gaze shifted to the captain, seeking an explanation. Li Daqiang, equally astonished, glanced between the money and Li Jianye. Did you earn this from selling game? Such a large amount. He surmised that Jianye's earnings must have come from selling hunted prey, yet he struggled to fathom how one could acquire so much. Li Jianye waved dismissively. It's not much, just enough for my sister-in-law and me to get by. His words implied that the Li family required no assistance in finding a match for his sister-in-law. He was fully capable of supporting the household on his own. Li Daqiang was taken aback, realizing the remarkable transformation in Jianye since Li Jiangwo's death just days prior. He had managed to bring home such a substantial amount of money, along with numerous packages whose contents remained a mystery. What did you bring back? Li Daqiang inquired with curiosity. Speaking of this, Li Jianye showed no hesitation as he turned around and retrieved a neatly folded garment from a cloth bag. It was a dark woolen overcoat, substantial in fabric, exuding warmth at first glance. He handed the coat directly to Anna. Sister-in-law, this woolen coat is specially bought for you. Try it on to see if it fits. The fabric was thick and very cozy. Anna gazed at the pristine woolen coat, her eyes widening in astonishment. In this day and age, being able to wear a cotton coat was already commendable. A woolen coat was a luxury beyond her wildest dreams. The cotton coat she wore was a patched-up relic of several years, and she never expected Li Jianye to bring her a new one, let alone a woolen one. However, Li Jianye had more than just one garment. He pulled out a brand-new pair of felt boots from another bag, black and fluffy inside, radiating warmth. And these, felt boots. Once you put these on, you need not fear the cold while venturing out in the dead of winter. He placed the boots by Anna's feet. Anna caressed the dark woolen coat, feeling its delicate yet substantial texture beneath her fingertips. The fabric was wonderfully comfortable. Encouraged by Li Jianye, she shed her old cotton jacket and slipped into the new coat. It fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. A wave of warmth enveloped her, making her feel incredibly cozy. Next, she bent down to try on the black felt boots. As she walked around in them, they felt stable and secure, with the warmth of the felt wrapping around her ankles. In the frigid weather of -20 degrees, her feet felt utterly unbothered by the cold. Yet, a weight hung heavily in Anna's heart. How much did this all cost? Where had Li Jianye procured the funds? She lifted her gaze to Li Jianye, feeling a sense of unease. Just days ago, he had been meticulously counting every penny, and now he suddenly presented her with such splendid clothing and shoes. Beside them, Li Daqiang leaned in closer, reaching out to touch the sleeve of the coat, astonished. Jianye, this woolen coat must not come cheap, right? Just looking at the fabric, it must be worth at least $10 or $20. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively. Not much, just around $50 or $60. He paused before adding, I bought two, one for each of us, and these 2 pairs of felt boots. At this revelation, the room fell silent. Li Daqiang's eyes widened like saucers. His hand that had just touched the coat froze in midair. $50 or $60. And you bought 2. He glanced sharply at Li Jianye, his voice rising in pitch. Jianye, did you earn more than $100 from selling wild game? He could scarcely believe his ears. $100 in cash, combined with the cost of the clothing, would amount to over $200. Meat was indeed rare these days, but surely not this rare? Zhang the carpenter stood by, motionless. The woolen coat and felt boots Anna wore were beyond his imagination, let alone his financial reach. After a month of arduous labor, under favorable circumstances, he could only earn around 50 or 60 yuan. Yet he hesitated to spend over 100 yuan on clothing. The garments he typically wore were made from coarse cotton fabric, crafted by a tailor, and did not require substantial expenditure. Chapter 22. My sister-in-law, I shall protect. Li Jianye paid no heed to the peculiar expressions of Li Daqiang and Zhang the carpenter. His gaze remained fixed on Anna, a smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, you look splendid in that coat. It suits you beautifully. Anna lowered her eyes to admire the wool coat enveloping her and gently stroked its thick fabric, feeling quite fond of it. At that moment, Li Jianye turned and retrieved a small, round iron box from another bag, adorned with exquisite patterns and inscribed with the words red plum. Sister-in-law, this is for you, snowflake cream. He extended the iron box toward Anna. With the winter winds blowing fiercely and the air so dry, it's easy for the skin to crack. Apply a bit to protect your face. Anna accepted the small iron box. She had indeed used something similar before, but since her marriage, she had only seen such items at the supply and marketing cooperative's counter and had never dared to purchase them again. Li Daqiang and Zhang the carpenter stood nearby, observing Li Jianye as he presented not only the coat and felt boots, but now also the snowflake cream to his sister-in-law. One could not help but acknowledge that Jianye was truly devoted to his sister-in-law. Li Jianye rummaged through his bulging bag once more and soon produced several canned fruits alongside a packet of white rabbit milk candies. Here, sister-in-law, try these. He then took a handful of milk candies and offered them to Li Jianye and Zhang the carpenter. "Captain, Carpenter Zhang, come, enjoy some sweets. Do not be shy." The candy wrappers emitted an enticing milky fragrance. Zhang the carpenter felt his throat involuntarily swallow. The white rabbit milk candy was indeed a delicacy. Far more expensive than the hard fruit candies he had purchased before. He had not dared to buy them. The sheer quantity Li Jianye had brought back was astonishing. It must weigh at least a pound or two. What extravagance! Li Jianye, however, did not hesitate and reached for 2 pieces. He unwrapped the candy adorned with the image of a rabbit, revealing a creamy white block within. As he placed it in his mouth, a rich milky flavor instantly melted, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. "Ah, this white rabbit is truly sweet. So fragrant and delightful," Li Jianye mumbled with his mouth full. Li Jianye casually set the remaining candies and cans on the low table beside the Kong. He then turned to Li Jianye and Zhang the carpenter, inquiring, "Captain, Carpenter Zhang, what brings you to my home today?" His tone was casual, as if engaging in idle chatter. Li Jianye did not beat around the bush. After all, their visit was intended for Li Jianye's benefit. "Jianye, we came to discuss the matter of your sister-in-law remarrying." Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Jianye's face faded. He immediately waved his hand, responding with resolute conviction, "No need. Captain, you've seen for yourself that we lack neither food nor clothing. Furthermore, my sister-in-law has no desire to remarry." Anna nodded in agreement. This subtle gesture struck Zhang the carpenter's heart like a heavy blow. He gazed at Anna's gently sloping profile, then glanced at Li Jianye's upright figure, as well as the array of candies and canned goods on the table that he had always been reluctant to purchase. A wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within him. Li Jianye's expenditure was 100 yuan, and the items he bought were far from cheap, entirely contrary to what the captain had previously described. Such a lifestyle was beyond his means. He understood that Li Jianye's family could thrive, and with Anna's pleasing appearance, there was no reason for her to choose an older carpenter like himself. Zhang, the carpenter, felt his presence here today was superfluous, a source of self-inflicted discontent. "I still have some woodworking to finish at home. I must take my leave." With that, he turned and swiftly exited Li Jianye's home, leaving behind only Li Jianye, Anna, and Li Jianye. Li Jianye's brow furrowed deeper. He regarded Li Jianye, speaking with earnest gravity. "Jianye, one cannot speak so lightly. You are currently able to hunt, to exchange your catch for money and grain. However, hunting is a precarious livelihood, reliant on the whims of nature, and it is not a daily certainty. While it may alleviate immediate hardships, it cannot resolve future difficulties. You will eventually need to marry, to build a family. You cannot perpetually rely on your sister-in-law." In truth, he could. The matter of alliances might be unknown to outsiders, but in Li Jianye's heart, his sister-in-law was already his woman. "Captain, I am well aware of my future. I will devise my own means." As the day had grown late, Li Jianye issued an implicit dismissal. Li Jianye, observing his stubborn nephew, sighed. He realized that further discourse would be futile and might even irritate Li Jianye. "Very well, I understand. However, now that you have some money, be prudent and avoid extravagance. Learn to budget wisely." After pointing at the plethora of items Li Jianye had purchased, he offered his final admonition and turned to leave. Inside the room, Anna stood still, her fingers caressing the soft fabric of her woolen coat. It was warm and substantial, yet undeniably expensive. Captain Jianye was right. The items purchased were excessive. After all, it had taken considerable effort to amass such a sum. "We should be frugal." Hearing Anna's words, Li Jianye chuckled lightly. "Sister-in-law, do not fret. Money must be spent when necessary. Once it's gone, I will find a way to earn more. A mere piece of deer antler can fetch a handsome sum. So there is no room for concern regarding finances. Money will always come." In this era, the paramount concern was simply to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Without further ado, Li Jianye turned toward the makeshift stove in the corner of the room, retrieving the rice he had purchased. The grains were plump, glistening enticingly, a rare find in these times. He also took out a few eggs and sliced some leftover venison. Washing the rice and vegetables, soon flames flickered in the stove. The white rice simmered in the pot, producing a soothing bubbling sound, while the chunks of deer meat were stewed, releasing a rich, savory aroma. With a crack, the eggs were broken into the hot oil, instantly transforming into golden, tempting scrambled eggs. Li Jianye casually took out some flour, mixed it with water, and kneaded it into a dough, reserving a portion in a bowl to ferment. The remaining flour was flattened into several flatbreads. After a flurry of activity, the entire house was filled with the enticing aroma of food. The delightful blend of fragrant rice, savory meat, eggs, and the sweet scent of flour made one's stomach rumble with anticipation. In the neighboring yard, 16-year-old Li Dongliang was chopping wood. He sniffed the air, inhaling deeply. What delectable dish was Jianye's family preparing this time? The aroma was irresistible, causing him to nearly lose grip on his axe. He set down the axe and, drawn by the fragrance, unconsciously wandered into Li Jianye's courtyard. Peering through the doorframe, he happened to catch sight of Li Jianye placing a plate of golden, fragrant scrambled eggs onto the table. Such a generous portion. Instantly, Li Dongliang's mouth watered. In these times, which family indulged in such extravagant dishes? Unable to suppress a swallow, his stomach audibly protested. Gurgle. Chapter 23. Sister-in-law. Don't move. Li Jianye heard the noise and turned around, spotting Dongliang's head peeking in. Dongliang, are you tempted? Embarrassed? Li Dongliang chuckled sheepishly. Jianye, it smells incredible. I could even smell it at home. I came to see what delicious food you were making. Li Jianye waved him in. Come on in. The meal is ready. Let us eat together. They were quite familiar with each other, and with so much food prepared, an extra pair of chopsticks would hardly matter. Though Li Dongliang thought about being polite, his stomach betrayed him, growling incessantly, so he decided to abandon any pretense. Jianye, next time you go to the mountain, remember to call me. I'll help you carry things. With that, he approached the dining table. His eyes widened at the sight of the spread before him. The steaming white rice, the golden scrambled eggs piled high like a small mountain, the soft flatbreads exuding a sweet aroma of flour. He realized it had been ages since he had savored white flour. There was also a large bowl of tender, oily meat stew. Oh my goodness, Li Dongliang murmured to himself, nearly drooling. Sit down and eat. Li Jianye handed him a pair of chopsticks. Without hesitation, Li Dongliang seized the chopsticks and stuffed a generous piece of meat into his mouth. The meat was cooked to perfection, melting in his mouth, bursting with rich flavor. Delicious. Jianye, your cooking is divine, he exclaimed, his words muffled as he eagerly took another mouthful of rice. The soft, sweet rice paired with the meat and eggs was simply heavenly. He ate with fervor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his cheeks bulging like a greedy little squirrel. Anna watched him devour the food, unable to suppress her laughter. By the end of the meal, Li Dongliang's belly was round, and he let out a satisfied burp. After eating, Li Jianye reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of white rabbit candy, offering it to Li Dongliang. Here, take some. Then he produced a fruit can, adorned with colorful fruit illustrations. Take this too. Share it with your mother when you go home. Li Jianye had bought plenty and was more than willing to share with Li Dongliang. Li Dongliang gazed at the candy and canned goods in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Brother Jianye. Thank you, Sister Anna. He carefully tucked the candy into his pocket, cradling the can as he turned back to glance 3 times before departing. The room fell silent once more. Li Jianye and his sister-in-law had both eaten their fill, and Li Jianye set about clearing the tableware. Anna stood by the modest stove, rolling up her sleeves, scrubbing the greasy dishes. In the past, a simple rinse and wipe would suffice to clean the bowls, but now they were stubbornly coated with grease, making them difficult to wash. Life was visibly improving. Anna lowered her head. A single droplet of water silently fell into the soapy wooden basin, creating a tiny ripple. Soon after, another drop fell, not water, but heartfelt tears. Once Li Jianye finished tidying the Kong table and dried his hands, he turned to find Anna in tears. He hesitated for a moment before hurrying over. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Anna paused, quickly raising her hand to wipe her face. It's nothing, just something got in my eye. This excuse was one she could hardly convince herself of. Li Jianye remained silent, merely observing her with an intensity that seemed to pierce through to her very soul. Feeling somewhat guilty under his gaze, Anna averted her eyes, but ultimately could not hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string, falling onto the pristine wool coat she wore. Oh, I am just so happy, she choked out, her voice trembling. Just a few days ago, we worried about not having enough to eat, and now we have meat at every meal. You bought me so many things and can cook such delicious dishes. I never imagined I could live like this. Memories of past hardships flooded her mind, of the helplessness and confusion following Li Jiangwo's passing. In stark contrast to the meal laid out before her and the new clothes she wore, her tears flowed even more freely. This newfound happiness felt dreamlike. filled with joy yet tinged with the fear of losing it. Observing her tear-streaked face softened Li Jianye's heart. He remained silent for a moment, then took a step closer. Gently, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Anna's body stiffened at once. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his embrace. Solid and reassuring. "Sister-in-law," Li Jianye whispered in her ear, "this is nothing. Our lives will only get better from here." He rested his chin lightly atop her head, inhaling the faint scent of soap from her hair. "I'll find a way to earn money. Once we save enough, we can renovate this house and build anew. We'll also get a bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio, everything we need." As Anna listened to Li Jianye's words, she inexplicably found herself believing in his ability to make the previously unimaginable a reality. She did not struggle against his embrace, instead relishing the comfort of the man behind her. It felt solid and secure. The burdens that once weighed heavily upon her seemed, at that moment, to be gently lifted. Li Jianye inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from his sister-in-law. Whether it was the nourishing qualities of the venison or the ambience surrounding them, he found himself somewhat enchanted. "Sister-in-law?" Li Jianye's voice echoed once more. Anna's heart began to race involuntarily, sensing the man's body drawing nearer behind her. The arm encircling her waist tightened slightly. She could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his chest, even through several layers of fabric, a palpable essence of masculinity. Anna gasped suddenly, her body instinctively shifting away. "Jianye, this cannot be," she implored. "I have been married before. You are still inexperienced. Jianye, please be patient. Tomorrow, I shall go to the commune and bring my sister over. You two can meet and spend some time together." Fully aware of her past marriage, Anna, though she had never shared a true marital bond with Li Jianye, still wished for Li Jianye to experience a complete love story, rather than merely stepping into a role. Her cheeks flushed once more, yet her gaze remained resolute. "I shall not remarry another. Sooner or later, I will be yours." The declaration felt peculiar, even to Anna herself, and her face turned crimson. Soon after, she hastily excused herself to her room. That night, Li Jianye lay on the warm calm, feeling an inexplicable disquiet within. The atmosphere had been ripe. Why had it faltered? He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness drift inward. Current affection level for Anna, 36. The number appeared before him. 36. It had increased significantly since the last lottery draw, nearly unlocking the next opportunity. Li Jianye pondered silently, struggling to comprehend the concept of this affection level. Was 36 considered high or low? "System, please elucidate the significance of affection levels," he requested. The system responded promptly. Affection level is a quantifiable representation of the target individual's emotional inclination towards the host. Affection level of 40 or below, no specific effects. Affection level reaching 60, deep affection, the target will develop profound trust and reliance on the host, viewing the host as an important person, and will not reject reasonable displays of intimacy. A spark ignited within Li Jianye. 60 points. This was the threshold. No wonder his sister-in-law had declined today. An affection level of 36 evidently had not yet reached the point of refusal. The system continued its explanation. Affection level reaching 80, belonging. The target will regard the host as their sole support, fully entrusting body and soul, loyal and unwavering. 80 points. Li Jianye noted this figure silently. This was the outcome he desired. Yet the system's elucidation persisted, detailing the ultimate affection level. Affection level reaching 100, uniqueness. The target will remain eternally loyal to the host, unwavering in their commitment, with emotions permanently solidified. This bond is unbreakable, leaving no room for betrayal. 100 points. Li Jianye contemplated this notion, which sounded akin to an everlasting brand. Thus, the remnants of his earlier confusion dissipated significantly. Ultimately, the root of the issue lies in insufficient affection. A mere 36 points of fondness evokes her emotions, fosters her dependence, and even prompts her to utter words indicating her belonging to him. Yet it is still inadequate to compel her to relinquish all her reservations in that moment. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Jianye's mouth as he succumbed to slumber. Next door, Li Dongliang returned home with the items gifted by Li Jianye, presenting them to his mother. The pristine white wrappers adorned with a large rabbit, alongside a hefty glass jar filled with golden peaches submerged in syrup, captured the attention of Widow Lu. "Is this the famous white rabbit candy? And fruit preserves?" she mused, leaning closer to inspect the jar, turning it over in her hands, while also picking up a milk candy to savor its rich aroma. "Where did this come from?" Such treasures. Widow Lu's brow furrowed slightly, her tone hinting at anxiety. These must cost quite a bit. You haven't been up to any mischief, have you? I wouldn't want my son involved in any unsavory dealings. Li Dongliang chuckled and puffed out his chest. Mom, what are you thinking? This is from Brother Jianye. Jianye? Widow Lu was momentarily taken aback. In her recollection, Li Jianye's family had once been impoverished, scarcely better off than her own. How could such a transformation occur in just a few days? Purchasing rare delights such as white rabbit candy and fruit preserves, and even gifting them. Indeed, Brother Jianye's family now enjoys white flour and rice. And they had a large platter of scrambled eggs. Li Dongliang reminisced about the meal he had shared at Li Jianye's home. Widow Lu gazed at the items in her hands, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Just yesterday, Li Jianye had sent over a piece of meat through her son, rich in fat and flavor, which she had stewed into a fragrant pot, making her consume an extra half bowl of rice. The tin of meat still lay untouched in the pantry. And now, such rare candies and preserves had arrived again. This child, Widow Lu murmured to herself, her initial doubts gradually transforming into admiration. She silently praised Li Jianye as a truly good person, now successful, and still considerate of their neighbors. Widow Lu's affection, won. Meanwhile, in the county town several miles away, Zhao Cheng pushed open the door to his home. You're back? His wife emerged from the room, pouring him a cup of hot water. Zhao Cheng acknowledged her with a grunt, shedding his coat and casually hanging his canvas bag on the rack. It's quite cold outside today. He washed his face with the warm water, instantly feeling a surge of warmth. His wife also poured him a bowl of hot water. Drink this to warm yourself up. Zhao Cheng took the enamel mug, but did not drink immediately, his gaze wandering over his wife. Despite having toiled all day, upon seeing her today, he inexplicably felt no fatigue. Instead, a spark of energy ignited within him. Suddenly, he set the water container down, stepped forward, and grasped his wife's wrist with more force than usual. Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, caught off guard by his sudden action. Zhao Cheng's cheeks appeared slightly flushed under the light, and his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. Come inside. He offered no further explanation, pulling his wife into the inner room. His wife stumbled as he pulled her, her face instantly flushed, and she felt a hint of confusion. What was with him today? So assertive? An hour later, the blush had not faded from her cheeks, and her mood was light. She glanced curiously at Zhao Cheng, who lay beside her, his breathing steady, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. What kind of miraculous elixir did you consume today? You seem like a different person, so invigorated. Usually, when he returned home, he collapsed onto the pillow, too exhausted to muster any energy. Zhao Cheng chuckled softly, turning to face his wife, unable to conceal his pride. Today, during procurement, I encountered a vendor selling mountain goods. He lowered his voice intentionally, as if afraid of being overheard. The man had a piece of fresh deer antler. I bought it and brought it back. The leader took a liking to it and casually gifted me a bit to sample. Zhao Cheng smacked his lips, reminiscing about the day's experience. You know, that stuff is genuinely potent. Ever since I consumed it, I've felt warm all over, with an inexhaustible supply of energy. His wife's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deer antler? She straightened up, her voice brimming with delight. That is a precious item. She often heard people mention it as a treasure for revitalizing energy, something most people could hardly obtain. She had previously wanted to procure some for her man, but never found a source. Indeed, Zhao Cheng's spirits lifted. No wonder those leaders are so fond of it. His wife nudged him playfully. Next time you encounter that vendor, keep your eyes peeled. Her tone had grown eager, clearly pleased with the effects of the deer antler. If we could buy some to keep at home, it would be invaluable in critical moments. Zhao Cheng nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. That is precisely what I was thinking. Its effects are remarkable, immediate. He had already resolved in his mind that the next time he met that vendor, he would procure some to keep at home. Such a treasure is not only for personal use, but also a rare gift for others. Meanwhile, in Tuanjia village, a suspicious figure, shrouded in shadows, crept under the faint moonlight, avoiding the main road of the village and heading straight up the mountain. It was Lu Erden. He clutched a ceramic jar, its mouth stuffed with a rag, yet it still emanated a faint, sweet aroma. He hunched his shoulders, stepping cautiously through the snow, the crunching sound echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. A chill ran down Lu Erden's spine, and he frequently glanced back, fearful of being seen. Chapter 25. Future wife. The mountains were even colder at night. He tightened his tattered cotton jacket and quickened his pace. He needed to act swiftly. He wanted to ensure that that scoundrel, Li Jianye, met his end at the claws of a bear. The thought of Li Jianye being torn apart by the beast brought a twisted satisfaction to Lu Erden's face. Once Li Jianye was dead, that foreign woman, Anna, would be left a widow without a master. At that moment, he licked his cracked lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. The woman, aside from her regional background, was indeed quite attractive, far surpassing the withered matrons of the countryside. Lu Erden felt a surge of excitement, and his steps quickened. He ventured deep into the dense forest, seeking out several prominent trees. Upon removing the rag from the jar, a rich, sweet aroma instantly wafted through the air. He meticulously applied the honey, using his fingers to smear it gently upon the tree trunk. The enticing scent spread around him. He took a few more steps and repeated the same action on another tree, deliberately choosing a spot where Li Jianye would likely pass by. The black bears of the mountains had an exceptional sense of smell, particularly for sweet delicacies. Once they caught a whiff, they would surely follow the scent. Lu Erden carefully applied honey to several spots, ensuring the fragrance was sufficiently potent to travel far. Finally, he discarded the remaining honey along with the ceramic jar into a nearby patch of snow. After completing his task, Lu Erden clapped his hands and glanced around warily, confirming that no one had seen him. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, turning to dash down the mountain. He needed to return home swiftly, feigning ignorance of what had transpired. Tomorrow, a spectacle awaited him. Li Jianye, you scoundrel, your demise is imminent. Soon, your foreign sister-in-law shall be mine. As he ran, dark thoughts swirled in his mind, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. The following day, at dawn, Li Jianye and his sister-in-law, Anna, sat around the heated table, sharing a simple breakfast. The table was adorned with 2 soft white buns, a steaming bowl of noodle soup, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Anna quickly stuffed her mouth with the buns and sipped from her bowl of porridge. Once satisfied, she stood up. I'll go fetch Aisha. You stay home and tidy up the house, warm the stove, and spruce yourself up a bit, Anna instructed. After donning her thick cotton coat and fur hat, she stepped out into the cold. Li Jianye was left alone in the house, feeling a mixture of anticipation. He had some recollection of Aisha, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl from the bear country, younger than his sister-in-law. However, their last encounter was so long ago that details were hazy. As he pondered, he began cleaning the house. Meanwhile, Anna trudged through the wind and snow, stepping carefully on her way to the neighboring town. Initially, she believed Li Jianye to be a decent man, someone she trusted enough to consider introducing her sister as his wife. Now, however, she genuinely felt that Li Jianye was a remarkable individual. Since the passing of Li Jianye, he had visibly matured, taking responsibility for the family. He deserved an exceptional wife, especially her sister. Aisha was her own sister, someone she knew well. If they were to unite, it would strengthen their familial bonds. Upon reaching the commune in the neighboring town, Anna adeptly found the youth dormitory. The room was crowded with several young female volunteers. Aisha, Anna called out, a young maiden with golden hair and blue eyes, yet possessing a more youthful visage, lifted her head. Upon seeing Anna, her eyes sparkled with delight. Sister, what brings you here? Elsa hurried over, grasping Anna's hand and chattering excitedly in bear language. Anna smiled, pulling Elsa to a secluded spot. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? You sound so mysterious. Elsa blinked her bright blue eyes with curiosity. The 2 sisters, one with green eyes and the other with blue, each held their unique charm. I want to introduce you to someone. Someone. Elsa paused, her expression shifting to one of caution. Who is it? If it's some rustic lout you've randomly brought along, I would rather remain single. It's your brother-in-law's younger brother. Li Jianye, Anna stated directly. Upon hearing this, Elsa's brow furrowed immediately. Li Jianye? Sister, you must be joking. You know his family's circumstances better than I do. They are utterly impoverished. Besides, that Li Jianye is so lackluster. He lacks any sense of responsibility. He seems utterly incapable of achieving anything. Elsa pouted, revealing her disdain openly. I'd rather be alone and earn my own living. Anna, upon hearing this, was displeased. In the past, she would have accepted Elsa's sentiments without objection. But the current Li Jianye was far from the description Elsa provided. Elsa, you cannot speak of Jianye in such a manner. He has become quite remarkable. He can hunt. He's truly skilled. Just yesterday, he caught a large roe deer and made a handsome profit. Anna explained eagerly, even lifting her foot to show off her brand-new felt boots. See, these were a gift from Jianye. Our family's fortunes are improving. Moreover, he is currently alone, with no parents or siblings to interfere. If you marry him, we can still be together. How wonderful would that be? Elsa regarded Anna with skepticism, then glanced at her new felt boots. Is that true? She remained somewhat unconvinced. In her mind, Li Jianye was merely an unremarkable rural youth. How had he suddenly become so impressive? Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Anna's tone was earnest. Elsa remained silent for a moment, her gaze softening, yet she still hesitated. Her tone grew more serious. Sister, it's not that I disdain the poor. It's just that I do not wish to marry carelessly, especially not someone unreliable. I understand, Anna replied gently, taking her hand. That is precisely why I want you to meet him. Don't jump to conclusions. Speak with him and see for yourself. If you truly feel he is unsuitable, I won't pressure you. We can return immediately. Anna persisted with kind words and encouragement, and gradually, Elsa began to waver. All right then. Finally, Elsa nodded but quickly added, but let us make it clear, sister. I'm just going to meet him, not for matchmaking, and certainly not for betrothal. If I find it inappropriate upon meeting, I shall turn and leave without hesitation. None of you shall attempt to stop me, nor shall there be any entanglements. Very well. Since you have relented, Anna promptly agreed. Hurry and pack your things. Come with me. Fearful of her changing her mind, Anna grasped Aisha's hand and led her outside, heading towards the direction of Unity Village. Chapter 26. The bear descends the mountain in Unity Village. Li Jianye tidied up both the interior and exterior of his home. He swept the floor, wiped the table, and meticulously dusted even the ledges of the windows. Although the yard was somewhat rudimentary, it was at least clean. Standing before a mirror, he dampened his hands with cool water, smoothing back a few unruly strands of hair from his forehead, crafting a neat appearance. Having completed these tasks, he positioned himself by the threshold, estimating that his sister-in-law would soon return. Meanwhile, not far behind Li Jianye's home, Lu Erden was peering cautiously from behind a stack of firewood. He hunched his neck, revealing only his shifty eyes. Observing Li Jianye busying himself at home, even preparing himself, Lu Erden felt a surge of unease. Why hadn't this fellow ventured into the mountains yet? The sun was already high in the sky. What in the world? Is he not hunting? Li Jianye's reluctance to ascend the mountain only heightened Lu Erden's anxiety. Last night, he had secretly smeared honey along the path Li Jianye frequently traversed, eagerly awaiting the bear to catch the scent and pursue Li Jianye. If Li Jianye was not hunting, what had all his efforts amounted to? Lu Erden envisioned seizing the money from the sale of the deer head, and perhaps even claiming that foreign sister-in-law for himself after Li Jianye met his demise at the paws of the bear. Just as Lu Erden was in a state of frantic anticipation, a figure rushed over from the opposite end of the village. It was Li Dongliang, a 16-year-old boy, panting heavily, his face flushed with cold, yet beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Brother Jianye, Li Dongliang, upon spotting Li Jianye standing in the yard, dashed into the courtyard, his voice tinged with urgency. It's bad. Li Jianye's heart sank at once, and he hurried to meet him. What is it, Dongliang? Speak slowly. The bear has come down the mountain. Li Dongliang leaned against his knee, gasping for breath. It's by the village entrance. It has even injured someone. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye's brow furrowed tightly. A bear? In the depths of winter, why would it forsake its hibernation in the mountains to descend? Logically, with such a vast forest and few villagers venturing deep within, the bear should not be lacking in sustenance. What could have compelled it to come down and attack? If it entered the village, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a heavy weight settled in Li Jianye's heart. His sister-in-law. She and Aisha should be returning from the neighboring town around this time. He hoped they wouldn't encounter the bear. Which direction is the bear? Li Jianye's voice was laced with urgency. It's over there. Li Dongliang pointed toward the village entrance, his face still etched with fear. The captain has already taken a gun and gathered people to search for it. Hearing this, Li Jianye's anxiety escalated. That direction was precisely where his sister-in-law would be returning from. Had the sister-in-law coincidentally arrived at that moment and encountered the bear, the consequences would have been dire. Without a moment to ponder, Li Jianye abruptly turned and dashed back into the house. On the wall hung his hunting bow, accompanied by a quiver filled with arrows. Seizing the bow and arrows, he swiftly turned and sprinted outside. Jianye, where are you going? Li Dongliang fretted, stamping his feet in desperation. That's a bear. It could crush you. The captain and the others have guns. Stay out of this. It's too dangerous. Li Jianye appeared oblivious to the warnings. his figure already racing out of the courtyard towards the village entrance. He could not afford to contemplate further. No matter what, his sister-in-law and future bride must not come to harm. Behind the firewood stack, Lu Erden watched as Li Jianye crazily charged out with his bow and arrows. A flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. That kid is finally out. He muttered to himself, secretly wishing for Li Jianye to be mauled by the bear. Lu Erden shrank his neck and, with furtive glances, stealthily followed at a distance. Li Jianye ran breathlessly to the village entrance, where the cold wind howled. A crowd had already gathered, dozens of men armed with an assortment of tools, shovels, pickaxes, wooden sticks, and even pitchforks. At the forefront stood Captain Li Jianye, gripping the village's only hunting rifle, his expression grave as he scanned the nearby woods. The air was thick with tension. "Captain," Li Jianye gasped as he pushed forward. Li Jianye, upon recognizing him, furrowed his brow even deeper. "Jianye, what are you doing here? Go back at once. Your bow and arrows might suffice for rabbits, but against a bear, they're merely a tickle." Several men chimed in, urging him to retreat. "Indeed, Jianye, this is no joke. A swipe from a bear could end a life. The captain has a gun. You should stay back." In their eyes, despite Li Jianye having had some success in hunting a few days prior, he remained a mere child. Such a perilous situation was no place for him. Li Jianye felt a surge of urgency. "Captain, what are you blathering about?" Li Jianye interrupted, his tone stern. "Stop causing trouble. Get back and stay behind." Before the bear could harm anyone, he feared it might mistakenly injure Li Jianye. Strong arms restrained him from advancing. Watching the captain scanning the woods for the bear's silhouette heightened his anxiety. "Sister-in-law, please don't return at this moment." At that instant, a crackling sound of breaking branches echoed from deep within the forest. Someone with keen eyes lowered their voice in alarm. "Over there, it's moving." All gazes instantly converged. In the shadows at the forest's edge, a massive, dark figure slowly emerged, its robust limbs stirring the snow. It was the descending bear. The distance was close enough to discern the glint in the bear's eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Li Jianye's body shuddered involuntarily with fear. He swiftly raised his hunting rifle. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his arm, clutching the gun, trembled slightly. The tension was palpable. He took a deep breath, aimed, and resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the silent snowfield, a piercing sound. The bullet veered off, striking the trunk of a nearby pine tree, sending splinters flying. The bear was startled by the abrupt noise, recoiling momentarily before bolting away. Li Jianye, in a state of panic, disregarded the need to aim and fired twice more in the general direction. Bang! Bang! The bullets soared into the unknown. This time, the bear was thoroughly alarmed, letting out a deafening roar before sprinting away in a frenzied escape, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Jianye, positioned at the back of the crowd, watched the direction in which the bear fled, his eyes widening in horror. That way. It was precisely the route that his sister-in-law and Aisha would take upon returning from town. Without a second thought, he shouted, "Don't stop me," and forcefully shoved aside a man attempting to restrain him, dashing towards the path the bear had taken like an arrow released from its bow. "Li Jianye, are you out of your mind?" Li Jianye exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flaring within him as he cursed after Jianye's retreating figure. Yet, Jianye had already vanished into the distance, leaving only a silhouette racing through the snow. Chapter 27. The fiancé's plea to be carried home. "Why are you just standing there? Get moving. Follow him." Li Jianye stomped his foot, dismissing all else as he rallied the others to pursue. A throng of people surged behind him, and chaos ensued. At the rear of the crowd, Lu Erden, standing at a distance, shuddered at the sound of the gunfire. He had merely intended to lure the bear out to confront Li Jianye, never anticipating that the creature would descend from the mountain. If it entered the village and crept into his home while he slept, it would spell disaster. Watching Li Jianye recklessly chase after the bear, then seeing the captain lead a group in pursuit, Lu Erden's legs wobbled. He felt apprehensive and dared not follow. What if the bear turned back? He remained concealed in the shadows, nervously fixated on that direction, his mind racing with fervent prayers. Let it descend. Let it take down Li Jianye first. Let it knock itself unconscious against a tree beside me, so I could seize the opportunity and become the hero who vanquished the bear and saved the village. Outside the village, Anna grasped her sister Aisha's hand as they traversed the winding path back home. "Aisha, I must tell you, Jianye has truly changed. He is diligent, capable, and considerate. Such a fine man is hard to come by. Aisha scoffed, kicking a small clump of snow aside. Sister, you've been going on about him the whole way. I've seen him. He is not my type. I'll take a glance when we get there, but if I'm not impressed, I'll just turn around and walk away. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby woods. The sound was raw and ferocious, imbued with a visceral intensity that seemed to explode right beside them. The smiles on their faces froze instantly as they turned in unison to face the source of the noise. A massive, robust black bear suddenly emerged from the forest. Rising on its hind legs, its piercing gaze fixated upon the two women on the road, ready to pounce. Bear! Bear! Anna screamed, her heart nearly leaping from her chest, instinctively yanking Elsa behind her. Elsa, having never encountered such a terrifying spectacle, felt her legs weaken, her mind blank. Overwhelmed by the dread of the looming shadow accompanied by a foul, acrid stench. It was over. She was doomed. She had always known that Li Jianye was not her destined protector. She should never have ventured out today, nor accompanied her sister to this treacherous place. Help! Save us! In this dire moment, Li Jianye sprinted down the path, startled by the cries. Ahead, approximately 50 meters away, Anna and Elsa lay sprawled in the middle of the road. Beside them stood the formidable black bear. Almost simultaneously, Li Jianye, who was hot on his heels, beheld this alarming scene. He raised his hunting rifle once more, aiming it at the bear. Yet, hesitation gripped him. The distance was too great. Anna and Elsa were perilously close to the bear. A slight misfire could harm them. Failing to shoot would surely endanger the two women's lives. The pressure was immense, causing veins to bulge on Li Jianye's forehead, his finger resting on the trigger. Torn by inner turmoil, cold sweat drenched his collar. Meanwhile, in this critical moment, Li Jianye exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He did not pause to catch his breath. While running, he swiftly retrieved an arrow from the quiver strapped to his back. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow, his movements were fluid and seamless. With unwavering arms and a cold, sharp gaze, he locked onto the bear's head with precision. The bowstring emitted a dull thrum. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, striking its target with unerring accuracy. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced the bear's eye. A chilling howl erupted from the creature as it reared back violently, its movements abruptly halted. The agonizing pain and sheer terror from losing an eye left it dazed. It thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge the arrow embedded deep in its socket, but to no avail. Blood streamed from its eye, cascading down its face. In the throes of pain, it could scarcely acknowledge the two diminutive, fragile humans before it. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. The bear pivoted sharply. The trembling arrow still lodged in its eye, and bolted frantically into the depths of the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, its massive form vanished, leaving behind only a smear of crimson blood on the snow and two sisters who had narrowly escaped death. Li Jianye, along with the captain and the other men from the village, raced towards Anna and Elsa, observing the two women still seated on the ground, pale and shaken. And then glancing at the tall, poised figure of Li Jianye, they collectively reflected on the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. The thrill of danger lingered in the air. Goodness, did that lad from Jianye truly shoot the bear's eye out with a single arrow? My heavens, it's more effective than the captain's bullets. Indeed, the captain fired 3 shots without hitting anything. His archery skills are nothing short of miraculous. Li Jianye tightened his grip on the shotgun, his lips moving. Yet ultimately he said nothing. The situation was undeniably awkward, but more than that, he felt a deep admiration for Li Jianye. The prowess in his archery was astonishing, surpassing all his expectations. Unbeknownst to Li Jianye, he lowered his bow and immediately focused his gaze on Anna and Aisha, swiftly approaching them. As Anna observed him nearing, her tense body relaxed slightly, though the terror in her eyes had yet to fully dissipate. Aisha stood behind Anna, still reeling from the moment when she thought her life was at an end. The immense shadow and the oncoming stench nearly suffocated her. Then came the piercing cry of the bear. She beheld the arrow deeply embedded in the bear's eye socket and the man in the distance who had drawn and released it. It was he. He had saved her. Aisha's heart raced, thumping like a frantic rabbit against her chest. She watched as Li Jianye approached, noticing his straight nose, tightly pressed lips, and those steady eyes. The image of that magnificent shot was indelibly etched in her mind. This man was incredibly handsome, remarkably formidable. Sister-in-law, Li Jianye called out, breathless yet composed as he ran over. Are you all right? His gaze locked onto Anna, radiating genuine concern. Anna took a deep breath, shaking her head, her voice still trembling. I'm fine. Listening to their exchange, Aisha finally connected the dots. This striking man was none other than Anna's younger brother-in-law, Li Jianye. How could he be so utterly different from the vague, inconspicuous rural youth she remembered? In her mind, he had been frail and devoid of any charm. Yet the man before her exuded confidence, decisiveness, and an inexplicable allure. He was simply stunning. Aisha stared at Li Jianye, her cheeks warming slightly, and quickly lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes any longer, her heart raced even faster. At that moment, Li Jianye arrived with others. He assessed Anna and Aisha, confirming they were merely shaken and unharmed, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. As long as everyone is all right, he repeated, his tone laced with palpable relief. Li Jianye nodded. Sister-in-law, they are quite frightened. I shall take them back to rest. He helped his sister-in-law up from the ground. After Anna stood, her legs trembled slightly. Aisha, however, was too weak to rise, her body limp. With a pitiful expression, she extended a hand and sweetly asked, I can't move. Could you carry me back? Chapter 28. This is your sister-in-law. Anna paused, glancing at her sister sprawled on the ground, and then at the tall figure of Li Jianye before her. A realization seemed to dawn upon her. She stood by, chuckling softly without uttering a word. Li Jianye, however, thought little of it. He bent down, his arms slipping around Aisha's leg and back, and with a gentle exertion, lifted her into his embrace. I shall carry you back, he declared. Aisha gasped, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She had not anticipated Li Jianye's boldness in lifting her so directly. There was a hint of ambiguity in the gesture, yet she felt no desire to refuse. Thus, she allowed him to carry her as they, alongside Anna, made their way towards the village. Target character unlocked, Aisha. Aisha's affinity 1. Current affinity 6. At the same time, Li Jianye and a dozen men from the village gazed at the retreating figures of Li Jianye and his companions, their minds still replaying the moment when Li Jianye had skillfully shot out the bear's eye. This young man was indeed full of surprises and possessed remarkable talent. Previously, they had assumed that his hunting prowess stemmed merely from luck. Yet, having just witnessed his deftness in drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, they realized that the bow could inflict significant damage on the bear. From 50 paces away, he had managed to blind the creature in one eye with precision. Such judgment and accuracy were undeniable proof of his capabilities. Li Jianye was no longer the child they had once perceived him to be. His archery skills were truly impressive, a revelation they had previously overlooked. Now that the bear had been driven away, their village could be considered safe, which was certainly a cause for celebration. However, amidst the crowd, Lu Erden's expression was far from cheerful. Concealed at the back, he wore a look of disappointment. He had hoped that the bear would pose a threat to Li Jianye, but instead, the young man had emerged unscathed, basking in the limelight and becoming a hero in the eyes of the entire village. Damn it! Lu Erden muttered a curse under his breath, spitting on the snow in frustration before he sulkily departed. Meanwhile, Li Jianye and the others continued to revel in the news of the bear's retreat. But then someone suddenly recalled an important point. Let us not celebrate too soon. Although the bear has fled, it is wounded and has lost an eye. It may harbor a grudge against us. If it were to go mad and descend upon the village again, we would be in serious trouble. This remark instantly transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of tension. Indeed, Old Wang was correct. The bear, having lost an eye, would surely remember this affront. What should be done? If it dared to approach the village, every household would be gripped by fear. Would they still be able to tend to their fields? Would the children dare to step outside? Panic began to spread. Though Tuanjia village was nestled against the mountains, encounters with bears on the main road were exceedingly rare, and the thought of one approaching sent shudders through everyone. Li Jianye furrowed his brow, gripping the hunting rifle that had seen little use. He gazed in the direction where the bear had vanished, lost in thought. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that the bear, having sustained an injury today, would likely remain hidden for a while. This beast posed a significant threat and must be dealt with. Otherwise, their village would know no peace. However, the method of elimination required careful consideration. Everyone, let us return to the village first, Li Jianye announced, gesturing for the others to head home while he too made his way back. The danger posed by the bear was too great, and its next descent from the mountains was unpredictable, making the situation quite troublesome. If only the experienced old hunters were still around, they might have possessed the expertise to confront the bear and safeguard the village. But now, the task seemed daunting. Meanwhile, Li Jianye cradled Aisha as he and his sister-in-law walked home. Just before reaching the doorstep, a young boy suddenly dashed out from a neighboring yard, calling out at the top of his lungs, "Brother Jianye, it's Li Dongliang." The boy, aware of the bear's peril, had not dared to approach the scene, knowing the adults would not permit it. Instead, he waited at home for Li Jianye's return. "Did you encounter the bear? Did you manage to shoot it?" Li Dongliang bombarded him with questions, his eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. As they drew closer, he finally noticed that Li Jianye was holding an unfamiliar woman, whose deep-set eyes and prominent nose revealed her foreign heritage. He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Brother Jianye, weren't you going to find the bear? Why did you bring back a foreigner?" Li Jianye glanced down at Aisha, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable in his embrace, and a faint smile crept across his lips. The bear was scared off. As for this lady, he paused deliberately, casting a teasing look at Li Dongliang. "You should call her sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Li Dongliang was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the situation. Although the specifics eluded him, he had learned to trust his brother's words. With a cheerful tone, he turned to Aisha and exclaimed, "Hello, sister-in-law." Aisha, already slightly blushing in Li Jianye's arms, flushed even deeper at this address. She struggled momentarily before leaping down. Once she regained her footing, she took a small step back, shooting a glare at Li Jianye before frantically waving her hands at Li Dongliang. "No, don't shout that." Her Mandarin, tinged with a slight awkwardness, only added to her charm as she grew flustered. "I haven't agreed to anything yet." Anna, observing her sister's reaction, could hardly contain her laughter. She knew her sister well. Aisha had developed quite the fondness for Li Jianye despite her attempts to feign indifference. Anna dismissed Aisha's earlier claim about feeling weak and unable to walk, fully aware that she was merely acting coy. In truth, she was eager for Aisha to spend time with Li Jianye and deepen their bond. Aisha shot another irritated glance at Li Jianye, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. "And don't get any wrong ideas. I am not an easy girl." After speaking, she no longer glanced at Li Jianye. Instead, she slightly raised her chin and strode directly towards the gate of his home. Anna observed her sister's haughty demeanor, her smile widening, and followed her inside. Li Dongliang scratched his head awkwardly, casting a hesitant look at Li Jianye. "Brother Jianye, did I say something wrong?" "No," Li Jianye replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You should head home. I will manage things here. Just wait to celebrate your brother Jianye's wedding." Chapter 29. Staying the night, Li Jianye gestured for Li Dongliang to leave, then proceeded towards his own home. Watching Aisha and Anna from behind, a smile crept upon his lips. Since their first encounter outside the village, he had thought to himself how Aisha was indeed a stunning sister of Anna, possessing remarkable beauty. Anna had golden hair and blue eyes, while Aisha's eyes were a striking blue as well. The sight of the two together was truly refreshing. Li Jianye felt he must extend his gratitude to his sister-in-law for blessing him with such a beautiful sister-in-law. Even if he had to endure hardships, he would never neglect her kindness. Upon entering the house, a warm ambience enveloped them, a stark contrast to the frigid outdoors. The interior was simply decorated yet impeccably tidy, with a heated Kong against the wall radiating warmth. Li Jianye retrieved some canned fruits, peach crisps, and white rabbit milk candies from a basket and handed them to Aisha. "Please sit. There isn't much to eat at home. Try this instead." Aisha gazed at the glass jar in her hands, filled with golden fruits that made her mouth water, while the fragrant white rabbit candy lay enticingly beside it. "You call this having nothing to eat?" she exclaimed. In these times, being able to have a full meal is a blessing. Not everyone can indulge in such treats. Aisha had been working in a neighboring town, earning points through labor, and only during festivals could she hope to see such luxuries, which were otherwise unthinkable in her daily life. Now, Li Jianye casually presented her with an abundance, and judging by the basket, there was still plenty more. Unable to resist, Aisha tore open a white rabbit candy and popped it into her mouth. The rich creaminess flooded her senses, momentarily eclipsing the terrifying encounter with the bear she had faced earlier, leaving only satisfaction in its wake. The canned fruits, once opened, released a sweet, fruity aroma, and she found herself consuming the entire jar in one go. "This is exquisite. Is this the kind of life you lead here, sister?" Aisha exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Anna. Recalling her sister's earlier words about Li Jianye's capabilities and improved circumstances, Aisha had harbored some doubts. However, witnessing these delights firsthand, she began to believe her sister's claims. Li Jianye had indeed changed from the past. Anna chuckled and patted Aisha on the shoulder. Delicious, isn't it? Despite her pride, Aisha merely nodded, concealing her true feelings. Yet, her eager consumption betrayed her enthusiasm. Li Jianye, beaming, said, "You two sit and chat for a while. I'll prepare some food for you." It's already midday. In the past, dinner at home was typically served around this time. While Li Jianye's culinary skills could not be described as extraordinary, his home-cooked meals were more than sufficient. He began to prepare food using the meat, vegetables, and eggs he had on hand. His sister-in-law and Aisha did not merely wait idly. They rolled up their sleeves to lend a hand. However, when Aisha noticed the abundance of meat, numerous eggs, and the fine grains in Li Jianye's home, she was taken aback. In these times of limited productivity, with low yields of wheat and rice, it was uncommon for ordinary families to afford such refined grains. Many struggled even to fill their stomachs with coarse grains. How could Li Jianye's family live so well? Amidst Aisha's astonishment, a tantalizing aroma of meat soon wafted through the house, complemented by the distinct fragrance of freshly steamed white buns. A plate of fragrant braised pork was placed on the table, the meat glistening with a perfect balance of fat and lean. Next came a dish of fluffy, golden scrambled eggs, along with a pot of stewed wild chicken soup. For most people in this era, such a meal would be considered extraordinarily lavish. As Aisha gazed at the spread before her, her stomach audibly protested. Back in her previous life in the neighboring town, she had only eaten coarse grains and foraged vegetables. She could hardly fathom that she would ever enjoy such a sumptuous feast. Momentarily, she found herself lost in thought. Anna, with a smile, served her a piece of braised pork. "Try this. The meat is from the mountain, and it's absolutely delicious." Aisha cautiously took a bite. The meat was tender and infused with flavor, and the savory essence instantly filled her mouth. It was exquisite. She then picked up a soft, sweet white bun, far superior to the cornbread she used to eat, which, after a while, could become hard enough to be a weapon. This bun was delightfully soft and fragrant. Initially, Aisha was concerned about her demeanor, taking small bites, but soon she could no longer resist and indulged heartily. She realized that Li Jianye's family indeed enjoyed a high standard of living. Her sister had not deceived her, and the reality was even better than she had imagined. Li Jianye was truly capable. Li Jianye ate quietly, occasionally serving Anna and Aisha. Observing her sister's satisfied expression, Anna felt a sense of joy. Once the meal concluded and the dishes were tidied away, they sat by the Kong, engaging in light conversation. Anna casually inquired, "Sister, what do you think of Jianye?" Aisha, cradling a cup of warm water to warm her hands, hesitated momentarily, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. She stole a glance at Li Jianye, who was still tidying up in the distance. Her gaze flickered. From the moment he shot the bear to the life he maintained at home, Aisha had witnessed a different side of Li Jianye. She was not a materialistic person. Her change in perception of him was not solely due to his family's affluence, but rather from seeing his vibrant spirit and determination. He could fend off bears, return home to cook, and maintain the household. Living alongside such a person, even in modest circumstances, would not be too arduous. Elsa stammered, failing to articulate her thoughts. Anna chuckled softly, refraining from probing further. She understood that some matters could not be rushed. Elsa cast her gaze down at her intertwined fingers. The room was comfortably warm, a stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. "Sister," she said, lifting her head to meet Anna's eyes, "it's getting rather late, and well, my legs feel a bit weak." A subtle hint of coaxing laced her voice. "Could I possibly stay at your home tonight?" Upon uttering those words, her heart raced. This was the first time she had made such a request. Anna paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, comprehending her sister's intent. She glanced at Elsa, then at Li Jianye, and nodded emphatically. "Of course you can," she beamed, taking Elsa's hand in hers. "You may stay here for the night and return tomorrow. I will prepare your bedding." Anna stepped outside, heading toward another room in the yard, the one she usually occupied. Before entering, she glanced up at the sky. It was still broad daylight. What did Elsa mean by saying it was late? Her sister had a knack for crafting amusing excuses. Chapter 30. A marksmanship unmatched. Anna prepared the bedding for Elsa, who would share a bed with her that night. The evening was still young. Li Jianye remained at home, engaging in casual conversation and card games with his sister-in-law and Elsa, fostering a sense of camaraderie. As the day progressed, Elsa and Li Jianye grew more familiar with one another. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was indeed late. The three were busy preparing a sumptuous dinner, a feast that was simply delightful. After they had indulged, it was time to retire. Elsa stood at the door, momentarily rooted to the spot. She glanced back at Li Jianye, who was adding wood to the stove, feeling a tangle of emotions. Reluctantly, she spoke, "Jianye, good night." As soon as she finished her sentence, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and she hurriedly turned away. Li Jianye observed her slightly flustered retreat, a smile playing on his lips as he waved her off. "Sleep well." Elsa stepped into Anna's room, glancing back at Jianye's quarters, hesitating before gently closing the door. After shedding her clothes and lying on the bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Her eyes remained wide open, staring at the dimly lit ceiling, her mind replaying scenes of the day spent with Li Jianye, his gallantry while shooting arrows, his earnestness in cooking, and his wit during their card games. His charm permeated every thought. Anna, lying beside Elsa, was not asleep either. She sensed her sister's restless movements. In the darkness, Anna spoke softly, "Sister." Elsa's body tensed slightly. Do you ever think about marrying?" Anna posed the question directly. Elsa was momentarily taken aback, her heartbeat stuttering before accelerating wildly. "Marrying? So sudden, sister. What are you saying? Isn't it a bit too fast?" "Too fast," Anna teased, her tone light. "It seems quite reasonable to me. In the realm of unity and camaraderie, Jianye's character and conditions stand unparalleled. Should you continue to dawdle and hesitate, you may find yourself outpaced by a swift suitor from another household. At that moment, you may find yourself weeping clandestinely beneath the covers." Anna's words struck Aisha's heart like a persistent hammer, each syllable resonating deeply. She was aware that her sister was teasing her, yet a wave of anxiety surged within her. Aisha pulled the blanket over her head, muffling her voice as it emerged from the cocoon of fabric. "I'm tired. I wish to sleep. Let us discuss matters tomorrow." In the adjacent room, Li Jianye had yet to succumb to slumber. Reclining on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling, where the ethereal system panel materialized solely for his eyes. The harrowing encounter with the bear during the day lingered in his mind, intertwined with his interactions with Anna and Aisha thereafter. These experiences had not only elevated Aisha's fondness for him, but also garnered a notable increase in Anna's regard. Aisha's affection, 10. Anna's affection, 40. Aisha's affection reaching 10 indicated that she had indeed developed feelings for Li Jianye. Their relationship had progressed further, a mere matter of time. Meanwhile, Anna's affection skyrocketed to 40, which pleasantly surprised Li Jianye. This increase in fondness signaled yet another opportunity for a reward. A warm sensation coursed through him. The previous reward, the divine archery skill, had proven immensely beneficial, allowing him and his sister-in-law to enjoy bountiful meals, and had saved both her and his future fiancé in critical moments. Thus, Li Jianye eagerly anticipated this new draw. "System, initiate the lottery," he silently commanded. The lottery machine materialized, and the familiar colorful capsules began to whirl within the virtual contraption, radiating brilliance. At last, a capsule fell with a click, automatically opening to reveal a card. "Congratulations. You have obtained Infallible Marksmanship Ability Card." Infallible Marksmanship Ability Card. Upon usage, the host will possess extraordinary shooting skills, as long as a firearm is in hand. The host will instinctively understand the attributes of the weapon, shooting with pinpoint accuracy as if possessing the finesse of a marksman trained for decades. Upon seeing this ability card, Li Jianye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Marksmanship. Infallible accuracy. The power was undeniably formidable. In this era, firearms were indisputably more practical than bows and arrows. Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. Activating ability card. Activation successful. An indescribable sensation coursed through him, as if an abundance of knowledge, experience, and muscle memory regarding shooting were forcefully infused into his mind and body. The art of aiming, the control of breath, the perception of recoil from various firearms, and the judgment of wind speed and distance all became instinctual and profound. He could even vividly sense that, should he possess a common rifle at that moment, he would be capable of striking the head of a wild chicken from 100 meters away with precision. Li Jianye could envision himself wielding a firearm as he ventured into the vast expanse of Changbai Mountain. The wild boars, roe deer, and even more formidable beasts lurking in the dense forests would likely transform into his personal cash cows. Hunting would cease to be an endeavor fraught with peril and uncertainty, evolving instead into a precise and efficient means of resource acquisition. However, following this thrill, a stark reality confronted him. Although he possessed both the leisure and an unparalleled proficiency, he lacked a weapon. A twinge of regret welled up within him. In this era, stringent gun control laws had been instituted, rendering it exceedingly cumbersome for an ordinary individual to legally acquire a firearm, burdened by extensive procedures and regulations. To possess the skill of a dragon slayer, yet be devoid of a weapon, was undeniably stifling. With a soft sigh, Li Jianye temporarily suppressed this sense of disappointment. His abilities were, after all, at his disposal, and opportunities would inevitably arise in the future. He chose not to dwell further on it, closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, the night deepened, and all the houses extinguished their lights, surrendering to slumber. Yet, the home of Captain Li Jianye remained illuminated. Seated cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, he held a pipe in his hand, unlit, with his brow furrowed in contemplation as he stared blankly out the window. Inside the Kong, Wang Cuifeng lay on her side, cradling her recently born chubby son, who slept soundly, occasionally smacking his tiny lips. She had been observing her husband's furrowed brow for quite some time. "Daqiang, why are you still awake? What are you staring at in the dead of night?" Li Daqiang redirected his gaze to his wife and child, exhaling a sigh. "I can't sleep. I'm still pondering that bear." Wang Cuifeng, holding the child, remarked. "Wasn't he that beast shot in one eye by Jianye? What else could happen?" Li Daqiang tapped his pipe on the edge of the Kong, producing a couple of soft clinks. "Even with one eye blinded, it remains a bear. A wounded beast is more dangerous. If it regains its strength and ventures into the village, the consequences would be dire." His tone was laced with concern. As the captain, he bore the weight of the safety of the entire village. Until this bear was dealt with, he could not find peace. "What do you propose we do? Organize a team to search the mountains?" Li Daqiang shook his head. "Changbai Mountain is vast, and the forest is dense. Where would we even begin? Moreover, how many of the younger villagers have truly seen blood? In a real confrontation, it would be more likely they would endanger themselves than succeed in confronting a bear." He had contemplated this, but the risks were too great. Wang Cuifeng, observing her husband's tightly furrowed brow, suddenly recalled something. "What about Jianye? I was thinking, didn't he shoot that bear's eye out today? His archery skills are truly remarkable. Perhaps we could let Jianye give it a try?" Chapter 31. A visit with a gift of firearms. During this period, Jianye had been hunting in the mountains daily and had undoubtedly grown more familiar with the terrain. With his prowess, it should not pose a problem, should it? Her suggestion prompted Li Daqiang to ponder deeply. Li Jianye, in the past, the second son of the Li family, who seemed to possess little remarkable skill and was somewhat idle in his demeanor, today exhibited a remarkable prowess outside the village, knocking an arrow with impressive agility and striking with unparalleled precision. Indeed, it was utterly beyond his expectations, starkly contrasting the impression he had of that impetuous youth. He had always subconsciously regarded Li Jianye as a mere child. Thus, when contemplating the resolution of the bear issue, he had never considered Li Jianye as a viable option. However, with Li Jianye's recent hunting successes and today's display of archery, it was evident that he possessed genuine talent. Perhaps, in regard to the bear, Li Jianye was indeed the most suitable candidate. This thought reminded Li Daqiang of a few days prior, when Li Jianye had specifically approached him, expressing a desire to borrow his hunting rifle. At that time, he deemed Li Jianye too reckless and unfit to wield a firearm. Yet, in hindsight, he began to reconsider. Early the next morning, an enticing aroma of meat wafted from the small courtyard of Li Jianye's home. Li Jianye, alongside his sister-in-law and Aisha, was enjoying breakfast. Aisha's bright blue eyes sparkled as she quietly conversed with Anna in bear language, occasionally glancing at Li Jianye with a slight blush on her cheeks. Just as the three were engrossed in their meal, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Is Jianye home?" It was the voice of Li Daqiang. Li Jianye set down his chopsticks and rose to head outside. "Uncle Daqiang, what brings you here?" Upon opening the courtyard door, he found Li Daqiang standing at the entrance, not rushing to enter, but rather scrutinizing Li Jianye closely while holding a pipe in hand. "Jianye, I have a question for you. Have you ever fired a gun?" Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. Why was the captain suddenly inquiring about this? In these times, although gun control was not particularly stringent and, for various reasons, quite lenient, not everyone had the opportunity to handle firearms. He was neither a militia member nor a hunter, and no one in his family dealt with such things. "What's the matter, Uncle Daqiang?" Without beating around the bush, Li Daqiang candidly stated, "Yesterday, I witnessed you blind that bear with a single arrow. I had underestimated you before. Now, with the situation in the village, as long as that bear remains, no one can find peace. Everyone is too afraid to even step outside. Li Jianye looked at Li Jianye with earnest eyes. I was thinking, I want you to take a gun and go up the mountain to hunt that bear. Before Li Jianye could respond, Anna, having overheard their conversation, hurriedly emerged from the house, followed closely by Aisha, her face etched with concern. Anna positioned herself between Li Jianye and Li Jianye, her emerald eyes fixed on the captain. No, Captain, are you sending Jianye to his death? That's a bear. Anyone can go, but he must not. Anna had seen that bear, a colossal creature, several times the size of an average person, weighing perhaps 500 or 600 pounds. Anyone struck by that bear would likely perish on the spot. The fact that Li Jianye had managed to blind the bear with a single arrow was merely a stroke of luck. To challenge the bear again would surely be tantamount to courting death. The risks are far too great. It is absolutely out of the question. Li Jianye found himself momentarily speechless under Anna's vehement opposition. Rubbing his hands together, he managed a wry smile. Please, do not be so agitated. What choice do I have? Everyone is aware of yesterday's events. I had a firearm, and despite being so close, I failed to hit that beast even with 3 shots. Yet, Jianye managed to blind it with a single arrow. Such skill is unparalleled within our village, or even within a 10-mile radius. This is precisely why I wish to entrust the gun to Jianye for his self-defense. With the weapon in his possession, his chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. Naturally, I cannot allow him to embark on this perilous endeavor alone. I will gather a few brave and strong individuals to accompany him up the mountain, ensuring mutual support. While it is indeed dangerous, it is preferable to the prospect of the bear descending and causing greater harm to others. At this juncture, Aisha could no longer contain herself, her blue eyes brimming with anxiety. That is unacceptable. The bear is exceedingly formidable. A mere touch could inflict severe injuries. What if Jianye were to be ambushed? As she spoke, she covertly cast a glance at Li Jianye. She had envisioned a future with this man, hoping for a peaceful life together, and could not bear the thought of him taking such a risk. Li Jianye gazed at the 2 fiercely opposing women from the bear country and sighed once more. In truth, he was reluctant to place Jianye in such danger. If it were possible, he would prefer to be an experienced hunter, capable of single-handedly ascending the mountain to slay the bear. Unfortunately, he was not. He could scarcely catch a wild chicken when venturing into the mountains. Turning his attention to Li Jianye, he inquired, What do you think, Jianye? I understand the peril involved, and I do not wish to coerce you. I am merely here to gauge your confidence in this matter. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another solution. However, if you believe you can rid our village of this menace, Li Jianye paused, emphasizing his words. In that case, I shall reserve this hunting rifle for your exclusive use, and I can assist you in acquiring ammunition. Hearing the captain's words, Li Jianye's heart raced. A hunting rifle, and ammunition. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he felt drowsy. He had only just acquired the ability of unerring aim the night before and was lamenting the lack of a firearm to utilize it. Now, the captain offered him this golden opportunity. With a gun in hand, he could traverse not just the blind bear, but the entire Changbai mountain forest with ease. This was a rare chance to legally possess a firearm. A smile spread across Li Jianye's face. I'm in. Upon hearing Li Jianye's agreement, Li Jianye felt an immediate surge of joy. Yet, he was not entirely reassured about letting Jianye proceed without first ensuring that he was adept at using the hunting rifle. Only then could he lead the village's able-bodied youth in their ascent up the mountain. I knew you had the spirit, my boy. Let us go. We shall retrieve the gun at once. Li Jianye beckoned. However, Anna and Aisha interjected almost in unison. No. Anna firmly grasped Li Jianye's arm. Jianye, you cannot go. Listen to your sister-in-law. Elsa stood resolutely at the entrance, arms outstretched, preventing Li Jianye from leaving. It's far too dangerous. I forbid you to go. Chapter 32. Ascending the mountain to hunt the bear. Li Jianye gazed at the 2 women, who were so concerned for his safety, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yet, he had already made up his mind and was determined to proceed. Moreover, he believed the venture posed no danger to him. He gently patted Anna's hand, signaling her to remain at ease. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Nothing will happen to me. Anna, upon witnessing his resolute expression, understood Li Jianye's stubborn nature and realized her attempts to dissuade him were futile. She could only let out a resigned sigh, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Jianye then turned his attention to Elsa, who stood defiantly at the door. With a fierce glare, she obstructed both him and Li Jianye, her demeanor suggesting that no amount of persuasion would sway her resolve. Seeing this, Li Jianye broke into a grin and stepped closer, nearly invading Elsa's personal space. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Do you not want me to go? Are you afraid your man might perish?" Startled by his sudden proximity and bold words, Elsa instinctively stepped back, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Embarrassed and indignant, her blue eyes widened in disbelief, though she harbored a favorable impression of Li Jianye. His audacity to speak so plainly left her feeling flustered. "Who is my man? What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Jianye, witnessing her flustered state, smiled wider and pointed to himself. "I am." Elsa was rendered speechless, caught off guard by the very notion being articulated in front of others. She felt her composure slipping away. She recognized that Li Jianye was deliberately provoking her to fluster, allowing him to slip away with the captain to confront the bear head-on. A wave of anger surged within her. She felt that Li Jianye was recklessly disregarding his own life. With a swift turn of her head, she puffed her cheeks in defiance, adopting an expression of dismissal. Observing Elsa's irritated demeanor, Li Jianye shook his head and signaled to Li Jianye that it was time to depart. The two men left. Anna watched their retreating figures, her face etched with concern. She bit her lip, unable to shake off her unease, and hurried after them. Elsa remained rooted in place, stamping her foot in frustration. "Sister, why do you still care? Let him go." She seemed to be still simmering with anger, yet the corner of her eye persistently followed Li Jianye as he walked away. Ultimately, her worry got the best of her, and she trailed behind them. Upon returning home, Li Jianye spoke little, heading straight to a locked wooden chest in the corner. He retrieved a key and cautiously opened it, carefully lifting out a gleaming double-barreled shotgun. The gun, though aged, had been meticulously maintained. He then fished out 2 bright yellow bullets from the bottom of the box. "Just these 2 rounds," he said, his tone heavy with gravity. "Yesterday, when I shot at that bear, I panicked and fired 3 shots, expending all my ammunition without hitting the target. This equipment is precious. I must apply to the commune for more, which will also cost money. For now, these 2 rounds will have to suffice." The double-barreled shotgun, a formidable weapon, could only be loaded with 2 shells at a time. Thus, when Li Jianye acquired this firearm, he was afforded but a singular opportunity to fire in succession, without any additional ammunition to engage with the bear. Though the chances were few, the power it wielded was substantial. Should he unleash 2 rounds aimed at the bear's vital points, it would surely ensure its demise. Li Jianye handed the shotgun to Li Jianye. "Do you know how to use it?" he inquired. The moment Li Jianye grasped the shotgun, he instinctively understood its nuances. It felt as if the weapon had melded into an extension of his own body. His fingers danced effortlessly over its surface. Click! The crisp sound of the mechanism echoed as he adeptly opened the breech, inspecting its interior. Before Li Jianye could comprehend what was unfolding, Li Jianye's hands moved swiftly. With a series of clicks, the once intact shotgun was disassembled into its primary components, meticulously arranged along the edge of the Kong. The entire process was fluid and devoid of any awkwardness. Next, he reassembled the components with deftness. Click, clack, click. The harmonious sounds of metal clashing resonated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the shotgun was restored to its original form. He then performed a safety check, pointing the barrel towards the ground, executing the motion with a precision that could rival any instructional manual. Li Jianye's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide in disbelief as he glanced from the firearm to Li Jianye, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. "This gun can be disassembled like that?" he marveled. It had been in his possession for many years, yet he had no idea it could be taken apart in such a manner. Anna, who had entered alongside, wore a look of astonishment, her green eyes brimming with incredulity. Aisha, momentarily forgetting her earlier annoyance, stared at Li Jianye with her blue eyes unblinkingly, her mouth slightly agape, clearly captivated by his unexpected skill. Who could have foreseen that Li Jianye possessed such expertise? After a prolonged moment, Li Jianye regained his composure, smacking his lips in admiration. "Jianye, you impressive lad. You've hidden your talents well. Pray tell, who did you learn this skill from? How did you become so proficient?" Li Jianye smiled, his expression serene, and replied nonchalantly, "Back in school, a classmate of mine had a family member in the militia. I visited his home and secretly handled a few firearms. His father even taught me how to disassemble and maintain them. I also fired a few rounds at the shooting range afterward. Li Daqiang clapped his thigh, his face radiating appreciation. What a remarkable young man. Although Li Jianye had merely fabricated an excuse, it was sufficient to convince Li Daqiang of his competence with firearms. With a sense of reassurance, Li Daqiang entrusted the ammunition to Li Jianye. This shotgun is now in your hands. He then retrieved a loudspeaker, preparing to summon the villagers to ascend the mountain together. At that moment, Li Jianye proposed, "In truth, I would be more assured going alone. A larger group might become a hindrance." Li Daqiang regarded Li Jianye's confident demeanor. While he was convinced to a degree, confronting a bear was no trivial matter. Lives were at stake. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "No, it is far too perilous for you to go alone. This matter is non-negotiable." Li Daqiang did not afford Li Jianye the opportunity to argue. He turned and strode outside. The village was small, and with a single shout, he quickly gathered a considerable number of villagers. "Dear folks, please lend me your ears. You are all aware of the incident with the bear that intruded upon our village yesterday, correct? This beast remains a menace in the mountains, and we cannot predict when it may descend again. For the safety of us all, this bear must be eradicated. Now, Li Jianye is willing to take the lead, armed with a gun, to hunt this bear. I have summoned you all to inquire if there are any brave souls willing to accompany Jianye up the mountain. Strength lies in numbers, and together we can capture this bear." All eyes swiftly turned to Li Jianye. What? Let Jianye lead the charge? But that is a bear, not a mere pheasant or rabbit. Indeed, yesterday the captain attempted to subdue the bear with a group, firing 3 shots without success. Could Jianye truly manage it? While Jianye was skilled with a bow, he had merely caught the bear off guard. In a real hunt, how effective could a bow be? Moreover, Captain, how many rounds does your firearm have left? The bear likely weighs over 500 pounds and stands taller than a doorframe. If a single shot fails to bring it down, we would be doomed. One man, visibly shaken, gestured anxiously. If we encounter it face to face, one swipe could end a life. It is far too perilous. Voices of doubt and concern began to swell within the crowd. Just yesterday, they had been compelled to follow the captain out to protect the village from the bear. Now, the notion of proactively ascending the mountain warranted careful consideration. It was indeed too dangerous. At that moment, a figure pushed through the throng. "Jianye, I'm going," Li Dongliang called out boldly, his chin raised, exuding the audacity of youth. He had previously accompanied Li Jianye to the mountains and witnessed his exceptional archery skills, taking down small animals with precision. However, he had not seen Jianye blind the bear's eye the day before. Li Dongliang believed in his brother Jianye's ability to handle the bear and was eager to witness his prowess firsthand. Should he succeed, he would have a grand tale to share. Yet, things did not unfold as he had hoped. "Li Dongliang, why are you trying to stir up trouble?" As soon as he spoke, Widow Lu stepped forward, seizing his collar and pulling him back, fearful that he might truly follow along. Li Daqiang's gaze swept over the assembled villagers. "Look, even a child is willing to step up. And you grown men? Are you not even as brave as a child?" His words struck the villagers like a heavy blow, igniting a flush of shame upon their faces. Hunting the bear was, after all, for the safety of everyone. This beast lingered in the mountains, posing an unpredictable threat. What if it crept into your home at night, biting your child or injuring your wife? By then, it would be too late for regrets. With the rallying call of Li Daqiang, one after another, robust young men stepped forward. "Let us fight. It's just a bear. We have plenty of strength and means." Li Daqiang counted, and there were 13 men. Adding Li Jianye, that made 14. "Very well, it's you." Once the decision was made, Li Daqiang turned to Li Jianye with gravity. "Jianye, are you certain about going? If you wish to reconsider, now is the time. At worst, I shall take my gun and venture into the mountains alone." Li Daqiang was certainly eager to lead the hunt against the bear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered a group the day before. The main issue now was entering the mountains, and he had inadvertently twisted his ankle while chasing the bear yesterday. Under such circumstances, it was indeed unwise to proceed. Li Jianye chuckled. "Captain, it would be more practical for you to wield a firewood stick than a gun. Allow me to go instead." Upon hearing this, the surrounding men could not help but laugh. Everyone knew that Li Daqiang had failed to even graze a single hair of the bear with 3 shots yesterday. Li Daqiang awkwardly scratched his head. "Let bygones be bygones." "Very well, Jianye, you may set off. I shall not accompany you. With my foot, you might end up having to look after me in the mountains." He shook his foot, still feeling a bit unsteady. Li Jianye nodded. turning to the group of over a dozen determined men, each armed with their tools. He called to the leader, a man in his 30s with a crew cut. Li Fuguwei, brother Fuguwei, let us go. Li Jianye waved his hand, and immediately, Li Fuguwei and the others followed suit. They turned their backs to the villagers and faced the mountains, their figures becoming imposing in the process. Anna and Aisha watched Li Jianye from a distance, no longer attempting to stop him, yet their hearts were filled with boundless worry, fearing that this time, Li Jianye might never return. Tears welled in Aisha's cerulean eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Erden observed the departing figures of Li Jianye and his companions. Catching sight of the concern etched on the faces of Anna and Aisha, particularly Aisha, whose blue eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why should this young man, Li Jianye, monopolize all the good fortune? Just because he knows how to hunt? Just because he possesses a somewhat handsome visage? What made him worthy of the attention of two foreign women? Lu Erden's heart burned with a sinister and unyielding anger, watching Li Jianye disappear into the forest entrance. He glanced at Anna and Aisha's worried expressions, and a wicked thought suddenly surfaced. He must follow them. Must secretly plot something to ensure Li Jianye meets his demise in the mountains. Let the bear tear him apart. When that happens, with Li Jianye gone, he would become the hero of the hunt, and those two foreign women would surely regard him with newfound admiration. Perhaps he could even. The more Lu Erden contemplated, the more enticing the thought became, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. No longer hesitating, he squeezed through the crowd and rushed toward the forest entrance. Jianye, wait for me. Lu Erden raised his voice, exclaiming, I want to go too. As he shouted, he hurriedly sprinted a few steps to catch up with the end of the line. Li Fuguwei, walking at the rear, heard the commotion, frowned, and turned around. He scrutinized the breathless Lu Erden with a gaze full of skepticism. Lu Erden? What are you doing here, stirring up trouble? It was evident that Li Fuguwei doubted Lu Erden's capability to venture into the mountains to confront bears, considering Lu's frail physique, reminiscent of someone suffering from malnutrition. What good would it do? This isn't a mere excursion to pick mushrooms. It's a life-and-death struggle against bears. With your spindly arms and legs, you might end up being a liability. Lu Erden chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Brother Fuguwei, how can you say such things? I am also a part of the Tuanjiatun community. Why shouldn't I contribute to the collective effort? Besides, strength lies in numbers. Even if I lag behind, I can still lend a hand. He spoke with conviction, though his eyes instinctively darted towards Li Jianye, who was at the forefront of the group. Upon hearing the noise, Li Jianye halted and turned, his gaze settling on Lu Erden's grinning face. Observing Lu's shifty eyes, Li Jianye couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What noble intentions could this fellow possibly harbor? Typically, Lu Erden was known for his petty thievery and idleness. Why would he willingly throw himself into such perilous work? Especially considering the lascivious glances he often cast at his sister-in-law, Anna. Li Jianye felt a wave of disdain wash over him. An opportunity had presented itself, perfectly timed. If Lu Erden was insistent on entering the mountains, he could use this chance to dispose of him. A cryptic smile played upon Li Jianye's lips, ignoring Li Fuguwei's objections. He nodded at Lu Erden. All right then, since Lu Erden is so eager, let him join us. Li Fuguwei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Jianye to acquiesce. Jianye. This. Lu Erden, disregarding the opinions of others, felt a surge of joy at Li Jianye's approval. The plan was coming to fruition. Great. I'll tag along. He quickly affirmed, eager to keep up with the group, lest Li Jianye change his mind. In his mind, he plotted to find an opportunity once they entered the mountains to trip Li Jianye up and have him face the bears. Li Jianye observed Lu Erden's insidious demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Both harbored ulterior motives as they ascended the mountain. In the distance, a voice called out, Jianye, please be safe. Chapter 34. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. The group of 15 entered the tranquil forest. At the forefront, Li Jianye walked with steady strides, his sharp gaze scanning the ground for any signs of life. The others followed closely, most wearing serious expressions, gripping their weapons, be it machetes or pitchforks, radiating a sense of determination. Only Lu Erden, lingering at the back, appeared out of sync with the solemn atmosphere, his gaze wandering and his steps somewhat unsteady. After roughly 10 minutes of trekking, Li Jianye suddenly stopped, raising his hand in a signal. He crouched down and pointed to the ground, where several large, distinct footprints were imprinted in the snow, those of a bear. Li Fuguwei stepped closer for a closer inspection, and his expression grew serious. given the size of the prints. It was undoubtedly the very bear from yesterday. Did it descend this path? Others gathered around, their hearts weighed down by the sight of the enormous tracks. The sheer size of the beast instilled a sense of dread within them. Let us follow these tracks, Li Jianye declared, rising and gripping his machete tightly. Just then, a sudden voice broke the tension, laced with a hint of panic. Wait! Everyone turned to see Li Jianye, the straggler at the end of the line. A grimace, more painful than a cry, twisted his face, and his eyes darted nervously. If they followed the tracks further, they would reach the spot where he had smeared honey to lure the bear down the mountain. If they discovered the truth, it would spell disaster. Jianye, these tracks might have been deliberately left by the bear to lead us into a trap. Li Jianye rubbed his hands together, his gaze flitting about, his voice tinged with cowardice. Let us not proceed this way. He gestured toward a dense thicket nearby. If we traverse through there, we might circumvent its lair. Li Jianye scrutinized Li Jianye, his brow furrowing. What nonsense are you uttering? Has the bear become cunning enough to use footprints as bait? We came here to hunt the bear, not to wander aimlessly. His tone was laced with evident displeasure. Li Jianye's complexion fluctuated between red and white, his desperate excuses failing to convince his companions. Sweat beaded on his forehead. I'm only considering everyone's safety. The mountains are fraught with danger. We should tread carefully, he fervently urged, attempting to block the path of those moving forward. Li Jianye had remained silent, quietly observing Li Jianye's performance. While he was unaware of Li Jianye's intentions, he sensed that the man was up to no good, his demeanor almost screaming deceit. As Li Jianye persisted in his attempts to deter the group, Li Jianye interjected decisively. These footprints clearly indicate the bear's descent. Following them will surely lead us to its dwelling. We shall proceed along this path. Ignoring Li Jianye any further, he took the lead, stepping into the bear's tracks. Seeing this, Li Jianye immediately followed suit, and soon others joined in as well. Li Jianye stood frozen, his expression shifting erratically. Watching Li Jianye and the others resolutely advance into the woods along the tracks, he felt a surge of panic. It wasn't too long before the group, tracing the bear's prints, came upon a tree nearby, where someone discovered a peculiar mark. What is this? They exclaimed. At a lower point on the trunk, there were obvious bite marks, accompanied by some sticky residue. Leaning in to inspect, a strong, sweet scent of honey wafted up their nostrils. Is this honey? As they examined the bite marks, they bore a striking resemblance to those made by a bear. Someone speculated, could a bear be here eating honey? Yet, how could it possibly feast on honey in this area? It was not far from the village, and it did not appear to be a natural beehive. Li Jianye's keen eyes continued to search the surroundings. After a thorough exploration, he stumbled upon an abandoned object near a cluster of bushes. There is something here, he exclaimed as he picked it up. It was an ordinary ceramic jar adorned with snowflakes, containing remnants of honey. Although the jar seemed unremarkable, its presence in such a location was strikingly out of place. Li Jianye stepped forward, took the jar, and scrutinized it closely. The honey inside was scarce, yet its sweetness remained potent, suggesting the jar had been discarded only in the past few days. The others gathered around, glancing at the jar, the honey traces on the tree, and the bear tracks on the ground. An inexplicable sense of confusion began to brew among them. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jianye's expression darkened. The bear had not descended from the mountain without reason. His gaze abruptly shifted to the back of the group. Li Jianye stood at the rear, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He averted his eyes, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Someone must have deliberately let it down. Li Jianye's voice dripped with suspicion. Who did it? He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Li Jianye. Li Jianye, his voice thundered like a clap of thunder. You were the one blocking the path earlier. This honey, could it possibly be your doing? Li Jianye quivered, his eyes wide open, shaking his head vehemently. No, it wasn't me, he protested loudly, desperately refusing to admit any wrongdoing. How could it possibly be me? I've been wandering around the village all day, too afraid to even approach the mountains. How could I have the capability to lure a bear? His mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed with fear. How had he been discovered so quickly? He could not allow anyone to suspect him. As he denied involvement, a cunning thought struck him, and he attempted to shift the blame onto others. It must be from the neighboring village. He pointed tremblingly towards the distant hamlets. They must be envious that our Li Jianye has secured a catch. They're jealous because we have meat. They want to create chaos and let the bear wreak havoc on our village. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. as if he had truly identified the perpetrator. "It's them, not me." His performance was lacking in finesse, but at that moment, he could only continue to feign innocence with fervor. Li Jianye was not deceived by his antics, yet he remained silent, refraining from questioning him further. In his heart, he was already convinced that Lu Erden was entangled in this matter. The bear's descent had nearly cost Li Jianye's sister-in-law and fiancé their lives. Today, it seemed Lu Erden's own life might be forfeit. Li Jianye's gaze swept over Lu Erden's face, which was etched with guilt. "Let us set aside the honey for now." The bear tracks emerged from the forest ahead. He raised his hand, pointing towards the shadowy woods. "Let us follow the trail, find its lair, and eliminate the bear first. We shall address the remaining matters later." Li Fuguwei nodded in agreement with Li Jianye's assessment. The others ceased their preoccupation with the honey and redirected their focus to tracking the bear. Lu Erden, observing this, discreetly exhaled in relief, though the weight in his heart remained. Chapter 35. The antlers are mine. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser and the surroundings increasingly silent, save for the crunch of snow beneath their feet. After approximately 15 minutes, Li Fuguwei, leading the group, suddenly halted and raised his hand in a signal. Instantly, everyone held their breath, anticipating the bear's appearance. Following Li Fuguwei's gaze, they spotted a vibrant figure in a nearby clearing, a robust spotted deer, grazing with its ears perked and dark, glistening eyes scanning the vicinity. Upon sighting the deer, the entire group instinctively softened their movements, fearful of scaring it away. Although their original intent was to hunt the bear, an opportunity to procure game was not to be overlooked. After all, they were already present. At the rear of the group, Lu Erden, who had previously worn a frown, felt his eyes brighten upon seeing the deer. His expression was not one of surprise, but of unbridled greed. "Venison." He licked his cracked lips, as if he could already savor the aroma of roasted meat. Previously, he had not tasted any of the meat brought back by Li Jianye, and his hunger had grown unbearable. This time, accompanying the expedition under the guise of bear hunting, he believed he was entitled to a share of whatever was caught. This was free meat. He lowered his voice, though his tone was laced with impatience. "Jianye, hurry. Shoot now." Meat served on a platter. Li Fuguwei shot him a fierce glare, hissing in a low voice, "Shut up. If you scare it away, who will take the blame?" Li Jianye appeared unfazed by the commotion behind him. He slowly raised the bow in his hand, drawing the string taut. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the deer without a trace of hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow flew, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, striking its target with precision. A muffled thud echoed as the stag jolted violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The instant the deer fell, a figure darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. It was Lu Erden. His face radiated unrestrained elation as he rushed towards the fallen stag. He understood the value of deer antlers. Last time, Li Jianye had exchanged them for numerous valuable items. This opportunity was too good to pass up. He eagerly reached the deer, brandishing his hatchet to harvest the fresh antlers. "What are you doing?" Li Fuguwei shouted angrily, quickly following. This deer was taken down by Jianye. The antlers belonged to him. Lu Erden hesitated for a moment, but did not stop, swiftly severing the antlers and stuffing them into the tattered bag he had brought. "I'll take them first. I'll take them first," he muttered stubbornly. Li Fuguwei's face flushed with anger as he glanced at Li Jianye, waiting for his response. Li Jianye merely cast a disinterested glance in their direction and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine." Upon hearing this, Lu Erden's face immediately illuminated with a smug smile. Li Jianye dismissed the matter, remarking that there was no need to concern himself with someone like Li Fuguwei. Contentedly, he carried the antler on his back. However, unbeknownst to him, in Li Jianye's eyes, Lu Erden had already forfeited any chance of descending the mountain today. Even if he bore the antler now, what would it matter? Ultimately, it would still belong to Li Jianye. Indifferent to Lu Erden, he instructed someone to manage the deer and then continued onward. As they ventured deeper into the forest, it became increasingly dense and foreboding, as if some creature might leap out from the shadows at any moment. Lu Erden huddled in the middle of the group, almost being swept along by the others. His complexion turned pale, his lips trembled, and his eyes darted around in terror amidst the dimly lit woods. By this point, he regretted his decision to ascend the mountain. Not only were there bears lurking about, but what if a tiger were to suddenly appear? Such a creature could snuff out a life in an instant. Unable to contain himself, he lowered his voice and urged, "Jianye, hurry up. Find that bear so we can return home. His voice echoed oddly in the silence. Li Jianye and Li Fuguwei, walking ahead, both furrowed their brows and shot him a glare. No one paid him any mind. In moments like these, maintaining silence and vigilance was of utmost importance. Shrinking back under their glare, Lu Erden's fear only intensified. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. A bear. That beast could crush a man's skull with a single swipe. If they were to encounter one, what could they possibly do with just a few of them? His thoughts spiraled, and his gaze unconsciously fell upon the hunting rifle slung over Li Jianye's shoulder. That gun was their only hope. But was there enough ammunition? He licked his chapped lips and leaned closer, his voice tinged with urgency. Jianye, how many bullets do you have in that gun? Can it kill a bear? Li Jianye did not pause his stride, nor did he turn around. He couldn't be bothered with Lu Erden. Seeing that he received no response only heightened Lu Erden's anxiety, causing his voice to rise in pitch. I know bullets are precious. You need to apply for them. I remember the captain didn't have many. And he fired 3 shots yesterday when he encountered a bear. You don't have an empty gun, do you? The moment those words left his mouth, not only Lu Erden, but even Li Fuguwei and several other villagers who had accompanied them, felt a shift in their expressions. They had been so focused on tracking the bear that they had indeed overlooked this crucial detail. Yes, the lack of ammunition was the gravest concern. If they were out of bullets, had they not come here merely to court death? Li Fuguwei halted, turning back to Li Jianye with a worried look. Jianye, be honest. Do you have any bullets or not? The others gazed at Li Jianye, their eyes filled with anticipation for his response. Li Jianye stopped, turned around, and spoke calmly. There are only 2 bullets. After a brief pause, he added, this is a double-barreled shotgun, with both bullets loaded in the chamber, leaving us only one opportunity to fire. Upon hearing Li Jianye's response, the atmosphere seemed to freeze instantaneously. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. They comprehended Li Jianye's implication. Ammunition was scarce, and they must strike with precision, firing 2 shots in quick succession to ensure the bear met its demise at once. Otherwise, once the bullets were discharged, there would be no further ammunition left to replenish. Only one opportunity remained. A villager could no longer contain his voice and inquired, but what if we miss? Another voice trembled in response. Are we to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the bear? A wave of panic began to spread through the crowd. Li Jianye calmly surveyed the assembly. If anyone is fearful, now is the time to retreat. I shall confront the bear alone. Li Fuguwei and a few others exchanged hesitant glances. The danger was indeed palpable. Yet, having come this far, turning back now seemed unreasonable. Moreover, leaving Li Jianye to face the bear alone was out of the question. Should anything go awry, none of them would be able to reconcile with their conscience. One opportunity is one opportunity. Possessing a firearm is certainly better than having none. Li Fuguwei gritted his teeth and spat. Damn it. What is there to be afraid of? We've come this far. I'm not scared of him, but Jianye, when you fire, be sure to choose your moment wisely. We cannot afford to waste a single bullet. Chapter 36. Give me the gun. The others echoed Li Fuguwei's sentiments, while trepidation still lingered on their faces. Their eyes now reflected a newfound resolve. They had come too far. They could not allow the bear to descend and inflict harm upon others. However, upon hearing these words, Lu Erden's complexion paled completely. He was utterly terrified. Retreat? He dared not venture back alone. Stay? With only 2 bullets, if they missed, the first to face misfortune would undoubtedly be his frail self, lacking the ability to escape. Fear completely consumed his reason. He suddenly fixated on the shotgun in Li Jianye's possession, erupting with a nearly frenzied intent. Gun. Hand me the gun. Lu Erden lunged at Li Jianye like a rabid wild dog, exclaiming, Give me the gun to save my life. His movement was swift and unexpected, and he grasped the gun's handle directly. However, Li Jianye was already prepared. The moment Lu Erden's hand touched the stock, Li Jianye swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Erden's chest. The sound of impact resonated sharply. Lu Erden was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a snowbank a few paces away. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. Agony etched across his face. Li Fuguwei stood to the side, observing with a cold gaze, curling his lip in disdain. You deserve it. At a time like this, thinking of snatching the gun for self-preservation? Have a look at yourself. Jianye's kick was not unwarranted. The other villagers also wore expressions of disdain, none of them stepping forward to offer assistance. Struggling, Lu Erden supported himself with one hand while clutching his chest with the other. He lifted his head, glaring at Li Jianye with a venomous expression. Li Jianye, how dare you kick me? He grimaced in pain, his voice piercing and filled with indignation and fury. You want to die, huh? His curses echoed through the silent forest, sounding particularly jarring and discordant. This outburst startled the indigenous inhabitants of the woods. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, reverberating through the air and causing the ears of all present to ring. Faces turned pale in an instant as a pungent stench wafted towards them. From the dense thicket nearby emerged a colossal creature, violently shattering several trees of considerable girth as it charged forth. It was an exceptionally large bear, cloaked in coarse, tangled black fur. One eye glinting with a ferocious light, while the other remained blind. Rising on its hind legs, its powerful forelimbs swung menacingly, sharp claws glimmering ominously in the dim light. And its gaping maw dripped with saliva. The bear had been roused by Lu Erden's earlier tirade. Now, it directed its wrath towards the crowd, unleashing a furious roar as its massive paws struck the ground with a resounding thud. Scatter! Quickly scatter! Li Jianye reacted with remarkable speed, shouting as he sidestepped to create distance. Li Fuguwei and the other villagers hastily followed suit, brandishing their weapons and maneuvering to keep their distance from the bear. Only Lu Erden, who had been lying on the ground cursing moments before, suddenly sprang up as if propelled by springs. Terrified beyond reason, he rolled and crawled, not fleeing but darting like a frightened cur to hide behind Li Jianye. Clutching the back of Li Jianye's garment, he trembled uncontrollably. Jianye, Jianye, save me. Quickly shoot it. Kill it. Please, kill it. He clung to Li Jianye as though he were a lifeline, nearly pressing himself against his back. Li Jianye glanced at Li Fuguwei and the others still grappling with the bear. His brow furrowed in concern. Lu Erden's frantic grip impeded his movements. He attempted to shake off Lu Erden forcefully. Let go. Don't be a hindrance. However, the sheer terror had imbued Lu Erden with an astonishing strength, his fingers gripping Li Jianye's clothing with an iron hold, refusing to relent. I won't let go. You must protect me first. If you abandon me, I'll push you out to feed the bear. You'll be my shield. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Jianye's eyes. This fool is courting death. No longer considering shedding Lu Erden, he swiftly drew an arrow from behind, knocking it onto the bowstring. He aimed at the bear that was still engaged with Li Fuguwei and the others. Drawing the bow to its full moon, he released the arrow with a sharp whistle, sending it hurtling towards the beast. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself deep into the bear's raised arm. Though the wound was not gravely damaging, the intense pain ignited the bear's fury. It roared in agony, its crimson eyes immediately locking onto Li Jianye, the archer. It recognized the weapon. This was the very thing that had cost it one of its eyes, abandoning its pursuit of Li Fuguwei and the others. The massive creature charged directly at Li Jianye with tremendous force, hatred now successfully redirected. A barely perceptible smirk graced Li Jianye's lips. It worked. At the very moment the bear was about to pounce, Li Jianye swiftly sidestepped, twisting his waist at an exceptionally acute angle, narrowly evading the bear's frontal assault. Simultaneously, harnessing the momentum of his turn, he forcefully hurled Lu Erden, who was still clinging to him, away. Lu Erden was utterly unprepared for Li Jianye's sudden maneuver and could not fathom being flung directly towards the enraged bear. He didn't even have time to scream. What awaited him was the bear's furious swipe, propelled by its missed target. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon being smashed by a heavy object. Lu Erden was sent flying, convulsed a couple of times, and then fell silent. Jianye, run. Not far away, Li Fuguwei witnessed this horrifying scene, his heart nearly leaping from his chest as he shouted hoarsely, "The bear is behind you." The bear, having slain Lu Erden with a single swipe, turned its colossal head, again locking onto Li Jianye, ready to pounce once more. However, Li Jianye did not panic. As he cast Lu Erden aside, he had already raised his shotgun, aiming it at the bear. In the midst of Li Fuguwei's horrified cries, as the bear prepared to leap again, Li Jianye calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The deafening gunfire shattered the silence of the mountain forest. The bullets, laden with terrifying kinetic energy, struck the bear's skull, instantly causing it to erupt. The massive creature staggered, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Li Fuguwei's gaze shifted from the fallen bear to the composed figure of Li Jianye, disbelief etched across his face. Other villagers also gathered, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. They slowly approached, fixating on the lifeless bear and Li Jianye. Is it really dead? Did Jianye truly take it down with a single shot? My goodness, such marksmanship. Chapter 37. Dead, utterly dead. Li Fugui's eyes darted back and forth between the enormous bear carcass and Li Jianye. He stared at the clear bullet hole in the bear's forehead, his heart racing. It had all happened so swiftly, from the bear's charge to Li Jianye's dismissal of Lu Erden, and then to the fatal shot. The entire sequence unfolded with the speed of lightning. Jianye's shooting prowess surpassed even that of the captain. The captain fired 3 shots and didn't even graze it. Li Fugui swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Approaching Li Jianye, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done, Jianye. I thought we would need to exert tremendous effort to deal with that bear, yet you handled it effortlessly. What a remarkable shot. After showering Li Jianye with praise, he suddenly remembered the unfortunate fate of Lu Erden. His gaze shifted to Lu Erden's disfigured body not far away, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lu Erden had indeed brought about his own demise. At a critical moment, instead of collaborating to confront the bear, he had been a hindrance, posing a threat to Jianye. Being slain by the bear was, in a sense, his just deserts. Yet, before such a multitude, he could not bring himself to utter those words. He could only sigh inwardly. Li Jianye appeared as if nothing had transpired, speaking in a calm tone. Lu Erden had disregarded orders and had encountered the bear head-on. Venturing into the mountains for hunting was inherently perilous, and accidents were inevitable. Thus, no one could be blamed. Li Jianye's words were corroborated by the witnesses present. Leaving little room for further discussion, Lu Erden had sought his own demise, and he could not fault others for it. Li Jianye gestured towards Lu Erden's lifeless body. Find 2 individuals to carry him back for the village to handle. Li Fugui promptly nodded. All right. He hurriedly summoned 2 bolder villagers, who fashioned a makeshift stretcher from sturdy branches, suppressing their nausea as they hoisted Lu Erden's corpse onto it. Once Lu Erden was dealt with, all attention shifted to the enormous bear. A few courageous villagers ventured closer, gazing at the bear's mountain-like bulk, unable to suppress their gasps. Good heavens! That bear must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. Indeed, just look at those claws, that size. Thank goodness Jianye's marksmanship was precise. Otherwise, we might not have made it out alive today. Can we even carry such a massive bear back? A pragmatic concern was raised. Li Fugui furrowed his brow. It was indeed a challenge. Li Jianye stepped forward and kicked the bear's leg. First, let us drain the blood. Find some sturdy wooden levers and gather more people to take turns lifting it. Uncle Fugui, take 2 individuals to clear the area of any traces. We must avoid leaving too much scent of blood to prevent attracting other creatures. Li Jianye laid out his instructions clearly. The group swiftly sprang into action. Some retrieved their knives and began to bleed the bear. Vivid red blood gushed forth, staining the snow. Others chopped down suitable tree branches in preparation for lifting the bear. After a flurry of activity, the bear's blood had been sufficiently drained. 8 or so strong laborers, using thick wooden levers, gritted their teeth and, chanting a rallying cry, managed to lift the colossal creature off the ground. Let us go, Li Jianye commanded, leading the way. The group, bearing the heavy bear, began their descent toward the village of Tuanjia. Ascending was easy, but descending posed challenges. What had taken less than 2 hours on the way up turned into a laborious journey back, stretching into the afternoon before they finally arrived at the village. Upon entering the village, they made a beeline for the brigade. A voice, hoarse from exertion, called out, "We're back. We hunted the bear." This announcement instantly revitalized Tuanjia, with villagers emerging in droves. Upon seeing Li Jianye and his party carrying the bear, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Soon, excitement bubbled over into fervent discussion. Good heavens! A bear! Is it truly a bear? So enormous. They really did kill the bear. People surged forward, their faces alight with shock, curiosity, and a hint of barely concealed trepidation. At this moment, Li Daqiang hurried over. The crowd parted to make way as the village captain. Li Daqiang strode forward. Upon seeing the lifeless bear, his eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly circled around the bear, reaching out to feel its coarse fur, and then glanced at its paw, which was as large as a bowl. Had it truly been killed? Li Daqiang raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the villagers who were carrying the bear, finally resting on the composed Li Jianye. How was it killed? Li Daqiang inquired. Li Jianye remained silent. It was Li Fugui, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow, who eagerly spoke up, barely concealing his excitement. Captain, You should have seen it. That bear charged like a madman, terrifying everyone. It was massive, towering over us when it stood. In a moment of peril, Jianye. He raised his hand and fired. Li Fuguei punctuated his words with a finger, thrusting it into the air. Bang, bang. 2 shots, right in the head. The bear didn't even make a sound before it fell. A collective gasp echoed from the surrounding crowd. It was an instant kill? A precise shot? Goodness. Jianye's marksmanship was remarkable. The captain had fired 3 shots before, and not a single hair on the bear had been touched, someone murmured quietly, their voice resonating clearly in the hushed crowd. Li Daqiang's expression turned slightly awkward. He understood the dangers of bear hunting and recognized the significance of Li Jianye's shot. Jianye was truly impressive. Remarkable. So exceptional. I believe our village captain should be Jianye. Someone shouted, prompting a chorus of agreement. Li Jianye lifted his eyelids and waved his hand dismissively. What a joke. I was merely fortunate to hit the vital spot. Li Daqiang took a deep breath. The bear's demise was also a cause for celebration. He glanced toward the group ascending the mountain and inquired, is anyone injured? The once boisterous crowd fell silent at his question. Li Jianye, Li Fuguei, and the other men who had followed up the mountain fell into a mutual silence. Their gazes inadvertently drifted to the back of the crowd. There, 2 villagers were solemnly carrying a makeshift stretcher, which they brought forward. The wind lifted a corner of the cloth covering it, revealing a shocking splash of crimson. A startled gasp emerged from the crowd. This is... Li Daqiang's brow furrowed as he approached. It's Lu Erden. That bear was ferocious. When it charged, Erden didn't manage to evade. It was just one swipe. And he was gone. We couldn't even attempt a rescue, Li Fuguei recounted candidly. Li Daqiang observed the indistinct figure on the stretcher, enveloped in silence. Hunting in the mountains, encounters with ferocious beasts inevitably led to casualties, especially with creatures like the bear. He sighed. Lu Erden had no immediate family. The village shall handle his funeral, and I will take responsibility for finding him a resting place. Chapter 38. I shall marry him tomorrow. No one doubted how Lu Erden had met his end. In the face of the shocking reality of the massive corpse of the bear and the untimely demise of Li Jianye, the death of a slothful idler beneath the bear's paw seemed utterly mundane. At most, it elicited a few mournful sighs, quickly overshadowed by the exhilaration of having captured such a formidable beast. Li Daqiang waved his hand, signaling the 2 villagers to carry Lu Erden away. The crowd's gaze shifted from the makeshift stretcher back to the imposing figure of the bear. The dead bear, a colossal creature, lay there like a small mountain, a veritable bounty of meat. In these times, who wouldn't desire a taste of flesh? Li Daqiang swallowed hard, suppressing his instinctual reaction. He inhaled deeply and approached Li Jianye. Jianye, this bear was brought down by your efforts, risking life and limb. What do you propose we do with it? As these words left his lips, a multitude of eager, expectant eyes turned towards Li Jianye. He scanned the faces of the villagers gathered around, then glanced at the dozen or so men who had ventured up the mountain with him. Li Jianye's mind was as clear as day. If he were to claim the bear's spoils for himself, regardless of others' opinions, the envy of certain individuals could spell his doom. The backlash could be severe, and he might even be accused of hoarding communal resources, leading to dire consequences. At that point, not only would he be barred from hunting again, but his very place in the community could be at stake. He had to tread carefully, for the prized hunting rifle was nearly within his grasp. He could not afford to lose everything over a momentary gain. Meeting the crowd's gaze, Li Jianye spoke clearly. I shall take the bear's paws, its skin, and its gallbladder. The remainder of the bear meat will be distributed equally among us, 1 share for each household. The valuable and rare parts of the bear were limited, and while the meat could be consumed, Li Jianye intended to retain the more precious components for sale. However, he soon felt a twinge of unease and added, moreover, this bear was brought down by our small group at the cost of our lives. It is only fair that those of us who ascended the mountain receive a larger share, wouldn't you agree? Each person who ventured up should receive meat equivalent to 3 shares. This would reward everyone for their hard work. Upon hearing Li Jianye's distribution plan, no one opposed it. After all, they had contributed nothing yet would still be entitled to the meat. Those who had accompanied Li Jianye up the mountain had little to say. They had merely walked with trepidation, encountered the bear, and now stood to receive 3 times the meat. What a splendid fortune. The crowd erupted with excitement. Goodness, Jianye is truly generous. We can have bear meat too? Jianye, well done. What a good man. Yes, Those who went up the mountain deserve more. It was a perilous endeavor. Jianye, if there's ever hard work to be done, just call out. We'll do it for free. Absolutely. Count me in. Cheers and expressions of gratitude filled the air. The men who had climbed the mountain were flushed with excitement, their hearts brimming with appreciation. Li Jianye observed Li Jianye's calm demeanor and felt a surge of admiration. This young man was truly remarkable, possessing both courage and wisdom, along with a certain demeanor. He firmly patted Li Jianye on the shoulder. Jianye, you are capable. You possess vision and character. In the future, I must earnestly recommend you to the higher-ups. I foresee that the position of captain could very well be yours to try. Li Jianye's expression remained impassive, merely offering a faint smile. All right, captain. It is up to you to recommend me. A captain's position is significant, yet it can also be trivial. At present, it matters little. However, should we wait another decade or so, when the winds of reform and opening blow, if I can become the leader of this village, I would then hold in my hands the labor force of several hundred villagers. Wouldn't that be a lucrative endeavor? As he contemplated this, Li Jianye noticed that the arrangements were nearly complete and was reminded of his sister-in-law and Aisha at home. They surely remained oblivious to the circumstances in the mountains and must be quite worried at this moment. Captain, as for the distribution of the bear meat, please arrange it as you see fit. I must return home briefly to reassure my family. Li Jianye, caught up in the excitement of the meat distribution, waved his hand dismissively. Go. Jianye, hurry back. Your sister-in-law must be anxiously waiting. I will ensure everything is well organized here. Li Jianye nodded, saying no more, and parted the crowd, making his way toward home. Meanwhile, at Li Jianye's residence, the atmosphere within the earthen house stood in stark contrast to the bustling scene at the collective. It was quiet, so quiet that it felt stifling. By the edge of the Kong, Aisha swung her legs absent-mindedly, her beautiful blue eyes devoid of their usual luster, clouded with persistent worry. She frequently glanced toward the door, only to lower her head in defeat, sighing softly. Anna sat beside her, needle and thread in hand, yet she hadn't made a single stitch in a long while. Her gaze, too, would inevitably drift toward the crude wooden door, though she concealed her concern more adeptly than her sister. Observing Aisha's listless demeanor tugged at Anna's heartstrings. But she summoned her spirit to lighten the atmosphere. Look at you, so preoccupied, Anna remarked, setting down her sewing to gently tap Aisha's forehead, her tone imbued with playful teasing. Yesterday, when I insisted you accompany me to see him, you were so reluctant, like a sulking child. Yet today, you are consumed with worry. What gives? Aisha's cheeks flushed slightly at her sister's words, and she shifted uncomfortably. I am not. I just think he has been in the mountains for quite some time and has yet to return. Anna chuckled at her sister's denial. You are clearly worried about him, and yet you deny it. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if you were contemplating marriage by tomorrow. Oh dear, sister, Aisha exclaimed, a mix of annoyance and urgency in her voice as she stamped her foot. What time is it for such jokes? I do not. Yet the turmoil in her blue eyes betrayed her true feelings. Observing her sister's teasing smile, Aisha felt a wave of helplessness wash over her and, somewhat exasperated, blurted out. Humph. If he returns safely, I shall marry him tomorrow. No sooner had the words left her lips than a resounding voice echoed from outside. Brother Jianye, you have returned? What about that bear? Li Jianye's calm voice followed. Yes, I have returned. The bear has been slain. A brief silence enveloped the courtyard, only to be interrupted by Li Dongliang's sharp intake of breath. You killed it. My heavens. Brother Jianye, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to slay the bear. Inside the house, Anna and Aisha froze simultaneously. Just moments ago, Aisha's cheeks had flushed from playful banter, but now she was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. The sisters exchanged a glance, each recognizing the urgency reflected in the other's eyes. It was Jianye's voice. He had returned. Without a moment's hesitation, Anna leaped off the bed, closely followed by Aisha. The two hurriedly dashed to the door, flinging open the rudimentary wooden barrier. There stood Li Jianye at the entrance, alongside a bewildered Li Dongliang, his clothes still speckled with snow and mud. Yet he stood intact, whole. Anna's gaze swiftly scanned him, confirming that he was unscathed, and the heavy stone that had lodged in her heart finally fell away. Aisha's breath quickened, her blue eyes fixed intently on Li Jianye, her lips quivering slightly. Jianye, are you all right? Chapter 39, Sand in My Eyes. Aisha stepped forward briskly, circling around Li Jianye with meticulous attention. Once she confirmed that not a single hair on his head was missing, she finally exhaled in relief. Her beautiful blue eyes, filled with concern for Li Jianye, glistened with unshed tears. Seeing her distressed expression, Li Jianye found it both amusing and somewhat exasperating. "What is the matter?" Aisha quickly rubbed her eyes, feigning indifference. "It's nothing. Really. Just the wind. I got sand in my eyes." Anna, standing nearby, could see through her sister's subtle pretense and couldn't help but smile. "Is that so? I believe it is not sand that has entered your eyes, but rather the words you just spoke in the house, which are about to come true. You said if Jianye returned safely, you would marry him tomorrow." Before Li Jianye could react, Li Dongliang, who had been listening intently, widened his eyes in surprise. He glanced at Aisha's flushed cheeks, then at the composed Jianye, and his spirits lifted. "What? You are getting married tomorrow? That's wonderful. I must prepare for the wedding sweets." Aisha's face flushed even more intensely, a mixture of embarrassment and urgency washing over her as she stamped her foot. "Oh dear. That is not true at all. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. She simply loves to joke." Li Jianye chuckled at Aisha's mortified demeanor, and then continued. "Marrying tomorrow does seem a bit hasty. Aisha, do not rush. Once I have saved enough money, I shall renovate our humble earthen house properly. At that time, I will grant you a splendid wedding." As Aisha listened to Li Jianye's words, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, a delightful mix of sweetness and exhilaration. She shot him a playful glance, pouting, "Humph. Who's in a hurry? How presumptuous of you. I haven't even said I would marry you." Although she had already developed a fondness for Li Jianye in her heart, she wished to maintain an air of modesty outwardly. Things were progressing too swiftly. Even in the bear country, it was improbable for two people to meet and immediately discuss marriage. Anna, observing the scene, could hardly contain her amusement and teasingly exposed the truth. "Oh, is that so? Just a moment ago, you weren't saying that on the Kong." Aisha found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed to the point of embarrassment. "Oh dear. Sister, I'm not talking to you anymore." Li Dongliang, standing nearby, felt somewhat superfluous, akin to an unnecessary light bulb. He scratched the back of his head and hastily shifted the topic. "Hey, Jianye, you mentioned you killed the bear? Where is it now? Such a large creature. I've never seen a bear before. I want to take a look." Li Jianye subdued his laughter and nodded. "It's over at the brigade headquarters. They are probably distributing the meat right now, so you should hurry. Go get your share before it's all gone." Upon hearing that the bear was being turned into a heap of meat, Li Dongliang was filled with impatience and dashed toward the brigade headquarters. "Jianye, sister-in-law, I'm off now." Only the three of them remained in the courtyard. Anna casually inquired, "Jianye, has the bear meat been distributed to everyone?" Li Jianye nodded. "Yes, it has." Aisha's beautiful blue eyes widened in astonishment. She stepped closer, fixing her gaze on Li Jianye, her tone laced with concern over the precious meat. "They've already given it all away. How much meat was there? If we had kept it for ourselves, we could have feasted all winter." To her, relinquishing such valuable meat so readily seemed foolish. She was somewhat annoyed, wondering if Li Jianye had been dazed by the bear during the hunt. However, seeing Aisha's anxious demeanor, Li Jianye was not angered. Instead, he chuckled softly. "This bear was not solely my conquest. It is only right that we share. With the entire bear's meat distributed among the villagers, they will speak well of us, and we shall not be gossiped about behind our backs. Moreover, although the meat has all been shared, I have kept some valuable parts from the bear, its gallbladder and paws, and I also brought back an entire deer. We have sufficient meat to last us." Li Jianye had dragged the deer back with him, and the antlers that had previously been claimed by Lu Erden were now rightfully his. With the bear meat already distributed, there was no room for anyone to complain about the deer. Anna seemed to grasp Li Jianye's intention, nodding thoughtfully. Having been married for over a year, she understood the nuances of interacting with the villagers. In these times, standing out too much and living too well might not necessarily be a blessing. To truly live well while silencing others, that is the essence of a good life. As Aisha listened to Li Jianye's words, a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. The reasoning seemed sound, yet the thought of so much bear meat lost left her heart feeling hollow, a sense of unutterable regret washing over her. She glanced at Li Jianye and then at her contemplative sister, choosing not to speak further, merely letting out a soft acknowledgement. The three of them returned indoors together. Having spent the entire day on the mountain, Li Jianye was quite hungry. They all joined forces to prepare dinner. Anna, clad in an apron, busied herself at the stove, while Li Jianye pulled out the deer and began to skin and butcher it. The blood had already been drained on the mountain, so it merely required some basic processing before being frozen for later sale or consumption. What remained was a pair of antlers, roughly severed from the deer's head by Lu Erden, whose crude methods had compromised their quality. Thus, they were now incomplete. While there might be a slight loss in value, it was unlikely to differ much from the previous sale. Li Jianye planned to return to the county town the next day to dispose of the antlers and exchange them for some money. Anna noticed the antlers in Li Jianye's hands and casually inquired, "Jianye, are you planning to go to town tomorrow?" Li Jianye nodded in affirmation. "Yes, sister-in-law. These need to be sold quickly." Aisha's eyes lit up at the mention of the trip to town. "Take me with you." She yearned to explore the town as well. However, as soon as she spoke, her sister Anna teased her. "Are you eager to visit the town, or is it to spend some time alone with Jianye?" Aisha's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "No. I just want to stop by the neighboring town to inform the team there that I won't be returning for a while." Chapter 40. The Widow Lu Returns. Anna's smile deepened as she set down her spoon and turned to face her sister, her green eyes piercing. "Oh, have you made up your mind?" Aisha was taken aback by the question. "Made up my mind about what? Have you decided to marry Jianye? Planning to stay here permanently?" Faced with Anna's relentless prodding, Aisha felt numb, lowering her gaze in resignation. "Oh dear, what are you saying, sister? We need to live together for a while first, to get to know each other better before making any decisions." Li Jianye watched the sisterly banter with amusement, finding it entertaining. His sister-in-law was fervently eager for her sister to marry him, while Aisha was left speechless by the teasing. "Sister-in-law, why are you more invested in this marriage than I am?" Li Jianye shook his head with a smile, returning to his task of preparing the meat. Meanwhile, next door, Li Dongliang had visited the team's headquarters and felt a twinge of regret at not having seen a complete bear. However, just as Li Jianye had said, he received a portion of bear meat from the headquarters. He rushed home, tightly clutching a piece of meat bound with straw, his face aglow with excitement. Mom, look." Li Dongliang presented the freshly blood-stained piece of meat to Widow Lu with a sense of pride. The chunk was no small portion, weighing at least 4 kilograms, an extraordinary find in these lean times of scarcity. Widow Lu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with confusion as it landed on the meat in her son's hands. Where did this meat come from? In these times, anything that appeared out of the blue often left one feeling unsettled. Li Dongliang grinned widely, revealing a set of perfectly aligned teeth. "It's from the commune," he exclaimed. "From the commune?" Widow Lu's brows furrowed deeper. "Where did they get meat to distribute?" "It's bear meat," Li Dongliang explained with excitement. "Today, Brother Jianye led a group up the mountain and killed that blind bear. Upon returning, Brother Jianye proposed that the meat be shared among all the villagers." He continued, "Everyone is collecting their share now. Each person gets 2 kilograms, and representing our family, we received a total of 4 kilograms. "What?" Widow Lu abruptly looked up, her eyes wide with shock, causing her needle and thread to drop from her hands. Brother Jianye truly killed that blind bear? She could hardly believe her ears. That bear was a monstrous creature, weighing hundreds of pounds, capable of taking lives. And yet, Li Jianye managed to bring it down. Li Dongliang nodded vigorously, his voice brimming with admiration. "Yes, he is incredible. I heard that Brother Jianye shot the bear with a single bullet." Widow Lu gazed at the piece of meat and then at her son's excited face, her astonishment gradually transforming into a sense of pride. She murmured, "Jianye has truly become remarkable." She recalled the aimless child who once wandered about with no purpose, now transformed into a man capable of slaying a bear. Not only was he skilled, but he also thought of us, his neighbors. In these tough times, who isn't struggling? For him to bring back such precious meat and generously share it speaks volumes about his character. Brother Jianye has always been kind-hearted. Li Dongliang quickly chimed in, defending the idol he admired so much. Widow Lu cast a serious glance at her son and admonished, "Dongliang, remember this. As you grow older, you must never forget the kindness that Brother Jianye has shown today." "Yes, I will definitely remember." Li Dongliang nodded vigorously. Widow Lu looked down at the hefty 2 kilograms of bear meat, feeling warmth in her heart, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Such a generous gift without any apparent reason made her feel compelled to reciprocate in some way. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed her son, "Take the meat inside and store it carefully. Stay at home while I visit Brother Jianye." At Brother Jianye's home, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air, and the porridge in the pot bubbled with steam. Li Jianye had just finished dividing the deer meat when a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Widow Lu's affection level. 2. Current affection level. 15. Li Jianye paused in surprise. Why did it increase again? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. As it seemed he hadn't done anything particularly special. Just then, a gentle knock came from the courtyard door. Who is it? Li Jianye called out, stepping toward the entrance. The door creaked open to reveal Widow Lu standing at the threshold. She rubbed her hands together, her face displaying a mix of awkwardness and uncontainable joy. It's Aunt Lu. Come in quickly, Li Jianye said, stepping aside to let her enter. What brings you here? Aunt. As the Widow Lu stepped into the room, she took a moment to compose herself. Jianye, I heard Dong Liang mention that you have slain that big bear and even distributed the meat? Li Jianye nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. Indeed, Aunt. With so much meat, it would be impossible for our family to consume it all. It is better to share it with everyone. Widow Lu gazed at Li Jianye, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Dong Liang brought back 4 pounds of meat. You deserve my thanks. In these times, meat is a precious commodity. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Aunt, there's no need for such formality. Just enjoy it. However, the widow shook her head. I haven't done anything. Receiving 4 pounds of meat without contributing feels uneasy. I must do something in return. She regarded Li Jianye with utmost seriousness. You listen to me. If you ever have dirty laundry to wash or need help with chopping wood or fetching water, just let Aunt know. I still have some strength left to assist you. Li Jianye understood her intent. Widow Lu felt indebted and wished to reciprocate the kindness. He chuckled softly. Aunt, truly, it is unnecessary. The meat was shared among the entire village. Not just your family. Besides, isn't it natural for neighbors to support one another? Widow Lu still felt a sense of obligation. That may be so, but you often bring back game for our family as well. I remember these kindnesses. And this time, such a large portion of bear meat. She insisted, seemingly unable to overcome her sense of indebtedness without finding some way to contribute. At that moment, Anna approached from the stove, wiping her hands. Aunt Lu, please accept the meat without worry. Jianye is right. We are neighbors, and there is no need for such distance. If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could have Dong Liang chop some wood for us when he is at it. The boy could use the exercise. This suggestion provided Widow Lu an avenue to save face without it appearing forced. Her eyes brightened, seeing the merit in such an arrangement, allowing her to reciprocate while not imposing too much on Li Jianye's family. She nodded eagerly. All right, it is settled then. Dong Liang will take on the firewood duties from now on. With the weight lifted from her heart, a genuine smile spread across Widow Lu's face. Well then, Jianye, Anna, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for the meat. Safe travels, Aunt, Li Jianye responded as he escorted her to the door, watching her retreating figure. He noted that although Widow Lu was in her 30s, her form still commanded admiration. Chapter 41. Aisha could not sleep. Just as Widow Lu departed, Li Daqiang arrived, carrying a bulging burlap sack. Li Jianye withdrew his gaze and promptly invited him inside. Li Daqiang, showing no hesitation, stomped the snow from his boots and entered the room. Secondhand, he placed the burlap sack on the ground, producing a dull thud that indicated its considerable weight. Jianye, this is the remaining bear meat. I divided the meat as you instructed, and in the village, both adults and children received 2 pounds each. Those 10 or so who accompanied you up the mountain each received 6 pounds. He gestured towards the sack on the ground. Inside this sack are the final 20-odd pounds, along with the bear skin, paws, and gallbladder that I have brought for you. This was rightfully yours. Thanks to you, our entire village can now enjoy bear meat. As he spoke, Li Daqiang's gaze shifted to Anna, unable to restrain his praise for her younger brother. Anna, your Jianye is truly commendable, bringing down such a massive bear with a single shot. Not only did he save the lives of Fu Gue and the others, but he also allowed our entire village to partake in this rare delicacy. He gave a thumbs up. This lad is destined for greatness. Hearing this, Anna's lips curled into a gentle smile, and she nodded slightly, opting for silence. Li Daqiang then shifted the subject, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Anna, I apologize for my earlier meddling as the team leader. I always worried about finding you a partner, fearing it would be difficult for you as a woman here. It seems my concerns were unfounded. With Jianye around, you need not worry about hunger, and no one shall dare to bully you. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye smiled faintly. Let us not dwell on the past. We all know you had good intentions, team leader. Relieved by Jianye's lack of resentment, Li Jianye relaxed and indicated that he would soon take his leave. Before departing, he made a special note in the courtyard. Jianye, that hunting rifle will now belong to you. Officially, you are our village's hunter, and you can legally possess firearms. I will also expedite your application for ammunition. Thank you. Team leader. After a successful excursion, having acquired venison, deer antlers, bear paws, gallbladder, and skin, along with the all-important rifle firmly in hand, Li Jianye felt quite content. With this rifle, he could venture into the mountains at will, unimpeded in his pursuit of a good life. After seeing Li Jianye off, Jianye returned home. Anna and Aisha had already set the table. The steaming lean meat porridge was rich with well-cooked rice grains and generous shreds of meat. The white buns were large and soft, exuding an enticing aroma. There was also a pot of tender stewed wild chicken, the last of their stock, which was generously served. In these times of scarcity, this meal could be deemed extraordinarily lavish. Aisha, already quite hungry, gazed at the meat with sparkling blue eyes, nearly drooling. Anna ladled a bowl of porridge for Li Jianye and handed him a bun. Eat up. After a long day in the mountains, you must be famished. Indeed. Li Jianye was hungry. He picked up the bun and savored it with the stewed chicken. The lean meat porridge was warm and comforting. The three of them gathered around the table, eating with great delight, the room filled only with the sounds of gentle chewing and satisfied slurping. Meanwhile, at the residence of Zhang the carpenter, the usually desolate earthen house was enveloped in a rich aroma of meat. Zhang, carefully cradling a bowl, delicately picked up a steaming piece of bear meat, tenderly stewed to perfection, its fragrance making one's mouth water. This sumptuous delicacy was what he had received from the brigade earlier that day, distributed by Li Jianye. Oh, this bear meat is truly delightful, Zhang's mother exclaimed. Seated at the edge of the warm kong, inhaling the enticing scent, the dinner she had meticulously prepared lay abandoned on the table, unworthy of a glance. The corn porridge too rough for her throat, and the hard, coarse grain cakes capable of shattering one's teeth if not soaked. The wild vegetables were equally unpalatable, their bitterness rendering them nearly inedible. With such delectable, tender meat at hand, who could possibly desire these meager offerings? Jianye is indeed skilled, she continued, her tone tinged with envy. Her husband chimed in, savoring the meat in his mouth, his face alight with satisfaction. To fell such a massive bear with a single shot, allowing our entire village to partake in this feast. When do we ever get to enjoy such meat? The mother, echoing his sentiments, lamented. Our family rarely sees meat throughout the year. Jianye, that lad, truly has a promising future. Zhang listened to his parents' words, his chopsticks pausing momentarily as he gazed down at the bear meat in his bowl. After a month of arduous labor, he typically earned only 20 to 30 yuan, and on rare occasions, up to 50 or 60. The income was unstable, with his entire family relying on him for sustenance. He could hardly afford to indulge in meat frequently. The time he had visited Li Jianye's home, he had boasted of providing Anna with regular meat. But that was only in comparison to his own circumstances. He could not compare to the likes of Li Jianye, who had nobly shared bear meat with the entire village. Though he prided himself on his craftsmanship, considered a notable figure among the nearby villages, he always felt a sense of inadequacy compared to Li Jianye. No wonder Anna had regarded him with such calmness, devoid of any ripple of emotion. He had thought that as a widow, her status would make her grateful to marry a carpenter with a stable income. It seemed he had been naive. A woman like Anna, intelligent and beautiful, would undoubtedly thrive alongside a capable man like Li Jianye. In contrast, he, merely a carpenter, despite earning a modest living, could never offer her such a life. Lost in these thoughts, he lifted the bear meat to his mouth and began to chew. Strangely, despite the meat's delightful aroma and exquisite texture, Zhang could not shake the lingering taste of bitterness. Meanwhile, at Li Jianye's home, after satisfying their hunger, the family settled down on the kong for rest. Aisha and Anna shared a sleeping space, but Aisha, restless as a larva, tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The blankets rustled under her fidgeting, leaving Anna feeling somewhat exasperated. Please, just try to sleep, she urged. Isn't tomorrow the day you go to the city with Jianye? If you don't sleep now, be careful not to oversleep and miss the opportunity to spend time with him. When Aisha heard her sister's words, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was indeed looking forward to the trip to the county town. The mere thought of strolling through the streets of the county town with Li Jianye, as if on a date, made her heart race like a rabbit. Various images involuntarily flickered through her mind. The more she thought about it, the more spirited she became. The little sleepiness she had vanished entirely, replaced by thoughts of Li Jianye that lingered stubbornly. Oh dear, sister, it's all your fault. I was about to fall asleep. And now you're mentioning tomorrow's trip to the city, and I can't sleep at all. Chapter 42. The personal space. Anna chuckled lightly. I see you were too excited to sleep. After a brief pause, she added in a teasing tone, if you really can't sleep, why not go sleep in Jianye's room? That way, you won't keep tossing and turning here and disturbing my rest. Her words were meant as a jest between sisters. Yet, to Aisha, they felt like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples in her heart. Sleep in Jianye's room? The very thought sent her heart racing even faster. She couldn't help but envision that scenario. Just the idea made her feel a flush spread across her entire body, her face burning with embarrassment. This was it. Now she was even less likely to sleep. In another room, just as Li Jianye was on the verge of falling asleep, a cold, mechanical notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Aisha's affection level, 2. Current affection points, 20. You have earned a lottery chance. Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. All traces of sleep dissipating. Aisha's affection level? He had already noticed the increase in her affection when he returned from the mountains, though it still lacked a bit for a lottery draw. To his surprise, it had unexpectedly risen just as he was about to drift off to sleep. Was he dreaming? Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. He didn't understand the thoughts of girls and had no desire to guess. However, an increase in affection was undoubtedly a good thing. It meant another chance to draw. Recalling how he had drawn the perfect shot yesterday, which had effortlessly allowed him to take down a several hundred-pound bear today, resolving a significant issue and yielding abundant rewards, Li Jianye's heart surged with excitement. He pondered what splendid item he might draw this time. Calming his emotions, he focused in his mind. System draw? Ding. Drawing in progress. The gotcha machine whirred into action. Soon, the results appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained personal space, infinite size. Personal space, an independent space outside of the real world where time stands still, allowing for the mental access of items. A personal space? Infinite size? Time standing still? Li Jianye's eyes instantly lit up. What did this mean? It meant he could store all his hunted prey within, ensuring they would never rot or spoil. Whatever he placed inside would remain in the freshest state possible. This is truly a tailor-made golden opportunity for him. From now on, whenever he ascends the mountain, he can silently gather as much game as he desires, effortlessly storing it within his spatial realm, no longer burdened by the logistics of transport, nor fearing that an abundance of spoils might attract unwarranted trouble. Even if he were to harvest an entire mountain's worth of meat, as long as he refrains from revealing it, no one would be the wiser. The rewards from this lottery have proven to be immensely practical. Li Jianye's heart swelled with excitement. Armed with a hunting rifle and a personal space, he envisions an endless supply of meat and an idyllic life at the foot of Changbai Mountain. The following day, as dawn's first light began to break, Li Jianye awoke. As he opened his eyes, the memory of the spatial realm he had won the previous night flooded back to him. He had yet to test its efficacy. With a mere thought, an intangible, seemingly boundless space manifested in his mind's perception. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Li Jianye attempted to draw the clothing resting at the head of the bed into this space with his will, and in an instant, the garment vanished. With another thought, the clothes reappeared in their original position. It truly works. Li Jianye couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. With this treasure, convenience would be multiplied manifold. He deftly dressed and descended from the bed. In the main room, his sister-in-law, Anna, was already up, bustling by the stove. A pot of rice porridge simmered, releasing a delicate fragrance. On the table lay a plate of stir-fried cabbage and several steamed buns. A light breakfast was indeed the best choice. Li Jianye approached, took a bite of a bun, and relished its soft and sweet texture. Good morning, sister-in-law, he greeted. Awake already? Anna replied, glancing back at him with a gentle smile. Li Jianye nodded, finishing the bun quickly alongside the vegetables, followed by a hearty bowl of warm porridge, feeling utterly satisfied. After the meal, he retrieved the items he had prepared the previous day, a pair of deer antlers for bear paws, a neatly folded bear skin, and a small cloth pouch containing bear bile. These were intended for trade in the city, particularly the deer antlers and bear bile, which held significant medicinal value and were quite valuable. He carefully placed these items into a large backpack. Jianye, Aisha is still asleep, Anna noted with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at the curtain of the west room. That girl must have stayed up late last night. Li Jianye chuckled at her words. No wonder Aisha's favorability notification had appeared so late. She had been awake all night. I'll go wake her, Anna said, setting down her tasks and heading towards their room. After a short while, Aisha emerged, rubbing her eyes and moving sluggishly. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and beneath her blue eyes were pronounced dark circles, a clear indication of insufficient sleep. Quickly wash your face, it's time for breakfast, Anna urged, handing her a towel. Aisha drowsily accepted it, performing a half-hearted wash. The cold water splashed against her face brought her a modicum of alertness. Once refreshed, she sat at the table, gazing at the porridge and buns before her. Just as she was about to dig in, she noticed Li Jianye had already shouldered his backpack, evidently preparing to set off. In a flurry of urgency, Aisha hastily shoveled a couple of bites into her mouth before rising to her feet. Jianye, are you leaving? Wait for me. I'll accompany you. Her movements were swift, driven by a fear that Li Jianye might not wait for her. Observing her with dark circles under her eyes, a weary expression masked by a facade of determination, Li Jianye couldn't help but find her amusing. Aisha, my dear comrade. The journey to the city takes over an hour. If you eat so carelessly, you might faint from hunger halfway there, and I certainly want to carry you. Please, sit down and eat properly. I'll wait for you here. He gestured to a chair before taking a seat himself. Seeing that he was not leaving, Aisha finally felt at ease, picking up a steamed bun and nibbling at it slowly. Once she had finished her meal, the two set off together. Anna stood at the doorway, watching them depart into the distance. Jianye was quite tall, standing around 1.8 meters, walking with a dignified and orderly gait, while Aisha, at a mere 1.6 meters, complemented his height perfectly. She occasionally skipped or pointed to the roadside, inquiring about various things. Observing their retreating figures, Anna's lips curled into a subtle smile. She was acutely aware that Li Jianye was a fine man, and her sister's association with him was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, as she noticed her sister and Jianye increasingly embodying the vision she had for them. Anna felt a profound joy. Yet, the thought of their relationship advancing further in the future left her with an inexplicable sense of strangeness regarding their shared lives. Chapter 43. I've returned, brother. The path to the city was a well-trodden dirt road, compacted by countless footsteps. Snow blanketed the ground, but fortunately, the cold kept it from melting, making the snowy path relatively easy to traverse. After more than an hour of walking, Li Jianye maintained a steady pace. Carrying a heavy basket on his back without any visible strain, his posture upright, Aisha trailed beside him, initially filled with excitement. Gradually, however, her words dwindled, and her steps slowed. The prolonged trek was indeed exhausting. She felt grateful that Li Jianye had insisted she finish her meal before they set out. Otherwise, she would have been starving by now, likely collapsing from hunger. Li Jianye slowed his pace, pointing toward the faint outlines of buildings in the distance. We're almost there. After covering a bit more ground, the air began to carry a faint scent of coal smoke, a common means of heating in that era. They soon entered the city, making their way toward the old streets of the southern part of town. Li Jianye navigated the familiar route with ease, leading Aisha into the alley known for its black market, the Flowing Water Alley. Within the alley, two burly men clad in tattered cotton jackets lounged against the wall, their sharp gazes scanning the newcomers. This was the entrance to the black market. Li Jianye approached without a hint of trepidation, pulling out 50 cents from his pocket and handing it to one of the men. The man took the money, weighed it in his hand, and then stepped aside to grant them passage. Aisha's eyes widened in astonishment at this silent transaction, and it was only when Li Jianye tugged at her that she followed him inside. The black market holds its own secrets, more spacious than the narrow alleys outside, yet still shrouded in dim light. A throng of people bustle about, their voices deliberately hushed, creating a low, buzzing din. A myriad of individuals exchange goods here, their gazes furtive, movements swift. For Aisha, witnessing such a scene for the first time, it felt like a curious child, her head turning incessantly as she observed those squatting or standing, surrounded by an array of items. Li Jianye sought a relatively secluded corner. Unloading the large basket from his back and placing it steadily before him, he did not call out. Instead, he merely untied the cloth covering it, revealing a small portion of its contents, and squatted there, his gaze calm as he watched the ebb and flow of the crowd, awaiting discerning buyers. Aisha crouched beside him, whispering her inquiry. Jianye, will anyone truly buy these remnants of bears and deer? She glanced at the blood-stained and furred animal parts within the basket, her mind filled with uncertainty. Of course, there are buyers, Li Jianye replied with conviction. To the average person, these may seem worthless, especially in this era where the priority is simply to fill one's belly. However, to those knowledgeable and affluent, these are rare treasures. He pondered in his heart, recalling the last time a lavishly dressed masked man had mentioned he would frequently return to this place to seek him out. He wondered if today would be the day. Lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared not far from Li Jianye's stall. The man, his face mostly concealed, revealing only a pair of shrewd eyes, scanned the surroundings in search of something. Soon, his gaze locked onto Li Jianye. Upon seeing him and the basket before him, the man's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, excitement palpable in his voice. "Brother, you finally made it. Why weren't you here the other day? I was anxiously waiting for you." Li Jianye looked up at him, his expression unchanged. "Had some matters at home that delayed me," he replied. Zhao Cheng, however, seemed unconcerned with Li Jianye's explanation. His focus lay on whether Li Jianye had any goods today. His eyes scanned the basket with eager anticipation. "What good stuff did you bring today, brother?" Li Jianye, having brought only a modest selection, gently shook his head, his tone calm. "I didn't bring any meat this time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng appeared unfazed by the absence of meat. Rather, he leaned in closer. "Meat or no meat, it doesn't matter. Brother, I've been waiting here for several days." His voice dropped, urgency seeping into his tone. "I'm after that deer antler you sold last time. It really worked wonders. Do you have any more this time?" Li Jianye understood well. It seemed this lad had tasted the benefits of the deer antler. He wondered, however, what had become of the pound of deer antler he had purchased last time. Along with the numerous roe deer antlers, surely he could not have consumed them all in such a short span. But that was not a concern for Li Jianye. He discreetly reached into the basket, carefully retrieving the pair of deer antlers he had procured just yesterday. The pair of deer antlers still bore the fresh cut, weighing an impressive pound. However, their appearance was somewhat marred, having been roughly severed by that ruffian Lu Erden, which damaged them a bit. Although they were indeed present, their quality was not significantly better than the previous pair. Li Jianye spoke candidly. The price remained unchanged, a steady 20 yuan per tael. Zhao Cheng gazed at the antlers, his eyes nearly sparkling with anticipation. What did appearance matter? The last purchase had proven immensely effective, even with just a small sample. Surely, this batch couldn't be inferior? Zhao Cheng rubbed his hands together, mentally calculating. He understood the value of such precious items. Their potency demanded caution in consumption. The previous supply had been divided among several esteemed leaders, and they had yet to finish it. If he were to procure more for the leaders, he might not receive commendation. Complaints about extravagant spending could arise. Thus, he decided against acquiring an excessive amount. While he recognized the quality of the product, it could not serve as a meal, could it? Therefore, brother, just one tael will suffice. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had previously engaged in transactions worth hundreds. However, it was best not to disclose his role as a purchaser. As he observed the gathering crowd around Li Jianye's stall, Zhao Cheng realized he was the finest advertisement for the deer antlers. Li Jianye's endeavor had delighted his wife for several days, and by promoting Li Jianye's goods, he was indirectly aiding in their sale. To ease his discomfort, Zhao Cheng stood up and raised his voice. "Everyone, come and take a look." He gestured towards the basket in front of Li Jianye, and then pointed at himself. "I am no stooge. Just a few days ago, right here, I bought some deer antlers from this brother. After consuming just a smidgen, my energy that evening was boundless." Zhao Cheng animatedly illustrated his experience. "I tell you, my wife was elated for several days." As his words left his lips, the crowd, previously merely curious onlookers, shifted their gazes. Doubt, curiosity, and desire intertwined in their expressions. "Is it truly that miraculous?" Someone whispered, unable to contain themselves. 20 yuan per tael is not inexpensive. Another hesitated, recognizing the cost as a considerable sum for an average household. Zhao Cheng thumped his chest, producing a resounding echo. "Can there be any doubt? Today, I shall purchase another tael." He promptly retrieved money from his pocket, counted out 20 yuan, and handed it to Li Jianye. 20 for one tael, a fair exchange. Chapter 44. A century of harmony. Li Jianye swiftly accepted the money, adeptly slicing off a small piece from the antlers, weighing it precisely, and carefully wrapping it in oiled paper before handing it to Zhao Cheng. Observing Zhao Cheng's decisive payment and acquisition, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement. Such a remarkable item could rekindle vitality, and seeing Zhao Cheng purchase it without a flicker of doubt for 20 yuan left them no room for hesitation. I'll take half a tael. A man gritted his teeth, the first to step forward. Half a tael cost 10 yuan, but he deemed it worthwhile. I'll also have a tael. Shortly thereafter, someone called out. Transactions in the black market often unfold in this manner. Once one person initiates a deal, a cascade of others is sure to follow. Particularly for scarce and potent medicinal herbs, they become exceedingly desirable to those with wealth. Li Jianye busied himself, wielding a sharp knife with precision as he sliced through the deer antler. Amidst the hustle, a modestly dressed middle-aged man in the crowd fixated his gaze intently on the remaining deer antler in Li Jianye's hands. It was evident that he had comprehended Zhao Cheng's earlier remarks, and his fists involuntarily clenched tighter. The last time Li Jianye sold deer antlers here, it was he who hesitated for quite some time, contemplating the antlers and the roe antlers, ultimately deeming them too expensive, and thus left empty-handed while Zhao Cheng purchased them all. Now, upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, he felt a pang of regret for not having made a purchase sooner. Observing the dwindling supply of deer antlers, he resolved that this time, he would buy some to bring home and please his family member. Brother, give me a couple of taels. Li Jianye cast a glance at him. Recognizing the man who had hesitated before, he refrained from further conversation, picked up his knife, and deftly sliced another piece from the section. He weighed it, wrapped it up, and handed it over. The middle-aged man quickly extracted his money, counting out 20 yuan to Li Jianye, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the deer antler wrapped in oil paper. With the second brave soul stepping forward, the remaining crowd could no longer remain seated. Give me half a tael. I want a tael. Is there any left? Can I buy something for 5 yuan? The inquiries rose in a cacophony. Li Jianye's small stall was instantly surrounded, leaving no room for passage. Before long, he had sold out. 1 pound of deer antler, priced at 20 yuan per tael, totaled 200 yuan. This time, there were no tickets involved, only cash. Aisha squatted nearby, her blue eyes wide with astonishment as she watched the frenzy of people jostling forward as if they were seizing treasures. Each one eagerly thrusting bills into Li Jianye's hands before carefully cradling their small packages. She could not fathom how this blood-stained item could incite such madness. How could it sell out so quickly? Was that truly 200 yuan earned in such a short time? Aisha remained squatted, observing the frenzied scene until it finally reached its conclusion. She gently tugged at the hem of Li Jianye's garment, her voice soft and laced with confusion. Jianye, what is deer antler used for? Although her Chinese was relatively fluent, her understanding of such matters was evidently blank, completely unaware of the effects and benefits of deer antler. Why would consuming it bring joy to his wife? Upon hearing her question, those still lingering around, including Zhao Cheng, who had just completed his transaction with satisfaction, paused momentarily. Then, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted. The laughter bore no malice. Rather, it stemmed from the amusement at the innocence and curiosity of this foreign girl. Li Jianye could not help but smile. Gazing into Aisha's pure and inquisitive blue eyes, he shook his head and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. We'll discuss this in detail when we return tonight. Some matters are indeed not suitable to explain in this setting. Elsa nodded, seemingly understanding yet filled with curiosity, though she refrained from pressing further. Zhao Cheng, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned in closer. He had noticed the beautiful foreign girl beside Li Jianye earlier. Her blue eyes, high nose, and fair complexion made her resemble a figure from a magazine. Hearing her pose such an innocent question, coupled with Li Jianye's affectionate demeanor towards her, stirred something within him. His gaze flitted between Li Jianye and Elsa, and with a hint of inquiry, Zhao Cheng lowered his voice, asking, Brother, who is this? Your wife? Or perhaps a sweetheart? Li Jianye glanced at Elsa, then back at Zhao Cheng, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is my fiancée, Elsa. Zhao Cheng's expression shifted to one of realization, and he quickly clasped his hands together in a somewhat rustic, yet sincere manner. Brother, you are indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful fiancée. Congratulations in advance, and may you both enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Li Jianye expressed his gratitude. Standing beside him, Elsa felt her cheeks flush, akin to ripe wild fruit in the mountains. The title of fiancée filled her heart with a sweetness akin to honey. She longed to continue on this journey with Jianye, just as Zhao Cheng had suggested, until the end of time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Cheng's gaze fell upon the bulging backpack at Li Jianye's feet. Earlier, Li Jianye had been selling deer antlers, and he had hesitated to interject, but now, with no one else around, he pointed to the backpack and inquired, "Brother, it looks quite full. Surely it cannot just contain deer antlers? What treasures lie within?" Li Jianye chuckled, revealing the contents without reservation. He opened the backpack slightly, exposing a thick hide covered in dense black fur. There were also several peculiar dark objects emitting a faint metallic scent of blood, and nestled at the bottom was a small item wrapped delicately in cloth. "Bear paw, bear skin, and bear bile," he stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Li Jianye's response, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could encompass a fist. "A bear? Where on earth did you acquire this?" he gasped, his voice tinged with astonishment. "From the mountains, of course," Li Jianye replied casually. "I just brought it back yesterday." Zhao Cheng's gaze shifted dramatically as he regarded Li Jianye, filled with awe. Goodness, a bear is no trifling matter. Not only is it rare, but it is also exceedingly dangerous. He couldn't help but give Li Jianye a thumbs up. "Impressive. Brother, your skills are truly remarkable." Li Jianye chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate on the thrilling experience of hunting the bear. Zhao Cheng, suddenly struck by a realization, exclaimed, "Ah, that explains your absence the past few days. You were out hunting big game." Li Jianye seized the opportunity to inquire, "So, brother, are you interested in any of these items? If you're looking for bear meat, I'm afraid there is none left. It has all been shared with the village collective. All that remains are these few items." Zhao Cheng's mind raced as he began to calculate his options. Bear paws and bear bile are indeed rare and nourishing treasures, certain to please the esteemed leader. And this bear hide, it suddenly struck him that not long ago, the leader had mentioned that his spouse had recently given birth, her constitution still frail, and he was seeking a fine hide to craft a warm vest for her and a cozy blanket for the little one. Chapter 45. Gather everything for the 3 turns and a sound. This bear hide is thick and lustrous, its fur dark and dense, guaranteed to provide warmth. The bear paws and bile can also be utilized for bodily nourishment. How perfectly suitable. In this era of scarcity, such rare animals and their pelts are seldom encountered, and individuals capable of hunting them are even rarer. It is a stroke of luck to come across someone as bold as Li Jianye, possessing such prized items. What a rarity indeed. Bringing these back will certainly earn him praise from the esteemed leader. Zhao Cheng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Brother, what price do you intend to ask for the bear paws, bile, and this hide?" Li Jianye mused to himself that while deer antler velvet has distinctive properties allowing for a higher asking price, the items from the bear lack such fervor. It would depend on whether the buyer recognizes their value and desires them. He smiled, returning the question. "Brother, you are the expert. How much do you think these are worth? Just give me a fair price." Zhao Cheng pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. "Brother, how about this? I'll take the bear paws, bile, and the entire hide for 300 yuan. What do you think?" 300 yuan? Li Jianye quickly calculated in his mind. The bear hide is quite practical. If sold well, it might fetch around 100 or 80 yuan, and normally, selling it for 40 or 50 would be acceptable. The price of bear bile also varies with the buyer. This bear, being robust and wild, has a decent size of bile, though the quality remains uncertain. Based on Li Jianye's estimates, it could sell for 40 or 50 yuan, which would be quite high. The bear paws would similarly be valued at around 10 to 20 yuan. However, due to their rarity, the actual price would depend on the circumstances of the transaction and the quality of the items. Li Jianye believed that 300 yuan was a fair offer, considering that once these are out in the market, others may not necessarily be willing to purchase them. Finding the right buyer is indeed challenging. Since this gentleman is genuinely interested, it is wise to seize the opportunity. Zhao Cheng is undoubtedly a straightforward individual, generous in his dealings. Agreed. Li Jianye nodded decisively. Zhao Cheng, being equally quick-witted, prepared to reach for his money immediately. He had brought ample cash, pulling out a substantial bundle of notes, clearly indicating he would not shortchange Li Jianye. Noticing his actions, Li Jianye quickly interjected with a smile. "Hold on, let us not rush." Zhao Cheng paused, looking at him with curiosity. Li Jianye rubbed his hands together and explained, "How about this? You need not give me so much cash. Could you provide me with a few more tickets instead? While money is indeed valuable, in these times, possessing only money without tickets is of little use." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng immediately understood, bursting into laughter as he slapped his forehead. "Indeed, you have thought this through. In these times, tickets are even more scarce than money. Zhao Cheng, however, was not lacking in tickets and began to rummage through his bag with meticulous care. Soon, he produced a stack of cash, counted it, and withdrew a portion. Then, from another compartment of his bag, he retrieved a thick bundle of colorful vouchers. "Brother, behold, this amounts to 250 yuan, Zhao Cheng said, extending the money to Li Jianye. He then fanned out the vouchers, showcasing them to Li Jianye. These included cloth tickets, grain tickets, sugar tickets, as well as a few for radishes and cabbages. Though they were a hodgepodge, they were undeniably valuable. These vouchers, combined with this 250 yuan, should suffice to equal 300. What do you think?" Li Jianye gazed at the pile of vouchers, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. With these tickets, he could exchange them at the supply and marketing cooperative for essential staples such as rice and vegetables. He accepted the money and vouchers, scrutinizing the tickets before nodding in approval. "All right, this is sufficient." Li Jianye carefully stowed the money and vouchers, pondering for a moment before tentatively inquiring. "May I ask you another question? With your generosity, do you have any connections to acquire a bicycle ticket?" Zhao Cheng was momentarily taken aback. "A bicycle ticket? That is considerably more difficult to procure than these food and clothing vouchers," he replied, shaking his head. "Brother, what do you need a bicycle ticket for?" Li Jianye chuckled and, turning slightly, pointed at Aisha, who had been standing quietly nearby. "I was considering preparing for marriage in the future, you know. Once the time comes, I must gather everything needed, right?" Zhao Cheng glanced at Aisha and then back at Li Jianye, a look of realization dawning upon his face, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ah, so it is a matter of good fortune approaching. Naturally, I shall assist you." He clapped Li Jianye on the shoulder with vigor. "With your boldness and determination, you could overcome even a formidable bear. You shall undoubtedly succeed. I will keep an eye out for you. If an opportunity arises, I will certainly help you secure one." Shifting the conversation, Zhao Cheng adopted a more businesslike demeanor. "However, brother, let us make a pact. Should you come across any rare treasures from the mountains in the future, you must prioritize me. I hope that when you return next time, you can bring back more meat, as it has been rather scarce lately." Li Jianye immediately nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Rest assured, that is no difficult task." The two exchanged knowing smiles, solidifying their agreement. Zhao Cheng turned to leave, while Li Jianye surveyed the now empty backpack, calculating the gains of this venture. Deer antlers and bear parts totaling 450 yuan, along with a collection of practical vouchers. He then turned to Aisha, who had been quietly waiting. "Let us go. It's time we head out." Aisha nodded in agreement. The pair departed from the secluded alley of the black market. The bustling street outside was alive with the ebb and flow of people, the sounds of hawkers, the ringing of bicycle bells, and the occasional honking of car horns, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Li Jianye walked alongside Aisha, one exuding charm and the other an exotic allure, together forming a striking visual tableau. "Are you hungry?" Li Jianye asked. Aisha gently caressed her belly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she nodded slightly. "A little," she admitted. Li Jianye chuckled and said, "Come, let me treat you to something delightful." He scanned the street and discovered a modest state-run eatery. "Comrade, 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, please," he called out to the window. "And 2 bottles of soda." "Coming right up," replied the chef from inside. After paying for their meal, the two found a vacant table by the window. The table was an old wooden square, its surface reasonably clean, though the edges were significantly worn. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of shredded pork noodles were ready, but they had to fetch them from the counter themselves. In the white porcelain bowls, the noodles were chewy, topped with a fragrant layer of stir-fried pork and vegetables, the broth rich and savory. The aroma wafted through the air, making Aisha's eyes sparkle. She picked up her chopsticks, a bit clumsily yet eagerly, and lifted a mouthful of noodles, blowing on them gently before cautiously placing them in her mouth. "Delicious," she mumbled, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Although there was meat at Li Jianye's home, the seasoning was different, and the meals tasted distinct. Such fragrant and delectable shredded pork noodles were indeed a rare delight. Chapter 46. Watching a movie, Li Jianye observed her relish the meal and, inspired, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily as well. 2 bottles of soda were also delivered, the glass bottles adorned with simple designs. This was a common beverage of the era, readily available in restaurants and supply stores. "This is good too," Li Jianye said as he twisted open a bottle and handed it to Aisha. The soda carried a rich pear sweetness. With each sip, the bubbles fizzed in her mouth. In the chill of winter, The room temperature soda felt wonderfully refreshing. At that time, a bottle of soda cost just a dime. A luxurious treat for the ordinary folk in the countryside. Aisha sipped her soda daintily, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. As a young intellectual in the countryside, such a drink had been out of reach for her. With a sip of soda, she felt an overwhelming happiness today. Not only had she witnessed the black market, but also savored such delicious noodles and sweet soda. These experiences were gifts from Li Jianye. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the two emerged from the eatery into the bright midday sun. Li Jianye thought it was still early and suggested, "Shall we stroll around the city?" "Absolutely," Aisha replied eagerly. Having followed Li Jianye to spend time alone with him, she had no desire to return home early. They sauntered along the street, passing a photography studio adorned with several black-and-white photographs in the window, including portraits and family pictures. Photographs were the finest way to capture life's moments. In this era, black-and-white photos were still prevalent, possessing a unique charm of their time. Li Jianye, intrigued, proposed, "How about we take a photo?" He turned to Aisha, who was gazing dreamily at the studio's window. For people of this time, having their picture taken was still quite a novelty. The Bear Country may be somewhat more advanced, yet Aisha was raised here. Aside from their differing appearances, she shares many similarities with the locals, the most notable being her foreign accent, a result of her upbringing. Li Jianye was not particularly familiar with her past, but he would surely come to learn about it in due course. He gently took Aisha's hand and led her inside. The photography studio was modest in size, dimly lit, and filled with a peculiar scent. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and serving as the photographer, greeted them. "Comrades, would you like to take a photograph?" he inquired. "Yes, we would like a group photo," Li Jianye replied. The photographer assessed the pair, noting the young man's handsomeness and the young woman's beauty, particularly her rare foreign visage, and he beckoned them to the backdrop. The backdrop featured a simplistic landscape illustration. "Please sit here," the photographer indicated towards a long bench. Li Jianye and Aisha sat side by side. Aisha appeared somewhat shy, her hands resting on her knees, her back straight. The photographer peered through the viewfinder of his vintage camera. "Ah, could you two move a bit closer and appear more natural?" he directed. "Yes, young lady. Lean a little towards the gentleman, tilt your head slightly, and smile." Aisha's cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she shyly inched closer to Li Jianye. He, however, remained at ease, even lifting his arm to gently rest it on the back of Aisha's chair, as if to embrace her. Aisha's body stiffened imperceptibly, yet she did not withdraw. The photographer was pleased. "All right, look here, 1, 2, 3. With a click and a flash, their images were captured on film. After the photograph was taken, the two exited the studio. Aisha's cheeks still felt warm. Having been so close, she could detect a subtle scent of masculinity from Li Jianye. The photographs would not be ready for a week, and they wandered aimlessly down the street once more. However, following their intimate encounter during the photo session, they appeared to be closer than before. "Where to next?" Aisha inquired softly. Li Jianye glanced ahead and spotted a cinema not far off. "How about we watch a movie?" "A movie?" Aisha's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Absolutely." The city housed only one cinema, adorned with hand-painted movie posters. Today's feature was the heroic sons and daughters. The ticket prices of that era were remarkably inexpensive compared to later times, at merely 20 cents each. Li Jianye purchased the tickets, and they joined the throng entering the screening room, where the lighting was dim and the wooden seats were rather uncomfortable. Yet, as the lights dimmed, the screen illuminated, and the music began to play. Li Jianye found himself captivated by the unique cinematic essence of that time. The film narrated the heroic deeds of the volunteer soldiers, recounting the story of the Wang siblings, and the iconic phrase, "Fire at my command for victory," profoundly resonated with every audience member present. Aisha was particularly engrossed, her blue eyes shimmering with tears. As the film concluded and the lights illuminated the theater, the audience remained immersed in their exhilaration, reluctant to depart. Hand in hand, the two exited the cinema, with Aisha still enraptured by the film's narrative. Unable to resist, she mimicked the character Wang Cheng, puffing out her chest and clenching her fists while reciting the iconic line, "Fire at me for victory." Li Jianye's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Fire at you?" He leaned in slightly, whispering, "That must wait until evening, when the lights are out." He chuckled inwardly, aware that such a phrase in future online contexts would not carry a benign connotation. Aisha's azure eyes filled with confusion once more as she tilted her head to regard Li Jianye. clearly perplexed by the double entendre of his words. What does that mean? Li Jianye had no intention of elucidating his jest. Observing Aisha's naive yet earnest expression, he found it both amusing and endearing, gently pulling her forward. It's getting late. We should head home. Aisha, instinctively following his lead, took a couple of steps before suddenly realizing that her hand was being held by Li Jianye. When had this connection begun? Perhaps when she was lost in the film's world, or as they exited? How had he so seamlessly taken her hand? She was uncertain how long they had been walking this way, yet she found herself somewhat enchanted by this sensation. Aisha made no attempt to break free, allowing Li Jianye to guide her towards the outskirts of the city. Their primary objective for the day had been the black market. While they had indulged in some street snacks, they carried no cumbersome bags, their burdens light. However, the journey from the county to their home in Tuanjiadan was not insignificant. Even at a brisk pace, it would take over an hour to reach. Li Jianye glanced around, his eyes scanning for a donkey cart that might be heading back to the village. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, not even a familiar silhouette appeared. It seemed they would have to rely on their own legs to return. After walking for over half an hour from the county, they reached a fork in the road where Aisha paused. Jianye, I need to make a quick stop at Daxing Town. On the day she had left, her sister had dragged her along, and she had not yet reported to the local commune. According to protocol, it was necessary for the educated youth to explain their absence. Li Jianye turned to her. Daxing Town? The one where you were assigned? Yes, I need to inform Captain Neo. Otherwise, everyone might think I've gone missing, Aisha explained. Li Jianye nodded. All right, then let us take a detour to Daxing Town. It was not too far from the main road. They could reach it in just over half an hour. The two adjusted their course and headed towards Daxing Town. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of the Daxing Town Production Brigade. A few red brick bungalows stood proudly, with a weathered wooden sign proclaiming the name of the brigade. The courtyard bustled with activity. Several young people gathered in conversation. Aisha immediately recognized a few familiar faces. Suilan, Lume, she called out into the courtyard. The two young women who were conversing turned their heads upon hearing her voice, and their faces instantly lit up with surprise. Aisha, where have you been? It's wonderful to see you back. Zhang Suilan, dressed in blue work trousers and sporting two braids, quickly approached her. The other girl, Lume, who was somewhat more reserved, followed suit, smiling as she examined Aisha. Where have you been these past few days? If I hadn't seen your sister drag you away that day, I would have thought something had happened to you. Oh, I just visited my sister's house. Aisha explained briefly. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Salon and Lu Mei's attention was drawn to the handsome man beside Aisha. What astonished them even more was the fact that Aisha's hand was naturally held by this man. This was indeed unusual. Zhang Suilan's eyes widened in excitement as she playfully nudged Aisha's arm. And who might this be? Her gaze flitted between Li Jianye and Aisha's clasped hands, the implication clear. Aisha's cheeks flushed instantaneously, resembling the hues of a sunset. She opened her mouth, but words eluded her. At that moment, Li Jianye stepped forward, taking the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Li Jianye, from Tuanjia village. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the few young people present before finally resting on Aisha's blushing face. Aisha and I are engaged. A sudden silence enveloped the courtyard for a brief moment, swiftly followed by Zhang Cilan and Lu Mei gasping in unison. Engaged? Zhang Suilan exclaimed, grasping Aisha's arm and shaking it excitedly. My goodness, Aisha, how could you keep this from us? When did you start dating? An engagement? You've hidden it so well. Lu Mei leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Jianye, then back at Aisha. Is this for real? How unexpected. But it looks so sweet. Surrounded by her two good friends, who were also fellow young intellectuals, Aisha felt a mixture of surprise and playful teasing, her face growing even redder. She quietly explained, it was my sister who introduced us. We've only known each other for a few days. She lifted her head to glance at Li Jianye, adding, he seems quite nice. We're just taking our time to see how it goes. As she spoke, she appeared to recall something and hurriedly rummaged through her pocket. What she produced were a few large white rabbit milk candies wrapped in colorful paper, which Li Jianye had casually bought for her while they were out shopping in the city. Here, try these. Aisha offered the candies to Zhang Suilan and Lu Mei, as well as to the other young intellectuals in the courtyard. Zhang Suilan accepted the candy, her eyes gleaming. White rabbit. She carefully unwrapped the candy, and the rich aroma of milk immediately filled the air. Heavens, Aisha, your fiancé is incredibly generous. These candies are quite a treasure. Lu Mei also unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, her eyes closing in bliss. Oh, how sweet. It's rare to find this in the countryside. I haven't had these in ages. Aisha, he treats you so well. Zhang Zuolan nodded vigorously in agreement, chewing on the candy while appraising Li Jianye from head to toe. And he is so handsome. Tall, too. Aisha, you must hold on to him tightly. Look, there's no need to search elsewhere. Just get married. Lu Mei chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, Aisha harbored a fondness for Li Jianye. He was a good man, competent, far superior to those who merely boasted and pretended to be grand. She genuinely wished to marry Li Jianye. However, this was her first experience with such matters, akin to a young maiden embarking on a wedding procession, leaving her uncertain about how to express her feelings. At that moment, it fell upon Li Jianye to take the lead, his eloquence allowing him to articulate anything with ease. Clearing his throat, he announced, "How did you all know I was planning a wedding? Rest assured, once the date is set, I will surely share wedding sweets with everyone. And I hope you will all grace us with your presence at the banquet." His words were straightforward and candid. Zhang Zuolan and Lu Mei erupted with excitement once more. Wow, is it really happening? How wonderful. We must attend. It will be a lively celebration. The young educated youth buzzed around Aisha, sharing in her joy. At that moment, a somewhat rugged voice echoed from the doorway of the brigade office. Who is getting married? What is all the commotion about? The crowd turned to see a sturdy middle-aged man in a coat stepping out, his dark skin and down-to-earth demeanor revealing him as Niu Dali, the captain of the Daxing Town Production Brigade. Captain Niu. Lu Mei, quick to recognize him, approached with a smile. It's Aisha. Aisha is getting married. Zhang Zuolan quickly added. Her partner is this gentleman, comrade Li Jianye. She gestured towards Li Jianye. Niu Dali's gaze fell upon Li Jianye, surveying him before looking back at Aisha with a warm smile. Oh, it's Aisha. Congratulations. This is splendid news. For Aisha, establishing a home here is indeed a wonderful opportunity. As Aisha was a foreigner, Niu Dali, in his capacity as captain, understood well the challenges she faced living here. Finding a good man and securing a home was essential for her stability. Aisha nodded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Captain Niu. Hesitating slightly, she added, I may need to stay with Jianye for a while and want to be returning to the youth point for the time being. I kindly ask for your understanding. Niu Dali waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite reasonable. No problem at all. This is not an issue. Focus on your relationship with Comrade Li Jianye. There is no need to worry about the brigade. Then, with curiosity, he looked at Li Jianye. Which village do you hail from, Comrade Li? Li Jianye replied. From Tuanjiatun. Tuanjiatun? Niu Dali repeated the name, his brow furrowing slightly, as if recalling something. I heard from the commune today that someone from Tuanjiatun caught a large black bear, weighing several hundred pounds. The entire village got to share the meat, didn't they? Niu Dali smacked his lips, a look of longing spreading across his face. That is quite a substantial amount of meat. Chapter 48. What is collectivism? Though it is referred to as a din, Tuanjia is, in essence, merely a village, home to a modest population of several hundred souls. When the meat is apportioned, each household can relish several pounds. In these times, being able to feast on meat is indeed a tantalizing prospect. My goodness, it is bear meat. Here, the community has long been deprived of proper meat. Is this true? He gazed at Li Jianye and Aisha, his eyes brimming with a quest for validation, while the other young intellectuals in the courtyard perked up, drawn by curiosity. Hunting a bear? The entire village feasting on meat? It sounded almost mythical. Li Jianye smiled faintly, reluctant to reveal that the one who had hunted the bear was, in fact, himself. Aisha, however, stifled a smile, feeling a swell of pride. Her gaze ultimately settled on Li Jianye, and with a sweet tone, she spoke softly. It is true, Captain. The one who hunted the bear is Li Jianye. He is the one who treated the entire village to bear meat. The courtyard fell into silence once more, quieter than when the marriage news had been announced. All eyes turned to Li Jianye, filled with incredulity. This handsome young man before them. A bear hunter? Zhang Zuolan and Lu Mei gaped, their mouths forming an O shape, staring at Li Jianye as if he were a legendary figure. My heavens, Brother Jianye, you can hunt bears? Lu Mei stammered in astonishment. That is a bear, one of the largest creatures in the mountains. A single swipe could send me to meet my ancestors. Remarkable indeed. Zhang Zuolan grasped Aisha's arm, trembling with envy. Aisha, your taste is impeccable. You haven't just found a partner, but a protector. With such prowess, who would dare to bully you? Lu Mei nodded vigorously. Exactly. He is not only handsome, but also possesses such great skill. Aisha, you have truly struck gold. The few female young intellectuals in the group praised Li Jianye. In a corner, Zhang Yang, who had been mostly silent, wore an increasingly sullen expression. His gaze remained fixed on Aisha and the others. Zhang Yang, who harbored a certain fondness for Aisha and the female young intellectuals, considered himself of superior background and decent appearance. Coming to this impoverished locale felt like a condescension on his part. He had made several overtures towards the local young women, only to be met with indifference. Initially, he assumed they were simply aloof or had high standards. Yet now, after merely a few days apart, Aisha had found herself a man, an unsophisticated fiancé from the countryside. This felt like a grave insult to him. What was even more intolerable was that this man not only claimed Aisha, but had also become the center of attention among the young women, lauded as a hero. Hunting a bear? Zhang Yang scoffed internally, filled with disdain and jealousy. Wasn't he just a country bumpkin who happened to stumble upon a bear? What was so impressive about that? As the surrounding voices filled with praise echoed in his ears, Zhang Yang's frustration grew. Wait a moment. His voice successfully captured the attention of everyone present. The courtyard fell into an immediate silence. Zhang Yang deliberately straightened his chest, exuding a self-righteous sense of justice. Captain Yo, the creatures of this mountain are collective resources, are they not? Li Jianye's unauthorized hunting and the killing of such a large bear. Does this not constitute poaching of our collective resources? According to the rules, should he not face severe punishment for this? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted to a somewhat delicate state. Lu Mei and Zhang Zuelan, who had just moments ago displayed envy, were now taken aback. They instinctively glanced at Captain Yo. Does this truly violate the principles of our collective? Captain Yo's smile faded. He furrowed his brow. By rights, the resources of the mountain indeed belong to the collective. However, in these times, when everyone is struggling, the villagers occasionally ascend the mountain to hunt a few wild chickens or rabbits to supplement their meals, and as long as it is not excessive, the team generally turns a blind eye. Yet, the killing of a several hundred-pound black bear creates quite a stir. Observing that Captain Yo seemed somewhat swayed, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity. Captain Yo, this is no trivial matter. Just because the folks from Tuanjia village have kept it quiet does not mean this situation is acceptable. As the captain of Daxing Town, you cannot turn a blind eye. I believe you must promptly report this situation to the higher authorities. Li Jianye must be dealt with severely. Set an example. The more Zhang Yang spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he were the embodiment of justice. He cast a furtive glance at Aisha, hoping to see her face reflect disdain or regret towards Li Jianye. However, Aisha merely furrowed her brow. Her gaze filled with contempt for him. Li Jianye, standing nearby, also frowned. Surely this person must be unwell? What business is it of his that he is dating Aisha? Why must he come forward to provoke trouble? Before Captain Yo could respond, Li Jianye spoke first. My friend, your assertions must be substantiated. Who informed you that I hunted without authorization? My hunting expedition was conducted with the prior consent of our village collective. The bear descended from the mountain and posed a threat to the villagers. I ascended to eliminate this danger. Moreover, he paused, surveying each person present. The bear meat was distributed among all villagers, whether they participated in the hunt or not. Every household received their share. Pray tell, how does this constitute poaching? Where is the breach of collective principles? My actions were entirely selfless. Even the most discerning critic could find no fault. Zhang Yang was momentarily silenced. His face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a meticulous defense from Li Jianye. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede, retorting obstinately. Then why was it only distributed to your Tuanjia village? We, from Daxing Town, are just nearby, also at the foot of Changbai Mountain. The resources up there belong to us as well. Why were we not afforded a share of the meat? Upon hearing this, even Lu Mei and Zhang Zuelan, standing nearby, found it increasingly difficult to listen. Why should they share the game they hunted in their own village with you? Such audacity is truly astonishing. Zhang Yang, silence yourself. Neo Dali could no longer contain his frustration, his tone tinged with palpable impatience. He shot a glare at Zhang Yang, the educated youth from the provincial capital, who, despite his seemingly refined demeanor, harbored such sordid thoughts. Just as the couple had announced their joyous occasion, he chose to nitpick. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to stir trouble? Comrade Shaoli was absolutely correct. The hunt had been conducted with the collective consent of the village, and the spoils were distributed fairly among the villagers. entirely reasonable with no issues whatsoever. He patted Li Jianye's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Then, turning back to Zhang Yang, he spoke with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Comrade Zhang Yang, if you envy the bear meat and find it unjust, then why not venture into the mountains yourself and hunt one? If you truly possess the skill to catch a bear, I, Niodali, will represent the Daxing Town Brigade and see to it that the entire bear belongs solely to you. The brigade guarantees that you will face no repercussions and need to surrender a single penny. Niodali's words resonated powerfully. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned pale. Go hunting for a bear? What a ridiculous notion. He had never even hunted a rabbit. If he were to encounter a bear in the mountains, he would likely meet his ancestors on the spot, completely unaware of how he perished. Observing Zhang Yang's cowardly demeanor, Niodali scoffed. The others in the yard could hardly suppress their amusement, viewing Zhang Yang as a mere jester. Embarrassed and aware of his folly under the scrutiny of others, Zhang Yang could only lower his head and retreat, no longer daring to utter a word. Chapter 49. Rebirth in Unity Village. A smile adorned Niodali's face as he regarded Li Jianye with admiration. Comrade Shaoli, splendid work. He clapped Li Jianye's arm with vigor. It takes true courage to stand firm against a bear, a feat not easily accomplished. What's even rarer is your consideration for the collective. You remembered your fellow villagers when you brought back such a fine catch. This awareness is commendable. Turning to Aisha, his tone grew earnest. Comrade Aisha, your judgment is also commendable. Comrade Shaoli is indeed reliable. You two should nurture this bond moving forward. Hearing the brigade leader praise Li Jianye and remark on her good judgment made Aisha's heart swell with sweetness, as if she had drunk honey. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, radiating pride. She gently lifted her arm, naturally linking it with Li Jianye's, her gesture intimate and slightly boastful. Li Jianye nodded at Brigade Leader Niu. Brigade Leader, it's getting late. We must head back. We'll have the chance to converse at length another day. After bidding farewell to Brigade Leader Niu, Li Jianye and Aisha made their way outside. The moment they departed, the yard erupted with chatter among the educated youths. Several young men huddled together, their eyes nearly ablaze with excitement as they watched Li Jianye disappear from sight. Goodness, that's bear meat. We've been here for nearly a year, and our mouths are practically watering. Just listening to it made me salivate. I envy the residents of Tuanjiatan, truly. Alas, if only I could have joined the ranks of the educated youth there, I too could partake in the bounty of meat. The feelings of envy and resentment permeated the crowd. Lu Mei and Zhang Zuolan stood in the corner, gazing longingly at the retreating figures of Li Jianye and Aisha, their faces etched with admiration. Aisha is indeed fortunate, Lu Mei sighed softly. Yes, Li Jianye exudes a sense of reliability and capability, Zhang Zuolan concurred, her eyes sparkling with a hint of yearning. Unlike us, who knows when we might encounter a suitable partner. The two young women exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's wistful longing for Aisha's serendipitous fortune. Not far away, Zhang Yang's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. He fixed his gaze on the sweetly retreating couple, his fists clenched tightly. Li Jianye, what is there to be so proud of? He is merely a country bumpkin, lucky enough to have stumbled upon a bear. If he were in the provincial capital, he would amount to nothing. My family's standing could easily overshadow him. Zhang Yang's heart brimmed with unwillingness. He believed Aisha must be blind to have chosen such a rough character. One day, he vowed, he would reclaim his identity as a person from the provincial capital, proving through his undeniable prowess that he was the true object of desire for women. Li Jianye and Aisha departed from Daxing Town, and not long after, Aisha's pace began to falter. After a day filled with travel and shopping, she felt as though she had scarcely rested at all. Growing weary, her body felt heavier. And almost instinctively, she leaned against Li Jianye, her form pressed closely against him, without a hint of embarrassment. Instead, she experienced a profound sense of comfort, wishing to cling to him and not take another step. Li Jianye sensed Aisha's reliance, turning to glance at her. Noticing the fatigue etched on her face and the dreamy look in her eyes brought on by her weariness, his heart softened. Are you tired? Aisha replied with a gentle hum, her voice nasally like a playful kitten. Li Jianye halted in his tracks, slightly squatting before her. Come here, I'll carry you. Without hesitation, Aisha nestled onto Li Jianye's broad back. He steadied her with his hands and strode purposefully towards Tuanjiatan. Aisha buried her face in his neck, listening to the rhythm of his breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. They continued on until they reached Tuanjiatan. As they passed the village's supply and marketing cooperative, Li Jianye paused momentarily. Aisha, inadvertently dozing off, suddenly awoke as he stopped, instinctively asking, "Are we home?" "Not yet. We've arrived at the village cooperative. We're low on vegetables at home, so I'll buy a few to take back," Li Jianye replied. Aisha slid off his back, and together they entered the cooperative. A medley of various goods greeted them with its distinct aroma. Behind the counter, a woman in her 30s languidly fiddled with an abacus, glancing up lazily as the door chimed. The woman in question is Yang Kaifeng, a saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative. She possesses an unremarkable appearance, her face devoid of any discernible expression. Upon recognizing Li Jianye, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. "Oh, isn't this Jianye?" Yang Kaifeng remarked, setting aside her abacus and rising to her feet, her gaze also landing on the woman accompanying Li Jianye. With an affectation of familiarity, she initiated a conversation. "What a rarity, Jianye. Have you found yourself a foreign partner?" In the village, Li Jianye's exploits with bear hunting had rendered him a well-known figure. He merely smiled faintly, refraining from engaging further. His sentiments towards Yang Kaifeng were far from favorable. She perpetually wore a scowl, as if the world owed her something. More critically, she had a penchant for gossip, incessantly prattling about others' affairs. Were it not for the necessity of acquiring supplies, he would typically circumvent the cooperative altogether. The last time he returned from the city laden with various goods, he was utterly fatigued, a consequence of avoiding any interaction with her. Today, however, he had no choice but to return without making a purchase in the city, burdened with the need to transport his belongings. Noticing Li Jianye's silence, Yang Kaifeng seemed unfazed and shifted the topic toward the bear meat. "Jianye, the last time you hunted that bear, you brought back so much meat. Why didn't you think to share a couple of pounds with your sister Yang for a taste?" She smacked her lips, her face betraying her greed. "I've been smelling meat aroma around the village daily, yet I haven't had a proper meal in ages." Li Jianye, upon hearing her words, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "Sister Yang, you jest. Isn't their meat hanging in your cooperative? Surely you're not lacking for food." Yang Kaifeng immediately waved her hand, a look of grievance etched upon her face. "It's not the same. That meat belongs to the public. It's precious. I wouldn't dare touch it without permission. If I lost even a little, I'd have to pay for it myself. I can't bear that responsibility." Li Jianye's smile grew more pronounced. "Indeed, the cooperative is state-owned, not part of the village collective. The distribution of meat in our village follows the collective's list. It's only natural that it doesn't extend to you, Sister Yang." This retort left Yang Kaifeng momentarily speechless. She was well aware that the cooperative operated independently from the village collective, yet she felt a sense of unfairness. Why should the entire village benefit from Li Jianye's bear, while she, a familiar face in the village, was left out? Observing her expression, Li Jianye continued, "If you truly crave that meat, it can be arranged. Just wait until I hunt again. I'll sell you a pound at market price." Chapter 50. What's wrong with 2 pounds of meat? Upon hearing Li Jianye's words, Yang Kaifeng's countenance froze instantly. Buy it at market price? She had assumed that, given her role as a saleswoman and her years of familiarity, he would extend her a favor and offer her a taste. To her dismay, this young man demonstrated a complete lack of sentimentality. "I must say, Jianye, that's rather ungracious of you," she retorted, her tone tinged with evident displeasure. "You venture into the mountains daily, bringing back such abundant game. What harm is there in letting me have a couple of pounds? Must you insist on payment? Do you regard me as a stranger?" The smile faded from Li Jianye's face. "Sister-in-law, one cannot express oneself in such a manner. This meat was procured by me at the peril of my life, traversing the dense forest, rather than being blown in by the winds. You are well aware of the ferocity of the bears. My return was sheer luck. Distributing this meat among the villagers is merely a gesture of collective gratitude. However, to give it away freely to an individual is simply unreasonable." Yang Kaifeng was momentarily rendered speechless, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. With a huff, she adopted a stern, businesslike demeanor once more. "Very well, you have a point. In that case, next time you hunt, do not keep the spoils for yourself. Simply bring them to our supply and marketing cooperative for sale. We also accept wild game here. I will compensate you according to regulations. And I shall personally purchase a pound to taste, if that is agreeable." Li Jianye felt a flicker of interest. Selling to the cooperative? If the price is right, it could be a viable option, sparing him the trouble of venturing into the black market. "How does your collection process work?" he inquired casually. Well, it depends on what you have, Yang Kaifeng replied. Her energy revitalized as she leaned forward slightly. If it's deer meat, we buy it at 150 per pound. Bear meat is similarly priced. She paused, adding, if you have any bear meat at home, bring it now, and I will weigh it for you immediately. Upon hearing this offer, Li Jianye understood the implications. 150 per pound for deer meat. This price, while exorbitant compared to the usual few dimes for pork, still fell short of the $2 per pound he could fetch on the black market. Rarity dictates value, and wild game commands premium prices, maintaining a composed exterior. He merely smiled faintly. The bear meat is long gone, none left. Perhaps next time, if I have surplus. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Caifeng's face, but she quickly replaced it with enthusiasm, persistently pursuing the conversation. If the meat is gone, what about the bear skin? Jianye, you still have that bear skin, right? That is a valuable item. Our cooperative also purchases it. Her voice lowered, tinged with an air of intrigue. If you are willing to sell, I can offer you a high price of $60. Of course, it depends on the skin's condition. If it is well preserved, with lustrous fur, it might fetch over 100. 60 to over 100. Li Jianye pondered this figure, finding it aligned with his own estimations. It seemed the cooperative's buyback prices were as expected. This further solidified his intention to seek buyers in the black market in the future. If he were to acquire another bear skin, he could elevate the price even further. Li Jianye glanced outside at the dimming twilight, feeling disinclined to continue the conversation. Sister Yang, let us proceed with weighing some vegetables first. The day is nearly over, and I must hasten home. Seeing his steadfastness, Yang Caifeng's enthusiasm waned. Reverting to her more formal demeanor, she picked up the nearby scale, beginning to weigh the produce for Li Jianye. A few crisp heads of cabbage, several hefty white radishes, a small mound of earthy potatoes, and a bundle of vibrant green scallions. Li Jianye handed over the money along with the corresponding vegetable coupons. He picked up the vegetables with one hand, while his other hand naturally intertwined with Aisha's, as they turned to walk towards the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Behind them, Yang Caifeng's voice called after them, Jianye, next time you catch something, make sure to bring it here. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively, and he and Aisha made their way onto the dimly lit street. On the way home, Aisha turned her head and asked Li Jianye, so, in the future, when you hunt something, can you sell it directly to the cooperative without having to trek all the way to the city? This seemed to alleviate quite a bit of hassle. After all, each journey to the county seat, or even farther, was not only long, but also fraught with certain risks. Li Jianye continued walking, shaking his head. Aisha paused, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Why not? The prices there seem decent. Li Jianye glanced at her and patiently explained, the prices at the cooperative are fixed, dictated by higher authorities. However, the black market operates differently, with fewer goods and hunters. And with those wanting to buy unable to find what they seek, prices naturally soar. This is the principle of rarity. He paused for a moment before providing a more concrete example. Take the deer meat you mentioned earlier. The cooperative buys it for a maximum of 150 per pound. I can sell it on the black market for 2 or even more, simply because it is scarce. Aisha listened quietly, eventually nodding in understanding. Li Jianye chose not to delve further into the subject, for his thoughts encompassed far more than what he had articulated. Now that he possessed a firearm, he felt emboldened to venture deep into the mountains. The quantity of game he could procure in the future would far exceed what he was currently able to catch. If he were to frequently bring deer and bears to the cooperative, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Perhaps on 1 or 2 occasions, no one would care. But with increasing frequency, it would surely draw the notice of the commune and relevant authorities, leading to complications. In contrast, while the black market also bore its risks, it offered a sense of freedom. Transactions were conducted discreetly, with money exchanged for goods, and buyers from all over remained unacquainted with one another. Once the exchange was complete, they parted ways, allowing for substantial profits to be made quietly. As night deepened, faint lights began to flicker in the village, the scent of smoke mingling with the crisp night air, wafting far and wide. Li Jianye tightened his grip on Aisha's hand and quickened his pace. Let's head home. It's getting cold. Aisha responded with a soft keeping stride with him. Upon arriving home, Li Jianye set down the heavy vegetables, causing the radishes and potatoes to roll into the corner. He brushed off his clothes and retrieved the money he had earned that day, a thick wad of cash along with some loose change and various commonly used coupons. Without counting, he directly handed it to his sister-in-law, Anna. Caught off guard by the sight of such a substantial amount, Anna's beautiful green eyes widened in astonishment. Jianye, this. She reached out to take it, her fingertips trembling slightly as she counted the money with extraordinary caution. 1, 2, 10. Soon, she had tallied it up. 400. Anna gasped, unsure of where to place her hands. The last time Li Jianye came back, he had only given her 100. Why is there so much this time? Her voice shifted in pitch, revealing her astonishment. It is noteworthy that even the most skilled 8th-grade machinist in the city earns merely 100 yuan in a month. This sum of 400 yuan equates to nearly half a year's income for many. Chapter 51. Why is his wife so happy? The last time Jianye brought back 100 yuan, she regarded it as an astronomical figure. Now it has quadrupled. My goodness, I might faint. She had never encountered such a large sum of money before. Aisha stepped forward, gently linking her arm with Anna's. Sister, this is all the money Jianye earned from selling those deer antlers and bear paws. Li Jianye nodded, taking over the conversation. The last time I only brought back 100 because I had spent some in the city. This time I brought back all the money. Sister-in-law, aside from these 400, I kept a few dozen for myself. You can keep this money for safekeeping. Anna shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum, hastily pushing the money back toward Li Jianye. No, this is absolutely out of the question. Her tone was resolutely firm. Jianye, this is your hard-earned money, earned through risking your life. How could I take it? The household expenses do not require so much. I will keep a small portion for food and cooking oil. The rest, you should keep for yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to use it in the future. Anna's stance was clear. This money was earned through Li Jianye's efforts and should rightfully be at his disposal. Although she was Li Jianye's sister-in-law and had previously managed the household, it was now entirely supported by Li Jianye alone. He should be in charge of the finances, and she trusted him to handle the money well. Li Jianye understood that further discussion was futile. He chuckled helplessly and put the money away again. All right then, sister-in-law. I will keep the money for myself. Aisha, observing from the side, had a sparkle in her clear eyes. She gently touched Li Jianye's arm. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of sweet anticipation. Jianye, you should keep it and save it for our wedding. The moment those words left her lips, Anna's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She glanced at Li Jianye, then at Aisha, her green eyes filled with disbelief. Married? You two have already decided to marry after just one outing? Aisha, feeling shy under the gaze, blushed deeper, lowering her head and revealing a silly smile, tacitly acknowledging it. Li Jianye, however, was quite generous, wrapping his arm around Aisha's shoulders. Indeed, not only have we decided, but I have even thought of names for our future children. He declared earnestly, we shall name him Li Weigua, to protect the family and the nation. How resounding. Anna burst into laughter at his demeanor, her previous astonishment dissipating entirely. Naming children, and you haven't even gotten married yet. You are thinking too far ahead. Aisha could not help but laugh as well, playfully nudging Li Jianye. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just joking with you. The room was suddenly filled with a joyous atmosphere as the family chatted and laughed together. Anna rose with a smile. All right. It is time to eat. I have already prepared the meal and was just waiting for your return. She turned and walked towards the kitchen, swiftly emerging with steaming dishes. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. Today's feast featured bear meat, expertly stewed by Anna, resulting in tender morsels that tantalized the senses. The family gathered around the heated table, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. After finishing their meal and attending to their evening routines, they retreated to their rooms in preparation for slumber. As night fell, Elsa lay beside Anna in the cozy bedding. As restless as ever, unable to succumb to sleep, her heart raced like a small rabbit, thumping incessantly. The events of the day replayed in her mind like a film reel. Tossing and turning on the bed, her movements caught Anna's attention, and from the darkness, Anna's voice, laced with amusement, broke the silence. Can't sleep? Elsa softly acknowledged with a faint hum. After a brief pause, Anna teased, if you truly can't sleep, why not seek out Jianye? Though Anna's words trailed off, Elsa understood her implication. Almost immediately, she sat up. Sister, please don't say that. She threw off the covers and, clad only in her nightgown, hurriedly made her way outside. The root of all her turmoil was Li Jianye. She wouldn't disturb Anna's rest. She would confront Jianye instead, for if she couldn't sleep, he shouldn't either. Anna watched as Elsa's figure vanished behind the curtain, momentarily taken aback. Then, she silently chuckled and shook her head. This sister of hers, after a rendezvous with Jianye, had indeed changed. Meanwhile, Li Jianye lay alone on the bed, also unable to find sleep. Resting his head on his arm, he stared at the darkened ceiling. In his mind, the system's notification chimed, and he noticed a fluctuation in Elsa's affection level. Elsa's affection level 1. Li Jianye accessed the system panel for a glimpse. Elsa's current affection level, 30. After a day of outdoor adventures, he had made significant progress. At this rate, another lottery draw would soon be within reach, which delighted him. A smile crept across his lips. Just then, a noise came from the doorway. The door opened, and the curtain parted slightly to reveal a petite figure slipping in, illuminated by the faint moonlight. It was Elsa. Li Jianye was taken aback to see her clad only in her nightgown, seemingly having come in haste without a coat. The northern night was biting cold, and as she entered, she shivered momentarily, still adjusting to the warmth inside. Li Jianye was about to inquire what she was doing there at such an hour when Elsa swiftly dashed to the edge of the bed, leaped, and pulled back a corner of his blanket, sliding in with a fluid motion that left him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the cozy bedding was graced by a cool yet soft presence. Li Jianye was bewildered, staring at the small mound of covers that had shifted. "Elsa, what brings you to my bed instead of sleeping?" A muffled voice emerged from beneath the blankets. I can't sleep. I was afraid of tossing and turning and disturbing my sister, so I came here." Li Jianye raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "So, you intend to sleep with me?" The head beneath the covers nodded, only to shake vigorously moments later. No, it's not what you think. I'll sleep on that side. And you on this side. Let's keep our distance. You mustn't do anything inappropriate." With that, she wriggled to the other end of the bed. Li Jianye chuckled helplessly, settling down and tucking the blanket securely around him. "Let's sleep." The bed was spacious enough for two, allowing them to lie down without encroaching upon each other's space. However, Aisha found herself wide awake. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a man of her own age, and that man happened to be Li Jianye. Despite the distance and the reversed positions, she could distinctly sense his presence and the warmth emanating from the covers. Sleep eluded her completely. After a considerable pause, Aisha could no longer bear it and decided against sleeping. She spoke softly. "Jianye, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Aisha hesitated for a moment before posing a question that had been lingering in her mind all day. "About the deer antler incident at the black market today. You mentioned you would tell me at night." "Well, it's night now." Her voice was thick with curiosity. "Why would that man's wife be happy if you bought deer antler?" Chapter 52. Buy as much as you want. Do you truly wish to know? Li Jianye's voice held a playful tone in the darkness. The bed was momentarily silent before Aisha's muffled response came through. "Yes." Li Jianye cleared his throat, carefully choosing his words. Deer antler is a potent supplement. When a man consumes it, his health improves and his vitality surges. When night falls and he is with his wife, he finds himself invigorated, and naturally, she would be pleased. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Aisha lay still beneath the covers. After several seconds, Li Jianye sensed a slight tremor from within the blankets. He could easily imagine the flush of her cheeks at that moment. A slight smile crept onto his lips. "Why so quiet?" Another silence ensued. When Aisha's voice finally broke through again, it was barely a whisper, tinged with evident shyness. "That line from the movie we watched today, for victory, fire at me, you mentioned something about it at night. Doesn't it carry a similar meaning?" Li Jianye responded with a low, affirmative hum. This acknowledgement caused Aisha to blush deeply. The question that had intrigued her all day turned out to pertain to such intimate matters. "Li Jianye, you are utterly ridiculous." Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, he retorted, "I must say, Comrade Aisha, who is it that, in the dead of night, wears pajamas and runs to a man's bed, burrowing under the covers to ask such questions? You tell me, who is truly being ridiculous?" Aisha found herself rendered speechless by his barrage of words. She opened her mouth, yet no retort came forth. Indeed, it was she who had approached him, and it was she who had initiated the inquiry. As Li Jianye savored the warmth and subtle fragrance of another person within the blankets, Aisha's questions piqued his interest. A sudden wave of restlessness surged within him. How could one possibly find sleep under such circumstances? Li Jianye turned over and squeezed himself to the other end of the blanket, enveloping Aisha in his embrace. "No, we can't. We are not yet married." The unexpected embrace left Aisha momentarily bewildered. She struggled gently, but alas, Li Jianye's strength was overwhelming. When a woman says no, It often signifies a hidden desire. Meanwhile, in the city, an important banquet had just concluded. At the entrance, a man clad in a cadre uniform, with a resonant voice, clapped Zhao Cheng on the shoulder. Zhao Cheng, you performed exceptionally well this time. A satisfied smile adorned the man's face. Those bare paws certainly brought me great prestige. The ease with which we managed today's negotiations is largely due to your efforts. Zhao Cheng quickly waved his hand, brimming with humility. You flatter me, sir. It was all thanks to your guidance and a stroke of good fortune that we procured such excellent goods. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled out a heavy sack from behind him, a mysterious smile creeping across his face. Sir, there are more treasures beyond just the bare paws. Intrigued, the leader raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qing carefully untied the sack's opening and cautiously drew out a neatly folded bear skin, which gleamed under the dim streetlight. Sir, didn't you mention wanting to find a fine piece of leather? What do you think of this one? The leader's eyes brightened instantly, and he unexpectedly took the bear skin, spreading it out for a closer examination. The leather felt substantial, with a sleek, glossy black fur, nearly flawless. Excellent. This is truly a remarkable find. The leader couldn't help but exclaim, his fingers gliding over the fur. This skin would make a splendid vest for my wife and children, ensuring warmth during the winter. Seeing the leader's delight, Zhao Cheng retrieved a bottle from the sack. After purchasing the bear gallbladder from Li Jianye, he had immediately preserved it in alcohol, knowing that even in the frigid northeast, it was prone to spoilage and required careful handling. Sir, there is also this. Upon seeing the bear gallbladder in the bottle, the leader instantly recognized its significance, his smile widening. Ah, Zhao Cheng, you've outdone yourself. He took the bottle, gazing intently at the gallbladder before glancing back at the bear skin. I thought securing just a pair of bear paws was impressive, but to have both the skin and the gallbladder as well? This is truly comprehensive. Now, tell me honestly, where did you acquire these items? And those fresh deer antlers and venison you brought in a couple of days ago, they are quite rare on the market. This cannot simply be attributed to good fortune. Zhao Qing glanced around, leaned closer to the leader, and lowered his voice. To be candid, sir, these are not easy to procure through regular channels. I obtained them from a fellow villager. A fellow villager? The leader's eyes widened slightly, his tone filled with astonishment. Can you find a local who can hunt a bear? He smacked his lips. Goodness, that creature is exceedingly perilous. Even the hunters in the mountains dare not provoke it easily. In these times, hunters are a rarity, let alone those skilled enough to hunt bears. It has been years since I have heard of anyone who could genuinely take down a bear. Zhao Qing nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. Indeed, this local possesses genuine skills. The leader pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming solemn. Zhao Qing, you must secure this local. You understand the value of his mountain goods. And remember, do not skimp on the payment. Zhao Qing immediately straightened his posture, assuring him, rest assured, leader, I am well aware and will handle it properly. In this era of scarce resources, being able to procure meat is already remarkable, and these rare delicacies, even in the future, would be highly coveted. With the leader's affirmation, Zhao Qing felt increasingly confident in his future purchases. As long as Li Jianye has it, he will buy as much as possible. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Jianye opened his eyes. Aisha was still asleep beside him. He noticed that the system panel indicated Aisha's affection had significantly increased. Current affection, 39. Observing this number, Li Jianye raised an eyebrow. 39 points. It truly rises steadily. Just a little more, and he could conduct a lottery draw. But it mattered not. The abilities he currently possessed were sufficient for him to make his mark. Li Jianye swiftly donned his clothing. He needed to venture into the mountains once more. Now armed. Once the bullets he requested from the captain arrived, he would have no fear of the large beasts in the wilderness. Coupled with his nearly limitless personal space, he could embark on a genuine grand hunt. No matter how much he hunted, he could bring it all back. Chapter 53. The bullets have arrived. As Li Jianye finished dressing, Aisha stirred on the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes and sitting up, her blue gaze still somewhat dazed. Jianye, she softly called. Awake? You can sleep a bit longer. It's still early, Li Jianye replied gently. Aisha shook her head, stifling a delicate yawn, and began to dress quietly. The two of them washed up together. In the main room, sister-in-law Anna was already up, bustling at the stove preparing breakfast. Upon seeing the two emerge sequentially and wash up together, resembling a couple, Anna smiled with satisfaction. Oh, you're up? Aisha, did you sleep well last night? Aisha yawned again and nodded. Quite well. Anna chuckled, stirring the white batter in the pot with a spoon. I heard quite a commotion from your room last night. I was worried you wouldn't get up this morning. At her words, Li Jianye grinned, patting his chest. Sister-in-law, I'm in great shape. How could I not get up? Upon hearing this, Aisha instantly understood the implication of Anna's words, her pretty face turning bright red, even her ears warming with embarrassment. She stamped her foot in frustration, gazing at her sister with a mixture of helplessness and embarrassment. Sister, what on earth are you saying? Nothing happened last night. We aren't even married yet. I am still an innocent girl. We merely shared a peaceful slumber. Anna wore an understanding expression. Yes, I comprehend. It's merely sleeping on the same bed. I won't jump to any wild conclusions. Elsa felt as if there were no way to clear her name. Li Jianye, witnessing the adorable yet defenseless demeanor of Elsa, chuckled and interjected, Sister-in-law, fear not. I shall take responsibility for Elsa. Elsa, utterly disinclined to engage further, opted to sit at the table, fuming in silence as she awaited the meal. Say what you will, I am simply hungry. Breakfast was prepared swiftly, simple white porridge enriched with 2 eggs, alongside 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The family relished their meal, savoring every bite. During breakfast, Anna mentioned that before Li Jianye had risen, the captain had visited, informing him that the ammunition had arrived and that he should collect it himself. Thus, Li Jianye felt a sense of assurance. With bullets in hand, he could promptly head up the mountain. Once satiated, he grabbed the cloth bag hanging on the wall, stuffing it with several buns and some jerky, and began to gather his hunting bow and rifle, readying himself for another ascent. Elsa watched him prepare to depart, her eyes betraying reluctance and a hint of concern. Venturing up the mountain was undeniably perilous. She stood up, approached Li Jianye, and gently grasped his arm. Jianye, I'm a bit uneasy. Perhaps I should accompany you? Anna, observing from the side, couldn't resist teasing. You just shared a bed, and now you can't bear to part? Li Jianye had already faced down bears. What could possibly frighten him in those mountains? However, Elsa paid no heed to the banter and wrapped her arms around Li Jianye, gazing up at him with earnest blue eyes. In truth, we needn't have an extravagant wedding. We have enough meat and money. There's no need to risk our lives in the mountains anymore. Standing nearby, Anna felt an inexplicable pang of emotion as she witnessed her sister's tender demeanor and the embrace shared between the two, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. Neither standing nor sitting felt right. Li Jianye noticed Anna's discomfort and extended a hand. Sister-in-law, why not join us in a hug? Taken aback, Anna felt her cheeks flush. Is that appropriate? Yet, Li Jianye didn't grant her the luxury of hesitation. He gently draped his arm over her shoulders and embraced her before she could fully react, then released both sisters. Meeting the gazes of Elsa and Anna, he spoke lightly. All right, I must be off. Rest assured, I am well aware of what lies in the mountains. They pose no threat to me now. I shall return before nightfall. Elsa regarded his confidence with a mix of worry and admiration, ultimately nodding obediently. All right, Anna, setting aside her playful demeanor, earnestly cautioned him. Although aware of your current capabilities, the mountains remain perilous. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution, as safety is paramount, Aisha added. Take care. I shall await your return at home. The thought of someone waiting for his return filled Li Jianye's heart with warmth. He shouldered his hunting bow and rifle, heading directly towards the captain's residence. Captain. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Jianye called out. The captain emerged in response to the sound. You've come? Yes, my sister-in-law mentioned you were looking for me. Has the ammunition arrived? Li Jianye inquired directly. The captain led him into the house and quickly produced a box, carefully handing it to Li Jianye. A total of 50 rounds were approved. It's not much, so use it sparingly. This is quite difficult to obtain. Had I not mentioned that the bears in the mountains posed a threat to the villagers, they wouldn't have granted me more. Li Jianye received the box. Weighing it in his hands, it felt substantial. Upon opening it, he found the bullets neatly arranged, exactly 50, neither more nor less. Seeing these bullets, Li Jianye felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Jianye, the captain's tone grew serious. Remember, these bullets are strictly for hunting. They must not be used for anything else, or you will find yourself in considerable trouble. Li Jianye secured the ammunition in his pocket. Rest assured, Captain. Do you not know what kind of person I am? This rifle is for animals, not for humans. The captain chuckled at his words, nodding in agreement. As long as you understand that. The mountains are not like the outside world. One must handle a firearm with the utmost caution to avoid missteps. Understood, Captain. Li Jianye replied. After a brief farewell, he departed from the captain's house. With these 50 rounds, his confidence surged. 50 rounds equated to 25 opportunities to fire, which, if utilized wisely, meant he could potentially take down 25 bears. This expedition into the mountains was bound to yield a bountiful return. With renewed determination, Li Jianye set forth towards the mountains. Coincidentally, he encountered a familiar face around the corner, the sales clerk from the village supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Kaifeng. She spotted him immediately, particularly noting his conspicuous hunting bow and rifle. "Oh, Jianye, up so early?" Yang Kaifeng greeted him with a bright smile. "Are you off to hunt again? Don't forget to bring your good catches to Sister Yang. The cooperative offers fair prices for recycling." Li Jianye had no intention of selling his catch to the cooperative, as he anticipated a substantial quantity, this time in the mountains. It was too conspicuous. However, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Sure, we'll see if there's anything to collect." With that, he accelerated his pace, heading towards the forest. His figure soon vanished at the end of the village path, shrouded in morning mist. Yang Kaifeng watched as Li Jianye hurriedly departed, her smile gradually fading, and her lips involuntarily curled in disappointment. She turned and walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. At the entrance, an elderly woman was waiting to purchase some items. Upon seeing Yang Kaifeng, she greeted her and casually inquired, "Was that the second son of the Li family, Li Jianye?" The woman's tone bore a hint of astonishment. "Goodness, that young man is truly remarkable. This early in the morning, he is already heading up the mountain with his gear. Just look at his industriousness. I can only imagine how much game he'll bring back. Such talent." Yang Kaifeng leisurely pulled out her keys, preparing to unlock the cooperative's door. Upon hearing the woman's praise, she let out a soft snort. "What talent is that?" Her voice was low, but it was clear she held a significant disdain for Li Jianye. The woman looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong? He brings back so many good things. And yet you find fault?" Yang Kaifeng removed a panel from the door, leaning it against the wall. Turning to the woman, she spoke with evident disinterest. "What talent? He is so stingy. Yesterday, I thought, since we're from the same village, when he caught a bear, he could at least share a couple of pounds for me to taste. But he didn't give me a single bit of face. He told me to buy it at market price if I wanted any. I mean, really, what kind of situation is that? Can't spare even 2 pounds of meat." The woman paused, her mouth agape, as if she wanted to argue but ultimately swallowed her words. Usually, she would engage in idle chatter. But having just enjoyed the bear meat Li Jianye had shared, with over a pound still left at home for the new year, she thought him quite commendable. Unlike Yang Kaifeng's portrayal, seeing the woman as silence, Yang Kaifeng assumed she was in agreement and became emboldened. As she walked behind the counter, she continued, "In my opinion, hunting in the mountains relies primarily on luck. Who knows what stroke of fortune he had a few days ago? Will he still be so fortunate today? The wild creatures in the mountains aren't stationary. They want to be waiting for him to hunt them. They are clever, if startled. They likely fled to some deep, secluded forest. Just wait and see. He'll come back empty-handed today." The woman sighed softly to herself and shook her head. Yang Kaifeng was a classic case of sour grapes, feeling uncomfortable because she hadn't benefited from Li Jianye and secretly wishing for his misfortune. His hunting prowess, in her words, had been distorted. How petty. Not wanting to continue this trivial conversation, the woman decided to get to the point. "Please hand me a box of matches. We've run out at home, and I need them to start the fire for breakfast." Yang Kaifeng, hearing the request to buy something, turned and took a box of matches from the shelf, handing it to the woman with a still brusque tone. "Here you go, 2 cents. Meanwhile, Li Jianye entered the forest alone. Usually, one could easily spot wild chickens and rabbits at the periphery, but today, not even a shadow was visible. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted one, which was subsequently shot and stored in his space by Li Jianye. It appeared that the recent disturbances caused by the black bear, coupled with his relentless hunting, had indeed frightened away the wildlife in the periphery of this forested area. The creatures had grown astute and concealed themselves. Li Jianye was not taken aback by this. In fact, he had anticipated it. He continued his trek deeper into the woods, venturing into less trodden paths. As he progressed, the trees grew taller and the canopy denser. After about an hour's journey, the surroundings became increasingly unfamiliar, devoid of any signs of human activity. Suddenly, Li Jianye halted in his tracks. He noticed a series of fresh hoofprints in the snow not far ahead. They belonged to roe deer, and by the quantity and depth, it appeared to be a small herd. His spirits lifted, He swiftly unstrapped his hunting bow, following the tracks. It wasn't long before he reached a slightly clearing in the woods, where 5 roe deer with a tawny brown hue were grazing. They were engrossed in their feeding. Li Jianye quickly concealed himself behind a sturdy tree, nocked an arrow, drew his bow, and aimed. Release. Whoosh. An arrow struck one of the deer precisely in the neck. The advantage of a bow and arrow lies in its silence. The deer had no time to emit a cry of despair before its body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, twitching momentarily before succumbing to stillness. The sudden commotion startled the remaining 4 deer, which lifted their heads in alarm and fled into the depths of the forest. However, true to their reputation as foolish creatures, the deer did not run far before stopping to glance back. Curiosity piqued as they seemed to wonder what had just transpired. They even contemplated returning for a closer look. Li Jianye seized the opportunity without hesitation. He loosed several more arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh. For soft sounds echoed as the overly curious deer followed in the footsteps of their fallen companion, collapsing in pools of blood. All 5 deer were dispatched. A satisfied smile spread across Li Jianye's face. He approached the fallen animals and made a swift incision along the carotid artery to drain the blood. Once the bleeding was complete, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he stored all the reachable hides into his personal space. The items placed within would be suspended in time, ensuring that even after a century, a millennium, or 10,000 years, they would not decay. He pressed on, unknowingly arriving at the site of his previous encounter with the black bear. As he drew closer to that area, he could almost detect a faint, lingering scent of blood in the air. Not far ahead, he heard heavy breathing and the sound of earth being disturbed. Instantly alert, he slowed his pace. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a massive wild boar vigorously rooting through the ground with its long tusks and powerful forelegs. This spot was precisely where he had bled the bear last time. The wild boar was extraordinarily robust, its coat a glossy black, and the bristles along its back stood erect like steel needles. Judging by its size, it weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Chapter 55. The silver bracelet gazing at the course. Thick fur and the fierce determination of the creature as it relentlessly dug into the ground. Li Jianye promptly abandoned the notion of using a bow and arrow. Against such a robust and formidable beast, the penetrating power of arrows would likely prove inadequate. Should he fail to deliver a lethal strike, the consequences could be dire. Quietly, he took several steps back, readjusted his hunting bow, and unslung his shotgun. After inspecting the bullets in the chamber, he inhaled deeply, raised his weapon, and began to approach the wild boar slowly. Once he was sufficiently close, he halted, steadily lifted the gun, and pressed the cold stock against his shoulder. His sights firmly fixed on the boar's head. Holding his breath, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The resounding gunshot shattered the tranquility of the forest. The bullet struck squarely into the boar's skull, letting out a deafening wail. The massive creature jolted violently, offering little resistance before collapsing heavily to the ground. Confirming that the boar had utterly succumbed, Li Jianye swiftly advanced toward it. Beholding the enormous beast sprawled before him, a surge of excitement coursed through him. What a magnificent creature! This wild boar was as formidable as the bear he had dispatched just days prior. Thankfully, with his spatial storage, he could discreetly transport it away. Otherwise, hauling such a large boar back would surely attract envious gazes. Without delay, he drew his knife and extracted the bullet from within the boar's body. Skillfully draining its blood, the warm crimson liquid flowed profusely, staining the ground. Once the bleeding subsided, Li Jianye placed his hand gently upon the boar's massive carcass. With a mere thought, the 300 to 400 pound beast vanished into thin air. How convenient and practical. Having secured the boar, Li Jianye glanced at the sky. It was still some time before noon. With ample time at his disposal, he retrieved a steamed bun from his pocket and took a couple of bites. Braving the cold wind, with sustenance replenishing his strength, he ventured deeper into the forest. As he penetrated further, he grew increasingly vigilant, slowing his pace while keeping his shotgun firmly in hand. After an indeterminate distance, he stumbled upon a snow-covered hollow in the mountains. At its base lay a dark, foreboding cave. Surrounding the entrance, the snow was marked with chaotic, enormous claw prints. A peculiar scent wafted from the cave, unmistakably the scent of a bear. Having encountered bears before, Li Jianye recognized the odor immediately. He raised his shotgun cautiously, inching closer to the cave's mouth and peering inside. There were no signs of a bear within, yet the tracks around the entrance were fresh, indicating it was not the dwelling of the bear he had hunted days earlier. Thus, it seemed another bear had taken residence here, likely startled from its winter slumber by the gunshot that had claimed the wild boar. Li Jianye heightened his vigilance. The danger posed by a startled bear in the forest was all too evident. He scrutinized the area surrounding the cave. The bear was nowhere to be found, but his gaze was soon captivated by the scattered objects near the cave entrance. Among them lay animal bones, carelessly discarded, alongside unmistakably human skulls, more than just one or two. A mere glance revealed 5 or 6 skulls, perhaps even more buried beneath the snow and soil. The sight of the skulls sent a shiver down Li Jianye's spine. Here, people had indeed perished. Suppressing his discomfort, he casually examined the area, inadvertently kicking a hard object with his toes. A soft clink echoed as something rolled out from the snow and fragments of bone, caked in dirt and rust. It was a metallic artifact. Li Jianye picked it up, brushing off the grime. It was a silver bracelet, its design antiquated, having oxidized to a dull black, losing its luster. Yet, on the inner side of the bracelet, 2 characters could still be faintly discerned. One was Li, and the other Wang. At the moment he recognized those characters, an unfamiliar memory surged within Li Jianye's mind. Memories belonging to the original owner of this body. A pair of indistinct faces, radiating gentle smiles, flickered before him. This silver bracelet had been crafted for the wedding of the original owner's parents, incorporating their surnames. As a transmigrator, Li Jianye had inherited not only the memories of the original owner, but also, to some extent, the lingering emotions attached to them. Until now, he had only known that the original owner's parents had been devoured by a bear, devoid of any profound sentiment. Yet, upon beholding this bracelet, an ineffable emotion surged within his chest. He was not the original Li Jianye, but he was indeed Li Jianye now, having benefited from another's fortune, securing 2 foreign brides. And exacting revenge was certainly within his reach. This vendetta was one he had to fulfill on behalf of the original owner. Li Jianye clenched the silver bracelet tightly in his hand. Just then, a heavy thudding accompanied by labored breathing resonated from the nearby woods. The sound grew increasingly near. Li Jianye abruptly turned his head to see a massive bear charging towards the cave. This bear was extraordinarily robust, its fur glossy and black, its gaze fierce. Each step upon the snow imbued with an intimidating presence. It appeared even larger than the bear Li Jianye had slain 2 days prior, and more ferocious. The creature seemed intent on swatting Li Jianye down before feasting on him. Upon sighting the bear, Li Jianye instinctively raised his hunting rifle, which had been reloaded after the recent hunt for wild boar. The cold muzzle steadily aimed at the bear's head. The bear seemed to sense the peril posed by the rifle and attempted to evade, its massive body twisting in an effort to escape. However, the distance was already minimal, and with Li Jianye's impeccable aim, all attempts to dodge were futile. Bang! Bang! The thunderous gunfire once again shattered the tranquility of the mountains. The bullets struck true, penetrating the bear's skull. The mother bear had no time to emit a roar. Its enormous form swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A single shot had claimed its life. Li Jianye rose, gazing at the fallen bear, inwardly reflecting on the irony of his situation. Indeed, it seemed that the beasts had developed a cunning of their own, capable of ambush. He had grasped the situation. The bear, startled by the gunfire, had not lingered in its den but rather fled to hide, patiently awaiting the moment to ambush Li Jianye. Such cunning! It was no wonder that the area outside the cave was strewn with bones. Li Jianye took a deep breath and reloaded his shotgun, his gaze sweeping across the ground surrounding the bear's lair. Scattered about were fragments of bleached bones. With vengeance fulfilled, the souls of the departed should find solace. However, the multitude of bones, some belonging to animals, made it difficult to discern which might belong to the original owner's parents. There was no need to take any back. He withdrew his gaze from the remains, redirecting his attention to the fallen bear. He needed to promptly attend to the spoils, particularly the bear bile. The last time he had hunted a bear, he had been so caught up in his excitement that he neglected to extract the bile immediately. After all, he was no seasoned hunter. By the time the bear was brought to the village, the bile had begun to spoil. Although he now possessed a spatial pouch for preservation, it was prudent to act swiftly for the sake of clarity when selling it. Chapter 56. Just a whiff will suffice. Li Jianye approached the fallen bear and crouched beside it. He deftly drew his knife, locating the bile's position and making a precise incision. A complete, dark brown bile was successfully extracted, still warm to the touch. With a mere thought, the bile vanished, safely stowed away in his spatial pouch. Next, he began to bleed the bear. The warm blood flowed forth, filling the air with a faint metallic scent. Once sufficient blood had been drained, Li Jianye utilized his spatial pouch once more, and the massive bear's body inexplicably disappeared, now contained within his pouch. Remarkably efficient. Having completed these tasks, he rose and brushed off his hands. The spoils were well managed. Li Jianye chose not to return immediately, but instead to continue wandering through the forest. It was only midday, and ample time remained. He roamed the woods until around 3 in the afternoon, when he finally resolved to head back. In winter, days were short and nights long. By 4 o'clock, darkness would descend. Allowing an hour for the return journey was just right. Now, without the burden of his quarry, he descended the mountains swiftly and unencumbered. Before leaving, Li Jianye took stock of his bountiful harvest within his spatial pouch. In addition to the large wild boar he had previously hunted, he had also dealt with a bear. He had hunted a remarkable 13 wild chickens and captured 15 rabbits. There were a dozen or so roe deer and several more deer among his spoils. The variety and sheer number of game accumulated in his spatial pouch were astonishing. The day's gains in the mountains were extraordinarily ample, surpassing all his previous hunts combined. As he examined his shotgun, he noted that he had expended only 4 rounds on the wild boar and the bear, leaving him with over 40 rounds remaining. The consumption had been minimal. After tallying his gains and losses, Li Jianye did not linger further and turned to descend the mountain. As he navigated the winding path through a gentle slope, he paused momentarily. This is the graveyard of Tuanjiatan. The villagers, after passing away, are generally interred here. Li Jianye's parents, who departed this world at an early age, along with his elder brother Li Jianguo, also rest in this place. However, the graves of Li Jianye's parents are merely symbolic tombs. He initially intended to walk past without pause, for beneath that cold mound of earth lie not his true kin. Yet, upon reflection, he halted his steps. He had assumed another's identity and taken on the responsibility of 2 foreign daughters-in-law. Today, he had avenged the original owner's death. It seemed fitting to inform them. Thus, he could sever any lingering ties of enmity. This thought lingered in his mind, prompting him to proceed towards their graves. Arriving at the symbolic tomb of his parents, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and suddenly, a plump wild chicken appeared in his hands, its plumage still vibrant. Lacking the means to cook, he decided to offer it raw, fresh from his recent hunt. He gently placed the wild chicken before the grave as a sacrificial offering. "Uncle, Aunt, I have slain the bear that consumed the living. Your vengeance has been fulfilled. From this day forth, rest in peace. If it pleases you, may you also bless me with good fortune and numerous offspring." He spoke no further, leaving his words succinct. Then he moved to the grave of Li Jianguo. Pausing before the modest mound, he said, "Brother, rest assured. I will take good care of your wife and Aisha. They shall have my support henceforth." After bowing in respect to them, he turned to leave. However, not far from the site, he retraced his steps. "This wild chicken, you may savor its aroma, but you cannot partake of it. I would not want it to benefit another." It sounded almost like an explanation or a soliloquy. He bent down, retrieved the wild chicken, and with a thought, it vanished, returning to his personal space. Having completed this, Li Jianye no longer lingered. He turned and strode down the mountain. At the entrance of the Tuanjiatan Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Yang Kaifeng stood with her hands tucked away. Her gaze fixed on the path Li Jianye would inevitably traverse upon returning from the mountains. Every so often, she would stretch her neck to glimpse the road. Her thoughts were consumed with anticipation of Li Jianye's return from his hunt. If he were to pass without approaching her door, she would keep a watchful eye, fearful of missing his arrival. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the intersection. It was Li Jianye. Yang Caifeng's eyes brightened, and she leaned in for a closer look. "Oh, he has returned, yet his hands are empty? There's nothing slung over his shoulder. Not even a rabbit or a wild chicken in sight. What could be the reason?" As Li Jianye prepared to turn onto the path leading home, Yang Kaifeng called out, her voice resonating through the quiet village lane. "Jianye, you're back." Her voice rang out particularly loudly in the stillness. Li Jianye paused, turning in the direction of the sound, recognizing Yang Kaifeng, and his brow furrowed slightly, though barely perceptibly. Since she had called out, he felt it would be impolite to feign ignorance. "Ah, Sister Yang." Yang Kaifeng hurriedly approached Li Jianye, her gaze swiftly scanning him to confirm that he had indeed returned empty-handed. "Did you have any luck in the mountains today?" she inquired, feigning concern. though a hint of schadenfreude lingered in her tone. Li Jianye shrugged. Look, my hands are empty, Sister Yang. You can see for yourself. His response was nonchalant. Instantly, the smile on Yang Caifeng's face became more genuine, even triumphant. Oh, I told you, hunting doesn't guarantee a bountiful catch every day. The other day was merely a stroke of luck for you, she remarked, patting her hands together as if to imply she had foreseen this outcome. But don't lose heart. You're young and full of strength. Just keep trying. If you happen to catch something good next time, be sure to bring it to me for a look. Li Jianye thought to himself, show you? With so many items in my space. Can I really trust you with that big mouth of yours? All right. Noted, he replied casually, waving his hand as a farewell. He then turned and walked back in the direction of his home. As Yang Caifeng watched Li Jianye's figure gradually disappear from view, her smile could no longer be concealed. She quickly turned around, swaying her hips as she returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, several older women were shopping. As soon as Yang Caifeng entered, she raised her voice, her animated demeanor evident to all. Did you all see? Li Jianye just came back. Empty-handed. I told you, the other day was just a fluke. He really thought he could come back with a big catch every day? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Humph, he was just putting on an act here yesterday. As if he had some great skill. Look at him today, all deflated. He wouldn't even share his meat with me. Uff, even if he offered it for free. I wouldn't want it. What ambition, what ability to support a family. He asked nothing special. The older women at the counter, upon hearing her words, looked up in surprise. No way. Did that kid Jianye really come back empty-handed today? That is quite the shock. With all the commotion the other day, with deer and bears. We thought he'd be bringing back big game every day. It seems even the heavens don't serve up meals easily. Hunting truly relies on luck, another chimed in. Exactly. There is no way good fortune comes every day. Chapter 57. So much meat. How to handle it. At Li Jianye's home, Aisha paced anxiously back and forth. Her gaze frequently darted to the window, fixated on the path leading into the mountains. As the sky darkened, time slipped away second by second. Yet Li Jianye had not yet returned. Her heart sank little by little. Anna sat at the stove, watching her sister's restless figure, and finally spoke with a hint of exasperation. Aisha, why don't you take a break? At this rate, you'll make my head spin. But Aisha could not halt her restless movements. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with worry. At that moment, the figure she had been yearning for finally appeared. Aisha dashed to the window, her eyes wide with astonishment. He is back. I see him. It was Jianye. She seemed to come alive in an instant, her excitement causing her to bounce on the spot. Without waiting for Li Jianye to reach the gate, Aisha rushed out like a gust of wind. Before he could react, she leaped into his arms like a little koala, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Jianye, you finally returned. Aisha buried her face in his solid chest. Her voice muffled. Why did you come back so late? I was almost worried sick. Li Jianye stumbled back a step from her impact. Feeling the warmth of her soft form, which warmed his heart, he raised his hand to gently pat Aisha's back and pointed at the sky. It's not dark yet. It's not late, is it? Aisha lifted her head from his embrace, pouting. Even if it's not dark, I was still worried. Li Jianye chuckled, tousling her hair. All right. But see, I'm back safe and sound, right? He took Aisha's hand and led her inside. Anna had already come to the door, her gaze quickly assessing Li Jianye from top to bottom. Noticing he bore no apparent injuries and his clothes were relatively tidy, albeit a bit dusty, she breathed a sigh of relief. Come in and warm yourself. Anna stepped aside, wearing a gentle smile. I've already started cooking, it will be ready soon. After a long day in the mountains, you must be exhausted. Sit down and rest for a bit. Li Jianye responded with a smile as he entered the cozy warmth of the house alongside Aisha. Anna added more firewood to the stove, while continuing to express her concern about his fatigue. However, mid-sentence, she suddenly paused. Her gaze fell back on Li Jianye, and this time she finally noticed something awry. How could he return from the mountains empty-handed? Aside from the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder and the conspicuous bow and arrow, he had brought nothing back. No game at all. Not even a rabbit or a wild chicken. This was quite unexpected. In the past, Li Jianye always returned with at least a few wild chickens or rabbits. What had happened today? Had there been some unforeseen danger that prevented him from making a catch? Anna inquired with concern. Jianye, was your trip to the mountains unsuccessful? Did you not catch any game? Is everything all right? Aisha, too, was taken aback. She had been so focused on her excitement and worry that she had completely overlooked this detail. She glanced at Li Jianye's empty hands, and then at the gear on his back. Yes, where was the game? This was not typical of Li Jianye's usual conduct. However, Aisha did not dwell on it. If you didn't catch anything, so be it. Jianye, if you didn't manage to hunt, it's fine. The mountains are too dangerous. We should avoid going there in the future. There are always other ways to make a living. To her, Li Jianye's safety was of utmost importance. Observing the identical expressions of concern on the faces of the two women, Li Jianye could not help but laugh. He shook his head. Who says things didn't go well? On the contrary, today has been remarkably smooth, almost too smooth. Both Anna and Elsa were taken aback. Returning empty-handed, can that truly be considered a success? Elsa blinked her azure eyes, her expression one of confusion. But what about the prey? Li Jianye, feigning mystery, wore a sly smile. We captured far too much this time to bring it all back. Instead, I found a concealed spot and stashed everything on the mountain. He lowered his voice slightly, ensuring only they could hear. Rest assured, it's well hidden and no one will discover it. The day is chilly. The items will remain frozen there, so they won't spoil. When we need them in the future, I'll simply go up the mountain and retrieve some. It's quite convenient. The matter of the spatial storage is difficult to explain, and I cannot allow my sister-in-law and Elsa to feel inadequate in their hunting abilities, thus causing them undue worry. Therefore, Li Jianye concocted a little fib. After all, not many venture into the mountains these days. If he claims they are there, then they are indeed there. Anna nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. I thought you encountered some trouble in the mountains today. You truly startled me. Elsa's beautiful blue eyes curved into crescents. It's good to know there's nothing amiss. With that, she stopped clinging to Li Jianye and dashed towards the stove. Jianye, please sit and rest. My sister and I will have dinner ready shortly. Following her instructions, Li Jianye settled onto a low stool by the heated bed. The warmth of the room dispelled the chill from his body as he observed Anna and Elsa bustling about, and a few concerns began to surface in his mind. The items captured today, the 10 or so wild chickens and a few hares, were hardly significant. The true bounty lay in the deer, roe deer, wild boars, and that hefty bear. He estimated roughly. If a deer yields about 100 pounds of meat, then 10 deer would amount to 1,000 pounds. Adding in the few roe deer, the robust wild boar, and the substantial black bear, the total weight of meat would likely reach 2,000 pounds, if not more. 2,000 pounds of meat. This figure caused Li Jianye's brow to furrow slightly. How on earth would he manage so much? Should he sell it all to the affluent individual he encountered in the black market last time? Instantly, he dismissed that notion. Setting aside whether that person could consume such a large quantity all at once, would it not be conspicuous for him to present such a vast amount of meat? Might it not invite unnecessary trouble? What if that individual reported him? The consequences would be dire. No, one cannot place all their eggs in one basket. It seems this batch must be handled separately. Furthermore, the quantity in each transaction must not be too large. It should be sold in small amounts, multiple times. This would ensure greater safety and security. Chapter 58. Just not accepting it. Dinner was ready. Anna and Elsa, nimble and efficient, placed the evening meal on the heated table. 2 meat dishes accompanied by a vegetable, along with white rice porridge and steamed buns. Since Li Jianye took up hunting, the family's culinary conditions have never diminished. Initially, Anna attempted to be frugal, contemplating the future, but as time passed, she ceased to voice any objections. Eating became the priority. Sated and content, it soon became time for slumber. Anna prepared the bedding on the heated brick bed for Li Jianye. She glanced at Aisha, who remained seated beside him, seemingly indifferent to the notion of moving. Anna let out a gentle sigh, her tone laced with a hint of bitterness. All right then, I shall just sleep alone on the cold bed. It was clearly said in jest. Aisha rolled her eyes and replied, Sister, haven't you always complained that I disturb your sleep? I'm merely considering your comfort. Anna shook her head. Enough with the explanations. I understand. Li Jianye observed the sisterly exchange with a touch of amusement. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Sister-in-law, why don't you just stay here and sleep? No need to go over there. The abrupt invitation caught Anna off guard, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Is that appropriate? Li Jianye feigned seriousness. What is inappropriate about it? Just think, in the dead of night, what if those famished beasts from the mountains descend into the village? If you sleep alone in that room and a bear or tiger wanders in, no one would even be aware. It was not uncommon for wildlife to descend from the Changbai Mountains in search of food during winter. Anna's complexion paled slightly, as Li Jianye's words successfully unnerved her. Aisha, Noticing her sister's reaction, grasped Anna's arm. Yes, Sister, Jianye is right. The bed here is spacious enough for the three of us. It's much safer if you don't sleep alone. She tugged Anna towards the edge of the bed. Anna, looking at the earnest expression on Li Jianye's face and the serious demeanor of her sister, nodded in resignation. Very well, I suppose it must be so. Aisha's face lit up with joy. Soon, all three of them lay down. Li Jianye in the middle, Aisha on the left, and Anna on the right. The bed was warm, and the quilt enveloped them in cozy warmth. The oil lamp was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Save for a sliver of faint moonlight seeping through the paper window, Li Jianye could distinctly hear the slightly hurried breaths around him. Meanwhile, in Daxing Town, Zhang Yang was wide awake in the youth dormitory. He resided in a communal accommodation, where a large heated bed hosted around 10 individuals. Lying sideways, an indescribable stench assaulted his nostrils, a blend of discarded shoes and socks from a nearby companion, mingling with sweat and dust, stubbornly permeating the air. This odor was invigorating in the most unpleasant way. The room was filled with the cacophony of snores, interspersed with the grinding of teeth, creating a dull buzz in his head. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, pulling the blanket up in an attempt to shield himself from the suffocating scent, but to little avail. His stomach audibly rumbled at an inappropriate moment. The meager cornmeal porridge for dinner barely satiated his hunger, and it wasn't long after lying down that he felt hunger gnawing at him once again. He licked his parched, cracked lips, and images of the events in Tuanjia village involuntarily swirled in his mind. The entire village was feasting on meat. At this thought, Zhang Yang's throat tightened, and saliva uncontrollably pooled, soaking his pillow. As a young intellectual from the provincial capital, he hailed from a family of relatively good means, and he had expected to elevate himself above the locals upon arriving in this desolate place. Yet, reality dealt him a sharp blow. Each day he consumed coarse grains that scraped his throat and toiled under the relentless sun in laborious agricultural tasks. He had no female companion to share his plight. In stark contrast, there was Li Jianye, a native of the mountains. What gave him the right to enjoy meat? Why was he so well liked? And then there was Aisha. The thought of Aisha's beautiful blue eyes and her unabashed affection for Li Jianye stirred a sense of indignation within Zhang Yang. It wasn't that he harbored an intense hatred for Li Jianye or wished to confront him. It was simply a matter of pride. How could he, a young man from the city, feel such an unprecedented sense of defeat at the hands of a mere rustic? Was Li Jianye truly that remarkable? Had he truly encountered and effortlessly subdued a massive black bear weighing several hundred pounds? Why was Aisha so enamored with him? The more Zhang Yang pondered, the more he felt something amiss. Was there some hidden trickery at play? Had Li Jianye employed some underhanded means? Perhaps the bear was not even slain by him. Or had he used some peculiar method to win Aisha's heart and earn the villagers' trust? Various thoughts swirled in Zhang Yang's mind, further agitating him. No, he must see for himself. He needed to discover what kind of person Li Jianye truly was. Surely it couldn't all be genuine. How could a mere country bumpkin like Li Jianye outshine him? The next day, rising early, Zhang Yang braved the biting wind and set off from Daxing Town towards Tuanjia village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he tightened his not-so-thick cotton coat and surveyed the unfamiliar settlement, low earthen houses and bare branches. Uncertain of Li Jianye's exact whereabouts, his gaze swept over the village until it landed on a target, the supply and marketing cooperative. Too early for any villagers to be out, the cooperative fortuitously opened its doors at that moment. Zhang Yang approached. As the door was being unlatched, Yang Kaifeng was tidying the shelves. She paused, startled by the unfamiliar face. What do you want? Zhang Yang shook his head. He was not there to make a purchase. I wish to inquire about someone. Yang Kaifeng's brow immediately furrowed, her expression tinged with impatience. Inquire? I'm busy here. This isn't an inquiry office. It's rather strange to come asking questions so early. Undeterred by her demeanor, Zhang Yang stated directly the name that weighed heavily on his mind. I want to know about Li Jianye. These three words seemed to possess a magical quality. The moment Yang Kaifeng heard the name, her previous impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by a sudden spark of interest. Li Jianye? She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. What do you seek him for? Is he a relative? Zhang Yang shook his head. Not a relative. I've merely heard some intriguing rumors about him in recent days, and I find them rather hard to believe. Thus, I wish to come and investigate, to see if he truly possesses such extraordinary abilities. Chapter 59, A Kindred Spirit. Upon learning of Zhang Yang's skepticism towards Li Jianye, Yang Caifeng's enthusiasm intensified, as if she had rediscovered a long-lost comrade in arms. "Oh my, young man, you have indeed come to the right person." She dusted off her hands and transformed her demeanor with remarkable fervor. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Yang Caifeng immediately adopted a more mysterious air. Inching closer. "Let me tell you, in our community, nearly everyone has been won over by Li Jianye's petty tricks. If you ask others, can they speak the truth? But coming to me, you have indeed found the right individual. I see through that rascal Li Jianye completely." Zhang Yang felt a surge of delight. His suspicions were confirmed. There was certainly something amiss. "Then do tell me, what exactly is going on with him?" In recent days, Yang Caifeng had been lamenting Li Jianye to anyone who would listen, yet few engaged with her. Now, encountering a kindred spirit, she seemed to open the floodgates, animatedly recounting her grievances. "That Li Jianye is no good. He is nothing but a good-for-nothing, idling away his days and shirking responsibility. His luck in hunting is sheer fluke. He somehow stumbled upon a blind bear and became the village's so-called hero, puffing himself up like a peacock. Just the other day, I saw him return with an abundance of meat, and out of kindness, I asked him for a pound or two to taste. Do you know what he said?" Yang Caifeng's voice rose, filled with evident indignation. "He was miserly. Not only did he refuse to share, but he insisted I pay market price." "Is that something a villager would say?" The more she spoke, the more animated she became, her cheeks flushing. "In truth, let me tell you something sincere. He cannot hunt at all. He merely stumbled upon a dead rat. Just yesterday, he went back up the mountain, wandering around all day without even catching a single rabbit. He slunk down the mountain in disgrace, not daring to pass by my door, fearful I might see him." Yang Caifeng spoke with vivid detail, while Zhang Yang listened, his eyes growing brighter. This was almost exactly what he had imagined. Claims of being a hunting expert and earning the village's respect were all fabrications. Li Jianye was merely a lucky fool with a penchant for boasting. In reality, he was nothing at all. Aisha must have been deceived by his facade. Yes, it must be so. Yang Caifeng, observing Zhang Yang's expression of realization, felt a swell of pride in her heart. Today, she had fortuitously encountered a like-minded confidant, and her joy knew no bounds. She perceived that the young man before her likely bore some animosity towards Li Jianye, or, like herself, simply disdained him. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. With enthusiasm, she directed him. "You must be looking for his residence, right? It's quite easy to find. Just follow this road. Take a turn and continue straight. There is a stone pillar at the entrance, and the courtyard contains 2 rooms. That is his home." Zhang Yang nodded, and upon hearing Yang Caifeng's description, he felt a surge of confidence, dispelling any sense of defeat. "Thank you, sister," he expressed gratefully before turning towards the direction she indicated. Zhang Yang was determined to unmask Li Jianye's hypocritical facade. At Li Jianye's residence, he was savoring a bone, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the courtyard entrance. Zhang Yang's gaze was fixed intently on the interior as he called out, "Li Jianye, come out." Li Jianye. Hearing the commotion, Li Jianye chewed on his bone and stepped outside. Aisha and Anna followed suit. Upon spotting the figure at the entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. What was he doing here so early, calling out Li Jianye's name? Were they familiar with each other? Li Jianye, one hand on his hip and the other still gnawing on the bone, queried, "What do you want?" Zhang Yang stood at the gate, feeling his own presence diminish in the face of Li Jianye's. He regretted not bringing along that sister from the supply and marketing cooperative for support. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and pointed at Li Jianye, declaring, "I am here to expose your true self." This proclamation left Li Jianye momentarily stunned. Anna was equally bewildered, while Aisha tilted her head in confusion. "What nonsense is this?" She instinctively leaned towards Li Jianye, wrapping her arm around his, as if to shield him. Zhang Yang, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. "Aisha, release him at once. Li Jianye is not a good person." Li Jianye raised an eyebrow, glancing at Aisha clinging to his arm before directing his gaze back to Zhang Yang, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "If you insist on saying such things, I might just have to go inside to fetch my gun." His words, half in jest yet laced with a hint of menace, struck a chord with Zhang Yang, who seized the opportunity to address Aisha. "Aisha, look. A person who threatens to brandish a gun at the slightest provocation cannot possibly be virtuous. I've heard all about him. Li Jianye is nothing but a good-for-nothing, idle and miserly. He wouldn't know how to hunt if his life depended on it." That bear he caught was purely by chance, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Aisha listened to Zhang Yang's barrage of slander in speechless disbelief. What did any of this have to do with reality? Did she not know whether Li Jianye was good or bad? Did she not know if she had eaten meat? She scoffed. I think it's you who isn't a good person. You come here spouting nonsense and slandering others. Just leave already. If Jianye pulls out a gun to shoot you, I want to stop him. Her words were laden with protective undertones. Zhang Yang was momentarily silenced, his face flushing with embarrassment and anger. He took a deep breath. Surely, Elsa, you do not believe that I sought you out merely out of goodwill, do you? I am not so desperate for your company. Given my family's circumstances, I could find anyone I desire. However, as fellow sent-down youth, and with you being a native of the region, our statuses are not the same, and we must not allow these rustic villagers to deceive us. I have come specifically to assist you. His words, though peculiar, were imbued with an unmistakable sense of superiority regarding his own identity. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jianye flicked his wrist, sending the bone he had been gnawing on hurtling through the air. With a resounding crack, it struck Zhang Yang squarely on the forehead, eliciting a sharp yelp of pain. Li Jianye, observing his reaction, found himself perplexed by Zhang Yang's motives. If he were indeed fond of Elsa, he should be more straightforward about it, allowing Li Jianye the opportunity to confront him. Yet, he seemed disinterested in Elsa, coming solely to disparage Li Jianye, accusing him of revealing his true nature. This left one with the impression that Zhang Yang's mind was somewhat unhinged, far from the norm. Thus, Li Jianye decided to pose a question. Where did you hear that I am incapable of hunting? Zhang Yang, momentarily dazed by the bone's impact, felt the weight of Li Jianye's inquiry and suspected ill intentions. He was determined not to let Li Jianye prevail. I would never betray the sister from the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 60. An affliction. Li Jianye had not anticipated such a response. However, it did lead him to the realization that it was none other than the gossiping Yang Kaifeng from the cooperative who had spread this rumor. Her incessant chattering was indeed at work, fabricating tales about him. It was astonishing that there were fools eager to believe her. Li Jianye cast a glance at the greasy bone that lay at Zhang Yang's feet. If he were truly incapable of hunting, would this object have simply appeared by the wind's whim? Zhang Yang suddenly grasped that he had inadvertently revealed too much. A flicker of panic crossed his face as he waved his hands in a desperate attempt to rectify his blunder. No, it was not the sister from the cooperative who said that. I inquired elsewhere. He then donned a righteous demeanor. Li Jianye, cease your charade. Admit that you are a fraud and stop tormenting Elsa. At this point, Li Jianye was convinced that something was amiss with Zhang Yang. The last time they encountered each other in Daxing Town, he assumed the boy was merely envious of his relationship with Elsa. Now it appeared far more complex. Zhang Yang's thought process seemed peculiar, as if some inexplicable connection had compelled him to come here at such an early hour. Li Jianye felt that engaging in conversation with him was a waste of his intellect. Perhaps a little provocation would make him flee. He reached out with his other hand, encircling Elsa's waist. Under her mildly astonished gaze, he leaned in and kissed her. Afterward, he inquired, am I being hypocritical? Elsa's cheeks flushed slightly as she readily replied. Not at all. Li Jianye pressed on. Would you prefer to be with me? Without hesitation, Elsa nodded and even leaned closer into his embrace. I would. I wish to stay here and continue living here. I wish to be with you for a lifetime. Li Jianye released Aisha and gestured towards Zhang Yang. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Yang, with trembling fingers, pointed at Li Jianye before turning to Aisha. Aisha, have you been ensnared by his charms? Wake up. He is merely a country bumpkin. Li Jianye was utterly speechless. Despite the circumstances, why was this child still so obstinate? What sort of reasoning did he possess? Li Jianye felt a surge of impatience. Then let me ask you, who are your parents that they produced someone like you? The words he refrained from voicing lingered in the air. Yet Zhang Yang seemed to find a source of pride, immediately straightening his posture. My father is from the provincial capital's machinery department. Li Jianye was taken aback that this lad actually followed along with his words and responded. He had little interest in who Zhang Yang's father was. All he understood was that if he didn't teach this boy a lesson today, it was unlikely he would relent. Grabbing a stick from the yard, he ordered, stay right there. Li Jianye approached Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Li Jianye brandish the stick, Zhang Yang felt a jolt of fear. However, he stubbornly stood his ground, puffing out his chest defiantly, as if daring Li Jianye to make a move. Li Jianye, do you dare to hit me? I'll tell you, if you lay a hand on me, I'll go to the brigade and find Captain Nyo. I'll have him deduct your work points. Deduct your performance points. He believed this tactic would work on anyone. Li Jianye chuckled. Deduct work points? Deduct performance points? I'm not one of your young intellectuals. I care not for such nonsense. Without further adu, he swung the wooden stick, striking Zhang Yang's thigh. Crack. The sound echoed sharply. Go ahead and report me. Crack. Another resounding blow followed. Zhang Yang yelped in pain, clutching his injured thigh. Utterly unprepared for Li Jianye's swift and unambiguous response, the sting of the blows seared through him. As Li Jianye raised the stick again, seemingly ready to strike once more, Zhang Yang's face paled in terror. He dared not remain stationary. You just wait. He spat defiantly, turning to flee while clutching his leg. I'm going to find Captain Nyo. Just you wait. Watching the boy scamper away, Li Jianye tossed aside the stick. He turned to Aisha. Is this lad slightly unhinged? I truly cannot comprehend his illogical reasoning, so convoluted and self-righteous. Aisha shook her head. I don't know. Usually, I only play with Lu Mei and Zhang Zuolan among the female intellectuals in the brigade. As for the male intellectuals, I am quite unfamiliar with them. Especially this sudden emergence of Zhang Yang, whom I have barely even noticed. Upon hearing her response, Li Jianye began to grasp the situation. It appeared this boy was simply acting erratically. After some contemplation, Li Jianye resolved that he must pay a visit to Daxing Town. If this boy continued to disrupt his life in the future, it would undoubtedly become intolerable. Coincidentally, he had originally intended to venture into the city to sell his game and, along the way, visit Captain Nyo in Daxing Town to discuss the matter concerning this young man, urging him to keep a closer watch on the educated youth under his supervision. Should he fail in that regard, then Li Jianye would have to intervene. Li Jianye made a brief effort to tidy himself up. Upon seeing Li Jianye's intention to head into the city, Aisha's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to go too. Anna also felt a twinge of desire to join, as staying in the village was rather dreary. However, Li Jianye shook his head. This time he was heading into the city with a considerable amount of game stored in his personal space, and bringing Aisha and Anna along would undoubtedly be cumbersome. I need to visit several places and scout out some locations. There's no time for leisurely strolls. Next time, I promise to take you both along. And we shall explore together then. Li Jianye offered an excuse. Although Aisha felt a bit disappointed, she nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to his sister-in-law and Aisha, Li Jianye set off alone towards Daxing Town, heading straight for the brigade's headquarters. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted two figures standing at the entrance of the row of single-story houses belonging to the brigade. One of them was Captain Yodali, while the other, standing with his head bowed and a slender frame, was none other than Zhang Yang. Captain Nyo appeared to be engaged in a conversation with Zhang Yang, his tone difficult to discern, yet it seemed to carry an admonishing undertone. Zhang Yang, with a submissive demeanor, looked as if he was receiving a reprimand. At that moment, Zhang Yang inadvertently lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the approaching Li Jianye. In an instant, the expression on Zhang Yang's face shifted dramatically. He hurriedly turned away and darted into the house with remarkable speed, even faster than when he had been fleeing from a beating moments earlier, vanishing in an instant. Captain Nyo was momentarily taken aback. Turning to see Li Jianye approaching, a wry smile of resignation crept onto his face. Jianye, you're here. Has this lad been causing you trouble? It was evident that Captain Nyo was already somewhat aware of the situation. Given that Zhang Yang had come to complain about Li Jianye, Captain Nyo called out into the house, Zhang Yang, get out here. Come apologize to comrade Li Jianye. After his shout, Zhang Yang did emerge, but as soon as he did, he turned and bolted outside. Once he had distanced himself, he looked back, hands on his hips, defiantly proclaiming, I refuse. Captain Nyo let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples as if he were experiencing a headache. Li Jianye, perplexed, inquired, Captain Nyo, what exactly is going on with this lad? He was loitering in front of my house early this morning, spouting nonsense. Captain Nyo glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before lowering his voice and leaning in closer to Li Jianye. Jianye, to be frank, this young man, he gestured toward his head, has some issues. He is a bit simple-minded and occasionally has episodes. A few minutes later, Li Jianye learned from Captain Nyo that Zhang Yang was an educated youth from the provincial capital, the son of the factory director of a mechanical plant. And though his family was well off, he was born with a defect that impaired his cognitive abilities. Zhang Yang's parents were utterly exasperated by their thoughtless son at home. In response to the situation, they decided to heed the call and sent him to join the team, hoping that through various experiences, his intellect might improve. The day before yesterday, while Li Jianye was present, Zhang Yang suddenly emerged, babbling about some collective matter. Niu Dali wanted to warn Li Jianye about Zhang Yang's lack of sense and advised him not to engage with him, but due to the crowd, he refrained, fearing that saying so might provoke Zhang Yang, making him feel insulted. Today, however, he seized the opportunity to clarify matters with Li Jianye. As for the incident this morning where Li Jianye confronted him at the door, Captain Niu was perplexed. He had never perceived any special feelings Zhang Yang had for Aisha, and their previous interactions had been minimal, rendering the situation quite baffling. After listening to Captain Niu's account, Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively. Captain Niu, while it is true this lad lacks sense, let's let today's incident slide. However, I must assert this firmly. You must keep a close watch on him. If he dares to block my door again, spouting nonsense or causing any further disturbances, I will not show him mercy. Captain Niu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. This misbehavior is Zhang Yang's fault, but I too bear some responsibility. Today, I must ensure he apologizes to you and guarantees that there will be no recurrence. As Captain Niu spoke, he turned and shouted in the direction where Zhang Yang had fled. Zhang Yang, you rascal, come out at once. Return and apologize to comrade Li Jianye. Zhang Yang, hiding behind a wall, peeked out but showed no intention of approaching. Niu Dali sighed in frustration. Li Jianye shook his head. There's no need to take this so seriously with such a fool. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Farewell, Captain Niu. With that, Li Jianye turned and walked towards the outskirts of the town, while Captain Niu watched him go, his figure vanishing around the corner. Once Li Jianye had disappeared, Zhang Yang emerged, glancing around to ensure Li Jianye had truly left, visibly relieved. He was about to dash back to the team when suddenly, a large hand like a fan grasped his arm firmly. Where do you think you're running off to? Niu Dali glared, applying a bit of force to hold Zhang Yang back. You need to chase after comrade Li Jianye at once and sincerely apologize. Zhang Yang stumbled slightly, his face reflecting sheer reluctance. I won't go? Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. Before he could finish, Niu Dali shot him a fierce look. Seeing Zhang Yang's obstinate demeanor ignited Niu Dali's anger, yet he suppressed it, considering the boy's limited intellect. Zhang Yang, let me make this clear. If you refuse to apologize, I will deduct your performance points. Performance points? Zhang Yang blinked in confusion. Niu Dali, noticing his reaction, felt a glimmer of hope in his strategy and pressed on. When your parents come from the provincial city to see you, I shall have a thorough discussion with them about your behavior in the team, how you fail to unite with your comrades, and how you create trouble. Upon hearing those words, particularly the mention of his parents, Zhang Yang's eyes involuntarily reddened. He had always believed that his family had sent him here to queue up as a form of punishment for his misdeeds in the provincial city, which had displeased his father. Consequently, he had longed to perform well here, hoping to earn a swift return home. If the captain were to deduct his performance points and speak ill of him in front of his parents, it would be disastrous. Niu Dali observed that the timing was right and softened his tone. Now that comrade Li Jianye hasn't strayed too far, you should catch up with him, sincerely apologize, and maintain a humble demeanor. From now on, stay put in the team and refrain from wandering aimlessly. This matter can be forgotten. Zhang Yang lowered his head, feeling 100-fold reluctance. Fine, I will go. Meanwhile, Li Jianye exited Daxing town, heading towards the city. On the way, he couldn't help but reflect on the foolish young man who had blocked his doorstep that early morning, discovering that he actually had some connections. His father was the director of a machinery factory in the provincial capital. In these times, a machinery factory in the provincial capital was no small establishment, employing at least several thousand workers, and often even exceeding 10,000. Being a factory director undoubtedly conferred a cadre status, and within such heavy industry firms, the rank of the cadre was typically quite high, perhaps even at the departmental level. However, Li Jianye merely considered this for a fleeting moment. What did it matter what kind of cadre his father was? If that young man dared to entertain any thoughts about Aisha or loiter around his doorstep again, Li Jianye would not hesitate to deal with him. Just then, Zhang Yang sluggishly emerged from the town, his head drooping, wearing an expression of utter unwillingness. Apologize? Why should he apologize to Li Jianye? It was clear that Li Jianye was not a good person. How could the elder sister at the supply and marketing cooperative possibly deceive him? Zhang Yang counted on his fingers, murmuring to himself, to go or not to go, to apologize or not to apologize. His brows twisted tightly in anguish. At that moment, He raised his eyes and caught sight of Li Jianye in the distance. Huh. Zhang Yang paused for a moment, realizing that Li Jianye was not heading towards Tuanjiatan. There were several diverging paths outside the town, one leading back to Tuanjiatan, while Li Jianye took another route. Where was he going? Driven by an unidentifiable impulse, Zhang Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he momentarily set aside the dilemma of whether to apologize, trailing after Li Jianye from a distance. In the southern part of the city, at Lushui Alley, Li Jianye entered empty-handed. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure wandering back and forth, occasionally glancing anxiously towards the entrance of the black market. It was none other than his old patron, Zhao Cheng. As soon as Zhao Cheng saw Li Jianye, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached, his face brimming with a smile. "Ah, brother, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Zhao Cheng's voice was low, yet his excitement was unmistakable. "The last time you mentioned the bear skin and gall, my leader's friend learned about it. Upon hearing that I acquired it for 300, he immediately insisted that I inquire if I could procure another set." Zhao Cheng rubbed his hands together, his tone brimming with anticipation. "Over the past few days, I have made it a point to visit frequently, fearful of missing you." Li Jianye raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. "From your words, it seems that purchasing my bear skin and gall for 300 was quite the bargain?" Zhao Cheng quickly waved his hands, his expression earnest. "No way. Brother, I, Zhao Cheng, am a man of integrity. I would never take advantage of you." Chapter 62, Delivery to Your Door. Concerned that Li Jianye might doubt him, he leaned in closer and lowered his voice to explain. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Last time, the bear paw and skin, although relatively intact and of good quality, clearly showed signs of rough handling, lacking any semblance of care. Furthermore, the gall was likely not extracted promptly during the hunt, diminishing its value." Zhao Cheng spoke with conviction, clearly an expert in the matter. Li Jianye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing he had indeed hit the nail on the head. The task of hunting the bear had been entrusted to the villagers, over 200 of them, none of whom were professionals. They simply wielded their knives as they saw fit, motivated by the prospect of meat. Noticing Li Jianye's silence, Zhao Cheng feared he had lost his trust and would jeopardize his source. He promptly reassured him. "Brother, I have purchased from you several times. While our bond may not be profound, I consider you a brother in my heart. Let's not dwell on the past. If you can provide me with another bear, ensuring its quality, particularly the gall, preserved properly, I guarantee a price that others cannot match." The leaders have instructed that the diligent hunters of the mountains must not be shortchanged. Every penny counts for the villagers. Zhao Cheng spoke passionately, but when he glanced down at Li Jianye's feet, he was taken aback. His expression froze as he realized there was nothing there. No usual backpack, no sack, nothing at all. "Brother, I understand not acquiring a bear. That endeavor is perilous. But how is it that you have no other meat at all? What is going on?" Zhao Cheng let out a heavy sigh. "I was hoping to collect more meat this time." Li Jianye observed his demeanor, remaining unhurried as he spoke leisurely. "More meat? How much can you actually collect?" Although Zhao Cheng felt disheartened, he began to explain. "Recently, meat has been scarce, and my needs are considerable. Even if you had 500 or 600 pounds, I could consume it all at once." Hearing this, Li Jianye secretly chuckled. 500 or 600 pounds. With such a small amount, you dare claim you could have as much as you desire? To put it into perspective, Li Jianye's spatial storage contained over 2,000 pounds of game. He smiled and said, "Actually, I did not come empty-handed today. I have too much to carry alone. If you genuinely want it, provide me with an address, and I shall deliver it to you shortly." As these words left his lips, the entire black market seemed to fall into a momentary silence. Zhao Cheng abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide open in disbelief. "What? Brother, what did you say?" "Too many things. Can't carry them? How many are there?" Li Jianye maintained his smile. "Not many, just about enough for what you need." Hiss. Zhao Cheng's feelings of disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of incredulous joy. What a coincidence. He had thought that Li Jianye had failed to catch anything, yet it turned out that he had too much game to carry. And those very spoils would perfectly fulfill his procurement task. This is splendid. It's all thanks to this fellow countryman. While elated, he cautiously inquired, "Is there a bear?" Observing Zhao Cheng's anxious demeanor, Li Jianye's lips curled into a slight smile. "Of course, there is. Moreover, it's freshly hunted, intact, and absolutely fresh, with the bear ball preserved perfectly." Boom. Zhao Cheng felt as though his mind had exploded with joy. Really truly, Ah, brother, you are indeed incredibly reliable. You've done me a tremendous favor. Zhao Cheng was so excited that he struggled to find his words, nearly reaching out to grasp Li Jianye's arm. He was terrified of failing the task assigned by his superior. Now he finally had a lead, and in pristine condition. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he quickly retrieved a notebook from his pocket, scribbled an address, tore it out, and handed it to Li Jianye. Here's the address. Remember it. I'll wait for you when I return. With his excitement palpable, Zhao Cheng left the bustling alley with light steps. After he departed, Li Jianye also ventured out, renting a flatbed cart. The creaking wooden wheels emitted a dull sound as he pushed the empty cart into a secluded corner, nearly devoid of passers-by. Confirming that no one was around, he focused on the flatbed cart, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. The corpse of the bear he had stored in his spatial pocket appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in the center of the cart. Following that, a large wild boar materialized. The bear was what the other party specifically wanted, while the boar was intended to fulfill their request for several hundred pounds of meat. Estimating that the boar weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, he also added a few smaller roe deer to keep the total weight around 500 to 600 pounds. Although these game meats seemed quite extravagant, they could still be reasonably explained within the hunting range of a hunter. If Li Jianye were to produce everything from his spatial pocket all at once, it would appear exceedingly implausible and inevitably raise suspicion. Once everything was loaded, Li Jianye pulled a thick cloth from the cart to cover all the game securely. Gripping the cart handle firmly, he exerted his strength as the heavy flatbed began to move slowly toward the location indicated on the note. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang sat down at a street corner in the city, filled with frustration. He had followed Li Jianye into the city, only to lose sight of him in the blink of an eye. In this unfamiliar place, he was utterly directionless, so he decided to rest at this street corner. Gazing at the throngs of people bustling along the street, Zhang Yang found himself perplexed. Why was Li Jianye not at home, darting into the city with such urgency? Could he not wait for him? As he pondered these thoughts, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar figure. Zhang Yang abruptly lifted his head. In the distance, at the street corner, Li Jianye was pushing a flat cart, ambling along at a slow pace. It appeared to be covered with something, a bulging mass. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had found it. But where on earth had Li Jianye acquired a flat cart, and for what purpose? What was he up to? Li Jianye pushed the heavy cart, following the address inscribed on the note provided by Zhao Cheng, making his way toward the west of the city. The wooden wheels of the cart creaked as he traveled. Passers-by occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. After pushing the cart for some time and crossing several streets, he finally arrived at the location indicated on the note. However, Li Jianye couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There was no sign of habitation in sight. Only a factory loomed beside him. Yet, the address pointed unmistakably to this very spot. Li Jianye halted the cart, his gaze sweeping over the imposing outline of the factory, listening to the faint roar of machinery emanating from within the walled enclosure. Suddenly, he noticed a small door beside the wall. It must be a clandestine entrance to the factory. Li Jianye was aware of the city steel plant, a considerable establishment employing roughly 1,000 workers. Recalling the man who had purchased meat from him, he surmised that this longtime client was likely a procurement officer for the steel plant. Chapter 63. It was too dark, no wonder he could so easily part with hundreds of dollars without a flicker of hesitation. Li Jianye observed for a moment longer, then dismissed further thoughts. Since he was instructed to wait here, he would do just that. He concealed his hands behind him and, with a mere thought, retrieved the bare gallbladder. After a brief wait, the iron gate creaked open slightly. Zhao Cheng leaned out. Brother, you finally made it. Upon emerging, Zhao Cheng's gaze immediately fell upon the flat cart behind Li Jianye. As he beheld the prominent bulge atop the cart, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. What is this? Zhao Cheng dashed toward the cart, gingerly lifting a corner of the covering. The first thing to greet his eyes was a pile of roe deer, followed by an astonishingly large wild boar. My goodness! Zhao Cheng gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. This wild boar is enormous. Brother, impressive indeed. You even managed to catch a wild boar. This creature is no less formidable than that bear. This is splendid. The meat issue is resolved. He circled the cart, lifting the covering on the other side to reveal the intact bear beneath. There truly was a bear. Zhao Cheng's voice trembled with excitement, his face radiating uncontainable joy. The bear appeared remarkably fresh, as if it had just been slain. Speaking, He leaned in closer to examine the bear carefully. Its fur was intact, with no apparent damage, save for a wound on its forehead and a gash on its abdomen, with no other injuries visible. Gazing at the blade's edge, he suddenly recalled the most crucial element and urgently inquired, "Brother, what about the bear bile?" Li Jianye's expression remained composed as he slowly raised the hand holding the bear bile. Zhao Cheng's eyes instantly zeroed in on the dark brown vial of bile. The gallbladder was full, its hue vibrant, emanating a subtle fishy scent, unmistakably freshly extracted. "Excellent! What a fine gallbladder!" Zhao Cheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his smile blooming fully. Although the quality was not the utmost, its freshness was remarkable, truly a treasure. "My friend will surely appreciate this. Brother, you have been an immense help." He took the bear bile from Li Jianye's hand, inspecting it repeatedly, his heart ablaze with excitement. "Brother, this time, you set the price for the bear." Li Jianye remained unperturbed. He had a fair understanding of market trends, particularly the acquisition prices at the supply and marketing cooperatives. However, in the realm of black market transactions, especially given the urgency of the buyer, the price could not adhere to cooperative standards, particularly for such fresh goods today. "For the bear skin, I'll say 200. Li Jianye's nonchalant opening bid made Zhao Cheng's eyelids flutter. The cooperative would at most offer a little over 100. "For bear paws, priced by weight, at 20 per pound. A bear, with 4 paws, probably weighs around 20 pounds, totaling approximately 400. Zhao Cheng's lips twitched slightly. The cooperative would consider 15 per pound for bear paws a high price. Li Jianye paused, his gaze drifting to the bear bile in Zhao Cheng's hand. "This bear bile, let's say 600. Hiss. Zhao Cheng genuinely gasped this time. The cooperative would pay a maximum of 400 for a qualifying specimen of bear bile. He widened his eyes at Li Jianye, his smile frozen. "Brother, is your price not a tad exorbitant? 600 for bear bile? And 200 for the bear skin seems a bit steep as well." Zhao Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue, mentally calculating rapidly. The bear bile, skin, and paws alone added up to 1,200. If we factor in bear meat, and you sell it to me at $2 per pound, would this entire bear not fetch 2,000? He looked at Li Jianye, his tone laced with disbelief. 2,000. In these times, an ordinary worker would toil for 2 years and struggle to save such an amount. Even pure salary would not amount to that. Yet, Li Jianye remained unfazed. Value is determined by rarity. He understood better than anyone how rare a complete, fresh bear, especially one with bile, was in these times. He even felt the price could be raised further. He refrained from exorbitantly inflating his request, knowing Zhao Cheng was a loyal customer and concerned that an excessively high price might deter him from affording it. Observing Zhao Cheng's pained expression, the corner of his mouth subtly curved upwards. "What, do you think 2,000 is too steep? How about I give you a familiar discount, 90% off, 1,800. And the entire bear is yours." Even the sum of 1,800 yuan, for Li Jianye, surpasses the amount exchanged with the supply and marketing cooperative. Moreover, should the cooperative witness you capturing such a sizable bear, who knows how they would interrogate you? Zhao Cheng exclaimed, 1,800. This discount hardly seems to offer much relief. Observing Li Jianye's nonchalant demeanor, his heart raced with trepidation. The price was undeniably steep, yet this bear was specifically requested by the leadership, and its quality was impeccable. If he let this opportunity slip away, where could he find another? A bead of sweat formed on his brow as he hesitated for a moment. "All right, please wait here briefly while I make a phone call for confirmation." With that, he hurriedly dashed into the factory, unable to make a decision himself, opting instead to defer to his superior, as it wasn't his money at stake. Upon reaching the office, Zhao Cheng dialed the number. "We found what you requested." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a voice filled with excitement. "Really? That's wonderful. Where is it? Hurry, get it over here." Zhao Cheng licked his dry lips, his tone tense. "Well, the price is somewhat elevated. They're asking 1,800. The breath on the other end suddenly halted, followed by an incredulous outburst. "How much? 1,800? Are you out of your mind? Do you understand what 1,800 means?" Zhao Cheng recoiled at the reprimand, hastily clarifying, "I must not have explained properly. It's a whole bear, a complete bear, just killed, with the gall preserved perfectly, and the fur and paws intact." A profound silence enveloped the phone line. After a pause of 5 or 6 seconds, a gasp of disbelief echoed, followed by uncontainable joy and astonishment. "A whole bear? No way. Fresh. Why hesitate? If it's 1,800, then it's 1,800. It's worth it. Figure out the funds. Ask someone if you must. Just front the money for me first, and I'll reimburse you later. Hurry. Don't let that guy get away. Understood. With the response secured, he swiftly prepared some cash and returned to the iron gate. Zhao Cheng's face radiated with enthusiastic smiles as he approached Li Jianye. Brother, it's settled. 1,800, you can count it. This was the first time Li Jianye had encountered such a substantial sum. He counted the bills one by one, his fingers nearly cramping. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Yang gaped in disbelief from his corner. 1,800. Chapter 64. My dad is the factory director. Zhang Yang, hidden in the shadows, felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an unseen hand. 1,800 yuan. His father, a factory director in the provincial capital, earned merely 300 yuan a month. In the blink of an eye, Li Jianye had amassed what took his father half a year to earn. Zhang Yang felt his worldview shatter. He had always perceived Li Jianye as a mere country bumpkin lacking true skill. Yet this money served as undeniable proof of his considerable capabilities. Zhang Yang was reluctant to accept the scene unfolding before him. However, this was not the entirety of the matter. After the bear was carried away, Zhao Cheng instructed his men to weigh the remaining wild boars and roe deer. Over 500 pounds. Astonishing. Zhao Cheng smacked his lips in surprise. He turned to Li Jianye, a smile of negotiation gracing his face. Brother, as we are old acquaintances, having purchased the bear, could you offer me a reasonable price for such a considerable quantity of meat? I shall procure my future supplies from you. Without inquiring into the origins of your goods, Li Jianye pondered for a moment. With an abundance of meat on hand and a challenging market, Zhao Cheng presented a fortuitous opportunity. As long as the price was more favorable than what he could fetch at the supply cooperative or food station, it would be worthwhile. All right, since you're purchasing in bulk, I want to charge you the usual rate of 2 yuan per pound. I'll let you have it for 1 yuan per pound, and you can take it all. The cooperative typically offered around 7 to 8 jiao for wild boar and roe deer, with roe deer being slightly more expensive, but not significantly so. Zhao Cheng quickly calculated in his mind. For over 500 pounds of meat at 1 yuan per pound, rounding it off, that would be 600 yuan. Done. I'll take it all. Soon, another sum of money found its way into Li Jianye's hands. Zhao Cheng hastily arranged for the meat to be moved. Observing the thick stack of banknotes in Li Jianye's possession, he couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, you've become wealthier in an instant than all of us city dwellers with our iron rice bowls. 1,800 plus this 600 amounts to 2,400 yuan. Zhao Cheng's voice was filled with astonishment, even tinged with envy. 2,400 yuan. This sum was sufficient to purchase 2 humble houses in the city. Li Jianye merely smiled. I rely on the mountains for my livelihood. Today's feast does not guarantee tomorrow's meal. It is merely luck that has led me to such a bountiful hunt. This statement held a kernel of truth. For the vast majority of hunters, venturing into the mountains was fraught with unpredictability. Returning empty-handed was a frequent occurrence. Capturing a wild boar or roe deer was considered a fruitful expedition. As for the fierce bear, it was a rare stroke of fortune. For an ordinary hunter, successfully capturing an entire bear could yield enough money to comfortably support a family for a year or two, if not longer. Zhao Cheng understood this reality but felt a twinge of envy at the sight of the tangible banknotes. Though he often handled large sums of money, he had yet to possess such wealth in a meaningful sense. After a brief exchange, Li Jianye tucked the money into his pocket and discreetly stored it in his personal space before turning to leave. As he proceeded along the street and rounded a corner, a figure abruptly entered his line of sight. It was Zhang Yang. Li Jianye hesitated, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow. What brings you here? Zhang Yang's gaze faltered. I. He stumbled over his words for an extended moment. Captain Niu sent me to find you. Observing Zhang Yang's demeanor, Li Jianye had a fair inkling of what was amiss. Looking for me? Is there something you need? Zhang Yang's face flushed slightly. Captain Niu had tasked him with apologizing to Li Jianye, and now that Li Jianye stood before him, he found himself utterly reluctant to speak, unable to muster the words. He deftly sidestepped Li Jianye's inquiry, instead posing a question to him. What brings you here? Where did all those bears and wild boars come from? How did you acquire such a fortune? Li Jianye cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his expression reminiscent of one observing a particularly naive fool. The wild game I hunted in the mountains. I merely exchanged it for some money. Is that so surprising? This nonchalant demeanor only served to aggravate Zhang Yang further. He perceived Li Jianye's dismissive attitude as a blatant expression of contempt, insinuating that he was devoid of worldly knowledge. With a defiant posture, he asserted his status. Isn't it merely a couple of thousand yuan? What's so impressive about that? My father is the director of the machinery factory in the provincial capital. Despite his bravado, the impact of the 2,400 yuan still churned within him. Unwilling to relent, he pressed for details. Did you truly hunt all those wild boars and that bear by yourself? Sister Yang from the supply and marketing cooperative didn't he convey it that way? He found it hard to believe that the seemingly inconsequential Li Jianye, as described by Sister Yang, possessed such remarkable prowess. Li Jianye chuckled, as if hearing a jest. If it were someone else who hunted them, would they offer them to me? He couldn't be bothered to spare Zhang Yang another glance, deeming him rather dim-witted. After speaking, Li Jianye turned and strode away. Zhang Yang, observing his brisk departure, felt increasingly unsettled. He wasn't entirely skeptical about Li Jianye's claims. Rather, the revelation clashed with his preconceived notions about him. Was it possible that Sister Yang had deceived him? Clenching his teeth, he hastily followed in pursuit. Noticing the footsteps behind him, Li Jianye halted, his brow furrowing deeper, revealing palpable annoyance. What do you want? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered uncertainly as he stammered. I have something to discuss. Li Jianye's patience wore thin. What is it? Zhang Yang's face reddened, his voice dropping to a whisper. Captain Niu sent me to apologize to you. The word apologize tumbled from his lips in a vague murmur, almost inaudible. Li Jianye found amusement in this. If it's an apology, then go ahead, get it over with, and leave. However, the words of contrition lodged in Zhang Yang's throat, refusing to emerge. As he could not bring himself to speak kindly to Li Jianye. Avoiding Li Jianye's scrutinizing gaze, he bypassed the apology altogether. I can't leave. I'm unfamiliar with this place and have lost my way. I don't know how to return. Hearing this, Li Jianye felt somewhat exasperated. He glanced up at the sky before casting a sidelong look at the visibly flustered Zhang Yang. He still had a considerable amount of meat in his possession, which he had originally intended to sell at various black markets, seizing the opportunity while it was still early. However, having this fellow tagging along was indeed cumbersome and would hinder the use of his supplies. Besides, it was impractical to leave him unattended in such a desolate area. Zhang Yang is not Liu Erden, to the extent of becoming utterly loathsome and repugnant. Furthermore, the child's intellect appears lacking. He has been trailing behind, presumably intending to offer an apology. If he were to lose his way and perish from the cold by the roadside, Li Jianye would undoubtedly feel a twinge of guilt. After contemplating, he realized that today's earnings amounted to 2,400, which is quite substantial. The items in his space would not deteriorate, so there is no need for haste. He turned around to regard Zhang Yang once more, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall escort you back. However, you must bow to me, call me big brother, and sincerely apologize, ensuring that you will no longer disturb me or my family. Only then will I take you home. Chapter 65. I would rather starve than eat a bite from you. Zhang Yang's face flushed with a mixture of crimson and pallor, akin to a dye shop in full operation. His fists clenched and released, repeating the cycle. Bowing. Calling him big brother? In all his years, he had never endured such humiliation. Not even to his parents had he ever bowed. Reluctance coursed through him. Li Jianye, observing his defiance, recognized the futility of the situation. He scoffed, uninterested in further discussion. Reluctant? Then you may remain here and find your own way. With that, he turned his back on the frozen Zhang Yang and briskly walked away, his strides steady and purposeful, vanishing around the next street corner without a trace of longing. Zhang Yang stood frozen in place. In this unfamiliar county town, without Li Jianye's assistance, he was truly at a loss for what to do. Thus, he hurried after him. This time, he was wiser, keeping a respectful distance. Li Jianye, of course, noticed the persistent shadow behind him. He did not glance back, nor did he pause. Today, he had no plans to visit the black market and was untroubled by Zhang Yang witnessing anything. Finances were currently abundant, and with the weather growing colder by the day, the conditions in Tuanjiatan, situated at the foot of Changbai Mountain, were particularly frigid. In a few days, should heavy snow arrive, temperatures could plummet to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. With the addition of Aisha to his household, expenses for clothing and necessities would inevitably rise. Especially items for warmth could not be neglected. He confidently made his way to the department store. The department store of the 1960s was already the most impressive and bustling establishment in the small town. Inside, it was packed with people and a dazzling array of goods, which, though appearing rudimentary by modern standards, was considered a premier shopping venue in this era. The air was thick with a medley of scents. Upon entering, Li Jianye first purchased 2 large quilts, ample enough to cover 3 people comfortably. He acquired a warm hat for each person, practical and cozy. Thick scarves were obtained, one for each as well. Sturdy, warm cotton shoes were selected, 2 pairs for himself, his sister-in-law, and Aisha, tailored to their sizes. He also chose new cotton coats for everyone. Finally, he visited the food section to procure some fine liquor. In total, the expenses added up rapidly, and by the time he emerged from the department store, his hands were burdened with packages, having spent 200 yuan. In an era where the average worker earned merely 20 to 30 yuan a month, such a sum could indeed be deemed a fortune. Not far away, Zhang Yang trailed behind, his eyes widening as he observed Li Jianye purchasing an abundance of items with remarkable extravagance, paying without a flicker of hesitation. Reflecting on his own past in the provincial capital, where his family's circumstances were quite prosperous, he realized he had never indulged in such lavish shopping. Yet here was Li Jianye, a countryman, spending freely after earning some money. "Hey, Li Jianye," Zhang Yang couldn't resist inquiring, eyeing the plethora of packages. "Who are you buying all this for?" A smirk danced on Li Jianye's lips. "Guess," he replied, his tone indifferent. Zhang Yang, momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, instinctively thought of Aisha, who had been living with Li Jianye. He cautiously probed, "Is it for Aisha?" Li Jianye nodded, his expression unchanging. "Quite astute," he remarked before dismissing Zhang Yang and resuming his walk. Zhang Yang gazed at Li Jianye's retreating figure, realization dawning upon him. It truly was for Aisha, and he had purchased so much. That wool coat appeared quite expensive. He recalled the words of Sister Yang Kaifeng from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, who had spoken of Li Jianye as a ne'er-do-well, a person of low character, whose family was impoverished. Yet, the reality seemed starkly different. The claims that Li Jianye could not hunt were obliterated by the fact that he had indeed hunted bears, wild boars, and roe deer, subsequently selling them for 2,400 yuan, a sum surpassing his father's earnings for over half a year. Now, he was willingly spending hundreds to buy gifts for his family and for Aisha. How could this align with Sister Yang's disparaging portrayal of him? Had she misled him? Or did she simply lack understanding of Li Jianye? Zhang Yang suddenly felt that his previous perceptions of Li Jianye might have been misguided. This rural youth seemed to possess significant qualities. He could hunt, was capable, affluent, and appeared generous towards Aisha. A flicker of admiration ignited within Zhang Yang. It seemed Li Jianye, the countryman, was indeed far more formidable than he, a youth from the provincial capital. And it was no wonder he was well-liked and favored by Aisha. Emerging from the department store, Li Jianye realized that midday had quietly passed, and his stomach was now audibly declaring its emptiness. After a busy morning, hunger had set in. He sought out a state-run restaurant, entering and finding a vacant seat by the window, placing his numerous packages on the adjacent bench. "Comrade, a bowl of shredded pork noodles, please." After a brief wait, the dish was prepared, and Li Jianye retrieved it from the counter. The white porcelain bowl brimmed with chewy noodles, rich broth, and was adorned with vibrant green scallions, along with finely sliced pork, glistening appetizingly. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yang peeking in through the doorway. Zhang Yang gazed longingly at the noodles in his bowl, his Adam's apple bobbing as hunger gnawed at him, his stomach audibly protesting. Each growl making his face flush with embarrassment. He had skipped breakfast, and now, he felt as though his stomach was pressed against his back. Perhaps he could have endured the hunger had he not caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from Li Jianye's plate of shredded pork noodles. It was utterly unbearable. Li Jianye smirked slightly. "If you come over now, bow your head to me, call me brother, and sincerely apologize. I might just be in a generous mood and treat you to a bowl of noodles." Zhang Yang's expression shifted. To beg for food by bowing and apologizing? He would rather starve to death outside than swallow a single bite from him. His tone carried a stubborn resolve, a fierce determination to maintain his dignity. Li Jianye raised an eyebrow, not angered by his defiance. "Fine, you have spirit." With that, he ignored Zhang Yang, focusing on his own noodles. He deliberately slurped his noodles loudly, then paused to lift a chopstick full of shredded pork, as if to showcase it. The pork glistened enticingly under the light. Slowly, he savored it, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. This pork is truly delicious." The restaurant was already filled with rich aromas, and Li Jianye's enjoyment of the meal was a cruel torment for Zhang Yang. Standing at the door, Zhang Yang felt his stomach convulsing, dizziness overtaking him from hunger. He could hardly recall the last time he had tasted meat. Since becoming a sent-down youth over a year ago, he had not savored a proper morsel of meat. Watching the real shredded pork in Li Jianye's bowl, he felt as though saliva was pooling like a river in his mouth. His stomach ached as if a hand were clawing at it, causing him to hunch over in pain. If he didn't eat something soon, he feared he might truly perish from hunger right there. Chapter 66. The Temptation of Fragrance. Li Jianye leisurely consumed his meal, the noodles and pork in his bowl gradually diminishing. Each mouthful struck at Zhang Yang's final defenses. His complexion grew paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body began to sway slightly. Dignity? Face. In the face of the threat of starvation, they seemed insignificant. He could no longer hold out. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the courage to approach Li Jianye's table, his steps unsteady. His voice was low and hoarse, trembling ever so slightly. "Brother." The word escaped his lips with great difficulty. Li Jianye looked up at him. Zhang Yang avoided his gaze, lowering his voice even further. I want to eat noodles." The bowing thing. "Let's wait until we're back in a private place. And then I'll bow to you, all right? There are too many people out here." His tone was laced with desperation. Observing Zhang Yang's precarious condition, pale and barely able to stand, Li Jianye smiled. "All right, I believe you." He turned back and ordered another bowl of shredded pork noodles. A bowl of shredded pork noodles costs 35 cents. For Li Jianye, the present moment felt as effortless as sprinkling water. When the bowl of shredded pork noodles was presented before him, Zhang Yang's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He grasped the chopsticks, his hands trembling slightly. Ignoring the heat, he bowed his head and devoured the noodles voraciously, nearly burying his face in the bowl. The slurping sound of the noodles was even louder than Li Jianye's earlier noise. Splashes of broth hit his face, yet he paid no heed to wipe them away. His eating manner resembled that of a refugee who had not tasted food in 10 days or more. Li Jianye observed Zhang Yang's state, feeling somewhat speechless. In no time, the bowl was emptied, every last drop of broth consumed. When Zhang Yang set down the bowl and raised his head, tears streamed down his cheeks. He awkwardly wiped at his tears and the grease at the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, choking back words of gratitude to Li Jianye. Thank you, brotherly. I haven't eaten such delicious food in over a year. This meat is simply exquisite." Tears, mingled with gratitude and an unarticulated sense of grievance, flowed freely. Li Jianye watched Zhang Yang, who had polished off the bowl of noodles and was now crying unabashedly, feeling a sense of helplessness. To an outsider, it might appear as if Li Jianye had wronged him in some way. "All right, you've eaten your fill and shed your tears. Let's go," Li Jianye finally said, rising and lifting the collection of bags from the stool beside him. Zhang Yang quickly wiped his face and stood up, gazing eagerly at Li Jianye. A fleeting glance from Li Jianye was followed by him handing over the items in his hands. "Here, carry this for me." Zhang Yang paused for a moment, looking at the hefty bundles, then back at Li Jianye. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached out to accept them. All right. The weight of the bags made him slightly stoop, yet he bore no reluctance upon his face. This bowl of noodles had fundamentally altered his perception of Li Jianye. He now regarded him as a genuinely good person, a truly commendable individual. Such a person deserved the admiration of the villagers and the affection of young women. He internally acknowledged that he was inferior to Li Jianye, both in skill and character. The two exited the state-run restaurant, walking towards the outskirts of the city. Zhang Yang trailed half a step behind Li Jianye, puffing as he carried the items. Having satisfied his hunger, his eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, as if he had been resurrected. Along the way, he could no longer contain himself. "Brother," he began. Li Jianye did not slow his pace, but simply responded with an to indicate he was listening. "I was wrong before." Zhang Yang's voice lowered, tinged with unmistakable remorse. "I underestimated you. In truth, you are a good person." Upon hearing this, Li Jianye slightly slowed his steps. "Oh, how am I a good person?" Zhang Yang was taken aback by the question, then sheepishly scratched his head. "You treated me to shredded pork noodles." The reasoning was both simple and direct. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye could not help but chuckle softly. This lad's thoughts were refreshingly innocent. A single bowl of noodles had transformed his disposition. As Zhang Yang observed the diminishing number of passers-by on the road, he decided to halt his steps. He gently placed the parcel he had been cradling in his arms onto the clean ground beside the path, then turned to face Li Jianye and, with a resounding thud, knelt before him. "Brother." Zhang Yang's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed Li Jianye, his forehead firmly pressing against the ground. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and Aisha shall be my sister-in-law. I, Jianye, vow to the heavens that should I ever harbor even the slightest disrespect toward my sister-in-law, or if I were to cross paths unfavorably with you, my elder brother, may I be struck down by lightning as I step outside, or choked to death as I drink. His oath was heavy with sincerity. Li Jianye regarded him silently, nodding slowly once he had finished. All right, you have shown proper respect. Rise. Having offered his apology and performed the bow, they continued on their way, the outline of Daxing town becoming visible in the distance. Jianye was familiar with the route, so Li Jianye reclaimed his belongings from him and made his way toward Tuanjiatin alone. The parcels were rather weighty, and now that he possessed a personal space, Li Jianye preferred not to exert unnecessary effort. Taking advantage of the solitude, he stored all the items within this space, walking freely with empty hands. At Tuanjiatin, Yang Kaifeng stood at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, glancing around anxiously. Upon spotting Li Jianye returning, she called out warmly from afar. Oh, Jianye is back. Her voice rang clear, reaching even from a distance. As she approached him, she noticed his empty hands, devoid of a gun or bow. Yang Kaifeng chuckled. Did you not venture into the mountains today? Li Jianye continued walking, merely responding with a casual, no, I did not go today. Yet Yang Kaifeng seemed oblivious to his nonchalance, cheerfully continuing, Jianye, you mustn't become disheartened just because you didn't catch anything today. Hunting requires patience and perseverance. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to impart a hint of secrecy. If you manage to bring back a bear, you needn't share the meat with the village. Just bring it directly to our cooperative. A whole bear could fetch you a handsome sum. Yang Kaifeng extended 8 fingers, quickly adding one more. 900. You won't miss out on that. Her tone was confident, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if the crisp bills were already beckoning to Li Jianye. Hearing this figure, Li Jianye couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. 900. He had sold the bear for a solid 1,800. Yang Kaifeng's estimate didn't even reach half the amount. Chapter 67. A surge in favorability. Li Jianye did not linger in conversation with Yang Kaifeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and headed toward home. Approaching his doorstep, he glanced around to ensure no one was in sight. With a thought, the items he had purchased materialized in his hands from his personal space. The various bundles were indeed quite substantial. As he entered the courtyard, he pushed open the familiar wooden door. Jianye, you're back. Anna's gentle voice floated in from the inner room. Elsa also peeked out, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. Look at what I've brought for you. Li Jianye chuckled as he carefully placed the packages down one by one. Inside were pristine garments, soft scarves, and the currently fashionable Lei Feng hats. The fabric was of the finest quality, and the designs were utterly contemporary. Wow! Elsa was the first to rush over, grabbing a wool scarf and adorning it around her neck with delight. The texture was soft and warm. Anna, too, picked up a cotton jacket, gently caressing the fabric, her green eyes brimming with astonishment. This material is splendid. It must be wonderfully warm. And this? Li Jianye produced a brand new thick quilt, fluffy and substantial. The cover boasted a festive peony pattern, causing Elsa's eyes to widen in awe. This quilt is enormous. Li Jianye's lips curled into a slight smile. For the 3 of us, it certainly needs to be sizable. Anna shot him a playful glare, but refrained from saying more. She held up a coat and tried it on. Buying all this must have cost a pretty penny, right? Anna inquired with a hint of concern. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively. Not much, just under 200. Under 200? Elsa gasped, nearly dropping the scarf from her hands. Jianye, that is far too much. She said anxiously. Honestly, we could manage with our old clothes. There is no need for such lavish purchases. We should save our money for the future, for the wedding. Li Jianye chuckled inwardly at their earnest expressions, amused by their perception of what constituted a fortune. He leisurely pulled out a thick stack of bills from his pocket. Rest assured, we are not lacking in funds. The stack consisted of 10-yuan notes, hefty and substantial. Anna and Elsa gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? Anna's voice trembled. Elsa covered her mouth in shock, her blue eyes reflecting pure incredulity. Li Jianye slid the money onto the table and gently pushed it toward them. Count it for yourselves. It amounts to 2,200 yuan. 2,200 yuan. The sisters exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. That is an astronomical sum. Such a large amount of money. In other households, it would take years, 2 years, no 3, to save up that much. Anna murmured, extending her hand to cautiously touch the stack, as if fearing it would vanish. Elsa leaned in closer and whispered, Jianye, where did this money come from? Li Jianye calmly explained, I sold some wild game from the mountains, a bear and a wild boar, both of which I brought to the city. What? Anna's head snapped up, her green eyes wide with shock. You hunted another bear? She recalled the peril of the last bear encounter with trepidation. Meanwhile, Elsa was astonished by another revelation. A bear and a wild boar could fetch such a sum? To her, it seemed utterly unbelievable. The thought that hunting just 2 animals could yield such wealth was staggering. Enough, she mused, to finance several weddings with Li Jianye. No wonder he spent money so freely, seemingly untroubled by future wedding concerns. Li Jianye nodded. Indeed, fortune favored me. Anna gazed at Li Jianye, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet filled with pride for his remarkable abilities. Aisha looked at him with unabashed admiration. Jianye, you are truly extraordinary. From now on, our family will no longer want for money. The excitement of the 2 sisters lingered in the air. Observing their exuberant expressions, Li Jianye felt a warmth blossom within him. Most notably, the system panel had delivered joyful news. The affection levels of both sisters had risen. Anna's affection level, 62. Aisha's affection level, 44. Remarkably, his sister-in-law's affection had successfully surpassed the 60-point mark, while Aisha's admiration had also significantly increased. This indicated that Li Jianye now possessed 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. The sisters were sprawled on the bed, eagerly counting the fresh bills, their smiles radiating brighter than the moonlight outside. They had never encountered such a sum of money before. Li Jianye focused on the system panel, deciding to initiate a lottery draw. With a mere thought, he communicated with the system, claimed the lottery opportunity for Aisha's 40-point affection reward. Ding! Lottery opportunity has been claimed. Would you like to start the lottery? Without hesitation, Li Jianye replied, Yes, commence. In an instant, the system panel shimmered with brilliance. A machine reminiscent of a gacha toy dispenser materialized before him, its mechanisms swirling in motion. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He recalled the items he had previously drawn. The archery and marksmanship rewards from the system had enabled him to thrive in the perilous wilderness. The spatial pocket he possessed had been a stroke of genius, alleviating numerous troubles. Now he wondered what splendid item awaited him this time. As the radiance gradually faded, the gacha machine ceased its rotation. A distinct icon, accompanied by an explanatory text, appeared at the center of the panel. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Eco Ranch, Beginner. Ranch description can be placed at any chosen location. The time flow within the ranch is 1,000 times faster than the outside world, significantly enhancing the growth and reproduction rates of the animals housed within. Initial area, 10 square meters, expandable through monetary expenditure. Upon witnessing the reward he had drawn, Li Jianye's eyes sparkled with delight. A ranch, with a time flow 1,000 times faster. If utilized wisely, he could harvest various meats without ever needing to venture into the mountains, all while lying comfortably at home. However, a practical concern arose. Where could this ranch be situated? In this era, private farming faced numerous restrictions. Even households raising a few chickens or ducks had to tread carefully, prioritizing national procurement tasks. The sudden appearance of a ranch would be conspicuous, no matter where it was placed. How could he explain its origin? If discovered, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to potential reports that could spell trouble. Li Jianye furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. He possessed an infinitely spacious pocket dimension. Theoretically, as long as Li Jianye possesses sufficient funds, this ranch could expand to an infinite size. The most crucial aspect is that it can be placed within his personal space, undetected and utterly secure. He immediately inquired of the system in his mind. System, can this ranch be housed in my personal space? Chapter 68. This is splendid. Yes. The system's response was succinct and affirmative. Li Jianye's heart leaped with joy. With a slight shift in thought, he perceived a plot of land, approximately 10 square meters, materializing within his personal space. The soil was a rich, fertile black, emanating a faint vitality. However, the area was indeed rather limited. Soon after, a new notification appeared on the system panel. Current ranch area, 10 square meters. Next expansion level, 100 square meters, required funds, 1,000 yuan. The corners of Li Jianye's eyes twitched involuntarily. 1,000 yuan. The system was blatantly extorting him. After laboriously selling the bear and wild boar, he had barely accumulated over 2,000 yuan, spent 200 on gifts for Anna and the others, and now another 1,000 would vanish. Yet, upon reflection, a 100-square-meter ranch would allow for a greater variety of livestock. In due time, not only could he raise chickens, ducks, and rabbits, but even a few bears and wild boars, yielding far more than a mere 1,000 yuan in value. This investment seemed reasonable. However, a new dilemma arose. He gazed at the small expanse of black soil and recognized a critical requirement: the presence of living animals to populate it. At present, he had no animals at hand. While hunting in the mountains, the wildlife was exceedingly alert, disappearing at the slightest sight of a human, leaving no opportunity to capture any live creatures. Furthermore, the ferocious bears were a different matter entirely. It was a feat just to preserve his own life, let alone attempt to capture one. Li Jianye sighed inwardly. Although the ranch was promising, it would not be readily applicable. As he contemplated the small black plot, the fervor in his heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Living animals. Li Jianye shifted his gaze from the system panel back to the table, where Anna and Aisha were still immersed in the joyous task of counting money. Each crisp new bill passing between their hands with a delightful sound. His eyes lingered on Anna's smiling face. The rapport with her had surpassed 60 points. He had another chance for a draw. Given that the issue with the ranch would not be resolved anytime soon, he thought it prudent to seize the moment and utilize this additional opportunity for a draw. Who knows what marvelous item he might obtain? Even a weapon or artillery would be a substantial boon for him. He steadied himself and issued a command to the system to claim the draw opportunity for reaching 60 points in rapport with Anna. Ding. Draw opportunity has been claimed. Would you like to initiate the draw? Initiate. The familiar gas-upon machine reappeared on the system panel, its colorful capsules spinning rapidly. Li Jianye's heartbeat raced even faster than when he had just drawn the card for the ranch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a capability card. All things have spirits. The card description read, the host will possess a natural affinity for all animals. The vast majority will not flee in fear when encountering the host, and the host will be able to engage in a certain degree of consciousness communication with them. At the moment he read the description, Li Jianye's breath caught sharply in his throat. His eyes were fixated on those few lines of text. Affinity? Animals want to run away? He could even communicate with them? My goodness. A surge of uncontainable joy coursed through him like electricity, flooding his entire being. This ability was tailor-made for his ecological ranch. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about how to acquire live animals. The wild creatures in the mountains were exceedingly wary. Capturing them alive relied heavily on luck and skill. But now, with all things have spirits, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. The animals wouldn't flee from him, and he could even converse with them. Did this not imply that whatever living creatures he desired, as long as they existed in the mountains, he could summon them back? In no time, he envisioned countless chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, along with herds of wild boars and deer. Perhaps he could even raise a few bears? The system truly was a thoughtful ally. The surprise was overwhelming and immense. Li Jianye felt a rush of exhilaration surging to his head. He glanced at the two women before him, both smiling broadly as they counted money. One was his nominal sister-in-law, and the other was his future bride. It was they who had brought him this extraordinary stroke of luck. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Aisha's rosy cheek. The money in Aisha's hands tumbled to the ground, scattering across the surface and reflecting in her wide, astonished blue eyes. She froze, glancing at Li Jianye, then touching her cheek in disbelief. Before Aisha could gather her thoughts, Li Jianye swiftly turned to Anna, who was equally taken aback. He pressed a heavy kiss on her warm cheek as well. Anna instinctively covered the spot where she had been kissed, her cheeks blooming with a delightful flush, and her beautiful green eyes widened in surprise. The atmosphere in the room seemed to shift with the sudden intimacy. Aisha was the first to recover. She picked up the scattered money, puffing her cheeks in confusion. Jianye, what are you doing? Why are you so happy? What good news do you have? Anna gently lowered her hand, her cheeks still flushed, her gaze questioning as she looked at Li Jianye, clearly puzzled by his unexpected display of affection. Li Jianye beamed at them, his smile radiating joy. Good news. Tremendous good news. His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Aisha blinked, somewhat skeptical. What good news could make you this ecstatic? Anna gazed curiously at him, awaiting his next words. Li Jianye smiled enigmatically. From now on, we shall no longer toil up the mountain. At home, we will have an endless supply of meat." Upon hearing this, Aisha nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this sum of over 2,000, it is no trivial amount. If we are prudent, it will sustain us with good meals for quite some time. She cheerfully clutched the money in her hands. However, Anna, in contrast to Aisha's optimism, regarded the situation with a thoughtful gaze. "Jianye, while the money is certainly substantial, we must devise a plan. Eventually, this money will be depleted," she said, her brow furrowing slightly, clearly contemplating the long-term implications. Li Jianye recognized their misunderstanding, but found himself unable to elucidate the concepts of ecological ranching and the sentience of all beings, as they seemed too fantastical. He chuckled lightly and reassured them, "Sister-in-law, Aisha, rest assured, our lives will only improve from here on." Chapter 69. Have you ever ridden a rocking horse? The three of them meticulously organized the money, wrapping it in a clean cloth and placing it in a small wooden box, which they secured with a tiny lock. Ultimately, they entrusted it to Li Jianye for safekeeping. Afterwards, the trio engaged in casual conversation and playful banter until the evening descended. They lit a kerosene lamp, its soft glow casting their shadows gently upon the wall, swaying slightly. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. The staple was a bowl of white porridge accompanied by fluffy white steamed buns. Li Jianye also produced a small bottle of white liquor he had just purchased, pouring each of them a modest glass. "Today is a joyous occasion. Let us indulge a little." As they dined, the atmosphere was warm and lively, with Aisha chattering animatedly about her dreams for the future, while Anna occasionally interjected with gentle smiles, her gaze tenderly flitting between Li Jianye and Aisha. After several rounds of liquor and a variety of dishes, a rosy hue graced their cheeks from the effects of the drink. Aisha, with her low tolerance for alcohol, had her cheeks flushed like ripened apples, her eyes beginning to glaze over. "I need to use the restroom," she said unsteadily, rising to her feet and leaning against the edge of the bed as she made her way outside. Only Li Jianye and Anna remained in the room. Anna tidied up the bowls and chopsticks from the table, preparing the bedding as the soft light from the kerosene lamp enveloped her, accentuating her graceful silhouette. As she bent down, her voluptuous curves became subtly apparent. Li Jianye's gaze lingered on her, the warmth of the alcohol igniting a fervent desire within him. Sister-in-law's favorability has now reached 60. Surely, she will not reject me as she did before, he thought, and once that notion took root, it spread like wildfire, becoming impossible to suppress. He rose to his feet and swiftly approached Anna from behind. Anna seemed to sense something amiss, turning slightly. But Li Jianye preemptively wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin upon her shoulder. "Sister-in-law, do not move." Anna's body stiffened in surprise. She remained still. Li Jianye then lifted her effortlessly and gently placed her upon the prepared bedding. Just at that moment, the door creaked open. Aisha rubbed her eyes as she entered, still murmuring, "The moon is particularly round tonight." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the scene on the comm. Instantly, Aisha's eyes widened in disbelief, her drowsiness evaporating, her blue irises filled with shock and incredulity. "What are you all doing?" Her voice rose in pitch, tinged with a quiver of surprise. Li Jianye turned at the sound, his expression devoid of any embarrassment at being caught. Instead, a mischievous smile spread across his face. He straightened up and gestured for silence. "Shoo, keep it down," he whispered earnestly, adding with a straight face, "We're playing the rocking car, Aisha. Would you like to join? It's a coin-operated game. 1 yuan per ride." As he spoke, he patted the Kong beneath him with exaggerated seriousness. Meanwhile, in Daxing Town, Zhang Yang tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, lying rigidly on the cold earthen Kong. The collective dormitory was filled with an indescribable odor. The stench of feet mingled with an unnameable scent that wafted in tendrils, invading his nostrils and making him feel nauseated. He wanted to turn over, but feared disturbing the man sleeping beside him, who snored like a bellows. In the darkness, he could only keep his eyes wide open, fixated on the paper window. The howling wind outside sounded like the wailing of ghosts. His stomach grumbled unceremoniously, a hollow sensation gripping him like an invisible hand clutching his gut. Dinner had been a thin corn porridge, accompanied by a few wilted pickles, and 2 coarse grain cakes, barely enough to satiate his hunger. He had endured such days for over a year, transitioning from a wealthy family in the provincial capital to this desolate Daxing town. At times, Zhang Yang felt as though he were trapped in an interminable nightmare. As his thoughts drifted, an inexplicable aroma suddenly invaded his memory. It was the meat noodle dish, the bowl of shredded pork noodles that Li Jianye had treated him to. The snow-white noodles were firm and smooth, paired with tender meat and garnished with vibrant green scallions, all enveloped in a rich, steaming broth. He recalled how he had devoured it ravenously, leaving not a drop of soup behind. That flavor was exquisite. Even now, the memory made his mouth water uncontrollably. Over a year had passed, and that was the only substantial meal he had enjoyed since then. Before that, he had nearly forgotten the taste of meat. The corners of Zhang Yang's eyes grew moist. He felt immense gratitude for Li Jianye's generous meal and silently vowed that if he ever returned to the provincial capital, he would prepare a grand gift for his benefactor. The next day, when Li Jianye awoke, Anna was already cooking. "Jianye, are you awake? The porridge is simmering in the pot. It will be ready shortly." Li Jianye acknowledged with a grunt and walked over to the water tank to wash up. Breakfast was light, a mixture of white flour porridge with 2 eggs, accompanied by leftover vegetables from the previous night. After finishing his meal, he remarked, "I need to head up the mountain for a bit." Li Jianye took a sip of porridge and spoke leisurely. Aisha looked up, her blue eyes reflecting confusion. "Aren't we wealthy now? Why go up the mountain? It's too dangerous." Anna also set down her chopsticks, her gaze imbued with inquiry. "Indeed, Jianye. The mountains are fraught with danger. That money will suffice for us for quite some time." Li Jianye smiled faintly, placing his bowl aside. Money is merely a means. Yet the treasures of the mountains should not be squandered. He could not speak the truth, so he sought an excuse. A few days prior, he had concealed some game in the mountains and needed to retrieve a few pieces. Anna and Aisha exchanged glances, and understanding dawned upon them. "You must exercise caution, then. Depart early and return promptly. Do not linger too long in the woods." Li Jianye assented, and after breakfast, he took down the hunting rifle from the wall, slung the bow and quiver over his shoulder, and set out. Not far from the courtyard, he encountered Li Daqiang. The latter's dark face bore a simple smile, and upon seeing Li Jianye, he greeted him with a wide grin. "Jianye, are you heading up the mountain again?" Li Jianye nodded. Li Daqiang leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of curiosity. "Have you had little success these past few days?" Li Jianye raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, how did you come to know?" "Captain," Li Daqiang chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "I heard it from Yang Kaifeng at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She mentioned that you returned empty-handed several times, suggesting that luck had not been on your side." Upon hearing this, a knowing smile curled at the corners of Li Jianye's mouth. This Yang Kaifeng is indeed as astute as rumored. The little counter at the cooperative is practically the information hub of the entire Tuanjia village. If she were to learn something, within half a day, the entire village, young and old alike, would know, even the details of which dog had whelped, embellished into several versions. Li Jianye understood this well, but maintained a composed demeanor. He feigned a sigh of resignation. "Ah, do not mention it. My luck has indeed been poor these days. I haven't even spotted a single strand of rabbit fur." Naturally, he would not divulge to Li Daqiang that he had hunted a considerable amount of game 2 days prior and sold it for over 2,000 yuan. In the future, he would present himself as a mere hunter who occasionally managed to catch a wild chicken or rabbit, bringing home a few items every now and then to enhance their meals, without drawing undue attention and inviting unnecessary trouble. Chapter 70. Do you wish to consume me? Li Jianye and Li Daqiang exchanged only a few words before Li Jianye ventured into the mountains alone. Li Daqiang stood in place, watching the silhouette of Li Jianye fade into the distance, and he let out a long sigh. This hunting life is certainly not a sustainable path, he pondered. Even someone as capable as Jianye, who had recently hunted bears, now often returned empty-handed. It seems that the bounty of the mountains is subject to the whims of fate. It would be more prudent to engage in honest labor, farming, and earning work points. That is the way to a stable life. Shaking his head, Li Daqiang turned and walked back towards the village, dismissing further thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Jianye stepped into the familiar embrace of the mountains. His purpose for this excursion was markedly different from before. The ability of all things have spirits stirred a restless excitement within him. He was fervently eager to discover the nature of the extraordinary ability he possessed, and how it might forge a connection with the creatures dwelling within the forest. Would it enable him to comprehend their language, or perhaps sense their emotions? Or might he command the beasts as the legendary mountain deities were said to do? Li Jianye treaded lightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he ventured deeper into the woods. The further he traversed, the scarcer human traces became, and the more encounters with various wild game awaited him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a vibrant splash of color ahead. Perched upon a bare branch of a white birch tree was a bird of exquisite plumage, slightly smaller than a wild chicken. Its neck was adorned with a ring of black feathers, resembling a splendid collar. Its tail feathers were particularly striking, fanned out in a dazzling array of patterns that glimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. A fly dragon, the flower-tailed hazel hen. Li Jianye's heart stirred with excitement. Such a rare find was far superior to wild chickens or hares, with flesh that promised to be even more delectable. In times past, he would have unhesitatingly drawn his bow, holding his breath in anticipation of a perfect shot. Yet today he refrained. Standing still, he gazed at the fly dragon, which tilted its head, its beady eyes mirroring his curiosity. There was no sign of alarm, no instinct to flee. It regarded him as though he were not a hunter armed with a firearm, but rather a kindred spirit of the forest. A wondrous sensation welled up within Li Jianye. He cautiously stepped forward, and the fly dragon remained undeterred, merely preening its feathers. His heartbeat quickened slightly as he drew closer, nearly able to discern the intricate patterns on its plumage. He attempted to communicate with a friendly thought. In this frigid winter, it must be difficult for you to find food outside. The forest is so cold, and at night, you must be shivering. If you wish to come with me, I have a warm house and endless grains to share. Li Jianye ventured this dialogue with little expectation. However, to his astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The beautiful fly dragon seemed to comprehend his words. It tilted its head, scrutinized him for a moment, and then gently nodded. The motion was subtle, yet unmistakable. Truly, it was possible. All things possess a spirit, he mused, marveling at the wonder of it all. Slowly, he extended his palm before the fly dragon. After a moment of hesitation, it stepped delicately onto his hand, its tiny claws providing a warm, slightly ticklish sensation. An indescribable joy surged within Li Jianye. With a mere thought, the fly dragon vanished from his palm, silently absorbed into his personal space. The first creature of the day, a living being, had been captured without the need for a shot or an arrow. However, Li Jianye did not rush to contemplate how to nurture the fly dragon. Instead, he resolved to delve deeper into the forest in search of more animals. Li Jianye moved lightly and swiftly into the depths of the forest. As he ventured further, the towering ancient trees became increasingly dense. Suddenly, a vivid shade of brownish yellow caught his eye from behind a thicket of thick bushes. Soon, a pair of majestic, forked antlers gradually emerged. It was a spotted deer, gracefully nibbling on the withered grass hidden beneath the snow, exuding both elegance and vigilance. The deer seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly lifting its head to gaze in Li Jianye's direction with its clear, moist eyes. Unlike the usual wild beasts that would panic and flee, it stood still, its long ears twitching slightly as if trying to discern the intentions of this unexpected visitor. Li Jianye halted in his tracks, making no threatening gestures. He attempted to convey a friendly sentiment, recalling the way he had communicated with Filong earlier. Greetings, dear deer. Although this forest is serene, I imagine food is scarce. Would you care to accompany me to a splendid place, where tender grass abounds and warm shelter awaits? Li Jianye expected the deer to respond similarly to Filong, perhaps with a subtle reaction at most. To his astonishment, a voice, youthful yet tinged with caution, echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Hey, what is that dark, long object on your back? It looks like a hunting rifle, doesn't it? Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the spotted deer was able to communicate with him? Or perhaps, he was capable of understanding the language of the deer? The voice resonated directly within his consciousness, crystal clear. Are you a hunter? Trying to lure me to your home to stew me? The deer's thought carried a palpable distrust. Li Jianye found himself both amused and exasperated. He endeavored to project sincerity and harmlessness. If I intended to eat you, I could simply shoot you right now. Why would I bother with words? I genuinely wish to invite you to my abode, where it is safe and there is an abundance of food. The deer tilted its head, its large eyes still fixed on him, seemingly contemplating the truth of his words. Really? Came the tentative response. Li Jianye slowly extended his hand, signaling his lack of malice. He cautiously approached the spotted deer. It maintained its vigilance, but did not retreat, merely flaring its nostrils as if sniffing the air. As Li Jianye's fingertips gently brushed against its warm fur, the deer's figure abruptly vanished, having been successfully drawn into his personal space. With the successful capture of the spotted deer, Li Jianye felt a surge of confidence. He continued to navigate through the mountainous woods. Utilizing the convenience of all things have spirits, he discovered numerous treasures. Several equally alert spotted deer, both male and female, formed a perfect pair. A few vividly colored wild chickens flapped their wings in search of food within the forest and were effortlessly persuaded by him. Additionally, several plump wild rabbits, their long ears perked, hopped about and also became part of his collection. Remarkably, he even encountered 2 hazel grouse, 1 male and 1 female, further enriching his avian assortment. Chapter 71. Rearing without exception. All these animals were successfully gathered into the space after being communicated with through friendly thoughts. Although traces of large predators were elusive, the herbivores yielded a bountiful harvest. Not only were there a considerable number of them, but they were also alive and paired off as males and females. The quality of their meat surpassed that of the carnivorous creatures, being tender and delectable. Li Jianye felt quite satisfied with today's yield. With these living beings, he deemed it nearly sufficient. Further exploration might not guarantee additional rewards, so he decided to return early and ponder the utilization of this ranch. After orienting himself, he set off towards Tuanjiatan. As he descended the mountain, Li Jianye's thoughts began to flow. His consciousness delved into the space he carried with him. After placing today's acquired creatures into the ranch, the approximately 10 square meter area now seemed somewhat cramped. A few spotted deer strolled leisurely, while wild chickens and flying dragons flapped about in the corners. The hares huddled together, cautiously surveying their unfamiliar surroundings. 10 square meters felt too small. Li Jianye frowned slightly. This space could accommodate a few chickens or ducks, but for deer of such size, even turning around would be a challenge. Moreover, he aspired to raise more animals in the future. Expansion of the ranch. Current capacity expandable to 100 square meters requires 1,000 yuan. A line of cold prompt text surfaced in his mind. 1,000 yuan was no small sum. For an ordinary family, this would represent several years of income. In the city, laborers earning 40 to 50 yuan a month would need to save for at least 2 years to amass such funds. However, Li Jianye was no longer the impoverished youth fretting over a few coins. Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively opted for the expansion. In an instant, the ranch within the space underwent a remarkable transformation. The originally cramped 10 square meters suddenly expanded outward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast area of 100 square meters. Although it was still not extensive, it was more than sufficient to accommodate today's harvest. Li Jianye nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he placed the previously gathered animals, which had been temporarily stored in the corner, into this new ranch. The flying dragons flapped their wings, curiously inspecting their new home, while the spotted deer joyfully bounded across the grass. The wild chickens and hares each found comfortable corners to settle in. Observing them acclimate to their new sanctuary, Li Jianye felt quite pleased. However, just then, a new prompt appeared in his mind. Ranch animals, unfed status growth stagnation, reproduction stagnation. Ranch time flow rate, 1,000 times must be activated under conditions of animal satiety. A single feeding can sustain them for 2 hours, real time. Li Jianye was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this 1,000-fold time flow rate was not unconditional. Feeding was required. He carefully reviewed the ranch's instructions. Indeed, for these animals to grow and reproduce rapidly, their food supply must be ensured. And food had to be purchased in the ranch store. Li Jianye opened the ranch store. The text enumerates various types of feed. Chicken feed, 2 yuan per bag, sufficient for 1 meal. Rabbit feed, 3 yuan per bag, sufficient for 1 meal. Deer feed, 10 yuan per bag, sufficient for 2 deer for 1 meal. The prices of these feeds are not particularly inexpensive. Li Jianye stroked his chin, momentarily refraining from calculating whether this investment was worthwhile. After all, he thought, it would be prudent to experiment first. He purchased a bag of chicken feed. With a flicker of thought, the bag materialized in the pasture. Several wild chickens and a flying dragon were immediately attracted, stretching their necks to peck at the feed. Watching them relish their meal brought Li Jianye a sense of relief. He decided to test the efficacy of the feed over the next 2 hours. The remaining details could wait until he returned home for further study. After attending to matters in the spatial realm, Li Jianye hastened his descent down the mountain. As he descended, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. The mountain winds swirled the snow particles, striking his face with a biting sting. He tightened the collar of his cotton jacket and exhaled a cloud of white vapor. The initially sparse snowflakes soon thickened, cascading like petals falling from the heavens. With December approaching, the winter at the foot of Changbai Mountain was bound to grow increasingly frigid. Li Jianye mused to himself, fortunate that he had purchased numerous warm items in advance. Even if heavy snow blocked the mountain paths, his family, including his sister-in-law Anna and Aisha, would not suffer from the cold while cooped up at home. The outline of the village of Tuanjie gradually became clearer amidst the wind and snow. In the distance, two figures stood at the entrance of the village supply cooperative, huddling and stamping their feet while conversing. It was the team leader, Li Jianye, along with Yang Kaifeng from the cooperative. Yang Caifeng's somewhat sharp voice, despite the swirling snow, was still faintly audible. Team leader, let me tell you that Li Jianye is merely riding on a stroke of luck. He can no longer hunt effectively. I have seen him return empty-handed several times. Li Jianye's hearty voice responded. Indeed, the weather is growing colder, and now the snow has started again. It's only natural that he struggles to catch anything. As their conversation waned, both seemed to notice Li Jianye approaching in the distance. Yang Caifeng's eyes lit up, as if she had seized an opportunity, her voice rising a notch. Ah, speak of the devil. Li Jianye, once again empty-handed today? She scrutinized him with an appraising gaze, her expression already concluding his lack of success. Li Jianye continued walking, his demeanor unperturbed. Li Jianye stepped forward, positioning himself between Yang Kaifeng and Li Jianye. Concern etched on his dark face. Jianye, the snow has begun to fall. The mountain paths are slippery. You should refrain from venturing up there for the next few days. If the snow accumulates, the forest could become perilous. Li Jianye nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Uncle Jianye. He indeed had no intention of re-entering the mountain. He preferred to explore the spatial pasture instead. Just as he was about to leave, Li Jianye called out to him. Wait a moment. Li Jianye paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Li Jianye rummaged through his pocket for a moment before producing an envelope. Here is a letter for you. The mailman delivered it today, and I was just about to hand it to you. A letter? Li Jianye raised his eyebrows slightly. In this day and age, with inconvenient transportation and backward communication, it was unlikely that he had any relatives who would concern themselves with him. Nor did he possess any close friends who might write him a letter. He accepted the letter, feeling its weight in his hand. The envelope bore the name of the recipient, Comrade Li Jianye, elegantly penned, unmistakably, by a woman's hand. Yet, Li Jianye had already passed away, clearly. The sender was unaware of this fact. Thus, the letter found its way into Li Jianye's possession through Li Jianye. He tucked the letter into his pocket, momentarily suppressing his curiosity about its contents. Thank you, Uncle Jianye. He nodded at Li Jianye and set off towards home. Chapter 72. Cousin. A fresh layer of snow had settled on the ground, crunching softly beneath his feet. As he approached his home's gate, Li Jianye glanced around. The village streets lay desolate, the swirling snow obscuring the distant landscape, devoid of any figures. A thought flickered in his mind. In the next moment, several bundled wild chickens and 3 or 4 plump hares materialized in his hands. These were the game he had hunted a few days prior, preserved in his spatial pocket. Untouched, as though freshly caught. Returning empty-handed? That was inconceivable. Li Jianye pushed open his gate, brushed the snow off his clothes, and stepped inside, clutching his catch. A wave of warmth, mingled with the aroma of food, enveloped him, dispelling some of the chill. Anna and Aisha were gathered around the Kong, diligently applying paper and paste to seal the drafts in the windows. Upon hearing his arrival, they both turned to look. Anna's striking green eyes reflected a hint of concern. Jianye, you finally returned. The snow is falling so heavily. Where have you been for so long? Aisha paused her work, her azure eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes, Jianye. We were so worried. Li Jianye placed the wild chickens and hares on the ground. He exhaled a puff of white breath, flexing his somewhat numb fingers. I just wandered a bit longer in the mountains, hoping for some additional gains. Instantly, Anna and Aisha's attention was drawn to the game on the floor. Several plump wild chickens and 3 or 4 glossy-furred hares were tightly bound. So much. Aisha crouched down, poking one of the hares playfully, her face lighting up with joy. Jianye, you're amazing. Even if the snow continues for 10 days or half a month, we won't lack for meat. Observing her delight, Li Jianye thought to himself. Not just 10 days or half a month. Even an entire winter without returning to the mountains, they would still have an abundance of meat. He had fully realized the freedom to enjoy meat without the anxiety of food scarcity. He removed his cotton jacket, and casually draped it over the edge of the Kong. Then, he sat cross-legged on the warm Kong, retrieving the letter that Li Jianye had given him. He examined the envelope, furrowing his brow slightly in puzzlement. Anna finished tidying her paste bowl and, along with Aisha, leaned in closer. Aisha stretched her neck with curiosity. "Jianye, who sent you this letter?" Anna gazed at the envelope with a gentle expression. "Is it from a relative?" Li Jianye shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He turned the envelope over, examining the sender's address and name in the lower left corner, Wang Jiakan, Wang Guifan. A slight surprise flickered across Li Jianye's face as he recalled this name. His mother was Wang Guifang, which meant that Wang Guifan was likely his maternal aunt. However, he remembered that their families had not been in contact for many years. Their interactions had been infrequent, limited to childhood visits during the holidays when he accompanied his parents to his grandmother's house. He recalled that his aunt's circumstances seemed to be even more challenging than their own. After such a long period without communication, what could have prompted this sudden correspondence? Li Jianye held the letter, his confusion deepening. What could his aunt's letter be about? He carefully tore open the envelope and extracted a thin, yellowed sheet of paper. The handwriting was elegant, yet bore a subtle tremor, as if the writer's emotions were in turmoil. As Li Jianye read, his brow furrowed tighter, and he felt a chill creeping into his heart, akin to the biting wind and snow outside. It appeared that the letter was penned by his aunt Wang Guifan's daughter. The contents weighed heavily upon him like a stone, pressing down on his heart. In the letter, his aunt recounted that her husband had ventured into the mountains a few days prior to procure some meat for the family, but he had not returned. There was no sign of life or death. His aunt, already frail, had been further weakened by the cold of winter. This sudden, devastating news had shattered her already fragile state, leaving her confined to her bed for over half a month. She felt her time was short, and her greatest concern was for her 18-year-old daughter, Li Jianye's cousin. The letter indicated that their relatives were of little help, and after much contemplation, his aunt had thought of Li Jianye. Despite their years of silence, he remained her brother's son. She hoped that if she were to pass, he would look after her daughter, ensuring that the girl would not have to face life alone. After finishing the letter, Li Jianye let out a long sigh. The world can be a harsh place. Although his own circumstances had improved, countless others still struggled to survive. What did the letter say? Anna asked, her voice laced with concern as she and Aisha drew closer, noticing the gravity of Li Jianye's expression. He remained silent, merely handing the letter to Anna. She took it, and along with Aisha, they leaned in to read carefully. Soon, Anna's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She looked up, her green eyes brimming with sympathy. How tragic. Aisha pouted, her blue eyes shimmering with moisture. Indeed, Jianye, your aunt and cousin have it so hard. The husband has passed, and now she is gravely ill, leaving behind a daughter. What shall she do? Anna set down the letter and turned to Li Jianye. Jianye, our family circumstances have improved considerably. Don't you think we ought to extend a helping hand to them? Aisha nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jianye, we are no longer lacking in food or clothing. Any assistance we can provide will make a difference. Li Jianye gazed at them, his mind swirling with contemplation. To help or not to help? This question lingered in his thoughts. Memories from the past surged forth like a tide. Although he had only visited his aunt's house a few times during his childhood, typically accompanying his parents to see his grandmother during the holidays, he vividly remembered the warmth with which Aunt Wang Guifan welcomed him each time. She would always insist on stuffing him with any delicious food she could find. In his hazy recollections, his cousin appeared as a timid little girl with braided hair, shyly trailing behind him and calling him brother in a soft voice, her large eyes brimming with innocence. That pure familial bond had not faded with the passage of time. Li Jianye's gaze drifted to the window. The wind and snow continued unabated, showing no signs of letting up. He had made up his mind. Tomorrow, I will go and assess the situation. The snow has only just begun to fall, and the roads are still passable. If I hesitate for a few more days, the heavy snow will completely block the way, and it will become impossible to reach them. Wangjia village is not close to our Tuanjiatan. It is at least 20 miles away. Upon hearing this, Anna's face brightened with a smile of relief. Aisha nodded vigorously. Yes, we fully support your decision. As dusk fell, the snow outside continued to swirl, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Inside, Anna and Aisha busied themselves in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans accompanied by the enticing aroma of dinner. Li Jianye sat cross-legged on the warm Kong, a thought crossing his mind as he glanced at his personal space. It had been over 2 hours since he returned from the mountains. Within his personal space, the ranch remained a modest 100 square meters. Yet, the scene within the ranch caught Li Jianye's attention. The wild chickens he had fed with chicken feed were now full of vigor, their feathers glossy and sleek, appearing even more robust than before. To his delight, he noticed that numerous eggs had appeared throughout the corners of the ranch. These eggs were quite sizable, round, and gleaming with freshness. Upon a rough count, he discovered over 80 of them. These were indeed substantial eggs. He quickly calculated in his mind. In this day and age, eggs were a rare commodity, with those available at the supply and marketing cooperative priced at approximately 50 cents per pound. Those 80 eggs must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds, amounting to nearly $4 in income. He had only spent $2 on chicken feed. An investment of $2 had transformed into a return of $4. This was indeed a profitable venture. Li Jianye felt a sense of delight. However, it was not yet the time to reveal these eggs. After all, the sudden appearance of so many eggs would be difficult to explain to Anna and the others. He decided to store all the eggs in his spatial pouch, intending to retrieve them gradually when the opportunity arose, for he would no longer need to purchase eggs in the future. Observing the wild chickens still pecking at the ground, Li Jianye formulated a new plan. Since the chicken feed had proven so effective, he wondered about the other animals. He resolved to buy feed for the creatures on the ranch once again. With a mere thought, the interface of the ranch marketplace materialized in his mind. Initially, he spent 6 coins to purchase 2 bags of rabbit feed. After a moment's hesitation, he spent 10 coins on a bag of plump deer feed. Finally, he pondered that wild chickens would yield the quickest returns, so he added 2 more coins for additional chicken feed. Having procured the various feeds, Li Jianye distributed them among the wild rabbits, the spotted deer, and the wild chickens on the ranch. Watching the animals joyfully consume the fresh feed, he nodded in satisfaction. After completing this task, he exited the spatial pouch. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the surprises that these new investments would bring in 2 hours. Outside, snowflakes danced wildly against the dimly lit window, occasionally tapping against the glass with a delicate sound. "Jianye, dinner is ready. Come eat," Anna's voice called out. Li Jianye quickly rolled off the bed, slipped into his shoes, and assisted in setting the table with dishes. The meal consisted of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, humble yet bountiful. One plate held glistening braised pork, the meat tender and the sauce thick, emanating an enticing sheen. The other featured sautéed wild chicken pieces accompanied by vibrant green scallions. The vegetable dish was a large bowl of pickled cabbage stewed with vermicelli, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, while the vermicelli appeared translucent and inviting. Nearby were several steaming bowls of rice. Outside, the wind and snow howled like a beast growling in the night, but within the house, warmth enveloped them, and the fragrance of the dishes filled the air. The 3 gathered around the table, the steaming meal dispelling the winter's chill. Li Jianye picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it, the rich flavor instantly saturating his palate. "Delicious," he exclaimed wholeheartedly. Anna's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with contentment, while Aisha joined in the cheerful dining. No matter how heavily the snow fell or how cold the night grew, Li Jianye felt an extraordinary sense of security. This comforting and beautiful life was far more tranquil than his previous existence in 966. The meal concluded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, and Anna and Aisha swiftly tidied up the pots and bowls. After satisfying his hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over Li Jianye. He languidly reclined on the bed, feeling so comfortable that he wished to drift into sleep immediately. Anna and Aisha climbed onto the bed as well. Although he had initially intended to check on the animals he had recently fed in the spatial pouch in 2 hours, the warmth enveloping him and Aisha's presence rendered him too weary to care. Meanwhile, on the other side of the commune, at Li Jianye's home, the light inside was scarcely better than that outside. A dim kerosene lamp flickered on the Kong table, casting a feeble light that barely dispelled the encroaching darkness, yet could not eradicate the pervasive air of poverty. Wang Cuifeng was still in confinement, her frail body leaning against the pile of bedding, her complexion a waxy pallor. Her gaze fell upon a dish of dark, pickled radish strips, a bowl of translucent corn porridge, and several coarse cornmeal buns, her brow furrowing tightly. "Isn't there anything else to eat?" Her voice was hoarse and tinged with weakness. "I truly have no appetite for this pickled vegetable." Li Jianye paused in his movements, pushing around the sorghum rice in his bowl. He lifted his head to regard his wife, seated on the Kang's edge across from him. a flicker of discomfort crossing his darkened features. Wang Cuifeng continued, her eyes glistening with yearning. "Isn't there's still some meat at home? The last time Jianye brought us some. Even a few slices stewed with the sauerkraut would be better than this." She swallowed hard, unable to suppress her desire. "Perhaps some meat porridge would suffice. I truly do not wish to consume this cabbage mush again." Li Jianye set down his chopsticks with a heavy sigh. "Cuifeng, you know the state of our household." His voice bore a dull weight. That little bit of meat was what Jianye provided from his last hunt. There is hardly enough. With the cold weather and the recent snowfall, Jianye has not had much luck hunting these past few days. He looked at his wife's pale face, feeling a pang of sympathy. "We must conserve what little meat we have. If we consume it all now, there will be nothing left when you crave it later." Wang Cuifeng listened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was acutely aware of their hardships. Yet, having just given birth, her body felt weak, and her cravings were particularly intense. Lowering her gaze to the watery corn porridge and then to the dish of dark pickled radish, she ultimately lifted the bowl, stirring its contents listlessly with her chopsticks. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. When will this bitter existence come to an end? Outside, the wind and snow seemed to intensify, howling as if a beast were lamenting in the night. The silence within the room was more stifling than the tempest beyond. Chapter 74. A visit to Auntie S' house the following morning. The wind and snow appeared to have lessened somewhat, yet there were no signs of cessation. After breakfast, Li Jianye donned his attire, a fur hat perched atop his head, preparing to venture outside. "Jianye, be cautious on the road. The snow makes it slippery." Anna's voice was gentle, laced with concern. Aisha emerged from the inner room, her sleepy eyes widening upon seeing Li Jianye's ensemble, shaking off her drowsiness. "Where are you going?" she asked, hastening to his side, her blue eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Jianye smiled and gently brushed her tousled golden locks. "Didn't I mention yesterday? I must visit Wang Jiakin to see Auntie." Aisha's little lips pouted slightly. "I want to go with you," she declared, tugging at Li Jianye's arm, her tone imbued with a hint of childish charm. Li Jianye felt the softness on his arm, warming his heart slightly. However, he still shook his head in refusal. It was too far, and with the snow falling, the path would be treacherous. "I can manage on my own." Aisha appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet upon seeing Li Jianye's earnest expression, she relented and released her grip. "You must return early." Li Jianye felt a pang of tenderness. "I will do my best. If all goes smoothly, I shall return today, and at the latest, I will be home by tomorrow." Wang Jiakin was over 20 miles away, and such a journey would take at least 2 to 3 hours, especially with the snow making the route even longer. Since he was going, he needed to ensure that matters with his aunt were arranged as thoroughly as possible to avoid unnecessary back and forth. After bidding farewell to his sister-in-law and Aisha, Li Jianye set forth, making his way out of Tuanjiatan. Snowflakes settled upon his hat and shoulders, quickly forming a delicate layer. The world was blanketed in white. After walking a distance from the village, he found himself alone, surrounded only by the undulating expanse of snow and the vague outlines of distant forests. As he trudged forward with great effort, he also directed his thoughts towards the space he carried with him. Having feasted well the previous night, and with Aisha and his sister-in-law nearby, he had neglected to check on the animals he had fed. At this moment, a mere thought summoned the pastoral scene vividly into his mind. Within the 100-square-meter pasture, life flourished, presenting a stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. Near the chicken coop, the hens clucked merrily, and a sizable pile of round, glistening eggs lay scattered on the ground. Upon a quick count, he discovered over 80 eggs. This yield was still quite pleasing. It seemed that the chickens here maintained a remarkably efficient production rate, as long as they were fed. Turning his gaze to the rabbit hutch, he observed several mother rabbits lounging lazily, alongside several fluffy little ones. Counting them revealed a total of 8 baby wild rabbits. Excellent. Another litter. These little creatures grew swiftly, and it wouldn't be long before they could provide another batch of rabbit meat. His attention finally settled on the spotted deer. After 2 hours of nurturing, the doe appeared noticeably more vibrant than before, her coat sleek and shiny, and her form seemingly more robust. Though her abdomen was only slightly distended, Li Jianye, with his experience, recognized this as a clear sign of pregnancy. It appeared that the 2-hour acceleration was still somewhat brief for the reproductive cycle of such a large animal as the spotted deer. Nevertheless, the indication of pregnancy was an immense delight. Once conceived, birthing was simply a matter of time. Soon, The space would yield a steady supply of deer antlers and venison. Satisfied, Li Jianye withdrew his gaze from the doe and redirected his focus to the playful wild rabbits. Observing them, a slight furrow formed on his brow. The cost of raising wild rabbits seemed rather steep. One adult wild rabbit required 3 yuan for feed, and a pair would demand 6. If the 8 offspring also needed specialized feed for rapid growth, a single feeding would cost over 20 yuan. The 8 rabbits, once grown, would fetch merely a little over 20 yuan at sale. In stark contrast, rearing wild chickens proved to be far more advantageous. The production of wild chicken eggs is consistent and their costs are minimal. Without further hesitation, Li Jianye spent an additional 2 yuan to purchase feed for the chickens. Observing the hens eagerly pecking at the feed, he began to ponder. Chickens can lay eggs, but how do these eggs hatch into chicks? With their accelerated growth rate, would their lifespan consequently be significantly reduced? If they aged and died prematurely, wouldn't that render his efforts futile? A sustainable cycle must be established. As he contemplated these matters, the ranch seemed to sense his inquiries, and a piece of information emerged in his mind at an opportune moment. All animals within the ranch will not perish naturally unless the host actively intervenes. This revelation eased Li Jianye's mind. At least he need not worry about the high-yield chickens suddenly perishing. How do the eggs hatch, then? Li Jianye continued to inquire. Eggs require an incubator for hatching. Hens will not incubate eggs without proper facilities. That made sense. Li Jianye's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately checked the information regarding the incubator. Incubator, priced at 10 yuan, capable of hatching 30 eggs at a time. Quite reasonable. Without hesitation, he opted to purchase it and placed it on a vacant plot within the ranch. A modest structure, constructed of wood and thatch, materialized before him. Considering that not all previously laid eggs might be fertilized, Li Jianye decided to conduct a small experiment with a selection of eggs. He carefully chose 10 eggs and placed them inside the incubator. Almost instantaneously, a wild hen that had been wandering nearby seemed to respond to some unseen guidance. It leapt into the incubator, settling atop the eggs and commencing the hatching process. Is this all it takes? Li Jianye felt a surge of delight. It appeared that the incubator possessed an innate ability to attract hens for incubation, to ensure the continued successful hatching of future eggs. Li Jianye thoughtfully provided some feed specifically to the roosters. This way, the eggs laid by the hens would be safeguarded. Once this was accomplished, Li Jianye finally exhaled, taking a moment to check the cash stored in his personal space. From the more than 2,000 yuan earned in the black market days prior, after recent expenditures, he had just over 1,100 yuan remaining. As for the earlier accumulated funds, he had entrusted them to Sister Anna for the household's daily expenses. With matters settled for the moment, Li Jianye redirected his focus to his journey. The snow continued to fall. He trudged through the snow, making his way towards Wangjia village. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, but clad in a thick cotton coat and trousers, with a leather hat atop his head, he found it bearable. It was not until he could discern the outline of Wangjia village that he retrieved a wild chicken from his personal space, carefully wrapping over 40 wild chicken eggs in a clean cloth. He carried something in his hand as he walked toward the direction of his aunt's house. A place etched in his memory. Chapter 75. Aunt, don't move, I shall handle it. Wangjia village, the home of Li Jianye's aunt, Wang Guifan. The room was shrouded in dim light. Wang Guifan lay on the kong, covered with an old quilt patched in several places, her complexion sallow and her breath faint. Beside the edge of the kong, her daughter, Wang Xiulan, held a coarse ceramic bowl with a chip, containing rice porridge so thin it could almost reflect a shadow. Mother, please take another sip. You need strength, Wang Xiulan said, her eyes slightly reddened. She carefully scooped a small amount of the rice soup with a wooden spoon and brought it to her mother's lips. Wang Guifan struggled to turn her head, evading the spoon. Cough, cough, Xiulan, don't feed me anymore, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, as if it might break at any moment. We have little food left at home. It would be a waste for me to eat. Tears welled up in Wang Xiulan's eyes, and she fought to hold them back. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Mother, what are you saying? You will surely recover. You will get better. Wang Guifan wearily shook her head, her eyes filled with reluctance. When I am gone, simply wrap me in a tattered mat and go find your Jiangwo brother, or your Jianye brother. Do not stay here alone. That family is filled with untrustworthy people, and I worry for you. Wang Xiulan's tears could no longer be contained, plopping into the bowl. Mother, please don't say such things. She choked out. Besides, things aren't as simple as you think. I've told you not to write to Jiang Wo and the others, yet you insist on it. Jiang Wo is still bedridden. It has been so long. Only Jianye and Anna can work, and Anna, being a woman, has to care for Jiang Wo and manage household affairs. I visited in the summer, and Jianye was nowhere to be found. The burden of everything falls on Anna alone. They can hardly feed themselves, let alone take me in. Wang Xiaolan lowered her head, her voice growing fainter, filled with resignation to reality. She did not dislike her cousins. She simply did not wish to add to the burdens of her already struggling relatives. Hearing her daughter's words, tears glistened in Wang Guifen's murky eyes. She reached out with her frail hand, attempting to touch her daughter's face, but lacked the strength. What shall we do? If you stay here, you will only be bullied. I truly worry for you. I fear you will be consumed by that family. Perhaps you could go to Jiang Wo's house, work diligently, and do more chores. It is better than suffering here. Wang Xiaolan sniffed stubbornly, shaking her head. Mother, please stop saying that. I will not go anywhere. I will stay here to take care of you. Everything will be all right. It surely will. Wang Guifen looked at her daughter's feigned strength, her heart heavy with sorrow. She sighed helplessly, tears streaming down her cheeks, dampening her graying hair. You foolish girl. At that moment, a hesitant voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. Aunt. Is Aunt home? The voice was not loud. Wang Guifen's previously unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, her ears perked up. Was someone calling at their door? Wang Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, then set down the bowl in her hands. Who could possibly visit at this hour? Surely it must be relatives of the neighbors. Could it be Auntie? It's Jianye. The voice outside grew nearer, tinged with urgency. Wang Guifen's eyes suddenly sparkled, and a glimmer of vitality returned to her withered face. Yes, it must be Jianye. He must have received the letter and rushed over. She struggled to rise. Xiaolan, quickly, go open the door. Wang Xiaolan, though somewhat skeptical, thought. Could it really be Brother Jianye? She hastened to the door and pulled open the creaking wooden door. Wang Xiaolan stood there, momentarily stunned by the sight before her. She beheld a tall figure, somewhat unfamiliar after so many years, yet that silhouette, those familiar features, unmistakably belonged to her brother Jianye. Brother Jianye? Wang Xiaolan called out, her voice laced with surprise. Li Jianye grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Ah, is that not Xiaolan? You were home, yet did not open the door. I've been calling for ages. Dressed modestly with her hair tied back in a ponytail, Wang Xiaolan's face bore a slightly haggard and sallow appearance, a testament to her malnutrition. Yet, even so, her inherent beauty shone through. Li Jianye lifted the items he carried and gestured toward her. It was only then that she noticed he was holding a wild chicken, plump beyond her expectations. In his other arm, he carefully cradled a bulging cloth bag, while a sack of rice rested on his shoulder, purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative in Wangjiakan. Don't just stand there. Help me carry this. Li Jianye urged as he took a couple of steps forward, handing over the items. I'm exhausted from carrying this all the way. He hung the heavy wild chicken on Wang Xiaolan's arm and gently placed the bag of eggs into her embrace. He chose to bear the rice himself. Wang Xiaolan instinctively accepted the load, staring at the wild chicken and the multitude of eggs in her hands. A wild chicken? So many eggs? She vividly recalled the difficult times during her last visit to Tuanjia village, how hard life had been for brother Jianye's family. Their meals consisted of thin, watery vegetable porridge, devoid of even a hint of oil. Sister Anna was tirelessly attending to everything, while brother Jiang Wo was bedridden with illness. In such dire circumstances, how could they possibly have a wild chicken to eat, let alone so many eggs? Surely these must have been bought specially? That would cost quite a bit. Over 40 eggs, that must be several yuan. The wild chicken was a rare find. Realizing that brother Jianye, despite his own family struggles, had managed to spend money on these gifts for her, Wang Xiaolan's eyes instantly welled with tears. Unable to contain her emotions, they cascaded down, landing on the cloth bag in her arms. She sniffled, clutching the items, and hurriedly followed him inside. Within the dimly lit room, Wang Guifan was struggling to sit up. Her murky eyes were fixed intently on the direction of the door. Has Jianye arrived? Her voice was weak, yet filled with disbelief and joy. Li Jianye had entered the house and set down the bag of rice, immediately catching sight of his frail aunt on the comm. He hurried to her side and crouched down. Aunt, it's me, Jianye. Wang Guifan trembled all over, her withered hand clasping Li Jianye's. It truly is Jianye. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her waxen cheeks. She had never expected to see her nephew again. On such a snowy day, amidst their impoverished circumstances, few would venture to visit. Even those living nearby rarely came by, yet Li Jianye had traversed a considerable distance to be with her. She clutched his hand tightly, cherishing this rare familial bond. "Jianye, what brings you here? It's snowing outside. Isn't it cold coming from so far away? Please, sit down. Aunt will prepare something for you to eat." As she spoke, she attempted to rise from the calm. Li Jianye quickly pressed her back down. "Aunt, I saw your letter and hurried here. I'm dressed warmly, and I'm not cold at all. You're not well, so please don't trouble yourself. Just rest." His gaze fell upon the small table by the edge of the calm, where a chipped coarse porcelain bowl held a watery rice porridge that could barely reflect a shadow. "Is this what you and Xiaolan are eating?" He stood up. "Aunt, you rest. I will make you something to eat." Without delay, he turned towards the rudimentary earthen stove. He boiled a pot of hot water and swiftly began to prepare the wild chicken, plucking feathers, gutting, and cleaning it. Meanwhile, Wang Guifan struggled to prop herself up on the calm. She gazed at the disemboweled chicken, then at the cloth bag containing eggs on the table, and finally at the sturdy sack of rice on the floor. Each item was of considerable value. Where did this chicken, these eggs, and that bag of rice come from? She wondered. Wang Xiaolan, standing beside her, was equally bewildered by the source of these provisions. Given her understanding of Li Jianye's family, they could hardly afford such luxuries. She shook her head. "Mother, it must be that Jianye saw the letter I asked you to write and spent money to bring us these things." Wang Xiaolan's voice quivered with emotion as she surmised that her letter had revealed their plight to Jianye, prompting him to disregard his own difficulties to procure these items for them. That wild chicken must have been bought at a high price on the black market or from a hunter. And those eggs, there must be at least 40 of them. What a fortune they must have cost. Tears streamed down Wang Guifan's face once more, silently trickling down. She reached out her frail hand, yearning to grasp something, yet it merely flailed helplessly in the air. "Such a good nephew," she murmured hoarsely. "Jianye, you needn't have gone to such lengths. Why buy so much?" There was a note of pain in her voice. "That chicken is a rare find. Isn't it? Where did you get it? And those eggs, they couldn't have been inexpensive either. Your own family is struggling. A little food would suffice. There's no need to waste money." Li Jianye listened, his hands continuing their work without pause. He had nearly finished preparing the chicken and then scooped out a mound of pristine white rice from the sack, commencing the washing process. "Aunt, it's not worth much. Just lie back and wait to enjoy a good meal," he said, his tone light and casual, offering no further explanation. Some matters, the more one elucidates, the more complicated they become. His sole desire was for Aunt and his cousin to have a hearty meal. Listening to Li Jianye's nonchalant words, Wang Guifan felt as though a heavier stone had settled upon her heart. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Those provisions were not trivial items picked up carelessly by the roadside. They held immense value, capable of saving lives in times of famine. "Guifang, you have raised a truly wonderful son," Wang Xiaolan remarked, standing by the calm, gazing at the industrious Li Jianye at the stove, momentarily lost in thought. His figure appeared unusually tall and somewhat unfamiliar. It was merely a letter, one she was uncertain would hold any significance. Yet, Jianye had indeed come, bringing with him such an abundance of supplies. The sack of rice, heavy and substantial, must weigh around 30 pounds, likely enough to sustain Jianye's family for over a month. Additionally, there was that wild chicken and several old eggs. What a fortune these items must have cost. A chill crept into Wang Xiaolan's fingertips. Would Jianye's wife resent him for this? In these times, who wasn't tightening their belts to make ends meet? Now, these provisions had been sent to her and her mother. It seemed Jianye's family would have to endure countless fewer hearty meals as a result. A vague sense of bitterness and guilt began to ferment within her heart. "Xiaolan, Xiaolan," Wang Guifan, weak and weary, urged from the calm. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly, go assist your Jianye. Don't let him toil alone." Suddenly awakened from her reverie, Wang Xiaolan realized that Li Jianye was the guest, while she was the mistress of the house. She hurriedly replied, "Yes, mother. I'm on my way." She swiftly approached the stove. Li Jianye continued his nimble movements, placing the chopped chicken into the pot to sauté it with ginger and scallions. The rich aroma beginning to permeate the humble dwelling, stirring up appetites within. Wang Xiaolan stood by, uncertain of how to contribute, feeling entirely out of her depth. Instead, she busied herself with adding firewood while observing Li Jianye's cooking techniques, stir-frying, plating, Each motion was so natural and fluid. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within Wang Xiaolan. She had always believed that Jianye did not partake in household chores, that it was solely his wife Anna who managed everything. Yet, it appeared that Jianye's culinary skills surpassed those of many village wives who had cooked for years. Before long, the rich aroma of chicken soup mingled with the delectable scent of fried eggs, completely enveloping the modest room. Li Jianye ladled the simmered chicken soup into a clay basin. The snow-white chicken meat soaking up the broth, quivering gently on the surface. He then plated the golden fried eggs. The steaming dishes were soon placed upon the Kong table. The low table, its surface worn to the point of obscuring its original hue, seemed to radiate an air of opulence due to the array of dishes before it. Wang Guifan inhaled deeply, the enticing aroma infiltrating her senses. She could scarcely recall the last time she had savored the scent of meat. Gazing at the feast laid out, she felt a pang of reluctance to partake. "Jianye, you eat," she urged. "The provisions you brought are for you to enjoy. If there is any left, you may take it back. As for me, in my frail condition, consuming it would be a waste." Li Jianye firmly placed chopsticks into her hands, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Aunt, such words are unnecessary. Since I've brought these, they are meant for you and Xiaolan. Eat without worry. I have plenty at home, and these will hardly be missed." Wang Guifan remained unconvinced, shaking her head as tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, dear child, you speak nonsense. In this day and age, whose life is easy, how could anyone have chickens and eggs in surplus?" Seated nearby, Wang Xiaolan involuntarily swallowed hard. The golden yolks and succulent chicken beckoned her appetite, stirring the cravings she could no longer suppress. Yet, she understood the rarity of such delights and hesitated to reach for them. Observing the expressions of his aunt and cousin, Li Jianye furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. He spoke with a heavier tone. "Aunt, Xiaolan, if you do not eat, I shall take it away." He emphasized, "I did not bring it all this way merely for your observation." Upon hearing this, Wang Guifan grew anxious. "Oh, no, no, no." She quickly grasped Li Jianye's arm, fearful he might actually discard the precious food. "We will eat, we will indeed." She turned to Wang Xiaolan, urging her on. "Xiaolan, hurry, eat before Jianye gets upset." Wang Xiaolan, already overwhelmed by hunger, heeded her mother's words, hesitating for a moment before picking up her chopsticks to serve Li Jianye a piece of chicken leg. "Brother Jianye, you eat first." Li Jianye wasted no time, taking a generous bite of the chicken leg. Only then did Wang Xiaolan dare to take a small piece of chicken for herself. The meat was tender and delectable, bursting with flavor upon her palate. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she indulged in more, alongside the stir-fried eggs. The eggs were fluffy and savory, imbued with an indescribable taste. "These eggs are exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious eggs before." Hearing his cousin's praise, Li Jianye smiled slightly, thinking to himself that the eggs from the system's farm were indeed extraordinary. Wang Guifan, trembling, managed to take a small morsel of chicken, savoring it slowly. A sheen of moisture began to fill her dim eyes. Who would have thought that someone like her, half buried in the earth, could still experience the taste of meat, to enjoy such fragrant delicacies? As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, her gaze drifted toward the endless expanse of white snow outside. It was a pity that her late husband had ventured into the mountains for wild game and had never returned, never having tasted a warm bowl of meat soup. The mention of her deceased spouse brought forth a torrent of tears, streaming down her withered cheeks. She was already unwell, with a poor appetite. After taking just a few bites, she set down her chopsticks. The remaining food was consumed by Li Jianye and Wang Xiaolan. Wang Xiaolan, having not indulged in rich meals for quite some time, was now blushing with delight, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Wang Guifan managed to eat a couple of bites, seeming to regain a bit of spirit. Leaning against the bedding, she began to engage in conversation. "Jianye, how is your brother Jiangwo at home?" This seemingly ordinary inquiry caused Li Jianye to pause momentarily, his chopsticks halting midair. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He was uncertain whether to reveal the truth to his aunt. If she were to learn that Li Jiangwo had passed away, the sorrow would surely overwhelm her, leading her to follow suit. Wang Guifan had keen perception. She clearly noticed the hesitation and the evasion in Li Jianye's eyes. Her already pale lips quivered slightly, and a deep sigh escaped her, laden with unspoken desolation. "Alas," she murmured, slowly closing her eyes, two streams of murky tears silently cascading down, soaking her graying hair at the temples. "Poor thing, This household will be left with just you. Wang Xiulan, engrossed in the joy of her meal, suddenly felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her head. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Brother Jiangwo, he. Her voice trembled slightly. She recalled visiting Tuanjiatun during the summer. Although he was bedridden, he still appeared spirited and shared laughter with her. How could it have changed so swiftly? Li Jianye, witnessing his aunt's sorrowful demeanor and his cousin's shocked expression, quickly spoke up. Aunt, do not dwell on such thoughts. Though my brother has passed, I am here to ensure that this family thrives. We may not feast on delicacies daily, but we certainly have meat at every meal. I assure you, he added, from now on, I will take care of you and Xiulan. You shall not go hungry. Wang Guifan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Li Jianye with tear-filled eyes. There was no trace of comfort on her face. Rather, a deeper concern etched itself there. She gently shook her head, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Good child, I know your heart is kind, but such words will not soothe this old woman. Her gaze fell upon the remaining chicken soup and scrambled eggs on the table, her expression complex. You brought those things, and I fear you may have spent your entire month's rations. If you send us these provisions, your sister-in-law at home will surely go hungry. She continued, I am aware of my own frail health. I have little time left, and consuming these precious items would be a waste. A grim smile, more painful than tears, crossed Wang Guifan's emaciated face as she gestured toward the leftover food. Jianye, listen to me. When you leave, take all of this back with you. Li Jianye frowned. Aunt, how can this be? The things I brought cannot simply be returned. However, Wang Guifan obstinately shook her head. Her voice, though weak, held a firmness that brooked no argument. Let me finish. Her gaze shifted to Wang Xiulan, her eyes brimming with concern. I have but one daughter, Xiulan, and I have failed to provide her even a single day of happiness. When I close my eyes one day and depart from this world, she paused, inhaled deeply, and with her frail hand grasped Li Jianye's arm. You must look after her. Do not allow anyone to mistreat her. As she spoke, she laboriously raised her hand to indicate the dilapidated wooden cabinet in the corner. Within that cabinet, I have saved a few coins, not much, merely a dozen or so. Take them with you when you leave. Consider it my contribution to your household expenses. Li Jianye quickly waved his hand. Auntie, I cannot accept this money. You should keep it for Xiulan. She will have many needs in the future. However, Wang Guifan seemed not to hear his words and continued unabated. I do not give you money for free. My intention is for Xiulan to move in with you after I am gone. Living with family, they can look out for one another. At this moment, Wang Xiulan interjected, Mother, there is no need to trouble Brother Jianye. I can manage on my own. Though they had played together as children, so many years had passed that the idea of suddenly moving into Li Jianye's home felt rather awkward. Moreover, the relocation entailed more than merely transferring belongings. It required applications to the commune, procedures, and a change of household registration. Without these, even if she moved in, she would have no means to earn work points or food. It was quite a hassle, and Wang Xiulan did not wish to impose upon Li Jianye. Wang Guifan, however, would not relent. She shot her daughter a stern look, her tone imbued with authority. Nonsense. How can a young girl manage alone in this world? Their family could easily consume you. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard of Wang Guifan's home, at the corner of the path, an elderly woman clad in a bulky cotton coat was frolicking in the snow with her grandson, who was about 6 or 7 years old. The boy formed a snowball and, in a sing-song voice, called out, Grandma, catch this. As he hurled the snowball at her, the snowball struck her face. And although she exclaimed in surprise, her laughter was uncontainable, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkling in delight. The boy had thrown it quite accurately. She bent down, playfully scooping up some snow to join him. Just then, the boy abruptly halted, his little nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Grandma, it smells so good. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. It's meat. I smell meat. I want to eat meat. Chapter 78. It's you who stole my chicken. The smile on the elderly woman's face dimmed slightly as she brushed the snow off her hands. Where's the smell of meat coming from? You're imagining things. In this frigid weather, we can barely afford coarse grains, let alone have the luxury to buy meat. The grandson, however, was undeterred. Like a little dog, he followed the scent and took steps toward the dilapidated gate of Wang Guifan's house. He pointed at the courtyard with conviction, saying to his grandmother, Grandma, it's definitely coming from Sister Xiulan's house. It smells so delicious. Upon hearing this, The last vestige of mirth faded from the elderly woman's face. She, too, had caught the scent, and her expression darkened, her eyes glinting with malice. Wang Guifan, a harbinger of misfortune, has claimed my son's life, and now she dares to indulge in gluttony within her own home? With meat at hand, she cannot even spare a morsel? A surge of anger ignited within her. She grasped her eldest grandson's hand and stormed toward the courtyard. With a forceful kick, she flung open the already precariously shut wooden door. The loud bang echoed violently, accompanied by the frigid wind that rushed in, startling the three individuals inside the room. Wang Guifan, weakened and leaning against the bedding, shuddered at the sound. Wang Xiaolan dropped her chopsticks onto the Kong table, her face drained of color. Li Jianye's brow furrowed instantly, his sharp gaze directed toward the entrance. There, a thin, wrinkled old woman stood, one hand on her hip and the other holding a small boy, her fury palpable. Her murky eyes fixed intently on the food laid out on the Kong table, particularly the remnants of a half-eaten stewed chicken. Wang Guifan, her voice pierced the air, sharp enough to penetrate the very roof. What delectable treasures are you two indulging in at home? The grandson beside her had already fixated on the plate of chicken, swallowing hard and exclaiming, "Grandma, it's chicken. I can smell its deliciousness. Grandma, I want some too." The old woman, heedless of the people standing in the room and not even glancing at Wang Guifan or acknowledging Li Jianye, advanced directly toward the Kong table, intent on seizing the unfinished bowl of chicken soup. Such meat, even if you consume it, would be a waste. My eldest grandson is still growing. It is better to nourish him. Li Jianye watched in disbelief as this unfolded, a cold glint in his eyes. With the swiftness of lightning, he struck the old woman's hand away. "Remove your filthy hands," he stated, his tone unassuming yet laced with iciness. The old woman winced in pain, her malicious eyes glaring at Li Jianye. "Who do you think you are? What audacity do you possess to meddle in the affairs of the Wang family?" She spat, her words laced with venom. Wang Guifan, already frail, became increasingly panicked at the sight, hastily propping herself up, her voice trembling. Jianye, please let go. Just allow her to take it. There isn't much left anyway. Let her grandson have it." Fear gripped her heart. This old woman was her mother-in-law, notorious in the village for her foul temper, often standing at others' doorsteps for hours, hurling insults without restraint. Her sons were equally troublesome. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Li Jianye appeared impervious to her pleas. He fixed his gaze on the old woman, his words clear and resolute. "This meat was brought by me. I said not to touch it, and it shall not be touched." The pain in the old woman's hand elicited a grimace, but she remained defiant, launching into a tirade. "You little rascal, where did you get the meat? It must have been stolen. I've been wondering why we were missing a hen today. It turns out it was you, the thief." Her gaze shifted, pointing accusingly at Wang Guifan. "Wang Guifan, did you instruct him to steal? Your family of misfortune has already taken my son. Now you seek to pilfer my chicken." These words struck Wang Guifan's heart like a venomous dagger. Her already pale complexion drained of color in an instant, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face as she choked back sobs. "We didn't steal anything. This wild chicken was brought by Jianye. No one has stolen from you." Wang Xiaolan, her face flushed with anger, mustered the courage to speak. "Grandma, you..." The old woman abruptly turned, her eyes filled with venom glaring fiercely at her, the intensity in her gaze akin to that of a predator ready to devour its prey. Wang Xiaolan, caught in that fierce stare, found her words lodged in her throat. Unable to utter a single syllable, lowering her head instead, biting her lip tightly. Li Jianye watched this scene unfold, a surge of wrath igniting within him. Stealing chickens? He finally understood. His aunt and cousin had endured years of oppression, too intimidated to speak out. It seemed their suffering was inextricably linked to this old woman's family. Just as he was about to erupt in anger and expel the old hag, a small child who had entered with her fixed his cunning eyes on the table where the eggs were wrapped in cloth. "Eggs. So many eggs. Grandma, I want to eat eggs. I want to eat boiled eggs," the child exclaimed, reaching for the eggs. These eggs had been specifically brought by Li Jianye to nourish his aunt and cousin. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he strode forward, not allowing the child to touch the eggs. With a swift kick, he sent the little brat flying out the door with a thud. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted instantly. Li Jianye didn't even glance at the child, hastily stuffing the bag of raw eggs into Wang Xiaolan's arms. "Xiaolan, Take care of the eggs. We mustn't let that little beast ruin them. Wang Xiaolan, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively clutched the precious items to her chest. The old woman, initially stunned, soon realized what had happened. Seeing her beloved grandson thrown aside ignited her fury like a lit firecracker. "Oh, my dear grandson!" she shrieked, her eyes blazing with rage as they fixed on Li Jianye. "You wretched brat! How dare you harm my grandson? I will fight you!" The old woman screamed, clawing her way toward Li Jianye, her posture suggesting a desperate battle to the death. Li Jianye's expression remained cold, regarding the advancing old woman with indifference, too apathetic to even evade her attack. Just as her bony hands were about to grasp his face, Li Jianye raised his hand. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the silent room. The old woman was momentarily stunned, her body swaying as she nearly lost her balance, her face burning with pain. In disbelief, she covered her face, her murky eyes widening. You dare strike me?" Li Jianye chuckled coldly, delivering another slap with a swift motion. This one was heavier, reddening the other side of her face and causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. The old woman was utterly bewildered, standing there as a ringing filled her ears. She trembled with rage, pointing at Li Jianye, her lips quivering, yet unable to utter a single word. She realized that she could never overpower the imposing young man before her. Outside, her eldest grandson wailed even louder. The old woman shot Li Jianye a venomous glare, then turned on her heel and rushed to the door, scooping up the child as she exited the courtyard without a backward glance. "You little bastard. Just you wait. I will call for help. I will summon my sons to skin you alive." Chapter 79, Jianye Run. The cacophony of the old woman and the child's curses gradually faded into the distance. Inside the house, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Wang Guifan sighed softly, her voice laden with worry. Wang Xiaolan clutched the eggs, her face pale and her gaze vacant, clearly still dazed from the earlier chaos. Li Jianye approached the door and firmly shut the slightly swaying wooden door. "Jianye, you acted too rashly," Wang Guifan remarked hoarsely. Li Jianye turned around, his gaze steady. "Aunt, that old hag has already trampled all over us. Are we to endure this in silence? If we do not teach her a lesson, she will truly believe we are easy prey." Wang Guifan shook her head despondently, her eyes dim. "Alas, Jianye, you do not understand. That old woman is my mother-in-law. The child you struck is the youngest son of the third family, her cherished grandson. She is notorious in the village for her obstinacy. Her tongue can twist black into white, and the dead into the living. After you struck her and her precious grandchild, her wailing will surely summon her sons to seek retribution." As she spoke, her anxiety deepened, her brow furrowing tightly. "They are numerous and unreasonable. We cannot compete with them." Li Jianye sneered at her words. "Aunt, do not worry. Since I, Li Jianye, am here today, who among them dares to approach? I shall make them understand why the flowers bloom so vividly." Wang Guifan regarded him with a mix of admiration and concern. "Jianye, heed my advice and leave swiftly. This matter pertains to our Wang family. As an outsider, you need not involve yourself. I implore you," she urged, fearing for his safety. "Though that family is unruly, they would not dare to truly harm us. At most, they would come to hurl insults and vent their frustrations. You, however, have harmed one of theirs. They will surely not rest until they settle the score." Yet, Li Jianye showed no inclination to depart. He stepped closer to Wang Guifan, his voice unwavering. "Aunt, it was I who struck him. The child was kicked by me. This matter is mine to resolve. I wish to see what the Wang family can truly do to me." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Wang Guifan knew her pleas were futile and sighed heavily. The weariness on her already fragile face deepened, making her appear even more haggard. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier. Wang Xiaolan lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edges of the cloth bag, remaining silent. Her heart was in disarray, a palpable fear of the impending conflict gnawing at her. At the Wang family's residence, the gate creaked open with a crash, nearly falling apart. A disheveled woman stumbled in, clutching a sobbing child who could barely catch his breath in one hand, while the other hand pressed against her swollen, bruised cheek. With a resounding thud, she collapsed onto the ground, her gnarled hands beating against her thighs as she wept uncontrollably. In her arms was Wang Jianxin, her beloved grandson, who cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, his face awash with snot and tears, his small body trembling violently. "Oh, my child, my darling, that wretched scoundrel has beaten us mercilessly." Inside, Wang Shoren, holding a chipped porcelain bowl, heard the commotion and furrowed his brow, stepping out in haste. Mother, Jinshin, what has transpired? Upon seeing the slap marks on his mother's face and the pitiful countenance of his grandson, a surge of anger ignited within him. The woman, upon noticing her son's presence, cried even louder, her voice rising an octave. Oh, my dear son, you must take a stand for your mother. Today, my old face has been utterly humiliated, insulted, and struck. She wiped her tears and snot away, her voice hoarse. And Jinshin, my poor grandson, has been kicked several times by that little beast. Wang Jinshin chimed in with a sorrowful expression, pointing at his belly. It hurts, Grandma. My stomach hurts. His pitiful demeanor suggested he was on the brink of collapse. Wang Shoren, known for his explosive temper, was incensed. Witnessing the plight of his mother and son, his eyes reddened with fury. Which scoundrel dared to commit this atrocity? He clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, as if ready to explode. How dare they lay hands on my mother and son? The woman, sensing the moment was ripe, sobbed and interjected. Who else could it be but that accursed one from the fourth branch, Wang Guifan? She summoned a brutish man from who knows where. That little wretch attacked without provocation. I merely went to speak with them, and he resorted to violence. She conveniently omitted her own instigation, casting all blame upon Li Jianye and Wang Guifan. This old body of mine was nearly shattered by his blows, and Jinshin was sent flying by a kick. Wang Jinshin vigorously nodded, his voice thick with grievance. He hit me and cursed Grandma, Wang Shoren roared, shattering the bowl on the floor in a fit of rage. Damn it! An outsider dares to rampage in our Wang family village. I shall flay him alive, he declared, moving to storm out. The woman seized his pant leg, a glint of triumph in her eyes, though her voice remained a wail. Son, he is a towering figure. If you go alone, you may come to harm. He struck your mother, which is an affront to all of us in the Wang family. This matter cannot go unpunished. Her tone was laced with incitement. Call your elder brother and second brother. Let them see that the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Wang Shoren found it reasonable. Strength lies in numbers, and only then could they thoroughly quell that brat's arrogance. Yes, summon the elder and second brothers. If I do not beat that little scoundrel to a pulp today, I shall not bear the Wang surname, he declared with fierce determination. He turned to his bewildered eldest son, Wang Xianyue, and shouted, What are you standing there for? Go fetch your uncle and second uncle. Tell them your grandmother has been wronged. Wang Xianyue replied and hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard. Soon, he returned with Wang Shouzhong and Wang Shuyi, both hurrying along. Wang Shouzhong, the eldest, was robust and imposing, while Wang Shuyi, the second, had shrewd eyes that suggested he was not to be underestimated. Upon entering the courtyard and seeing the red marks on their mother's face and their nephew's tear-streaked visage, their anger was ignited further by Wang Shoren's embellished account. Damn it, they dare to bully the Wang family. Wang Shuyi's voice was cold as he declared, Let us go. Third brother, lead the way. Anyone who dares to harm our mother has a death wish. Thus, the three brothers of the Wang family, Wang Shouzhong, Wang Shuyi, and Wang Shoren, along with Wang Shoren's two sons, Wang Xianyue and Wang Xinjian, surrounded the sobbing matriarch, and they marched out of the courtyard with great fervor. Their demeanor suggested they were not merely seeking justice, but were intent on demolishing the place if necessary. Chapter 80. Who Hit My Mother? Upon arriving at Wang Guifan's residence, the group forcefully kicked open the gate and stormed into the courtyard. Wang Shoren, leading the charge, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes bulging with fury, resembling a predator ready to strike. Who struck her? Step forward. His voice was rough, reverberating through the air. Inside, upon hearing the commotion, Wang Guifan turned pale with fright. Grabbing Li Jianye's arm, her voice trembled. Jianye, quickly, hide. They are numerous. You cannot go out. It would be disastrous. Wang Sholan's face also turned ashen as she clutched at Li Jianye's clothing, her large eyes filled with terror. Brother Jianye, you must hide in the cupboard. Li Jianye gently patted Wang Guifan's hand and tousled Sholan's hair, signaling them to remain calm. There was no sign of anxiety on his face. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Aunt Sholan, it's all right. Since I have chosen this path, I have nothing to hide from. With that, he strode towards the door. With a creak, the somewhat dilapidated wooden door swung open, and for a brief moment, the clamor in the courtyard ceased. All eyes were drawn to the tall young man standing at the threshold. Li Jianye surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Wang Shoren's furious, contorted face. His voice was calm yet clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. It was I who struck her. Upon hearing this, the already crimson rage in Wang Shoren's eyes flared even more. He stepped forward, nearly spitting with fury as he retorted, "You little scoundrel. Do you dare claim righteousness in hitting someone? Huh. You seem to have grown weary of life, daring to act in Wangjia village." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Li Jianye's lips. "I am certainly justified. Over the years, have you not frequently bullied my aunt in Xiaolan? Since I am here today, it is only fitting that we settle both old and new scores." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. The Wang brothers' faces darkened. Wang Shoren's eldest son, Wang Xianyue, stood behind his father, discreetly signaling Xiaolan to come over, lest she be inadvertently harmed should a fight ensue. However, Xiaolan did not even glance in their direction, remaining resolutely by the doorframe behind Li Jianye, her fists clenched tightly. Wang Shoren was choked by Li Jianye's words, and upon witnessing his audacious demeanor, a surge of wrath ignited within him. Without uttering another word, he turned and seized a brick from nearby. His face contorted in rage as he swung it toward Li Jianye's head. "I'll teach you to be defiant. To strike my mother." The brick sliced through the air, poised to strike Li Jianye's skull. Inside, Wang Guifan gasped in terror. Yet, since acquiring his godly archery skills, Li Jianye had also undergone a remarkable enhancement. Coupled with his recent training in the mountains, no ordinary person could approach him. At the very moment the brick was about to connect, he swiftly raised his hand, snatching the brick with lightning speed and grasping Wang Shoren's wrist. Wang Shoren felt as if his wrist had been ensnared in a vice, an immense force coursing through him, causing him to grimace in pain. He attempted to retract his hand, only to find that Li Jianye's grip was as unyielding as iron. With a flick of his wrist, Li Jianye twisted. Crack! A subtle sound of dislocated bones echoed, eliciting a cry of agony from Wang Shoren. Without a glance in his direction, Li Jianye wielded the brick and struck down upon Wang Shoren's head. Thud! The resounding impact sent shivers down the spine. Wang Shoren emitted a wretched howl. Collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, clutching his head and writhing in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking through his cotton jacket. Witnessing Wang Shoren felled by a mere brick, Wang Shozong and Wang Shiyi, the two brothers, were seized by rage as they beheld their siblings' plight. Third brother, Wang Shozong bellowed. He surveyed the surroundings and hastily grabbed a hefty wooden stick leaning against the courtyard wall. The stick appeared weighty, with one end still caked in mud. Wang Shiyi, not to be outdone, picked up a nearby carrying pole, his gaze malevolent. "You little bastard, I will end you." The two charged at Li Jianye like enraged bulls, swinging their weapons with ferocity. The wooden stick whistled through the air, while the carrying pole aimed sinisterly at Li Jianye's lower body. Inside, Wang Guifan's heart raced, her anxiety mounting, while Xiaolan instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the unfolding scene. Li Jianye's expression remained icy. He did not retreat an inch. Effortlessly, he dodged their assault, and with a swift motion, he raised the brick once more. Thud! Another dull thump echoed through the air. The sound resonated more loudly than the earlier impact that struck Wang Shoren. Wang Shozong felt a sudden darkness envelop him, accompanied by an excruciating pain radiating from his temple. The wooden stick he clutched clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, as if his bones had been extracted, utterly limp and unable to utter a sound. Following this, Li Jianye brought his brick down once more onto Wang Shiyi's head, with a simple and decisive motion. Bang! Another resounding thud shattered the brick, and Wang Shiyi instinctively covered his head. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing trio of the Wang family lay sprawled on the ground, each clutching their injuries and rolling in the snow while emitting painful groans. The scene starkly contrasted with their earlier bravado. The matriarch stood in the courtyard center, utterly dumbfounded as she witnessed her three sons being felled in an instant. With trembling lips, she pointed at Li Jianye, her voice quaking. After a moment, she let out a piercing scream. "Murder! They've committed murder!" She abruptly turned to her grandson, Wang Xianyue, who was already paralyzed with shock from the unfolding chaos. "Xianyue, you foolish child, why are you still dawdling? Hurry, go find the village chief. Tell him lives are at stake. Go now." Wang Xianyue snapped back to reality at his grandmother's frantic call, shivering as he glanced at his groaning father and uncles, then at the menacing figure of Li Jianye. He scrambled out of the courtyard, his voice tinged with panic. I'm going right away. I'm going. Li Jianye's gaze turned icy as he cast a cold glance at the terrified matriarch. He bent down and picked up the hefty wooden stick that Wang Shozong had dropped. It felt weighty in his hands, and as he hefted it, he approached her step by step, still daring to call for help. It seems you truly wish to part with your old bones. Shall I assist you in loosening them? The matriarch, seeing the thick stick in his grasp, trembled, her legs weakening as she recoiled. Don't come any closer. Try laying a finger on me, and see what happens. Li Jianye paid no heed to her protests. He intended to strike all of them, sending chaos erupting throughout the courtyard, filled with the sounds of flapping chickens and howling voices. Wang Xiaolan stood at the door, her mouth agape in shock as she beheld the scene, utterly mesmerized. She had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle and kind-hearted brother Jianye could unleash such ferocity in a fight. The three uncles, usually fierce, lay defeated in mere moments. An unprecedented sense of security blossomed within her, dispelling the earlier dread. Brother Jianye seemed like a mountain, shielding her and her mother from the storms of life. Inside the house, Wang Guifan peered through a crack in the window, absorbing every detail of the unfolding drama in the courtyard. She too was taken aback. Li Jianye, this child, is striking with such ferocity. If he truly injures someone. Meanwhile, in Wangjiakan, Wang Xianyue rolled and crawled his way to the village's administrative office. Breathless, his face flushed from the cold. Captain Wang, something significant has occurred. Wang Jujin, the production team leader of Wangjia village, was wrapped in an old cotton coat. Squatting by the fire pit in the team office, warming himself with a chipped enamel mug containing cornmeal paste. Upon hearing Wang Xianyue's sobbing cries, he furrowed his brow and looked up. Xianyue, my child, why are you in such a fluster? What has happened? Wang Xianyue nearly collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. My father, my uncles have been beaten, right at Uncle Shoshin's house. It's an outsider from another village, and he was ruthless. You must go and take a look. A life may be at stake. Wang Jujin swiftly stood up, slamming the enamel mug onto the nearby table, spilling some of the cornmeal paste. What is going on? An outsider dares to wreak havoc in our Wangjia village? His thick eyebrows knitted together in a frown. Although Wangjia village was not large, it held a certain reputation among the neighboring villages, making it unprecedented for an outsider to cause trouble within its boundaries. Lead the way. Wang Jujin followed Wang Xianyue towards Wang Guifan's home. By this time, a crowd of curious neighbors had gathered outside the courtyard wall of Wang Guifan's house. The snow-covered ground had become somewhat muddy from the trampling. The cold wind carried the sounds of anguished groans from within the courtyard, along with the sharp cries of an old woman. The onlookers craned their necks to peer inside, whispering and pointing, filled with gossip. So, the three brothers from the Wang family are facing their comeuppance today? An old man, huddled with his neck drawn in, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, they've been so domineering in the village. It seems they are finally receiving their just desserts. A woman, her hands tucked into her pockets, chimed in with evident satisfaction. I heard Shoshin's mother-in-law's family has come. They deserve it. That old crone is no good, having led her three sons to oppress the fourth family relentlessly. The murmurs were not loud, yet they resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The villagers were well aware of the Wang brothers' usual behavior, and witnessing them in such a state provided a sense of satisfaction for many, some even grinning and nearly applauding. Wang Jujin pushed through the crowd and immediately beheld the dire scene in the courtyard. The three brothers, Wang Shoren, Wang Shozhong, and Wang Shuyi, were battered and bruised, groaning in the snow while clutching their arms and legs. The old woman was even more disheveled, sitting on the ground, wailing and beating her thighs, her voice hoarse. The assailant, however, was a tall young man, his expression cold as he wielded a thick wooden stick, striking the legs of the old woman, who was attempting to rise. Are you still calling for help? Try calling out again. The old woman grimaced in pain, but dared not utter another sound, instead glaring at the young man with venomous eyes. Stop it! Wang Jujin shouted, parting the crowd as he strode into the courtyard. What is happening here? Everyone, cease this at once. Li Jianye, upon hearing the voice, gradually turned around, his gaze settling upon Wang Jujin, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. He did not lower the wooden stick in his hand. Wang Jujin looked at Li Jianye, his brows furrowing even tighter. From which village do you hail? How dare you come to our Wang family village to commit violence? Is there no law left? A cold smile crept upon Li Jianye's lips. And who might you be? Mind your own business. or else I shall deal with you as well." At this utterance, the surrounding neighbors inhaled sharply. This young man was rather audacious, daring even to confront the village chief. Wang Jiujin's expression darkened, anger surging within him. "I am Wang Jiujin, the head of the production team in Wang family village. Do you think I should intervene?" Li Jianye scrutinized him from head to toe and nodded slightly. "The village chief? How fortuitous." He pointed his stick at the wailing Wang family brothers on the ground and then at the lamenting woman. "This family, relying on their numbers, came to bully my aunt, who is a widow and alone. I could not tolerate it any longer and decided to teach them a lesson. Is that unreasonable?" Wang Jiujin was momentarily taken aback by his words. He was well aware of the plight of the Wang family's fourth son and held little affection for the woman and her three sons. However, as the village chief, he could not simply stand by while an outsider assaulted his villagers. "Who are you?" Wang Jiujin asked in a serious tone. Li Jianye stood tall, his gaze unwavering. "I am Li Jianye. I do not alter my name or my surname." Wang Jiujin pondered over this name for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes sparkled. "You are the Li Jianye from Tuanjiatan?" He had heard this name mentioned frequently during a recent meeting at the commune. It was said that Tuanjiatan had produced an exceptional young man named Li Jianye, who, in defense of his fellow villagers, dared to confront a bear. Not only did he subdue the beast, but he also distributed the bear's meat among every household in the village, ensuring that all enjoyed a feast. Li Jianye, upon hearing this inquiry, met it with openness, nodding slightly. "That is indeed me." Wang Jiujin scrutinized Li Jianye, his expression becoming increasingly complex. This young man before him was the very Li Jianye? Despite his youth, he possessed such courage and determination. In that moment, the scales in Wang Jiujin's mind tipped. A person who would face a bear for the sake of the community and share the bounty with all could not possibly be a villain. It was likely that the unruly members of his own family had provoked him. He chuckled, his tone now more amiable. "Ah, no wonder your name sounds so familiar. It is you. Well then, Comrade Jianye, I have indeed heard of your deeds. The bear-fighting hero of Tuanjiatan, fearless in the face of danger for the safety of the village, ensuring that everyone enjoyed bear meat. Truly commendable." Li Jianye was utterly taken aback. What was the village chief's intention? Shouldn't he have taken sides or attempted to mediate? How had the tone of this conversation shifted so rapidly? He was still waiting to argue with the captain and had even prepared to resort to physical confrontation. However, he was taken aback by Wang Jiujin's unexpected enthusiasm. The villagers gathered outside the courtyard wall erupted into a frenzy, each craning their necks in disbelief. What on earth? Did he kill a bear? No wonder. Even the three brothers of the Wang family were no match for him, and his methods were so ruthless. This was not merely a brawl. This was a display of true valor. I wonder what bear meat tastes like. The discussions were rife with admiration and respect for Li Jianye. Even a bold auntie began to scheme. "Hey, Comrade Jianye, how about settling down in our Wang family village? If you can provide meat for my family, my daughter is willing to marry you." Chapter 82, elbows pointing outward. The old woman, grimacing in pain on the ground, along with her three ungrateful sons, looked up just in time to see Wang Jiujin and Li Jianye engaged in jovial conversation. The old woman's face instantly fell. "Wang Jiujin," she called out, her voice filled with frustration. "What are you doing? Our Wang family has been attacked in our own village, and here you are laughing with an outsider?" Wang Jiujin's smile faltered slightly. He cleared his throat, and his expression turned serious. "Ahem, I was just about to ask. What is going on here?" He turned to Li Jianye, casting a glance at the groaning members of the Wang family. "Comrade Jianye, what exactly happened? How did things escalate to violence?" Li Jianye pointed at the old woman, calmly explaining, "She barged into my aunt's house with her people. Not only did they intrude, but they also attempted to steal. Naturally, I could not stand by and watch. After I confronted her, she was displeased and called her three sons over to retaliate. This is what you see now." Li Jianye did not conceal anything. He recounted the events as they occurred. "You lie?" The old woman, upon hearing this, immediately struggled to rise from the ground. But as soon as she moved, she winced in pain. "I didn't steal anything. That chicken was originally mine. It was you, you little scoundrel, who stole my chicken." She pointed at Li Jianye, her spittle flying, her expression one of profound injustice. Li Jianye could hardly suppress a laugh. Even in such a state, she was still fixated on a chicken? It seemed she had not yet learned her lesson. His voice, though not raised, carried an icy edge, and his fists clenched tightly, as if ready to deliver a few blows. "Comrade Jianye, Wang Jujin quickly interjected, fearing that the young man's anger might escalate and result in the old hag receiving another beating. A beating was trivial, but if it led to a fatality, it would be a grave matter. After stopping Li Jianye, he turned to the old woman, his brow furrowed. You say the chicken belongs to you? Old woman, do you even raise chickens? How come I had no idea? Wang Jujin was well aware of the circumstances of every household in the village, and he had never heard of her family keeping chickens. The old woman was momentarily taken aback by the question. Yet she swiftly regained her composure and attempted to defend herself. Of course we raised them. They're right in the yard. You wouldn't believe how much you don't know. Wang Jujin narrowed his eyes slightly. All right then, tell me about the chickens you have at home. Are they roosters or hens? The old woman's eyes darted around, and she seemed to struggle to respond. They're, those yellow-feathered ones, and some black and white spotted ones, about this big, quite plump. She gestured as she spoke. Li Jianye listened without uttering a word, merely tilting his body slightly to glance at the corner of the doorway where chicken feathers lay, unattended. The feathers were vibrant and multicolored, a stark contrast to the ordinary chickens the old woman had described. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating Wang Jujin to take a look for himself. Wang Jujin followed his gaze and, upon seeing the feathers, immediately comprehended the truth. Those were undoubtedly wild chicken feathers. The evidence was irrefutable. He took a deep breath, suppressing his growing impatience with the old woman's family. Enough of this nonsense. Let's hurry back and avoid further embarrassment. Wang Jujin waved his hand at the old woman and her kin, his tone brooking no argument. How can this be fair? The old woman protested loudly, her voice rising. An outsider steals our chickens and beats us, and you, as the village chief, side with them. This cannot be overlooked. Her 3 sons, having risen from the ground, though still displaying signs of fear, rallied behind their mother, joining her in a chorus of defiance. Yes, this cannot stand. They injured us. We must have a reckoning. Wang Jujin felt a headache coming on, veins throbbing at his temples. What do you wish to do about it? He asked, exasperated, already weary of engaging with such obstinate individuals. The eldest son, Wang Shouzhong, glared menacingly at Li Jianye. We'll retaliate in kind for how they struck us. Furthermore, they owe us 10 chickens as compensation for the beating. 10 chickens? Wang Jujin nearly laughed in disbelief. This was not a demand for justice. It was outright extortion. They believed they could retaliate? A single hand had dispatched them all. He had completely lost his patience and saw no point in discussing fairness with the Wang family. Turning away, he no longer regarded them, instead casting a glance at Li Jianye, his chin slightly raised, conveying a clear message. He should handle the situation himself. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Jianye's mouth. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. It seemed they were eager for another lesson in humility. The old woman was the first to react, letting out a scream. Ignoring her pain, she scrambled towards the yard's exit. Her 3 sons, terrified, followed suit, tumbling and crawling in a frantic escape. You miserable wretches! And you, Wang Jujin, you traitor! The family fled, their cries fading into the distance. Li Jianye gazed at Wang Jujin, finding the captain rather intriguing. Despite sharing the same surname, he did not show favoritism towards his kin, unlike certain others who lacked discernment. Thank you, Captain Wang, Li Jianye expressed, grateful for Wang Jujin's understanding and support. Upon hearing this, Wang Jujin waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank? In truth, today's incident could be seen as you aiding me. He sighed, his gaze drifting to the villagers lingering outside the courtyard. That old woman and her family are nothing but troublemakers in our village. They often take advantage, throwing tantrums and being unreasonable, while the villagers, out of respect for shared roots, refrain from confronting them. Over time, this has only emboldened their arrogance. Your intervention today has not only avenged me, but also given voice to the grievances of the villagers. It is high time to quell their mischief. Wang Jujin's words caught Li Jianye off guard. He had presumed the captain would be somewhat mindful of village sentiments, but it appeared he too harbored resentment. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Jujin gave Li Jianye's shoulder a friendly pat, his tone growing more familiar. Comrade Jianye, I must attend to other matters now. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to visit the village office. I shall assist you to the best of my ability. Li Jianye readily accepted this offer. I appreciate your kindness, Captain Wang. With that, Wang Jujin turned, hands clasped behind him, and strolled away. As he departed, the villagers outside the courtyard, who had been craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the commotion, sprang back to life. The bolder women among them could no longer restrain themselves and approached with eager chatter. "Comrade Jianye, you are truly impressive. Have you found a wife yet? I can introduce you to a lovely girl. She's stunning, and I wouldn't share her with anyone else." Chapter 83. Rest in peace. Li Jianye offered a few perfunctory replies before shutting the courtyard gate and securing the bolt. Wang Xiaolan remained by the door. Her face slightly pale, clearly shaken by the earlier upheaval. Her clear eyes stared blankly at Li Jianye, lost in thought. Noticing her demeanor, he gently patted her shoulder. Wang Xiaolan jolted, finally returning to reality. The two made their way into the inner room. Wang Guifan still lay on the bed, tightly wrapped in a quilt, revealing only her pale, frail face. Even from within the house, the ruckus outside had startled her, and after such an ordeal, she appeared even more enfeebled. Upon seeing Li Jianye enter, her somewhat vacant eyes brightened slightly. "Jianye, my dear child, it is commendable that you stood up for your aunt, and I am glad. But those people are far from benign. They may not confront you openly, but they will resort to underhanded tactics." She took a breath, her eyes filled with apprehension. After inflicting such a loss upon them today, they certainly will not let this go easily. "You should leave quickly, while there's still daylight. You might make it home before dark." Wang Guifan was concerned that lingering here could invite trouble for Li Jianye. Listening to her aunt's words, Li Jianye couldn't help but furrow his brow. Leave? If he departed now, what would happen to his aunt and cousin? The Wang family would likely intensify their bullying. How much longer could his aunt endure in her frail state? "I won't leave." Upon hearing Li Jianye's resolute declaration, Wang Guifan felt an acute sense of anxiety. She propped herself up on the edge of the bed, seemingly attempting to rise. "Why won't you listen, child?" Wang Guifan's voice suddenly escalated, laced with urgency. As she struggled to catch her breath, she clutched her chest and began to cough violently. The sound of her cough was heart-wrenching, as if it could expel her already feeble innards. "Aunt." Upon witnessing this, Li Jianye's heart tightened. He quickly reached out, patting Wang Guifan's back to ease her discomfort. Beside them, Wang Xiaolan was utterly terrified by her mother's state, collapsing at the edge of the bed, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. "Mom, please don't scare me." Li Jianye gently continued to pat Wang Guifan's back, his tone softening. "Aunt, don't get agitated. Speak slowly. Rest assured, I can handle those people. Nothing will happen." After a prolonged bout of coughing, Wang Guifan finally managed to regain her breath. Yet this ordeal left her feeling more drained than before. Leaning against Li Jianye's arm, her gaze grew unfocused, her breaths becoming increasingly faint. "Jianye, I fear I may not have much longer." Her voice was barely audible, fragile and intermittent. "I have but two wishes." Wang Guifan's eyes, clouded with a sense of longing, flickered between Li Jianye and Wang Xiaolan. "You are a good child, capable and resourceful. I hope for your safety. And as for Xiaolan, she is unfortunate. When I am gone, please look after her. I hope her future will be free from worry." Listening to these near-final words, Li Jianye felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He grasped his aunt's withered hand tightly. "Aunt, please don't worry. While I am here, no one will dare to bully Xiaolan. Your health will improve. So don't think such thoughts." Despite his reassurances, a heavy weight lingered in Li Jianye's heart. His aunt's current condition was akin to a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing. Wang Guifan seemed to attempt to smile, but it only resulted in a faint twitch of her lips. Her eyelids grew increasingly heavy, her breath shallow. I'm tired. I want to sleep for a bit." Wang Xiaolan's heart tightened at these words. "Mom," she cried out in desperation, clutching her mother's hand tightly. "Please don't sleep. Look at me, don't sleep." Wang Guifan's breathing grew even more feeble, her gaze drifting into emptiness. Summoning her last ounce of strength, her lips moved as if she wished to convey something more. "Jianye, take Xiaolan and go quickly. Don't worry about me. Don't let that family." Before she could finish, Wang Guifan's arm suddenly fell limp, her head tilting to one side, and she fell silent. The room was engulfed in a profound stillness. Wang Xiaolan gazed blankly at her mother, and after a moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted. Mom, please wake up. Don't leave me all alone." Li Jianye stood dazed by the edge of the Kong, his mind a blank slate. Had Annie truly departed just like that? He recalled how Auntie had mentioned in her letter that her health was deteriorating, fearing her days were numbered. Yet, he had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. It felt as though an immense stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. In a mere span of 2 weeks, he had endured 2 such heart-rending situations, and his heart was heavy with sorrow. Li Jianye slowly extended his hand and gently closed Wang Guifen's eyes, silently mourning for his aunt. Wang Xiaolan cried for over an hour without pause. Watching her frail shoulders heave violently as she wept, Li Jianye felt an urge to comfort her. Eventually, her voice became hoarse, reduced to muffled sobs. Her once pale face now appeared as ghostly as a thin sheet of paper. Unable to contain his compassion, he patted her back gently. Xiaolan. Wang Xiaolan slowly lifted her head, her eyes swollen and teary, obscuring her vision. Jianye go. Li Jianye sighed and crouched down beside her. Death is final. Please do not grieve excessively. If Annie were to see you in such distress, she would worry for you. Let us instead focus on giving her a dignified farewell. Upon hearing the word funeral, Wang Xiaolan shook her head vigorously. There is no need for a funeral. Mother instructed me. She said that when she is gone, there is no need to disturb anyone or hold any ceremonies. Just wrap her in a mat and bury her alongside my father in his grave. As she spoke, tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks once more. Li Jianye furrowed his brow. To be buried wrapped in a mat seemed rather hasty. He understood Auntie's desire to avoid extravagance and not burden their already impoverished family, especially since there was no one of significance in the village to involve. However, the thought of her not having a proper coffin weighed heavily on his conscience. Even the simplest wooden coffin would be more respectful than a mere straw mat. Thus, he ventured out to seek the village chief, Wang Jujin, enlisting his assistance to procure some planks and a carpenter to construct a coffin, which they managed to complete overnight at a cost of 25 yuan. While it was not an opulent coffin, it would at least provide Auntie with a resting place. Chapter 84. The lottery. The coffin remained at home for 2 days, and it wasn't until the 3rd day that Li Jianye and Wang Xiaolan together laid Aunt Wang Guifen to rest. The freshly mounded grave stood solitary in the landscape. Wang Xiaolan knelt before the grave, her frail shoulders trembling as she remained in that position for an entire afternoon. Her tears had long since dried. Li Jianye stood vigil beside her, silently observing. They did not return to the empty earthen house until darkness enveloped the sky. The room felt even more desolate than before. Li Jianye quietly kindled a fire and prepared a simple bowl of rice porridge, yet the fragrant aroma did little to entice Wang Xiaolan's appetite. She sat vacantly on the edge of the kong, her gaze unfocused. Li Jianye offered her a bowl of steaming porridge. Please, have something to eat. You haven't eaten all day? Wang Xiaolan stared at the bowl, tears once again cascading down her cheeks. I can't eat, Brother Jianye. Soon, I will truly be all alone. I have no family left. Her voice trembled with despair, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten, helplessly whimpering. Over the past 3 days, she had scarcely consumed anything or found rest. Crying incessantly, at this moment, her body swayed precariously on the brink of fainting. Observing her distress, Li Jianye hastily set down the bowl and wrapped his arms around Wang Xiaolan. Do not be afraid. Although your aunt is gone, you still have me. I am your family too. Wang Xiaolan shivered slightly in his embrace. The events of the past few days replayed in her mind. After Li Jianye arrived, he had provided rice, brought meat, and even dealt with that troublesome family. Later, it was he who assisted in arranging her mother's funeral. Li Jianye felt like a guardian figure in the household. With him present, it seemed that any challenge could be surmounted. In that moment, his embrace enveloped Wang Xiaolan in a profound sense of security. Brother Jianye, she murmured softly, and in the next instant, after days of sleeplessness, she fell into a deep slumber in his arms. Her small face bore traces of tears, her brow slightly furrowed, suggesting that even in dreams, she was not at peace. Li Jianye gently laid her down on the kong and carefully tucked her in with a blanket. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. New objective unlocked. Wang Xiaolan. Current affection level, 40. Li Jianye frowned upon hearing the system's voice. The timing of this system was indeed peculiar. In such a somber and sorrowful atmosphere, it chose this moment to present such a message. Cousin? Li Jianye was aware that his aunt had been unable to bear children, thus adopting a daughter, Wang Xiaolan, who was not his blood relative. Consequently, there was no familial bond between them. Nevertheless, to Li Jianye, Wang Xiaolan would always remain the sister in need of care, and he had no desire for any other sentiments, rather than the affection level of a cousin. What truly piqued Li Jianye's interest were the 2 lottery chances unlocked by the 40 affection points. The farm he had previously won, though only 100 square meters, had proven immensely beneficial, allowing him to achieve freedom in egg production. Now, with 2 lottery opportunities at his disposal, he eagerly anticipated winning something new and valuable. With a thought, a gotcha machine materialized in his consciousness. Without hesitation, he selected to begin the lottery. The gotcha machine shook, and a colorful capsule rolled out. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the taste of love, a bottle of wine. Item description: consuming a sip will randomly evoke intense feelings of affection in individuals within the line of sight, with effects lasting for 2 hours. Li Jianye gazed at the peculiar item he had drawn, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this chaotic trinket? Has the system gone awry? This certainly differs from what I have received in the past. Anna's affection yielded practical personal abilities, while Aisha's affection granted immensely useful spatial capabilities. But now, does Li Jianye, a man of integrity and honor, truly require such trivialities? It is a blatant affront to his character. Without a second thought, he tossed it into his personal space to collect dust, intending for it to never see the light of day again. Suppressing his bemusement, Li Jianye focused his attention on the opportunity for a second draw. Once more, the gotcha machine whirred into action, shimmering with brilliance. Moments later, another capsule rolled out. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 industrial coupons. This is splendid. Li Jianye's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the results of his second draw. In this era, compared to the limited utility of ration tickets for specific goods, industrial coupons hold far greater versatility. Clothing, footwear, kitchenware, even larger items such as watches, radios, and bicycles can all be procured with industrial coupons. What a treasure! I hope to receive more such delightful rewards in the future, and far fewer of those bizarre items. Li Jianye issued a warning to the system before storing the industrial coupons in his personal space. Meanwhile, at Wang Shoren's home, old lady Wang reclined against the Kong, the bruises on her face still visible. Wang Shoren carefully applied a small amount of ointment to her cheek. A sharp intake of breath escaped the old woman, not from pain, but as if the flames of her anger had been ignited. She opened her mouth to curse. That which Wang Guifan, if it weren't for her. Would my son have met such an untimely fate? If it weren't for her, would I have endured such abuse from that little brat? She deserves to die, and her demise is far too lenient. As her agitation grew, her chest heaved violently, as if she were about to unleash days of pent-up resentment. Wang Shoren furrowed his brow and murmured, "Mother, death is a grave matter. Please try to calm down." "Calm down," the old woman scoffed, her gaze darkly sweeping over her 3 sons. "I cannot quell this rage. And that Li Jianye, that little bastard, daring to strike me. This matter is far from over. We cannot let this slide. We must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, to make him aware of the consequences of his actions." At that moment, the door creaked open. Wang Shoren's eldest son, Wang Xianyue, burst in like a gust of wind, his face etched with urgency. "Mother, that Li Jianye spends every day with Wang Xiaolan. What kind of nonsense is this? A solitary man and a woman together. I suspect he has taken a liking to Xiaolan." As these words left his lips, the expressions of the men in the room subtly shifted. Wang Xiaolan, having been adopted, bore no blood relation to them. And being of a similar age to Wang Xianyue, her beauty blossomed as she matured. They often prodded the idea of a union between Wang Xiaolan and Wang Xianyue, which would conveniently eliminate the need for a bride price. However, Wang Guifan vehemently opposed it. Now that Wang Guifan has passed away, Li Jianye has emerged. Also with malicious intentions, Wang Xianyue continues to stir the pot. What if Li Jianye takes her away? She is my daughter-in-law. The old woman slammed her hand on the edge of the bed. He dares. Wang Xiaolan was raised by our Wang family. She can only be a daughter-in-law to our Wang family's grandson. No one is allowed to take her away from under my nose. Wang Xianyue shrank his neck and muttered softly, "Grandma, while that may be true, Li Jianye is not to be underestimated. If he is truly determined to take Xiaolan away, we might not be able to stop him. With 4th aunt already buried, I suspect they might leave the village tomorrow." Chapter 85. The banquet at Hongmen. Wang Shoren's face fell. The marriage between Wang Xiaolan and Wang Xianjin would save their family from paying a bride price. And their family's feud with Li Jianye was another matter altogether. In any case, Li Jianye must not be allowed to take Wang Xiaolan. Indeed, Xianyue is right. That Li Jianye is quite sinister, and it might not work to confront him directly. We need to devise a plan. The old woman scoffed, her eyes darting around. Well, He has attacked us, accusing us of stealing his belongings, hasn't he? We can feign acceptance, humble ourselves, and admit our mistakes. Both Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue looked at her, puzzled. Submit to Li Jianye and admit fault? Why should we? A sinister smile crept across the old woman's face as she lowered her voice. We apologize, and, while we're at it, invite Li Jianye and Wang Sholan over for a meal as a gesture of goodwill. A meal? Wang Xianyue was even more confused. Wouldn't that be too much of a concession to Li Jianye? The old woman's gaze turned cold. Of course, it's not a genuine meal. We'll slip something into their food to make them drowsy. She gestured with her hands. Once they're out cold, that little rascal we be able to control him? We can tie him up and hang him from that tree at the village entrance, letting the entire village witness the consequences of crossing the Wang family. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, as if she could already envision Li Jianye being displayed for all to see. And it would also allow Xianyue and Xiaolan. She glanced at her inept eldest grandson. Though she left her statement unfinished, the implication was clear. Allow Wang Xianyue and Wang Xiaolan to consummate their union. By then, where could Wang Xiaolan possibly run off to? What could Li Jianye do? Once this scheme was laid bare, the family felt a surge of enthusiasm. Wang Shoren slammed his thigh. It's settled then. Xianyue, go and invite them over, be polite, and don't let them catch on. Upon hearing he might have a chance to win Wang Xiaolan, Wang Xianyue's eyes sparkled. An lewd grin spread across his face. Grandma, Dad, you can rest assured. I will ensure they come. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly making his way toward Wang Guifan's house not far away. As night deepened, the village fell silent. He felt both excited and anxious. The thought of soon dealing with the bothersome Li Jianye and acquiring the lovely Wang Xiaolan made him feel a rush of heat. As he drew closer, he could see the glow of light emanating from Wang Guifan's home. The gate was unlocked. He stepped inside directly, standing at the threshold, inhaling deeply in an attempt to render his expression more sincere. Subsequently, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The light within flickered momentarily. After a brief pause, the door creaked open slightly. Li Jianye emerged, his brow furrowed upon seeing Wang Xianyue standing outside. Is there something you need? Wang Xianyue quickly forced a smile, leaning slightly forward, adopting a humble demeanor. Brother Jianye, regarding the incident earlier, we were in the wrong. My grandmother and my father both feel that our actions were excessive. My grandmother specifically asked me to come and invite you and Sister Xiaolan over for a meal, as a gesture of our apology. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily darted inside, searching for Wang Xiaolan. Li Jianye observed the subtlety of his actions, a cold smirk forming within him. An apology? It seemed more akin to a banquet of treachery. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he replied in a calm tone. Xiaolan is tired and has just fallen asleep. There's no need for a meal. We appreciate the sentiment. This outright refusal caused the smile on Wang Xianyue's face to falter. No need. How can that be? If you don't come, how can we settle this? How can I be with Sister Xiaolan? Wang Xianyue grew anxious. The plan was to lure both individuals over. Even if Xiaolan was asleep and could be excused, Li Jianye had to attend. Once Li Jianye, the biggest thorn in his side, was dealt with, Wang Xiaolan would inevitably fall into his grasp. Please, Brother Jianye. Wang Xianyue's voice took on a pleading tone. My grandmother said we are all family. There should be no lingering animosity. If you refuse to come, my grandmother will surely feel remorse. Just consider it a favor for me, a favor for the Wang family, would you? Seeing that Li Jianye remained unmoved, Wang Xianyue steeled himself and, with a thud, knelt before Li Jianye. Brother Jianye, please grant us this one opportunity. We genuinely recognize our mistakes. If you cannot forgive us, we will never find peace within ourselves. Just a meal, to clear the air, wouldn't that resolve our conflict? As he spoke, his peripheral vision subtly flickered toward the direction of the bed inside, his avaricious gaze betraying his sordid intentions. Li Jianye regarded the kneeling Wang Xianyue, fully comprehending his motives. This fellow harbored impure thoughts, as did his entire family. If he were to foolishly accept this invitation, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. However, Li Jianye recalled the special item he had recently won in a system lottery, a bottle of a peculiar beverage named the Taste of Love. This was something he had previously dismissed, but now it seemed he had found a more suitable subject for experimentation. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Want to scheme against me? Let us see who ultimately outsmarts whom. Li Jianye's expression softened slightly, as if swayed by Wang Xianyue's earnestness. He reached out to assist Wang Xianyue. What are you doing? Get up. We are all relatives. There is no need for such formality. Wang Xianyue rose with the flow, brushing off the dirt from his knees, his face illuminated with an expression of surprise. Brother Jianye, does this mean you have agreed? Li Jianye nodded. Since it is the will of the family, I cannot decline this courtesy. However, Xiaolan has truly fallen asleep. She is quite exhausted today. So let us refrain from waking her. I can manage on my own. Going alone. Wang Xianyue paused momentarily, then a wave of elation washed over him. Splendid. If Jianye comes alone, it will be easier to handle. Once we subdue Li Jianye, dealing with Wang Xiaolan will be a matter of negotiation. The lewd grin on his face was barely concealed as he eagerly nodded and bowed. All right, Brother Jianye, your presence is all that matters. Shall we head over now? He rubbed his hands together, displaying a hint of impatience. Li Jianye replied calmly, You should first return and inform your family. I shall arrive shortly. Ah, certainly. Wang Xianyue appeared as though he had received a pardon, responding enthusiastically as he turned and briskly made his way homeward. Observing Wang Xianyue's almost gleeful retreat into the night, Li Jianye locked the door securely and casually retrieved a bottle of the aroma of love from his spatial pocket. Chapter 86. The aroma of love. Upon Li Jianye's arrival at Wang Xiaoran's home, the table was already laid with several dishes. One plate contained a hastily stir-fried batch of wilted cabbage, the edges of the leaves tinged with black. Another dish was a dark assortment of pickled vegetables, and a small plate held unevenly cut salted vegetable chunks. The staple was a few cornmeal pancakes, their edges slightly charred and hardened. Li Jianye glanced over the spread, a sardonic smile forming in his mind. Is this what they offer at a banquet? He mused, finding it rather meager. The elderly matriarch's face was etched with deep wrinkles resembling chrysanthemums, her enthusiasm bordering on excessive. Jianye, please sit, do sit. Why stand? Make yourself at home, and come enjoy a meal on the Kong. Wang Xiaoran echoed her sentiments with a simplistic demeanor. Indeed, Comrade Jianye, after a long day, you must be famished. I specifically prepared these dishes for you. Do tell me if they suit your palate. Eat up, and then we can have a good chat. Li Jianye complied and took a seat, yet showed no inclination to pick up his chopsticks. He observed the family with a calm gaze. Why aren't you eating? The matriarch's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its previous cheerfulness. We have eaten, Wang Xiaoran quickly interjected, waving his hand. Yes, this is all prepared just for you. We have already dined. Please, do indulge. Li Jianye felt a deeper amusement within. Is this ruse too blatant? Do they truly think me a fool? He surmised that the food was undoubtedly spiced with something, yet he remained curious as to what that something might be. Wang Xianyue, noticing Li Jianye's reluctance to eat, grew anxious. Brother Jianye, why aren't you eating? What are you smiling about? Is it that our food does not meet your standards? If you desire meat, I could run to the supply store and fetch some for you right now. Li Jianye waved his hand dismissively, a playful smile gracing his features. The food is quite satisfactory. However, merely eating this would lack excitement. I happen to have a fine bottle of wine with me. As he spoke, he deftly produced the bottle of the aroma of love from his breast pocket. Since today, everyone sincerely wishes to resolve their conflicts and bury past grievances. How could we not indulge in a little wine to elevate the spirits? Wine? The moment Wang Xiaoran's gaze fell upon it, his eyes sparkled with delight. In these times, wine has become a precious commodity. It is indeed a rare treat to enjoy some during festive occasions, let alone a fine bottled variety. Although he could not partake in the dish laced with poison, surely the wine posed no threat. Surely, Li Jianye could not foresee the future to have preemptively tainted the wine with poison. With this thought, Wang Xiaoran felt a yearning arise within him, his throat involuntarily swallowing. His face immediately blossomed with joy. Oh, my brother Jianye, you have even brought your own wine. How generous, truly generous. Since you have such good intentions, we simply must partake. To abstain would be to show disrespect. Li Jianye chuckled, swiftly retrieving 3-course porcelain bowls from the table. Then let us drink. He uncorked the bottle, and an extraordinary, indescribable aroma permeated the air. This fragrance was not overpowering, yet it possessed an alluring quality that made one's mouth water. Wang Xiaoran and Wang Xianyue could not resist taking a deep breath, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Jianye poured a bowl for Wang Xiaoran first, then for Wang Xianyue, and finally for himself. The elderly lady waved her hand, indicating her refusal. Li Jianye did not insist, placing the bottle aside. He raised his bowl, Let this toast signify the dissolution of our previous misunderstandings. Cheers. Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue exchanged a glance, their expressions still tinged with caution. They lifted their bowls, their eyes fixed intently on Li Jianye's actions, waiting until he had taken a sip before they dared to follow suit. Li Jianye tilted his head back, bringing the bowl to his lips, and made a motion as if he were drinking, seeing his throat move as if he had truly swallowed. Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue finally relaxed. They exchanged glances and unhesitatingly drained their bowls in one gulp. Upon finishing, they could not help but gasp in delight. The wine was simply exquisite. One bowl was far too little, they craved more. However, just as they placed their bowls down, they witnessed Li Jianye turn his head aside. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of wine onto the floor. The smile on Wang Shoren's face instantly froze. Wang Xianyue was left utterly bewildered. Brother Jianye, what are you doing? Why did you spit it out? Wang Shoren reacted more swiftly, his expression shifting abruptly as he stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Jianye, his voice trembling. You didn't drink? Did you poison the wine? The elderly lady was startled as well, quickly grasping the situation and shrieking, Oh dear! You heartless fiend! Do you wish to poison us? Hurry, bring out the antidote. Li Jianye set down his empty bowl, raising his hands in feigned innocence. I did not poison it. Where would the antidote come from? Wang Shoren trembled with rage, pointing at the wine stain on the ground, and then at Li Jianye. Didn't he poison it? Why did you spit it out then? Li Jianye remained silent, merely observing the trio, who were now in a state of panic. Like startled birds, the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile laden with significance. Almost simultaneously, Wang Shoren's gaze began to shift. The effects of the alcohol took hold. Those once vigilant eyes now appeared veiled in a greasy haze, pupils slightly dilated, revealing an unusual fervor. The shape of his pupils transformed. He fixated intently on Li Jianye, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Meanwhile, Wang Xianyue's reaction was even more exaggerated. The panic etched on his face rapidly faded, replaced by a foolish grin. His mouth stretched wide, nearly reaching the roots of his ears. A glistening strand of saliva dripped from his chin, catching the dim light of the oil lamp. In his eyes, it seemed as though countless pink hearts erupted. Unwaveringly captivated by the sight before him, the old woman sensed something was amiss with her precious grandson and hurriedly approached. Good grandson. Xianyue, what's wrong? The elderly lady trembled as she reached out to touch Wang Xianyue's forehead. Where do you feel unwell? Speak to grandma. Wang Xianyue, with his heart-shaped eyes, fixed his gaze on the old woman, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Grandma, he mumbled indistinctly, and then, with sudden force, he seized the frail arm of the old woman. Ah, she gasped, momentarily bewildered. Good grandson, what are you doing? Let go of me. I am your grandmother. Yet, Wang Xianyue seemed deaf to her pleas, his grip surprisingly strong. He clutched her tightly, leaning in so close that his nose nearly touched her wrinkled face. He inhaled deeply, murmuring, so white. Amidst this chaos, Wang Shoren also stirred. His gaze was dazed, and a nauseating grin adorned his face as he unsteadily approached Li Jianye. His gaze was so sticky it seemed intent on devouring Li Jianye. Brother Jianye, you are truly handsome. Wang Shoren's voice had taken on a hoarse and peculiar tone. Li Jianye felt a wave of nausea rise within him and raised his foot to kick. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wang Shoren let out a wretched cry as he collided directly with the old woman, who was grappling with Wang Xianyue. The scene grew lively. It appears your family has some private matters to attend to. I shall not intrude upon your revelries, Li Jianye remarked with a smile, turning to leave. Chapter 87. Unaware of the world around me. Heavens have cursed me. The old woman slumped to the ground, her hair disheveled, her clothing askew. Tears and mucus staining her face, panic radiating from her eyes. A slender figure peeked from behind the curtain. It was Wang Shoren's youngest son, Wang Xianjing. Initially frightened of Li Jianye, he had kept his distance, playing alone, but the commotion drew his curiosity. When he arrived, the scene before him made his eyes widen in shock. His father, Wang Shoren, and his brother, Wang Xianyue, were entangled with their grandmother. He could not comprehend it. Yet the sight felt oddly stinging to his eyes. The tableau was undeniably bizarre. Had his father and brother lost their minds? Wang Xianjing dared not look back. Suddenly turning on his heel and stumbling out of the house, one shoe left behind, rushing to his uncle's homes. Uncle, help! Something's wrong, he cried out, his voice choked with emotion as he ran. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Shouzhong quickly donned his clothes and stepped outside. Xianjin, why the outcry at this hour? Meanwhile, Wang Shuyi emerged from his home, approaching with concern. What is going on? Is there a fire? Wang Xianjin reached his uncle's, breathless and distraught, pointing towards his home. His words tumbling out incoherently through tears. My father and brother. They are playing a game of stripping clothes with my grandmother. What kind of nonsense? Both Wang Shouzhong and Wang Shuyi were taken aback simultaneously. A stripping game? With the old lady? Is this boy delirious? Yet, the terror etched on Wang Xianjin's face suggested he was not fabricating the tale. Repeat that. Wang Shouzhong grasped Wang Xianjin's arm firmly, his voice sharp. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Xianjin's fear escalated, and he broke down weeping once more. Wang Shouzhong and Wang Shuyi exchanged glances, astonished and incredulous. Has the third family been possessed? Let us go investigate. They wasted no time and sprinted towards Wang Shoren's house, with Wang Xianjin trailing behind, his calves trembling. Upon bursting into the yard of Wang Shoren's residence, a pungent mix of alcohol and an indescribable odor assailed their senses. Inside, the dim light of an oil lamp flickered, revealing a floor strewn with vomit and shattered plates. The bed was in disarray. The old woman huddled in a corner, shivering. And indeed, as Wang Xianjin had described, Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue were lost in a stupor, giggling foolishly, their eyes glazed over, utterly devoid of reason. Old third. Wang Xianyue. Wang Shouzhong's temples throbbed with fury as he lunged forward to pull Wang Shoren upright. Wang Shuyi also reached for Wang Xianyue. You two imbeciles. Snap out of it. Wang Shuyi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Xianyue. Smack. Wang Xianyue's head jerked sideways. Yet the foolish grin remained on his face, and his heart-shaped eyes slowly turned towards Wang Shuyi, who was now close at hand. Hee, second uncle. Wang Xianyue grinned widely and suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Wang Shuyi's waist. What are you doing? Let go. Wang Shuyi was startled and pushed back with all his might, only to discover that Wang Xianyue possessed an astonishing strength, clinging to him like stubborn gum. Impossible to shake off. Meanwhile, Wang Shoren, upon being yanked by Wang Shouzhong, also turned his gaze toward him. His dazed eyes focused on Wang Shouzhong, mirroring the same foolish grin as Wang Xianyue. Elder brother, you're here. Wang Shoren opened his arms wide, attempting to embrace Wang Shouzhong. Get away. Wang Shouzhong, both alarmed and furious, tried to evade, but was firmly held by Wang Shoren. Like a pair bewitched, Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue clung to each of their uncles, trying to drag them towards the bed. What is truly terrifying is that both of these individuals possess an alarming strength, rendering any escape futile. Let go of me. Are you insane, third brother? Help. Mother, help. Wang Shouzhong and Wang Shuyi were utterly panicked, struggling desperately while calling for assistance from the elderly woman in the corner. The old lady merely shook her head vigorously, repetitively muttering, "It's all chaotic, entirely chaotic." She appeared to be in a state of mental disarray, oblivious to the cries of her two sons. Standing at the doorway, Wang Xianjin felt his legs weaken at the sight. His father and brother were now even menacing his uncles. It was utterly horrifying. He could no longer bear to remain inside, turning and fleeing outdoors. Collapsing against the cold wall, his hands tightly covering his mouth, suppressing any cries that dared escape. All that could be heard from within were the terrified shouts of his uncles, the sounds of struggle, and the crashes of objects being toppled. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. The commotion from the Wang household was alarmingly loud, akin to the slaughter of pigs, rousing many neighbors who had yet to fall asleep. In those times, nighttime entertainment was scarce, but now there was quite the spectacle. Dim oil lamps and flashlight beams approached Wang Shoren's home from various directions. What is happening? What is going on at Wang Shoren's home? It sounds like a brawl. Wang Xianjin, the child, had just run past, weeping, seemingly in search of his uncles. Let us go see. A few brave neighbors called to one another and gathered at the entrance of Wang Shoren's courtyard. Someone cautiously peered inside the house. Just a fleeting glance, and the person recoiled as if scalded, their face contorted in horror. My heavens! What happened? What did you see? Asked the curious onlookers. Don't look. It's utterly grotesque, the individual exclaimed, waving their hands in distress, their complexion turning pale. This family is finished, utterly finished. What on earth is happening? More and more people gathered, buzzing with speculation. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and, emboldened by the crowd, leaned in for a closer look. A collective gasp resonated from the courtyard entrance. All who beheld the scene inside were left speechless, their expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. Is this still human? This family has completely lost touch with reality. What a calamity! How will they ever face anyone again? Chapter 88. Li Jianye deserves to die? The following day, Li Jianye rose early. The affairs concerning his aunt had concluded, and it was time to return home. His cousin, Wang Xiaolan, would accompany him. She could no longer remain in this place of turmoil. After a brief wash, Li Jianye set about packing his belongings with swift efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Wang Xiaolan silently trailed behind him, her eyes slightly reddened. She surveyed the home, filled with a profound sense of reluctance. Every corner of the room bore the imprints of her growth. The old wooden table with a chipped corner was where she had once leaned to write. Faint traces of ink still visible on its surface. The iron pot, which has been used for many years and has become somewhat deformed. Once cooked meals imbued with my mother's flavors. The blackened bottom of the pot bears witness to the passage of time. Now, with my mother gone, this home seems to have lost its former warmth. Jianye Gu, Wang Xiaolan called softly. Li Jianye paused in his task and turned around. He gazed into his cousin's reddened eyes, which were filled with a profound sense of uncertainty about the future. Xiaolan, do not grieve. If you wish to return, you are always welcome, he reassured her. Wang Xiaolan nodded vigorously, tears slipping down her cheeks, yet she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand. Li Jianye carefully tied up the bag of rice he had brought, intent on taking it with him. 30 pounds of rice had only been consumed in a few meals. It would be wasteful to leave it behind. He also needed to take the remaining eggs. The items were few, and soon everything was tidily packed. Li Jianye lifted a simple bundle and slung the bag of rice over his shoulder. Wang Xiaolan too shouldered a small satchel containing a few changes of clothes and some cherished mementos left by her mother. She took one last look at the home where she had lived for nearly 20 years. Let us go, Li Jianye said softly. Wang Xiaolan nodded, sniffed back her tears, and resolutely followed in his footsteps as they stepped through the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue had fallen into a deep slumber after the events of the previous night and had only just awakened. The old woman's face, lined with wrinkles, was now a shade of ashen gray. The eldest, Wang Shouzhong, and the second, Wang Shuyi, stood like two imposing sentinels, their eyes fixed on the pair with an intense, malevolent glare. Wang Shoren jolted awake under the weight of their unspoken pressure. Wang Xianyue exchanged a frantic glance with his father, both sensing the bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. What had happened? Where had that wretched Li Jianye gone? Why were their uncle, second uncle, and grandmother regarding them with such predatory looks? The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Awake, are you? The old woman's voice lacked its usual tenderness towards her beloved grandsons. Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue were even more perplexed. Grandma Wang Xianyue began to inquire. But then a furious shout erupted. You two wretched beasts! Wang Shouzhong roared, like a wounded beast, spittle flying as he raged at Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue. Wang Shuyi's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly. Uncle, second uncle, what on earth is happening? Wang Xianyue managed to sit up on the bed, his heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, a frail figure in the corner of the room stirred slightly. It was Wang Xianjin. Father, brother, you both lost your minds last night. You and Grandma played some sort of stripping game with uncle and second uncle. Wang Xianjin's words struck Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue like a thunderbolt, leaving them stunned. Stripping? Wang Shoren's mind went blank, as if his very soul had been wrenched from his body. Wang Xianyue was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a fist, and his eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. Was it truly that absurd and unspeakable thought that had flitted through their minds? To engage with their own grandmother, uncle, and mother? Good heavens! What a sin! Wang Shoren let out a desperate wail. Was it not merely a night of drinking? How could such a disgraceful incident transpire? This was an affront to morality, an act more despicable than that of beasts. I shall strike down these shameless wretches. Profligates! The old woman shrieked with anguish, seizing the rolling pin she typically used for dough, and with all her might, she brought it crashing down upon Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue. Wang Shouzhong and Wang Shuyi joined in, unleashing the pent-up humiliation and rage that had simmered overnight, raining down blows upon the father and son like a torrential downpour. Ah, stop! Grandmother! Uncle! Second uncle! Spare us! Please cease! My dear mother! Wang Shoren and Wang Xianyue cowered, clutching their heads, emitting cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs as they desperately sought refuge within the confines of the cramped room. The atmosphere was chaotic, a veritable frenzy. The elderly matriarch, Mrs. Wang, continued her frenzied assault, her voice hoarse with lamentation. You two wretches have brought disgrace upon our family. How can we ever show our faces in this world again? I would rather die than endure this humiliation. Wang Shozong and Wang Shuyi, relentless in their fury, struck with a vengeance that conveyed their profound hatred. Wang Xianyue was left battered and bruised, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. It hurts. Please stop. I beg you, he cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking under the strain. Upon hearing her beloved grandson's pitiful cries, Mrs. Wang's fury momentarily abated. After all, they were of her own blood, and she could not bring herself to deliver a fatal blow. Wang Shozong and Wang Shuyi also paused, their gazes still filled with an insatiable hunger for retribution, fixed menacingly upon the two prostrate figures. Speak. What madness possessed you two last night? Mrs. Wang demanded sharply, pointing the opposite end of the rolling pin at the curled-up Wang Xianyue. Is this how you honor the ancestors of the Wang family? Dazed and confused from the beating, Wang Xianyue struggled to catch his breath as he sobbed. I don't know what happened. Grandmother, I only remember drinking with Li Jianye. Drinking? Wang Shoren suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. Yes, it was the drinking. That cursed boy, Li Jianye, brought the alcohol. It was after consuming his wine that we became disoriented, unable to recall anything. It must be Li Jianye. He is undoubtedly to blame. His wine must have been tainted. The more Wang Shoren contemplated, the more he believed this explanation to be the only logical one. Otherwise, despite their flaws, it was inconceivable that they could have engaged in such beastly conduct. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianyue felt a jolt throughout his body. Li Jianye? Indeed, where is Li Jianye? Chapter 89, Homecoming. Suddenly, a more pressing matter struck Wang Xianyue, and his expression darkened further. What time is it now? The daylight outside had brightened considerably, indicating that it was undoubtedly late. What of Li Jianye and that little vixen, Wang Xiaolan? Surely, they haven't fled already? Wang Xianyue could no longer bear the searing pain coursing through him. He paid no heed to the chaos within the house or the ire of his family. Wang Xiaolan was his wife, his own woman. He must not allow that outsider, Li Jianye, to take her away. With a sudden surge of determination, Wang Xianyue sprang to his feet, donned his clothing, and stumbled frantically towards Wang Xiaolan's home. In the village, many had already risen early to clear the snow from their courtyards. On his way, he encountered several villagers, who, upon seeing his battered visage and disheveled appearance, exchanged knowing glances. One could not resist jesting. Oh, is that not Xianyue? Your household was quite lively last night. What a commotion. Did you have a grand time? Watch out these days, lest your grandfather rise from the grave to find you. At that moment, Wang Xianyue had no inclination to respond to such barbed remarks. He rushed towards Wang Xiaolan's home, surveying the inside and outside. It was utterly deserted. They were gone. That scoundrel, Li Jianye, truly absconded with Wang Xiaolan. With a primal roar of rage that echoed through the air, Wang Xianyue cried out in despair, Li Jianye, you wretched bastard. May you meet a dreadful end. You have stolen my wife and brought disgrace upon the Wang family. I can no longer face anyone. I, Wang Xianyue, will never let this go. Meanwhile, in the biting cold and swirling snow, Li Jianye and Wang Xiaolan made their way back to Tuanjiatan, with Li Jianye leading the way, his tall figure shielding Wang Xiaolan from much of the harsh weather. Wang Xiaolan followed closely behind, her head slightly bowed, snowflakes settling upon her headscarf and a thin layer of frost forming on her brows. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and her nose was red. Jianye, from now on, I will reside in your home. I hope to trouble you. She spoke with a hint of trepidation. She had initially hesitated to come. However, after hearing Li Jianye recount the events of the previous night's banquet at the Wang household, she realized that remaining alone in Wangjia village would undoubtedly render her vulnerable to their bullying. Thus, she resolved to accompany Li Jianye home. Without pausing, Li Jianye responded, Trouble? It's merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. It hardly counts as a burden. Wang Xiaolan pressed her cracked lips together. A warm sensation blossoming in her heart, yet unease lingered. But now, with every household struggling for food, my presence means more rations consumed. She understood that in these times, food equated to life itself. Her additional presence at the table would mean that Li Jianye and his sister-in-law would have to eat less, tightening their already strained circumstances. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone lighthearted. Rest assured, Xiaolan. In my household, while I cannot vouch for much, I can guarantee that there will be ample food. You shall not go hungry. He added with a hint of jest, not only will you be well fed, but I can assure you that you will grow plump and healthy. Wang Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback by his words, perceiving them as a form of consolation and jest. In this era, who would dare claim that food was in abundance? Merely avoiding hunger was already considered a tremendous blessing. She gently shook her head. Jianye, once I have relocated my household registration, I will exert myself to earn my keep. I am capable of working in the fields and managing household chores, and I will strive not to burden you and your wife. She spoke these words with utmost sincerity, listening to the earnestness of the girl behind him. Li Jianye chuckled helplessly. He felt no need to elaborate further. Some matters were better understood through direct experience. Once Xiaolan arrived at his home and witnessed their living conditions firsthand, she would surely comprehend the truth of his words. The wind and snow persisted. Yet the sentiments of the two travelers diverged. Li Jianye felt at ease, buoyed by plans for a promising future, whereas Wang Xiaolan grappled with a complex mix of emotions, confusion about the future, gratitude towards Li Jianye, and a sense of resignation towards life. After more than 2 hours of trudging, Wang Xiaolan's stamina began to wane, her steps slowing. Li Jianye eased his pace and glanced back at her. Can you hold on? Wang Xiaolan bit her lip and nodded vigorously. I can. She was determined not to be a burden to Jianye. Steeling herself, she pressed onward. Finally, at the horizon's edge, the outlines of a village began to take shape. Those were the dwellings of Tuanjietan, appearing like warm beacons amidst the expanse of white snow. We are almost there, Li Jianye encouraged. Wang Xiaolan raised her gaze to the approaching village, and a faint smile broke through her frostbitten face. We have arrived. For Li Jianye, it was a return to his home. For Wang Xiaolan, it signified the dawn of a new beginning, a temporary sanctuary upon which she could rely. Meanwhile, in Tuanjietan, at Li Jianye's home, the relentless wind and snow outside showed no signs of abating. In fact, they intensified. Snowflakes, mingled with the biting wind, lashed against the windows, stirring a sense of unease within. Anna sat on the edge of the calm, cradling a bowl of warm water, yet feeling little warmth in her heart. Her green eyes occasionally darted towards the window, the endless white expanse weighing heavily on her. It had been 2 days. Li Jianye had postponed his return by a full 2 days beyond what he had indicated, and still, he had not come back. During these nights, she and Aisha had scarcely managed to sleep. No matter how warm the calm was, her heart remained icy. Sister, do you think Jianye? Aisha's voice trembled. Her blue eyes bloodshot. She dared not voice the ominous thought. Anna took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. He will be fine, Aisha. It seems that something urgent has arisen at Andy's home, and Jianye is helping out there, which has delayed him. He is quite clever. Even the bears in the mountains cannot thwart him, so he shall be fine. This reassurance, however, was more for her own comfort. Yet, Elsa was evidently not swayed by such consolation. But the journey is so long, and the snow is falling so heavily. She rose and anxiously paced within the room, her hands tightly intertwined. Look at the snow outside. It is nearly a foot deep. What if Jianye encounters an accident on the road? Once that thought took root, it spread wildly in her heart like a rampant weed. Anna's heart tightened in response. How could she not share in the worry? Yet, as the elder sister, she felt compelled to maintain her composure. Suddenly, Elsa halted, a look of determination crossing her face. No, I cannot wait any longer. Sister, I am going to Wangjiao village to find Jianye. Chapter 90. Treat this place as your home. Seeing the frantic state of Elsa, Anna recognized her genuine distress. If Elsa were to venture out alone into the storm, her concern would only intensify. With a sigh, she rose from her seat. Very well, I shall accompany you. Without further words, they each donned the thickest cotton garments available, adorned themselves with leather hats, and wrapped scarves around their necks, leaving only their 2 pairs of eyes, each a different hue, yet equally filled with worry, visible. Just as they unlatched the door, preparing to step into the snow-laden world, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were making their way through the blizzard, each footfall a struggle against the elements. The tall figure was strikingly familiar. Jianye! Elsa nearly shrieked. Her voice choked with emotion. Anna stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the approaching figure, her eyes instantly moistening. It truly was Jianye, like a little bird. Elsa dashed forward without a second thought, throwing herself into Li Jianye's embrace, holding him tightly. "Oh Jianye, I was so worried. You have finally returned." Anna quickly followed suit, grasping Jianye's arm and examining him closely. "Jianye, are you all right?" Li Jianye stumbled slightly as Elsa clung to him. Feeling her trembling form and witnessing his sister-in-law's concerned gaze warmed his heart. He patted Elsa's back reassuringly. "I am fine, really." Only then did Elsa loosen her grip a little, though she still held tightly to his sleeve, her tear-streaked face tilted upwards. A mix of grievance and reproach evident in her expression. "Fine. If you are fine, then why did you only return now? You clearly promised to be back by the next day at the latest. We have waited for you for 2 days. We have not slept well for 3 nights. Her voice grew increasingly plaintive, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Wang Xiaolan stood a step behind Li Jianye, watching the scene unfold before her with a sense of bewilderment. She recognized the sister-in-law, Anna, with her striking green eyes. Yet, she was unfamiliar with the beautiful foreign girl, with blue eyes, who was now weeping in Jianye's arms. Their concern for him was palpable and fervent. Li Jianye glanced at the somewhat awkward Wang Xiaolan beside him, then turned to Elsa and Anna. It is a long story. The chill outside was biting, accompanied by a fierce wind and heavy snowfall. Thus, they decided to retreat indoors. As the four entered the warmth of the house, a comforting embrace enveloped them, dissipating some of the lingering cold. Aisha's emotional state began to stabilize, allowing her to focus her attention on Wang Xiaolan, who had been quietly standing behind Li Jianye. Curiosity ignited within her as she observed the young woman, whose delicate features and unpretentious demeanor exuded a certain charm. "Jianye, may I inquire who this is? Your cousin?" A nod from Li Jianye confirmed her suspicion. "Indeed. This is my cousin, Wang Xiaolan. The reason for my delayed return is due to a family tragedy. My aunt has passed away. I have been assisting with the arrangements in Wangjia village these past few days." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew somber. The concern evident on Anna and Aisha's faces deepened into sympathy as their gazes fell upon Wang Xiaolan. She appeared several years younger than them, her downcast eyes shadowed by an unshakable sorrow. Aisha, quick to respond, took a seat before Wang Xiaolan, gently clasping her icy hand in her own, her blue eyes brimming with compassion. "You are Jianye's cousin, and thus my cousin as well, dear Xiaolan. From now on, this will be your home. Do not worry too much. Simply settle in and treat this place as your own." Wang Xiaolan found herself somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected warmth. She lifted her gaze to meet the striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl before her, opening her mouth to speak, but finding no words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Li Jianye spoke up to introduce her. "Xiaolan, this is Aisha, my fiancée. You may call her sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolan nodded gently towards Aisha. "Sister-in-law Aisha, thank you for welcoming me." Aisha responded with a bright smile, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. We are all family here. There is no need for formalities. Come, sit by the warm kong and get comfortable." Anna approached as well, her demeanor more reserved than Aisha's. Yet her green eyes radiated kindness. She poured a steaming bowl of water for Wang Xiaolan. "Xiaolan, please drink some warm water to help you recover from the cold. It must have been a frigid journey." Then, Anna rummaged through a cabinet, producing some peach crisps and white rabbit milk candies, rare treats that Li Jianye had brought back from the county a few days earlier. She placed the snacks before Wang Xiaolan. "Here, try these. They are quite delicious." Wang Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback by the offerings before her. She had only seen peach crisps displayed at the supply store, golden and fragrant, but their cost had always been prohibitive. The white rabbit milk candies, wrapped in pristine paper adorned with a charming bunny, were an indulgence she had never experienced. She realized that Jianye's family must typically reserve such delights for guests, and now, in an effort to ease her transition and help her feel at home, they were willingly sharing them with her. A wave of warmth surged within her, and her nose tinged with the onset of tears. She gingerly picked up a large white rabbit milk candy, unwrapped the paper, and placed the pristine white piece into her mouth. A rich, sweet flavor of milk immediately enveloped her taste buds. How delightful! This was undoubtedly the most exquisite treat she had ever savored. Anna observed her savoring it in small bites and smiled tenderly. "Is it delicious?" Wang Xiaolan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Yes, it's delicious," she affirmed. Anna inquired again, Are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you. After such a long journey, you must be famished. Wang Xiaolan initially intended to politely decline, claiming she wasn't hungry. However, after having merely nibbled at her breakfast with Li Jianye in Wangjia village, she realized she was far from satisfied. After trekking through the wind and snow for 2 to 3 hours, her energy had been significantly depleted, leaving her stomach utterly empty. At that moment, her rebellious stomach audibly rumbled, turning her cheeks a deep shade of crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Anna and Aisha both chuckled. Anna rose from her seat. Wait here, sister-in-law. I will prepare your meal right away. Aisha stood up as well. Sister, I'll help you. Observing this, Wang Xiaolan promptly stood as well. Sister-in-law, I want to assist too. She felt a strong desire to contribute, not wanting to be a burden. However, Li Jianye gently pressed his hand on her shoulder, signaling her to sit back down. Xiaolan, you've had a long journey. Rest for now. Consider this home. There is no need for such formality. Chapter 91. Home-cooked meal. Wang Xiaolan returned to the warmth of the calm, feeling rather restless. She fixated on brother Jianye and the busy sisters-in-law within the room, her thoughts wandering. Previously, when brother Jingwo married a bride from the Bear Country, it was quite a rarity. Yet she never anticipated that brother Jianye would also find a fiancé from the same land. Aisha was exuberantly warm, while Anna was considerate and attentive. Now, aside from Jianye himself, the household included Anna and Aisha, making 3 mouths to feed. With her presence, it became 4. Aisha, being from the Bear Country, surely lacked local residency, meaning she relied on Jianye for sustenance. Now, with her in the mix, it meant more food would be consumed in a time when every household was tightening their belts. Even a small girl like her, with a modest appetite, would still require a considerable amount of provisions. Could Jianye's family truly afford this? The more Wang Xiaolan pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Fearing that her arrival might burden Jianye's family, she resolved to work diligently, earn her keep, and assist her sisters-in-law in any way possible, ensuring she would not be a mere guest. While Wang Xiaolan was lost in her thoughts, a rich aroma of meat suddenly wafted in from the outer room, boldly infiltrating her nostrils. This scent was both enticing and hearty, making her swallow involuntarily. Meat? Wang Xiaolan was taken aback. In these times, which household could indulge in such a luxury? Even during festivals, many families could only afford a couple of pounds to satisfy their cravings. Curiously, she followed the tantalizing aroma and cautiously peeked into the outer room, where she saw Anna and Aisha bustling around the stove. The firewood crackled in the stove, while a cast-iron pot simmered with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Wang Xiaolan, upon catching sight of the contents within the pot, was rendered speechless. It was indeed meat. Large chunks of meat tumbled in the pot, the broth thick and glistening with grease. Her sisters-in-law were braising meat, and judging by the quantity, it was no trivial affair. She approached somewhat flustered, softly murmuring, "Sisters-in-law, there is no need to go to such lengths. A simple home-cooked meal would suffice. This is too extravagant." In her eyes, it was clear that this feast was prepared solely to honor her. Anna, hearing her, turned and smiled gently. "This is just a home-cooked meal." "A home-cooked meal?" Wang Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. Which household indulges in meat daily? How could that be possible? Aisha also turned, her blue eyes sparkling with mirth. "Cousin Xiaolan, don't worry. Go rest, and we'll call you when the meal is ready." Wang Xiaolan wished to say more, but then she saw Aisha retrieving something from a nearby cabinet. Upon focusing, she was taken aback once more. Aisha was preparing steamed buns. White flour buns, no less. In Wang Xiaolan's memory, her own family rarely consumed white flour buns in her daily life. Being able to eat cornmeal dumplings was already considered a luxury. She observed Aisha skillfully placing the large white buns into the steamer. A sudden thought surged into her mind. Steaming buns meant that the previous meals must have been the same. How could Jianye's family be so well off? Did they indulge in large white buns and braised meat at every meal? Was this for real? Li Jianye, noticing her wide-eyed expression lost in thought, stepped forward and tugged at her arm. "Xiaolan, stop overthinking. Come with me. I'll show you where you'll be staying." Li Jianye led Wang Xiaolan outside, gesturing towards a house on the other side of the courtyard. That room had originally been occupied by his older brother and Anna. Now that Anna had moved to Jianye's side, the room was vacated, perfectly suited for Xiaolan. Wang Xiaolan gave it little thought, assuming that Anna was the only one residing there now, and she would be keeping her company. Following Jianye, she entered the room and placed her bundle on the comm. The room was tidy and well kept, though lacking in superfluous adornments. It exuded a comforting ambience. Wang Xiaolan wandered around, casually taking in her surroundings. Before long, Anna and Aisha called from outside, "Jianye, Xiaolan, come to eat." The tantalizing aroma of the food had already reached her, causing her stomach to betray her with a growl. She followed Li Jianye into the main room, and upon catching sight of the dishes on the table, she froze in astonishment. At the center of the table sat a steaming bowl of meat porridge, thick and hearty, with visible chunks of meat. Beside it lay a shining platter of braised meat. The pieces marbled with fat and lean, the broth rich and flavorful. The staple food consisted of fluffy, snow-white steamed buns, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried meat. Its golden slices enticingly arranged alongside tender, yellow scrambled eggs, with vibrant green scallions sprinkled throughout. The sight was enough to stir the appetite. How lavish this feast was! Wang Xiaolan blinked rapidly, doubting whether she was hallucinating due to hunger. Having grown up, she had never dared to dream of such a sumptuous meal. Not even during festive occasions. She swallowed hard, glancing at Li Jianye, then at the smiling faces of Anna and Aisha, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Jianye, sister-in-law, is it too extravagant for us to eat like this?" Anna gently smiled, guiding Wang Xiaolan to sit at the table. "Xiaolan, do not feel constrained. This is merely our family's everyday meal. Please, try it and see if it suits your taste." Aisha warmly chimed in. "Indeed, cousin Xiaolan. Do not underestimate your brother Jianye. All this meat and grain comes from his hunting expeditions in the mountains." Aisha continued with pride, "So, we are never short of meat at home. Feel free to indulge yourself without worry." Wang Xiaolan was utterly astonished. Brother Jianye could hunt. Suddenly, she recalled that during her time in Wangjia village, Captain Wang Jujin had mentioned that Jianye had caught a bear. At the time, she had dismissed it, thinking it was an exaggeration of a collective effort attributed solely to Jianye. After all, hunting seemed perilous. Her father had ventured into the mountains and never returned. Let alone Jianye. It now appeared that if their family could enjoy meat at every meal, Jianye's hunting skills must be extraordinary. No wonder the sisters-in-law referred to this as a home-cooked meal. It turned out Jianye possessed such remarkable abilities. Chapter 92. Jianye's prowess. Wang Xiaolan no longer held back, savoring the warm meat porridge in small sips, yet her eyes couldn't help but furtively assess Li Jianye. She vividly recalled that during the summer in Tuanjiatan, Jianye's family had subsisted on coarse grain cakes, living in hardship. Back then, she had never heard of Jianye's hunting skills. Setting her bowl down, curiosity got the better of her. "Brother Jianye, I haven't heard that you could hunt?" Li Jianye, picking up a piece of meat, paused slightly at her words, then smiled nonchalantly. "The past is the past. The present is the present." Anna's gaze fell on Wang Xiaolan as she gently put down her chopsticks and explained, "Xiaolan, people inevitably grow and evolve, do they not? Perhaps this is what transformation entails. Since your brother Jiang Wo passed away, Jianye seems to have suddenly grasped the weight of his responsibilities. It is as if he matured overnight, learning many things he previously did not know." Wang Xiaolan felt a jolt at Anna's words. She thought of her recently deceased mother and the helplessness she felt in facing life alone, realizing that unlike Jianye, she had his support. Yet Jianye had no one to help him. The profound weight of losing a loved one and the necessity of maturing overnight was something she understood all too well. In that fleeting moment, her gaze upon Li Jianye was infused with an indescribable tenderness. "Sister-in-law, I comprehend now," she said, turning to him with genuine sincerity. "Brother Jianye, you are truly remarkable." Li Jianye merely smiled faintly and placed a generous piece of meat into her bowl. "Eat up. It won't taste good when it cools." This meal was especially delightful for Wang Xiaolan. Those once elusive steamed buns and braised meat now lay before her, transformed into a humble feast. The shift was entirely a consequence of the quiet strength exhibited by the brother Jianye before her. After the meal, Anna and Aisha swiftly cleared the dishes. Outside, the northern wind howled, while inside, the four of them sat comfortably on the warm earthen calm. Anna took Wang Xiaolan's hand and began to chat about everyday life. "Xiaolan, you have no idea how terrified I was when Jianye first mentioned going hunting in the mountains. The situation at home was dire. Your elder brother had just left, and he was left with no choice. Later, when your sister-in-law Aisha arrived, we both lived in constant fear, anxious that something might happen to him." Aisha leaned in, her voice tinged with the fear of that time. "Indeed, Every time Jianye ventured into the mountains, my sister and I would wait anxiously at the door, only able to relax once we saw him return safely. Wang Xiaolan listened intently, her mind conjuring images of Li Jianye's past. As their conversation unfolded, the sky outside had darkened completely. The only sound remaining was that of the wind and snow. Anna glanced out the window, smiled, and stood up. Xiaolan, it's getting late. I've made the Kong nice and warm for you. You should rest early. Wang Xiaolan felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, sister-in-law. Anna had already prepared the Kong for her and was now helping her arrange her bedding. Xiaolan had thought Anna would stay and share the room with her. However, after meticulously making the bed and tucking in the corners, Anna showed no intention of staying. With a gentle smile, she reassured her, sleep soundly. If you need anything, just call us. We're right next door. With that, Anna turned and walked towards the eastern room where Li Jianye and Aisha resided. Wang Xiaolan sat alone on the Kong, utterly stunned. Bewilderment clouded her thoughts, and she struggled to comprehend the situation. Why was sister-in-law Anna going to sleep in the same room as brother Jianye and sister-in-law Aisha? Were the three of them sharing a room? How could that be? A flurry of thoughts surged within her. In the education she had received since childhood, it was clear that a sister-in-law and her brother-in-law should maintain a respectful distance. There were boundaries between men and women, particularly since Aisha was Jianye's legitimate fiancée. The thought of three people sharing a Kong made her cheeks flush with heat and her heart swell with confusion. Many questions lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing them. After all, she was merely a newcomer, a cousin unaccustomed to these circumstances. She quietly nestled into the warm embrace of her blankets, feeling a comforting warmth envelop her. Yet, her heart remained restless, unable to find tranquility. Outside, the sound of wind and snow grew increasingly intense, resembling countless hands battering against the window, akin to wild beasts growling in the distance. In a daze, just as she was on the verge of slumber, a faint sound of playful chatter intermittently drifted in from the neighboring room. This sound mingled with the howling wind and snow, barely perceptible. She could discern Li Jianye's deep laughter, alongside the soft, playful murmurs of Sister Anna and Sister Aisha. Wang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart skipping a beat. Hastily, she buried her head deeper into the blankets, tightly covering her ears, too timid to listen further. The following day, the wind and snow showed no signs of abating. Instead, they intensified, with thick snowflakes cascading down like feathers, blanketing the entire Tuanjiatan in a thick layer of white. Wang Xiaolan awoke early, her eyes fluttering open to find the room shrouded in dim light, as if a layer of something obscured the window paper. She donned her clothes and stepped onto the floor, gently pushing open the door, only to be met by a gust of frigid wind laced with snowflakes, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The courtyard lay before her, a vast expanse of white, with the snow piled high above her calves. Such heavy snowfall made venturing outside a daunting task. Wang Xiaolan silently fetched her tools, beginning the arduous task of clearing the snow from the yard. Starting with a narrow path in front of her door, her mind preoccupied, she swept vigorously, as if she could expel the perplexities and confusions that had lingered in her heart from the previous night along with the snow. Before long, the door to Li Jianye's room creaked open. He emerged, followed by Anna and then Aisha. The three had risen together. Wang Xiaolan paused momentarily, her hand holding the broom faltering as that peculiar sensation surged within her once more, even more potent than the night before. Xiaolan, up so early? Anna, her face still bearing traces of sleepiness, was jolted awake by the chill of the wind and snow. Aisha rubbed her eyes and, shivering, remarked, "Indeed, cousin Xiaolan. With such heavy snow, why not sleep a little longer?" Wang Xiaolan lowered her gaze, avoiding their eyes, and replied vaguely. Once awake, she found sleep elusive. Given the thick snow, she thought it prudent to clear a path for easier access to the outhouse.